And you guys can't hear me. How about now? Can you hear me now? All right. So November 3rd, election day. Let's start this over. Um, with it's the day. Today's the day. So on the screen, I'm gonna have right side on the right, left side on the left. In the middle, I got Mercado Media, CJTV. I'm still filling it in. So let's get to this. Some of these are showing commercials, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Some of them I'm not sure why they're not showing now. Yeah, so I'm sure we're gonna have issues because live streaming multiple live streams, but we shall see. I have to pull all these up because the links are automatically provided. I get you guys some sound so you can hear what's going on, what they're talking about. Listen to OAN right now.
These are Republican areas of the country. North Carolina, though, is majorly in play for Joe Biden. You've seen Joe Biden himself spending a lot of time there. President Trump himself spending a lot of time there in North Carolina. Trump won that state in 2016, and it is important to hold on to.
I'm going to kill the camera. I'm finishing up some food. I gotta pop some. Actually, I think I just did pop some pills.
Closer to 270 if you can pick that one up.
Turn on the heating pad. Hopefully that'll help. I'm still hurting today. Good news. VA called me back today. I have an appointment tomorrow.
Florida,
but hopefully that will.
And the most recent polling out of North Carolina has
President
Trump and Biden basically tied. I mean, the RCP average is Trump 47.9%, Biden 47.4%. I mean, that's a statistical tie, of course, at this point. And so it's important to look at these states that, you know, President Trump pretty handedly won North Carolina in 2016, and now he's battling Joe Biden here to get the
MSNBC offline now.
And we're not just looking at the presidential race. Of course, that's the number one story we're following tonight. But the Senate, of course. I mean, like we've been talking about, Democrats are trying really, really hard to flip, and one of the seats that they have their eyes on is in North Carolina.
Right.
So we know Tom Tillis.
Tom Tillis, yeah.
I was thinking South Carolina, sorry.
We do have some numbers coming in for that. So going into the race, Tom Tillis, who's the Republican incumbent, he's a first-term senator there in North Carolina, was behind in the polls. All right, but we do want to go to Kentucky first before we get to that, just to make our rounds. And like we mentioned, so the race in Kentucky, not so much a battleground for Republicans. We know that President Trump pretty much has been won there. So if you do want to put the numbers there for Mitch McConnell, that's a Senate race that we're watching there as well. But yeah, we definitely have some numbers trickling in. And again, I just want to mention, before we get to some of the other races, there we go.
There's your Mitch McConnell one.
Mitch McConnell was facing quite the challenge from Amy McGrath, and not so much because Kentucky by any means is going purple, anything like that, but a lot of money came in from the national level. Democrats targeted the seat. They've been trying to flip his seat for quite some time now, and polling suggested that at times it did get tight, but I mean, going into today, Mitch McConnell was leading in the polls, and he's sort of feeding off of that energy that President Trump is bringing to him at the top of the ticket. We know President Trump carrying Kentucky, he'll walk away with that. So it's definitely having that trickle-down effect that Republicans are hoping for in Kentucky to hopefully hold on to their majority there tonight.
And a key policy issue for Mitch McConnell. I mean, you ask Mitch McConnell what he cares about the most. He cares about holding the majority of the Senate and getting seats on the Supreme Court. Well, he got a seat on the Supreme Court 2 weeks ago. And so, you know, that there was a shift in the race there after Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed to the High Court. Republicans saying, you know what, these guys are doing what we want them to do. They're putting constitutional Republicans on the Supreme Court to uphold our Constitution, originalists. That's what Republicans care about, and they're going to come out and vote for that.
And for the people of Kentucky, too, you have to really think about what their decision is. So do they want to vote with a man, for example, who controls the schedule of the Senate Majority Leader, or are they ready to replace him with someone who would be a freshman senator who would essentially be one vote in favor of Democrats, which, I mean, according to polls, kind of goes against what the people of Kentucky generally think. So I think that does come into play. When you look at Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, love him or hate him for his politics, he's one of the most effective at that position in the history of the Senate. I mean, the judges, 3 Supreme Court justices under 1 presidency. I mean, that within itself is a pretty big achievement. So I think the people of Kentucky know what they're getting with Mitch McConnell. And a lot of times these competitive races aren't so competitive as those in the media would like them to be.
I think 2 of them that will be close, though, and I know you're watching them, is in Arizona with McSally.
McSally's
right?
super close.
And then also, and it was very telling when we had that vote for the Supreme Court for Amy Coney Barrett, is Senator Susan Collins from Maine. She did not vote for her because she's so worried about her reelection, which I wonder if that's going to play a detriment to her or in her favor.
Well, Susan Collins she's in a very interesting position because she's known for her moderate approach to generally all issues.
Be a senator in Maine.
Right. She has to toe the line, and she's done so effectively, you know, her entire career. But when it comes to things like that, it sort of is interesting because she did vote in favor of Brett Kavanaugh, you know, a few years back, but then, you know, fast forward to 2020, and she was not on board with Amy Coney Barrett. But at the same time, her challengers also.
So far, it's looking like Florida and Georgia's leaning left right now.
How Republicans
on the
are
counts.
maintaining her. So that's something that might not sit well with the voters of Maine who prefer someone who's seen as a little bit more moderate. So she is seen as a little bit in trouble heading into this. I mean, she was sort of trailing in the polls, but at the end of the day, because it is not a midterm election, we have the president at the top of the ticket. That could very well give her the slight bump that she needs to come out on top of this.
Well, maybe. I mean,
we'll
the president and her aren't friends right now.
Well, and we'll talk about Maine, I'm sure, in more detail later, but they got the ranked choice voting and all that weird stuff happening in Maine. Well,
and going back to that, actually, Greta, that actually is a good point. So with the ranked choice voting, that actually does not bode well for Susan Collins. No. So because there is a more progressive candidate in that race, and actually you just reminded me of that, she has been advocating for her supporters to ultimately vote for the Democrat in the race. That's really just going to take votes away from Susan Collins. So that's essentially what we're looking out for. If none of them get to 50%, that's going to be an issue, and they're going to have to retabulate. That's how that goes. So in order for somebody to get 50%, so
it's weird. We'll explain for our viewers later when we have some time to dig into ranked choice voting in Maine.
The first hour, we're going to be here probably 7 or 8. So I'm going to give all you guys a break. Let's check in with some more of our team. We've got folks up and down the East Coast. Our Caitlin Sinclair is in Tallahassee, Florida, I believe with a very special guest. She is out front. Caitlin, fill us in.
Hey there, Dan. Yeah, absolutely. So we will be heading to the governor's mansion when those election results do start to flow in. The polls did start to close here in Florida moments ago around 7 p.m. A reminder for the folks at home, Florida does span over 2 time zones, so 8 p.m. In Florida's Panhandle, those polls
All right, I'm
to
back.
close there. We did see a record turnout
camera's
as
really
far as Republican voters here in the state of Florida
really
today.
bright here,
That's
so
because
let me
a lot
turn
of
that
them were
off so
skeptical to do the
my head is not
mail-in
blinding
ballots,
y'all.
which so many Democrats participated in, and that is really what we were looking at today. The Republicans turning out to vote, the Latino community, the Hispanic community, they are the ones that support President Trump.
Kermit the Frog 2020.
This is different than 2016 because Hillary Clinton held a lot of the Latino support back in 2016. So this is what Governor DeSantis told us to really look at as far as the difference going into this election.
Biden ahead in New Hampshire. Well, kind of expected that.
All right, our Caitlin Sinclair, they're live in Florida. We look forward to seeing you and the governor a little bit later in our live coverage. Let's bring you back here to the main studio. We keep watching the Senate races.
So 54% reporting right now in Florida, and Biden holds a lead of 50% to 48%.
Really close. We touched on the main one, South
Georgia, Biden holds the lead by 10 points, 54% to 44%, but there's only 4% reported on that.
Touch on that Georgia one.
Yeah.
Because you and I were discussing that one there with
New Hampshire, it's
John Ossoff.
Yeah,
some low reporting.
Just to, in case any of our viewers are just joining us now, there's actually both of Georgia's Senate races are in play this election cycle. So we have the one, it's Senator David Perdue, and he's facing a challenge from a pretty young Democrat challenger. He's an investigative journalist, John Ossoff. And he's actually been keeping the race pretty tight in the polls heading into Election Day. They've been neck and neck this entire time. Senator Perdue is a first-term senator, so you know, he is not considered entirely safe, especially because Democrats have been making some inroads in some of the big cities like Atlanta. I know you mentioned Stacey Abrams earlier, Alex, and she's been working on the project ever since her failed gubernatorial bid. She's been working on that grassroots effort to get Democrats registered And so that's really seen as
I'm
potentially
seeing
helping
Virginia
the
as
Democratic
being
Party get the vote
Trump.
out in
I'm seeing
Georgia. And so
right now.
this is the other
I'm
race that we're looking
seeing
out
South
for,
Carolina,
though.
Virginia,
This is the big one. This is the
and
one that might go into a
Indianapolis
runoff. So we have Senator
leaning
Kelly
right
Loeffler, who
now.
was initially appointed to this seat to fill in for retiring Senator Johnny
Biden has a
Isaacson.
slight overall
Now,
count
she
lead.
and Doug Collins, who's a congressman.
I mean, he
Both
literally
very
leads by like
strong Trump allies,
less
but
than
they're
20,000
splitting that
votes.
GOP vote.
So
As you can see right now, Loeffler 25%.
the count right now
Doug
is,
Collins,
hey, your vote
18%.
counts. So
And Raphael Warnock,
if your voting place hasn't closed yet and you can still vote, go vote.
Election day in the polls, and so because the Republicans are splitting that, you can see what it's doing right now.
And there's been a lot
I'm
of
biased.
conversations from
I'm
within
rooting
the
for Trump.
Republican Party about what to do with this race
Right.
because Kelly Loeffler,
I'm
she's
rooting
a
for the
prominent
country.
pro-Trump senator. There's Doug Collins, a very loyal member of the Republican House as well. You may remember him during the impeachment defending President Trump.
Yeah, very
But
vocal.
The issue here is that if Loeffler and Collins split enough votes and then Warnock walks away with 50%,
It's like they've given Vermont and
he wins the
Virginia
race. And, I mean,
to
that's an issue that a lot of people in
Biden
Georgia are
already.
keeping an eye
Well,
on.
and
I'm going to show my age, guys. They're about to pull a Ross
Yeah.
Perot.
Yeah.
For anybody old enough to remember the Ross
Potentially.
Perot, we
The
all know
other
what happened then.
the other thing too to keep in mind though is, like you mentioned, one of those candidates has to hit the 50% mark, otherwise they go into a runoff in January. What happens there is both parties then have to make sure that their voters
County, that's
are
a big county
energized
in
to get out there and
Georgia.
vote for either a Republican or a Democrat in January. So that really just puts a lot of pressure and
I don't know what
on both parties
NBC is showing
to keep
me.
their base.
This is the only seat I see that is really kind of telling could go to the Democrat side.
Yeah.
I think that McConnell will hold his. I think Graham in South Carolina.
We're gonna be seeing a lot of commercials on these,
his.
unfortunately.
Again, McSally's going to be very tight in Arizona, but I got to think Arizonans who are still a conservative base type voter will keep them in. Collins, who knows, but that's the one that scares me because they're splitting the vote. And the party just didn't have the guts to step in and say, look, we need one of you to step aside. And when you've only got a 4-seat majority, you better watch out.
Yeah.
Well, they asked the president about it, and he actually was very kind. And he
Trump
spoke
just pulled ahead on the
favorably
overall
about
vote
both of them.
count.
Right.
He likes
So
both of them. Stay out of
neither
that
of them
one.
got the
4
endorsement
million
there
to-
necessarily. Yeah.
And when it comes to Georgia, too, I mean, we're talking about John Ossoff. We were talking about Stacey
I knew how
Abrams,
to,
for
like,
example,
kinda
how she had the most votes of any
that up on
Democrat
the
in history.
screen.
Back in 2017, there was a special election right after President Trump took office.
Let me see if I
and it
can
was
do
John
this.
Ossoff versus Karen Handel. That was the most expensive House race in the entire country. Now,
I'm gonna try
that
and do
was right
something.
after the Trump election, so I think there was a lot
Apologize
about
if I messed
momentum and what they
anything up.
wanted to do there. But, I mean, when we look at the state of Georgia, and I know that we have a lot of facts to talk about tonight regarding that state, but there is no doubt that Democrats do see that as a state that they can capitalize on, not only in this election, but in future elections as well. And they have the infrastructure in that state as well that a lot of people weren't expecting.
Right.
And they've been trying to replicate that in states like Arizona and Texas as well.
Well, and again, Georgia has not flipped blue for almost 30 years.
what
It's
I wanted.
16 electoral votes up for grabs right there. That's a big, big number. And it looks like, again, these are initial numbers, that the first part of the voting is going towards Biden because that's the mail-in votes. The big key is, will Republicans show up, and did they show up today at the polls, and will those numbers begin to turn? Because if Georgia goes for Biden, it's 16. There's other paths to victory. He can still lose that one. Pick up Michigan. There's 16. I think he'll get Ohio, my home state. Thank goodness. All right, so we've called one state. That's the only one we're willing to call so far, didn't
Vermont.
we?
Vermont
Yeah, we
states.
got to give him Vermont. That's right. He's got Vermont. Okay. Like, we didn't think Joe Biden would win the 3 electoral votes in Vermont. All right. If
I mean, you got to get
Joey couldn't win Vermont, well, then we'd have a problem, right? We would just all close up and go, Trump
see if
won,
I can
goodbye,
do
good night.
this.
Have a great evening.
Boy, if this race comes out of Vermont, we're going to look ridiculous later
That didn't
tonight.
work.
But yeah, you're exactly right.
Bernie's
we go.
screaming right now.
I wonder what they're all up to tonight. Yeah, I wish we could see what all those 26 other candidates on the Dem ticket are up to. Yeah. So they're waiting for a cabinet position if Biden for somehow can pull this off.
I'm going to
all right, so we covered 7
remove
races
my
big time.
name
We've got
if I can
gubernatorial and congressional
figure out
races
which
too.
one it
All that
is.
is important to Americans that are putting those votes out there.
And I am
We
going
got
to
some new
put
numbers
this.
real quick on Georgia, guys. Oh, here we go. All right, so we were just saying this, that initially it's going to look like Biden, but that could turn as more of the today votes get counted. And there you go, 53% to 46. But again, small number of precincts reporting.
Yeah, but I mean, this state really does matter. I mean, we've been talking about this trend in Georgia, and I mean, if you look at the RCP average for the
That's
polling,
overall
they're
numbers
tied,
right
they're
there.
literally tied in this state.
Yeah.
President Trump has
Andazant for
47.8%
justice.
support in the average. Biden has 47.6%
Yeah.
support. They're literally tied in those polls
All right,
leading up
who
to
else
this
we got?
race tonight. And as you mentioned earlier, a lot of these votes were cast
He's probably
early.
just copying
Nearly
somebody else.
3.9 million ballots cast ahead of Election Day, both in person and via absentee voting. That's 51% of the registered voters there in
It's going
the
to be
state of Georgia.
record-setting, right, for Georgia, from what
Right,
you've seen.
and as you
North
mentioned,
Carolina,
of course,
Greg,
Democrats are outnumbering
right? That's a
Republicans in
replay
that
because it's
early
not light
voting
in North Carolina
numbers,
anymore.
But in 2016, we had a total of 4.1
Let's
million
see.
voters
Who do
cast
we want to put
their
in
ballot
there?
in total in all of 2016.
And already 3.9.
And we're already at 3.9 before people went to the polls today. A big issue earlier this year, the Secretary of State did investigate problems with the primary voting there in Georgia. They had major voting issues, really long lines, major delays, issues with the new voting machines not working, ballot shortages, and those were all happening mostly in minority communities across the state. And then we did see today, again, they were having issues with
Machines
those
were going down.
the voting machines. And
Which
these are,
counties were they, Greg? I mean, you and I were chatting about that. There's a couple
exactly which county.
couple key counties,
but
though,
they were counties that President Trump had won by really wide margins.
Find somebody else
In
to put in there.
2016, and these are brand new voting machines for 2020.
Right, and they mysteriously went down for 1 to 3 hours. We heard that in Pennsylvania too. They had some in, again, key counties. I'm not trying to allege there's any type of fraud going on. What I'm saying is we've already had voting irregularities in this election, and so if we don't have a clear winner tonight on any of the races, folks, this could end up going to the courts for a lot of races, not just the presidential, because of machine problems, because of, we've heard the stories here, the ballot harvesting, the thrown out ballots. There are going to be those allegations and proof of some voter irregularities and possible fraud. Right. So I think everybody needs to take a deep breath tonight and remember that I hear Jen going, this is going to be a long night. We may not know everything. There may be a picture there, but it may not be clear.
And building on that, broadening out this whole conversation, what are we talking about? It's President Trump has to outperform what polls say that he will. And when we were looking at the Georgia numbers, for example, last year, or in 2016, President Trump had a 4-point lead in the polls, and he ended up winning that state by a little bit over 1 to 2 points, something like that. So we are looking at what we have now, where President Trump is basically in a virtual tie. He needs to at least perform the same way as he did in 2016, if not better.
Portland Andy said hi.
Assume that if he's overperforming in Georgia,
oh, hello,
he could
Portland
overperform
Andy.
in other states as well. But if polls are accurate, we might get decisions tonight. And
when
so
did he
that's
say
really
hi?
what it's about, is how well the Trump campaign overperforms what polls have been doing.
Interesting,
he's not even live right now.
Republican, candidate would.
Or is he over at your house?
There last week
or you're at Andy's
He
house?
was in Georgia last week holding rallies.
Which shows
the state.
both
that
sides
shows
thought it was
his
vulnerable.
internal polling is saying, hey, this matters. We are vulnerable here. We need to go talk to these voters.
And I think, Alex, what you were saying about that election, the special election 17, and you were talking about 18, that showed Democrats that Georgia was vulnerable to come back their way, which, again, hasn't happened in 30-some years, but they were down there. They were hitting the grassroots, the black community, the young voters, and trying to get them out. And we could see a Georgia
Andy,
tonight,
what's up?
Let's give you guys another break.
Been so distracted trying to get these streams up and everything.
Tonight at One America News, our Chanel Rion is live at the White House for us.
Let me find
Chanel,
something to replace Greg down
what's
there.
the, I know you're not inside, so you don't know the mood, but what's the mood outside of the White House right now?
No, I totally get it. Hey, so it's getting chilly out here. The temperatures are dropping, and OAN luckily has a tent, so we have a lot of accoutrements to stay here and give you the latest updates for the next several hours, however long this will take. But outside the residence, you have stakeout.
Yeah, what happened to my
a lot of visiting press, all going ready to sit here for several hours, if not all night, to watch for whether or not the president will actually make a statement, whether he'll give a concession speech or a victory speech. We are all eagerly awaiting those results.
That's not what I wanted.
It's a very curious White House press corps out here tonight. And right now, we know that the president is sitting in the residence with his family. He is surrounded by family right now, and he's watching the results come in. And his latest tweet, he put out in all caps in classic Trump fashion. The entire country is looking great for Trump, for Team Trump. And where that's coming from, it's been echoed all across his campaign, which you'd think,
careful, make sure you watch the road too.
Natural statement coming from an optimistic campaign. But this is actually grounded in some internal polling from the Trump campaign itself. On Monday,
I can't stand that woman on the bottom left. Can't remember her name. She ran for Georgia governor.
As to why they were feeling so confident about some of the early internal polls that they were looking at. And what they're really excited about right now, what the president is excited about, what he's talking about in his confidence in that tweet, is the turnout. The internal polling on the Trump campaign side says turnout is going to be extraordinary in this election, and the numbers are already exceeding numbers that were finalized.
West Virginia is now Trump, it looks like.
So that's the root of the confidence, and one of the key
West Virginia's
statements
Trump
that they
now?
put out yesterday was that the battleground states of Florida, Wisconsin,
West
Michigan,
Virginia's
Pennsylvania,
Trump.
Nevada.
I don't know what I was
These
thinking with
states will
that.
have decisive victories in the Trump team books because the internal polling simply show that turnout is just going to be an
Abrams,
all-time
that is
high
right.
for Republican registered voters.
I'm glad she didn't win. She's something else.
All right, thank you, Chanel. Stay warm out there. Stay hydrated and fed because we're going to need you for the next several hours. All right, let's get to it. We've got some states I think that we can call. These were ones that we knew. Well, I think that, yeah, we got West Virginia. We can call West Virginia. Guys, you have the electoral map there of the whole country. Can we bring that up and show you what we know so far?
Right now, my
but
biggest
two
concern
more
is
polls just closed. Ohio, obviously.
the Biden leads right now in Florida and Georgia.
Hopefully,
Hopefully,
you pointed out, it's North Carolina.
I'll start
staying
turning.
open a few more minutes extra because they had some issues there and long lines. So we won't be seeing any numbers from North Carolina for a while.
pretty big lead so far in Georgia, but small reporting.
I think pretty much we've got
Florida.
we say Kentucky and West Virginia
pretty close
for Trump, and we've got Vermont for Biden so far. So low numbers here. Let's talk gubernatorial races. Alex, I think we got one that is getting pretty close to calling, if not there.
Yes.
Yeah, Jim Justice.
Well, it's only
having a
1%
heavy
in
right
South
now in West
Carolina,
Virginia, and
but
I think that's something that a lot of
it's
people are talking
71%
about.
lead.
For a lot of people at home, you may have not heard too much about the governor's races this election cycle. Because
But
of
in
how
Vermont, he's
high-profile
got
the
a
presidential
68%
races, how
lead.
high-profile the Senate races, but they
Trump does.
absolutely matter, and they're not very competitive either. There's maybe one in Montana that is a swing right now, but what this is important to is everybody may remember not too long ago we were talking about the census and how big that was. Over the next 10 years, congressional maps are going to be redrawn. These
let me see if I can try and fix
veto
this whole
or approval power over many
showing
of those
the
maps. So when we're
current
talking about House races,
overall
things like
counts and
that,
everything.
Democrats taking back the House in a blue wave, that could very much so be dictated by the conversations that are being had tonight, because these governors, along with the state legislatures, are going to be creating those maps as well. And we've all seen those weird, wacky gerrymandered districts. So that's really important as well to look at.
You know, I wonder how much I saw a poll this morning, guys, and I'm not a big guy on polls at all. We all learned that lesson in 2016. But it said that when they were doing some exit polling, only about 18% of the voters said that the COVID crisis actually affected which way they voted. Only 18%. And I got to think, because you were talking about gubernatorial races, that some of those states that were Democratic run, like Michigan, huge battleground one, Trump flipped it, of course we all know in 16, which had not done that in decades. Michigan had always gone blue.
There it is.
You have a governor there who kept that state and still keeping that state on
Doesn't even
lockdown.
work.
And so I wonder how
That's
much
stupid.
that will play a role as we see these folks who voted for Trump versus Biden if they had a Democratic governor who kept the lockdowns longer.
And as we're looking at
That's
this
not
map
even
too,
showing
you
that.
can see, for example, that there is a geographic
I'll
relevance
find
to
something.
where
Hold on.
Republicans do see an opening right there. And you can look at that right now, and you see why Pennsylvania and Ohio are so important, because you see Virginia right there, you see where Pennsylvania would be, and then it gets right into New York and those states, which you know that they are traditionally going to go blue every single time.
And we just call in Virginia right there, Alex, as you're speaking. So we've got Vermont and Virginia. We're calling for Vice President Biden, West Virginia and Kentucky for President Trump so far. Again, this is going to be a long night, folks. These are initial numbers, low precinct numbers reporting so far. So the count 16 to 13, the magic number, of course, 270. And there are many ways to get there, even if he doesn't pull some of those Midwest states.
I think they're just.
Will always.
I think they're
stay
just
red.
estimating just
You
based
could see,
on
again, I know
past
that Biden
polls and
camp's been
everything like
saying, well,
that.
Arizona, Georgia, the Carolinas vulnerable. Those states we always think are going to stay red. But you know what? People didn't think Michigan would go blue. And that one being a Buckeye, born and raised there.
Michigan went blue by like less than 1%, though.
To see President Trump pull that, and you remember his last stump speech there, he ended in Grand Rapids again this time, was, what do you got to lose?
Yeah.
He literally went, what do you got to lose? And he pulled that state. And again, they've been on lockdown. They've seen the auto industry come back there. And that's a big state. I mean, you're talking about 16 electoral votes right there.
In a state that, by the way, 11,000 people made the difference back in 2016.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was close.
When
I mean,
we're
the
talking
margin
about,
was-
wasn't a huge margin.
Yeah. And so the big thing about this year is, of course, turnout. A lot of the numbers that we're seeing, even exit polling, we were talking about that Republicans are generally the ones who vote in person. So a lot of people are even saying that exit polls today may be skewed a little little bit because most of them are going to be traditionally conservatives as compared to liberals who like to mail in their ballots and stuff like that. But I don't want to scare anyone either. There's also a possibility that neither candidate gets to 270 tonight. There are a couple wild scenarios where we would have a tie. That is something that I hope we don't have to talk about until we get to that point. But I mean, it's out there. And I think that when we talk about Michigan being 11,000, we talk about the possibility of a tie. This could be a very close race, and we may get results tonight. So I think that as we're looking at these results come in,
this could be a very close race.
As Dan was saying earlier, take a deep breath, but recognize that this may be very close.
Yeah. Let's talk about Minnesota, guys. That's one nobody wants to touch on. It went blue last time, but you saw both candidates spend a lot of time in Minnesota.
72% votes reported with
there, pulling some shady stuff.
Two-point lead by Biden in Florida.
Specifically, Congressman Omar. And I think folks in Minnesota.
That's not good.
And especially with the lockdown, again, COVID's going to play a big, big role. Obviously, with left
Georgia
voters,
just flipped back to Donald Trump.
They're going to stay with their left side. But you have a lot
very
of
close
folks
there
out
in Georgia.
This was data coming out before Election Day saying that in those states where the lockdowns lasted, people's livelihoods, their businesses were ruined. They want their kids back to school. They want to worship. They want back to churches. They may be a more moderate Democrat, and they are upset. And so they may be a vote for Trump.
Well,
so I had Ohio going to Trump,
most of the polls show that the coronavirus is not the top
Biden's got a
issue for most
74% lead right now in Ohio.
It's the economy. It's always the economy.
Yeah,
I'll just say that.
The 6% reporting, but that's kind of a disturbing number.
Regardless of if you care about health care, you care about racial justice, you care about abortion, whatever your issue is, if you can't work, if you can't feed your kids, if you can't pay your rent, you're not going to vote for a candidate that is going to make it continue that. You're not going to vote for a candidate that is going to say, hey, your job is going to remain gone. Your kids can't go to school, so you can't go to work. Ultimately, for President Trump in 2016, that's what it came down to for those Rust Belt states that he flipped red. Nobody thought he would win. I mean, I remember the moment he won Pennsylvania, it was like, all right, well, this is over. Because he went to those states and he said, hey, you are going to be able to feed your family. Those auto industry jobs that you lost, those oil jobs that you feel like are disappearing, you're going to be able to feed your family. And, you know, looking at this survey right here, it's the survey of voters by AP, and you can see it right there, rating what is their top issue when they went to the polls. North Carolina, the economy and jobs is right there at the top, healthcare, immigration, and you can see the breakdown by candidate, who they trust on those issues. They trust President Trump on the economy. They trust Biden on healthcare, but ultimately, President Trump is, you know, the economy, I mean, is what matters. It matters. It just matters the most.
Greta, you know, it's funny you point that out because I remember in '92, and folks out there watching, I'm sure remember this. The chief strategist for Bill Clinton, when he took out the first George Bush, George H.W., he's the one that said that phrase you just said. It's the economy, stupid. And so Democrats should have learned from that. It's always the economy.
Always the economy.
But this time they tried to play up COVID and the lockdowns and what they called President Trump's mishandling of COVID. But as I just said, that latest poll showed.
But what has COVID impacted the most? COVID has impacted the economy the most.
So back to their own words, they're going to bite him in the butt. Let's hope.
Well,
it's the economy. Stupid.
Dan, and if you look at the numbers too, I mean, Trump came within 45,000 votes in Minnesota back in 2016, and his campaign's invested a whole lot more in that state, as we've seen by all the rallies he's had there, than he did 4 years ago. So they feel pretty confident, especially the Trump allies that we've talked to on this show. They feel that they can make some inroads, whether that actually flips the state tonight or not. Was to be
but it matters down ballot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And look what's happened, too, over the past couple of months. I mean, we can't talk about Minnesota without talking about what happened in Minneapolis during the George Floyd protests. I mean, that was the catalyst of real riots that took place from the East Coast to the West Coast. And just last week, we saw in the state of Pennsylvania as well. Violent riots in Philadelphia. I mean, you can't tell me that that doesn't play a factor in some voters' minds, especially when we're talking about the rural versus urban divide
on Twitch.
What? Middle ground that really is going to determine this race.
That one girl Twitch.
Well, do you want to talk about the economy, and you have riots, and you have business owners
that are
already struggling, and then you have a riot come through, and they're looting businesses and they're stealing things, and
maybe in a bit.
If I'm a business owner and my business has been looted and it was already hurting, I'm going to vote for someone who can.
Well, and that law and order message really resonated with a lot of people as well, and that's also something that President Trump was trying to do to sort of appeal to the suburban voters. Is you know, I'm going to stand with law enforcement. You can count on me to protect you and your homes. So that might very well
just
help
show
them
that
bring out
in
those
Virginia
voters,
that Trump had the
those,
lead, but they gave it
potentially
to
swing voters,
Biden?
Democrats,
Just
moderate
like that one
Democrats
there.
in Minnesota and some of those suburbs.
Right,
Well, a
and
lot
we
was
do.
put into. Oh, do you have some new numbers there?
Yeah, we have some new survey numbers out of Ohio now.
That
same
don't
type
make
of survey
sense.
that we're just looking at from North Carolina on what the
For
top
Fox
issues
News?
are for those voters there in the Buckeye State. You can see it again. It's the economy.
I don't know. Some of them, they were...
On the economy,
There's
they
no
touched
sound,
Joe
but-
Biden on health care, and then we didn't get any results for immigration or
Look at that.
abortion.
See? So they
And then
gave that to
also,
Justice,
talking about
and he's got
what we were
a
talking about, law
7
enforcement.
point...
Look down
He's
that
down by
list.
7. Look at that.
86% say they
Well,
trust President
that's
Trump
correct, but-
on law enforcement. And then
Why'd they give Virginia to Biden
Right.
with those numbers?
It took Joseph Biden how many months of sitting by all summer long before he came up from the basement? And
Does anybody
actually
know
condemned-
that?
and it wasn't
Anybody
even
know
strong
why
language.
somebody will have a
All the violence that was
10-point
breaking out
deficit,
across
but then
this
they'll be
country,
given the
from
win?
Portland to Seattle, you name it, Washington, D.C., Chicago. It was breaking out everywhere, and he waited months and months until the polls went down.
Yeah. Well, and
then
his
he came out.
VP candidate is out here pretty much endorsing all of the violence and saying we're going to continue to raise hell, keep doing it, keep going, keep
Yeah,
going.
Senator Harris pretty much said this won't end after the election. It will continue. And there was videos posted online last night that I was viewing that just, I'm sorry, scared the heck out of me. But it shows that Antifa, BLM, a bunch of the organizations are planning something for the day after election
We
and
have
several
major
days
cities
after.
I thought they didn't exist.
boarding up windows.
That's right. Thank you for showing that.
The only thing I can
Alex,
think
that's
of
right. Antifa's not
is
real. It's
those are the
an
states
idea,
where the
not an organization.
representatives actually select
We have
the
some numbers from Ohio.
the presidential
There's no way in
election
heck
rather than
that
the
Ohio
voters.
is gonna go Joe Biden.
And if
I don't believe it.
And if it does, it's bad news because the last 14 presidential elections have
Ohio always
dictated-
picks it.
Exactly.
Ohio always picks it. So again, these are early numbers. These are the mail-in ones.
Yeah, I mean, polling shows President Trump leading in Ohio. I mean, it's close, but Ohio voters, they vote on Election Day. Only 2.2 million early votes were cast. In 2016, there were 5.6 million total votes cast in the Buckeye State. These voters, they go out, they vote in person, and they want to do that today. Interesting about Ohio, we have this widespread mail-in voting happening across the whole country. Several states have said, hey, you can turn in your mail-in ballot up to 3 days late, 9 days late, 6 days late, as long as it's postmarked by Election Day. Ohio says, nope, you cannot turn in a mail-in ballot after yesterday.
Right,
So they will not be counting, mail-in
Yeah, we'll
ballots
know Ohio
later.
tonight. And Alex, as you said, as Ohio goes, usually goes the presidency. We're
Yes.
forgetting
The
one state
surrounding
to talk
states.
about as we bring up some more numbers here to show you. And I've been saying it for months. You guys probably said you're a broken record. Shut up, Dan. Pennsylvania. We haven't talked about it all night.
I'll be right back.
Pennsylvania, to me, 20 electoral
Oh, it's the-
votes, right?
I mean, it's going to make or break this race.
It is the
potentially.
make or break. It's
Yeah.
going to come down to Pennsylvania. If Georgia flips, which I don't think will happen, he'll keep Ohio, Michigan maybe in play, Wisconsin I think he'll get.
He can afford to lose Michigan and Wisconsin if he keeps
But he's got to grab Pennsylvania.
And Florida.
Pennsylvania
And
Ohio.
Yeah, well, again, there's
I know
no
we-
way the Buckeye State is going to let me down.
I know we do have some fresh numbers from North Carolina. Their polls,
bring those
officially
up
just
if we can,
closed a
guys.
minute ago there in the Tar Heel state. But you can see very early on President Trump beating Joe Biden there. But I mean, you can see those vote totals were less than 2,000 votes counted.
Right.
Guys, I
So
don't know if we have-
this will shift. This will shift throughout the night.
This
and I
might
think
be
it'll get a lot
some
closer.
big breaking news here, just because I see some stuff online. Do we have the latest numbers on Mitch McConnell's race? It looks like he's getting pretty close, or maybe close enough to call even. I don't know if we've got that one. Let's see if we can get that up. But it looks like Mitch McConnell's going to hold on to that one. We are going to.
Anybody want a teenager?
This was expected.
There
I
we
mean,
go.
his Democratic opponent, Amy McGrath, like we've been talking about, she put up a good fight. They put in a lot of money, but ultimately, Kentucky's tried into
It's
a red state.
Yeah.
So
Again, we've got to watch. We can't. Republicans cannot lose 5. So there's one that we were a little bit worried about. Again, we got to watch Arizona.
slightly.
We got to watch
still have
Maine.
other ones.
We got to watch
yes.
Georgia.
North
Well, Georgia
Carolina,
just keeps going back and forth.
In
South
South Carolina.
Carolina's a maybe, but probably going to stay
So
red.
now that Mitch is good, there's 4 or 5 more we got to watch.
I think it's also important to remember, too, that Doug Jones is in Alabama. So, yes, they do have to protect all these races as well. But
Oh,
it
they're
also
flipping
looks
that.
like they are going to flip
They're
that
flip
seat
that
in
back.
Alabama as well. But, I mean, for Democrats, there's also many seats that they're looking to call as well. I mean,
Right.
Cory Gardner is very vulnerable.
Yes.
Susan Collins is very vulnerable. And you see
Yes.
right there, I mean, Jen, you were talking about this before. Mitch McConnell looks to be running away with this race.
Wow. Yeah.
He is 16.
They're early numbers, but at the same time, it goes to show you that
Third of precincts are
Well, I was going to say,
reporting.
now we have 32%. So now the numbers are coming up on the reporting precincts. So that's a big lead.
And this is one of the races that we can expect to see this sort of pull away for the Republican candidate. But like we've been talking about, there's plenty of other races that Democrats have their eyes on in hopes of flipping the Senate. So what we anticipate happening, like Alex mentioned, so Alabama is the only one Republicans are looking to flip. Doug Jones is the vulnerable Democrat there, so that's going to flip red for sure. We're just waiting essentially for that to happen. So that really means that Democrats need to flip 4 seats in order to flip the Senate, or 3 and the White House, depending on how that goes, because as we know, the vice president's the tiebreaker there. But it really is going to come down to states like Colorado, where Cory Gardner is vulnerable. It's going to come down to Maine, where Susan Collins is vulnerable. Iowa, even Joni Ernst. I mean, we'll get there as well. But
interesting about Iowa, though. Sorry, Alex. No. The Des Moines Register poll came out on Sunday, and the Des Moines Register poll is typically, you know, very much a bellwether for Iowa, and Joni Ernst had increased her lead there. Joni Ernst got a bit of a bump from the Amy Coney Barrett confirmation. Women in the state of Ohio, or Iowa in particular, you know, liked Amy Coney Barrett, and they liked that Joni Ernst supported her. So she's looking a little less vulnerable, but definitely one to watch tonight.
And think back to just 2018 midterms. I mean, it was right after the Justice Brett Kavanaugh hearing, and once again, Republicans were fighting for the majority in the upper chamber, and not only did they maintain that majority, but a lot of people say that it was that Supreme Court confirmation battle that allowed them to expand that. I mean, when we look at people who were unsuccessful, I mean, it was Claire McCaskill in Missouri, people who voted against Brett Kavanaugh. So I think that Mitch McConnell said it best just a couple of weeks ago, that Amy Coney Barrett is not a liability in this election.
3 things about Florida. Number 1, the farther south you go, the further north you get. Meaning, down here, in Palm Beach County, in Broward County, and in Miami-Dade County, you have a lot of retirees who started in the Northeast, more liberal, more Democratic voters. That's why you see it as blue. Joe Biden must run it up.
Everybody retires down there. All them old people from the north retire down there.
Tend to be Democrats. A lot of them tend to be from the Northeast. Number 2, President Trump must run it up northern Florida. You're in the north, but it votes like the south, Georgia and Alabama. These counties here, look at some of these counties from back in 2016. You just pull up some of the margins. Yes, not a lot of votes, but look how big the numbers are. The president must run it up again. The Trump base must turn out in smaller, rural, working-class communities. Then you have the competition in the central part of the state, and this used to be, call it a battle for independence. I would call it now a battle for the suburbs. What happens in Orlando? Do the Democrats win not only in Orlando, but in the growing suburbs? And if there's one place you want to watch on Election Day, it was key back in 2016. One of the first signs President Trump's voters were coming out, Pinellas County, the home of St. Petersburg, to the west of Tampa. Again, a suburban area here. Key for the president 4 years ago, but it was very close. Will Joe Biden perform better in the suburbs? That will be a key test in battleground Florida.
Another CNN projection that is out now. Vermont has been won by Joe Biden. So after Indiana, now projections for Vermont as well. Both the candidates, it appears, have won 1 state each. Indiana, of course, has 11 electoral votes. At the moment, Joe Biden has also opened his account with a Vermont win. Now, these, of course, are states that go to the red or the blue side, that is the Republicans or the Democrats. Not a big surprise here, but really the fight is heating up in some of the swing states, specifically Florida, which we were just pointing out. But nonetheless, at the moment, what we are seeing is that projections are coming in. And right now, at the moment, Joe Biden has won 3 electoral votes because Vermont only has 3 electoral votes. Remember, the electoral votes of each state are decided according to the population. Every 10 years, it's reviewed. At the moment, as per electoral votes, which are...
Scandal probably 20 years ago, and here we're trying to determine whether or not it's going to affect votes. But when everybody looks at that map, too, Republicans were at a disadvantage when it comes to the Senate, this upcoming race. They have to defend 23 of their seats, as compared to Democrats having to defend 12. And Republicans did have the advantage back in 2018, but that's why Democrats see this as an opportunity to not only take the White House, perhaps, but possibly the Senate as well, because we've seen with President Trump and as well as the Senate control as well, what you can do with Senate control, but if you don't have the Senate, it really handcuffs the presidency as well.
Right, no matter who wins. So
right, and it's interesting because say President Trump wins and they made the Republicans maintain control of the upper chamber, then we're sitting here in the same kind of deadlocked Congress that we've been dealing with now. The House passes a bill, the Senate blocks it. Senate passes a bill, the House blocks it. They're not working together. And so then it's, okay, do we have 4 more years of deadlock in Congress?
Do they revoke the declaration?
2 more years.
What declaration?
For election, 2 years. Do we decide that, hey, we're going to work together, or do they continue to be deadlocked?
Well, and one of the things that voters are
revoke the Biden one.
Like you mentioned, is it going to be a deadlock Congress, or is there going to be progress? The two things I should say that is really going to be the focus once we figure out who's in charge.
I'm not really sure.
Coronavirus relief.
Like I said, I don't know how 13% with Trump holding 57% of the votes.
So this is something that everyone is worried about. No matter
they can
what
call it
party
for
they're
Biden.
now. It's just a matter of making sure who's going to get it done.
The only thing I can think of is the more populated Richmond and everything like that.
He knows that there is a
they
chance
know
that they may lose the
a
Senate.
good chunk of those votes are going to come in for Biden. So
taking a very harsh stance.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Spending too much money on a coronavirus relief bill. It wasn't too long ago where a $2 trillion bill. President Trump was saying, make it $3 trillion and put my face on the check, something like that. And now we're at a time where Mitch McConnell is saying, you know what, I don't want to go above $500 billion. And I think that's preparing for a potential pivot, just in case the Democrats do take the White House as well as the Senate, where they could say, you know what, we're done with this spending. We want to go back to being fiscal hawks a little bit more. Because
and GOP voters, they care. I mean, GOP voters very much do care about the national debt. And I mean, the national debt is at an all-time record.
Yeah, right now he's
because of coronavirus and because of the stimulus that
very close in Florida.
Already. But when you look at the current economic numbers, let's just talk about
he's actually up by 8 points, almost 8 points in Georgia.
Annual growth in the third quarter. A lot of Republicans, a lot of Republican economists, I have Steve Moore on my show all the time. They say, I don't think we actually need stimulus. What we need is to let the economy reopen. Let Americans go back to work. Let them earn money, spend money in our economy. Stop pumping all this free money into the economy. The stock market really likes free money because, hey, that's free money for people to spend and do what they want. I mean, I like free money too. But,
I like free money. You guys like free money?
Hey, just let our economy work.
Right.
Let
I don't like it
go
at the
back
expense
to
of
work,
others, but
put the measures in place
I like free
to
money.
protect them from coronavirus. They really do want to protect businesses, small businesses in particular, from litigation because of coronavirus, but they want to let this economy work and function how it's supposed to instead of strapping it back down. And Joe Biden has said that he is open to looking at a possible national lockdown and those type of things.
I haven't seen that whole thing. I've seen a few episodes.
How he could enforce it, I have no idea. But
I was having a hard time kind of staying tuned in with that.
For voters, they have to look at it from the standpoint of, if my job is reopened, are we going to shut back down? Am I going to be back in the same place that I was in March when unemployment was at an all-time record?
Well, and it's two very different approaches, like you're painting. We have Joe Biden saying he wants to shut down and invest trillions of dollars to battling the pandemic, getting PPE out there. And then we have President Trump who wants to reopen the economy, like you said, and Republicans that are being a little tight with the purse strings, but at the end of the day, they're saying, let's go for some targeted stimulus.
A lot of Democrats were on the record at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic saying, hey, this is our opportunity to get all of our socialist policies in. We can start the groundwork for that through this because Americans have no choice. They can't go to work. They need the government. They need to rely on us. And I mean, you look at the bills that are being passed by the House, it's pretty indicative of what their agenda is at this point.
Well, they played that hand, but we'll see how that kind of pans out, especially in those Midwest and Southern states where folks aren't used
Florida
to
just turned red.
Control. A lot of the East and West Coast states, they're fine with it.
81%. Trump just took the lead.
So again, we're going to see how that pans out. I think we're getting closer to calling Indiana. More Ohio numbers are coming in, but before we do all of that, more battleground states will be closing here in 2-3 minutes. So before that, let's throw it over to D.C. Let our pals
South Carolina's locked for
take it away for
Trump.
a little bit, guys. How we doing there?
Hey, Dan, it's good to talk to you. We've enjoyed listening to the conversation this evening, and I think Alex Salvi was reading my mind because the first thing I was going to say tonight is I'm following Indiana 5, Alex. Indiana 5, because that has been listed as a battleground district, congressional district there in Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. Susan Brooks is retiring, so it's actually an open seat. And the Democrats have targeted that. Nominally, it's like an R+8, 7 or 8
Georgia just jumped to blue.
It should go Republican. Right now, though, it's...
This is like nail biting.
Well, the Republican
Good thing I don't have no
is
nails.
about 4%, but it's just about 30% of the precincts reporting. So we'll see. But if that should come in and give us a clue.
It's a Super Bowl of politics.
If there is a big blue wave like there was in
teams in the red zone,
where they targeted a lot
and
of
they throw an interception.
Republican districts for a flip.
The other
That
team
would be
goes
one of
down
them
and
they'd
they
want to
fumble.
flip, and it would be bad news. So if it goes Republican, as is expected, that certainly is a positive sign. We should know something about that shortly. Also, following Pinellas County in Florida. Pinellas County in Florida, which tends to be sort of a bellwether, sort of reflects the entire state and is something of a crystal ball for the state. And right now,
Trump
90%
or
of the precincts
Biden just took a big 2-point lead in
49.7%,
Georgia.
and President Trump has 49% in Pinellas
Alabama just
County.
went to Trump.
So that's something to keep track of. Also, keeping track here of Hillsborough County, which is Tampa, Florida. That should be one of those districts which breaks that county for the president. It is Republican. Talking to some sources down in Florida,
Biden's got 3 points in Georgia now.
Trump saying that people are very optimistic there, actually suggesting that they are considering reassigning some of those lawyers and sending them to Pennsylvania from Florida at this time, thinking that Florida is more or less in the bag for
Tennessee,
Trump
Oklahoma. Look at all those.
Point. Also keeping track right
Illinois
now.
went blue. I knew all those
in
ones were going
Maine.
blue.
As we all know, Maine, of course.
So none of those are really
electoral votes
those
based on
calls
congressional
really aren't
districts.
surprising yet.
And I think when we heard that announcement by the trade representative Peter Navarro on the North Lawn of the White House saying lobster is part of the trade deal, that also gave us a clue that Maine is very much in the sights of the Trump folks. One quirky thing about Maine, though, is that they have, for the first time in the history of the country, the first time in the history of Maine, they have that ranked voting for president in Maine. So there are actually five candidates on the ballot in Maine. And, of course, the voters will then go in and rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 who they choose. And it's kind of in the weeds to explain it. But essentially what happens is that they eliminate, if nobody gets more than 50% of the vote, that's when they start eliminating those who got less or the least high of the first place choices. Then they reapportion those votes from that losing candidate to the others and then retabulate everybody. So that could take a little while to do that. It's only 4 electoral votes, but you know, if you get down to an evening where things are kind of tight, that could make a difference. But Florida looks like that might not be as important as it has in the past.
Okay.
Although some people say that it's very important for the Biden campaign.
I mean, I honestly think that
my sources
Trump's going to
indicate
take
that
Florida.
actually President Trump could lose Florida and
I think
could
he'll
still
take.
be reelected.
I think he'll take
and
Georgia.
That is not true
So I think PA
that
is going to
not
be
true
the
whatsoever in
the
terms
key.
of Joe Biden.
If Trump loses Florida,
I'd also
that
just
won't
like
be
to
good.
mention that
That'll be
Florida
very
is a
bad.
dead heat right
A lot of
now
points
in
he's losing
Florida.
out
We
of
have
Florida.
the Panhandle in Florida.
29 points.
And back to you in San Diego.
Well, it actually popped
John
up
Richard,
red.
thank you
Now
so
it's
much.
leaning
So, guys,
blue.
we're just tapping, 8 o'clock here, so we had another.
So
over
with
a dozen states
16%
closed,
reporting,
2-3 big ones that
Biden's
we've
got a
been watching.
9%
That's
lead
right,
in
Pennsylvania,
Texas.
Florida, also getting some new numbers now. Indiana, I think they're up to 52, 60% reporting there. Indiana's obviously leaning towards Trump, like we thought. Florida, you heard Richard there say neck and neck. We have those latest numbers then for Florida? I don't know if we have those we can bring up. But Indiana,
Well,
definitely
talk about
looking.
South Carolina. They've called a couple more states now for President Trump. That are,
Yeah, and we have the new electoral map if we want to bring it up there, guys.
The
Let's bring
states
up
that
the
you
whole.
would you would expect to be called for President Trump. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you really quickly, but I do want to touch on what Richard was saying too about the state of Florida, because right now it looks actually like a lot of early Republican votes are showing a good sign for President Trump. We're looking at the Miami-Dade area, for example. Republicans, even when it came to early voting, they were outperforming the 2016 numbers as well.
Here we
and
go.
now, when we look at what's happening in Florida right now, 54% of precincts in, 50-49.
Look at that.
But this is good news for President Trump, even though it is this close, because we are seeing a lot of panhandle votes, but we're also seeing a lot of the votes from the more rural areas or the more urban areas as well.
This is mostly from the more rural areas because the Panhandle literally just closed.
When you're
2 minutes
16
ago.
and you're waiting on that
What's
pregnancy
really
test to
important
come
to
back.
look at for President Trump in Florida is those really urban counties. So let's talk about Miami-Dade County. President Trump is way
Austin and
outperforming
Dallas.
what he did in 2016 in Miami-Dade County. And you want to talk about about what matters to people in Miami, well, you got a lot of Cubans, you got a lot of Venezuelans there in that county in particular. And President Trump has gone to Florida and labeled Joe Biden as a socialist over and over and over again. And Joe Biden can try all he wants to distance himself from the far left, but when you go to people in Florida in particular from Cuba and Venezuela who have fled socialist leaders and communist leaders, and they say, we did not come here to have a socialist government. Here's also more updated numbers for our viewers. South Carolina, of course, has been called for President Trump. So he is the winner. Really good, though, sign for Lindsey Graham.
Yes, that's another race that we've been watching. So like I talked about earlier, and I don't know if we have the numbers for Lindsey Graham yet, but he's going for a 5th term there, and it was looking like a very close race heading into
I like Lindsey Graham, but I believe in term limits for all political positions.
I
mean, we got people like Jeff Merkley. He started out as a representative and
$200 million have gone
in the House of Representatives and moved to the regular Senate. He's been in Oregon politics for 32 years. Ron Wyden did the same thing. He's been in Oregon politics for 39 years. I don't think politicians should be able to have that. I think it should be limited. I mean, if they want to go from one position to another or whatever, that's fine. But 2-term limits on everything. That's what I think.
President Trump 55. That's without Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee.
Yeah, people like Biden that's been in for 47 years.
West Virginia, but it looks like the reason Vice President Biden had jumped ahead there is because Illinois, they are now calling.
Well, and a lot of the Northeast states have been called now too. So you see Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, of course, all going to go for Joe Biden. They all have their polls close early.
Right.
So you get you know look at that electoral college number, sure. But we're way far from the end now.
Long ways away, folks.
Long ways from the end right now.
Don't get too excited.
We're waiting to see where that blue wall goes, or the so-called blue wall that, of course, we saw President Trump flip. You know, last 2016,
rammed right through that blue wall.
So Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, we're still waiting on those, and that's going to be a huge sign once we start to get some of the results there in those states.
We should this hour, and be getting some results from Pennsylvania, and like we talked about, Pennsylvania is
and then the other thing that needs to end, the lifetime pension for politicians.
I've done a lot of those, 270 interactive maps, and it comes down to Pennsylvania every single time.
I think it should be like everything else. When you're done, you're done.
Pennsylvania might be one that we have to wait on too. Unlike Florida, which has a reputation of getting their votes in really early, they're allowed to start counting their early voting.
Like I said, this has nothing to do with red or blue or whoever.
Really competitive.
You should have term limits on every political position,
so we can get an
from
idea of where
city council member all the way up to President of the United States. You should have a 2-term limit.
As long as
if you want to move up in politics or something like that, that's fine. But that position should be 2-term limits. The congressmen and everything like that had the lifetime payments, whatever, get rid of that. You get paid while you're in the position, that's it.
It could be days if it does come down to Pennsylvania. But again, if he picks up Ohio, Indiana's leaning that way, Wisconsin and Michigan and Florida go his way. He could afford to lose it, but then he can't afford to lose Arizona. Wouldn't hurt to pick up Nevada's little 6, which Nevada's a strange, I lived in Vegas for years, and that's a strange state because you have so much influx of Californians, which, let's be real, a lot of people have been fleeing California to Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, we've heard, by thousands.
It's conservative California.
Typically are conservative.
It's too expensive.
But they are a little bit different conservative than the ones in the Midwest and the South.
Sure.
Let's be real.
But Governor Steve Sisolak has people locked down in Nevada, and people, they're not happy.
But to your point, before Sisolak,
I think a lot of it's all talk. I feel like politicians do more talk than action.
He was very well liked by Nevadans. I lived there.
We need to do this, we need to do that. And the only action you really get is
in Nevada. They're locked down there, and they have not been.
And that's why
when they're trying to take down the president or something like that.
They have been shut down for so long by Sisolak. He's been pretty much following what Newsom has done, and Washington and Oregon. He even said it months and months ago. Whatever the West Coast states do, Nevada will do. They've crushed Las Vegas, and so folks that are those more independent voters in the Silver State, in Nevada, may go right, which a lot of those voters there, I can tell you from living there all those years, a lot of people are more independent thinking. They will go this way or that way. They don't really adhere to a party as
one
much.
Ticket.
So again, I don't think it's going to come down to 6 or even 10 tonight when it comes to electoral college, but you never know. Again, if Pennsylvania is lost, if God forbid, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota don't go his way.
I would
there are
not be
other
surprised
paths, and
to
Nevada
see another,
can play a role as
if
well.
Trump wins, I would not be surprised to see
Arizona,
another
I think that we're saying
impeachment
that that's
attempt.
in flux, but it is. It is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
You know, as we're getting these results from Florida, you want to talk about
Can
the
you be
issues
impeached
that matter
twice?
to Floridians. The economy matters. It's interesting, though, because that socialism issue, like we talked about before, matters a little bit more to a state like Florida than it will matter pretty much to any other state in the U.S. And then immigration is a huge issue for voters there in Florida. I know we do have some surveys from voters there from AP. Here's a look at that. So the top issues for Florida voters, of course, the economy and jobs. They say they trust President Trump on the economy, 79% to 19%. Healthcare, they trust Biden. Healthcare matters in the state of Florida because they have a larger elderly population. It's a retirement state. People go there to retire and live in retirement homes. So you have the immigration issue is really big in Florida because of the major immigrant population there in Florida. But then you also have the elderly population.
ABC just showed
they trust President Trump on the economy. They trust President Trump on immigration.
electoral map that kind of goes along the lines of what I was thinking was going to happen. Which I hope I'm wrong, because that's not good for Trump.
When we're looking at the demographics of Florida too, I think it's interesting to note that the early numbers that we have coming in show that the reason why the president is performing very well in Florida so far is because of minority voters. I mean, we're seeing right now that it's not just those Cuban and Hispanic neighborhoods, but majority black neighborhoods as well. The counties that are coming in. And that was something that was part of Jared Kushner's plan a little bit, trying to chip away at the black vote a little bit. That's why we saw HBCU support. That's why we saw the First Step Act. That's why we really saw at every single rally him talk about black unemployment being the lowest it's ever been. It's for reasons like this, because they know how close it is going to be in Michigan, the outside Detroit vote, in Georgia, for example, the suburbs outside of Atlanta. That's the demographic.
Well, and President Trump, an interesting point to make is, you know, we want to talk about how the media has covered the 2020 election, and as we go through this presidency, President Trump, his White House has done a lot for the minority community. You mentioned the HBCUs. They just passed the Platinum Plan to, you know, provide business ownership to more
I don't know if you
Americans
guys can
across
see
the
it,
US
but
and to support them. I'll just
they
say,
have numbers for like the U.S. House
they
districts and everything for like North Carolina and everything.
to say, hey,
they've already called the
he is actually
presidential
helping the
numbers
black
for those
community. So
states.
President Trump is really strong on,
But then they say
he hits those
0%
points hard. He mentions
reporting
it all the time.
for
He talks about it when he's
those
addressing the minority
positions.
community, saying, this is what
That
I've
doesn't
done,
make any
this is what I
sense.
will continue to do. You
It's a good point.
Well, and like you mentioned, so the black voter is some voter bloc, I should say, that both have been trying to court heavily. Aside from, you know, the white voters in America, they of course make up the largest voter bloc, and then after that we have Hispanics. Black voters typically have been having a historically lower voter turnout, and so that's what's really going to make or break some of these races, like in South Carolina, for example, which I believe we have some updated numbers for. Senator Lindsey Graham is pretty much neck and neck right now with Jamie Harrison. And again, going into this race, it was pretty tight, and I feel like this is going to be the story throughout the night until we get some more numbers. But again, South Carolina is one of those that already got called for President Trump. So that could definitely continue to help Lindsey Graham. But one thing that was interesting about this race, lots of money got pumped into this race, $200 million for both candidates combined. Jamie Harrison was really trying to focus on the black vote like we've talked about, something that President Trump and Lindsey Graham sort of that trickle-down effect have been doing as well. But this is a similar story in some of the other Senate races that we've been following. We're still keeping a very close eye on, but if we can throw up that board, and just to refresh our viewers' memories, so going into tonight, Republicans had 23 seats to defend. Democrats had 12. And so the ultimate goal here for the Democrats is seeing which they can flip in order to regain that Senate majority. 53 seats were held by Republicans going into this evening, 47 Democrats. So it's really going to come down to a handful of races.
If Dems take Senate, you know they'll be doing the impeachment.
South Carolina looks like we're still very much in play, still keeping an eye on Iowa, Maine, North Carolina, those states. So really it's going to come down to these key battleground states.
And Jen, I'm glad you just brought that up, because we want to show some new numbers now for the Carolinas, both North and South, but particularly Florida as well. And interesting, it looks like Trump's jumped out to a decent lead in Florida. We'll get to that one in a second, but first South Carolina. But again, small precinct numbers reporting so far.
President Trump has been declared the winner in South Carolina based on exit polls. These numbers will flip back and forth as the precincts report. So you can see, it shows Joe Biden leading there, but we only have a total of 170,000 votes counted. But President Trump is the declared winner by AP there in the state of South Carolina.
And we have North Carolina and Florida, guys. Let's do Florida real quick if we can. I'm not sure what our graphic shows. There we go. So almost 67%. I've seen some other models online that show almost 82% are in. Even at 82% of the precincts reporting, he still has a decent lead. I believe they're showing about 51 to 48 now with 82%. So again, we've been talking about this all night. Ohio, Florida. I still think, and I get that from Greta and the rest of you guys, Pennsylvania will be the key at the end of the night. But right now, as we've said, as Ohio goes, typically goes the nation, but you got to win Florida.
Absolutely. Well, and so interesting you mentioned Pennsylvania. Florida, since 1968, every single time Florida has gone red, so have Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Ooh,
literally no exception.
very telling.
Since 1968. Every time Florida goes red, so do Pennsylvania and Michigan. Those are the states that President Trump is hammering home. He held his campaign rally, last campaign rally in Michigan last night.
And that's what we were talking about before. President Trump isn't just going to overperform in Florida, for example, if he is going to overperform. If the polls are off, they're going to be off in a lot of states. And I know that important ones to keep an eye on very early are North Carolina, Pennsylvania as well. But you're exactly right to say that if President Trump is overperforming in Florida, which he looks like he is tonight, you have to assume that that type of success is going to be replicated in states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, as we move our way westward.
Possibly Minnesota.
It's just a matter of if it's enough to overcome the obstacles that he's looking at right now. But I know that North Carolina is a big one, too.
Yeah, we got a couple more states we want to bring up, North Carolina and Ohio. Here we go, the Buckeye State. This is an interesting one. So again, as you said earlier, Alex, Buckeye residents typically love to vote at the polls. And Greta, as you said, you also have the mail-in ballots. They end. They're not allowing 2, 3, 4 extra days like Pennsylvania and other states. So we anticipated the early numbers from the mail-in ballots.
Biden's got a large number,
but Ohio residents
Kansas right now
go to the polls on election day.
Got a large lead in Texas
with a small percentage of the precincts, and I believe some of those numbers are even higher than 5%.
Huge lead in Pennsylvania,
30-some%, and actually
Ohio,
that vote is a lot
Michigan.
closer. It's about 1.3 to 1.4. So Trump is narrowing in now on Joe as they're counting up the ballots for folks who voted in person.
I think we do also have some updated numbers for North Carolina, and we'll work to get those for our viewers. But that's another state, the Tar Heel state, that President Trump and Joe Biden have both been focusing really hard on. Here are some updated numbers. You can see President Trump leading 66% to Joe Biden's 31%. Of course, we're under 1% of precincts reporting, 10,000 votes total there. But this is something that is important for President Trump. I do want to mention here something really interesting really quickly. I talk about the stock market, I talk about the economy on my show. You want to talk about futures and where the stock market is looking. The stock market closed up today, but the stock market looks to be trading, the futures look to be trading like they're expecting President Trump to win tonight. So it is telling, and we'll see. Who knows? They don't know everything, and we're
sometimes
an hour in.
Better to look at than political polls, though, for example, because those businessmen, those people on Wall Street, they don't necessarily care about politics as much. They want to know.
They care about money.
Exactly. The money talks,
like
and that's what they're looking for.
Interesting to see what the market did today, Greta, and yesterday. Explain that to us a little bit while we're waiting on the electoral map to come up, because it had taken a tank last week.
That was all about coronavirus.
That was coronavirus.
Last week was all about coronavirus.
Right before we hit the election, and typically they side with, I mean, the markets have been following Trump pretty much. Why'd they all of a sudden spike up?
Well, the markets either way will be happy kind of any way this goes tonight, at least for a little bit, because either way you're going to get some type of stimulus bill out of either side. Markets look at that as free money. They like free money. They're all about it. So if Joe Biden wins, they say, hey, that's
Trump now has a 10-point lead in
term, it's not great
Georgia.
for Wall Street, but in the short term, they like it. And then the same with President Trump. President Trump has said he is going to approve a stimulus bill. But futures are trading like they think he's going to win. Here's an updated look at the Electoral College totals. You can see more of those Northeast states being called for Joe Biden and President Trump.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to say that Florida is going to go for Trump.
It's looking like
it is, yeah.
Right now, some of the latest numbers I'm seeing, he's up almost 200,000 votes, and there's a total of about 10.2 million votes already in. And you were talking about Miami-Dade going for Trump, which I know that the Biden camp had hit that hardcore. They brought some celebs down. Kamala was down there. Did Obama make a visit to Miami, I believe?
Just yesterday.
So it was yesterday. So they've all just been pushing that Miami-Dade County, thinking they're going to pull that. And if Trump runs away with that one, it's over.
The message on
and the panhandle typically goes right. Yeah, so again, with that type of lead that I'm seeing right now, I think we're going to be putting those 29 points over in the Trump.
And it's interesting because typically we're talking about every candidate knowing exactly where they were when Florida was called. You know, I mean, you mentioned the 2000 race before. I think everybody remembers what happened there. But it's interesting now that we're looking at perhaps Florida going to President Trump, and now the next states are Georgia and North Carolina, just slowly moving northward a little bit more. Those are states that we're not typically waiting on, and states that may not necessarily have the infrastructure to count votes really quickly. So it's
Ohio usually has their stuff together.
North Carolina still only has 1% reporting.
Numbers and more precincts.
It's crazy. It's been like that for a while.
Because typically you will see that get called.
They stopped
about
reporting
the same time as Florida, or earlier than Florida.
Yeah, and in Ohio too. I mean, that is once again the transition type of bellwether. You and I were talking about this before. That if we're looking at Florida, it usually is a good indicator of how Pennsylvania goes. If we're looking at Ohio, that's a good indicator as well to look at how Wisconsin and Michigan do too. I mean, they're similar states, similar geographies, similar issues that really play into that as well. I mean, we've talked about fracking how many times over the past week. Ohio's a state that is still affected by that.
Ohio, it's not just Pennsylvania. It's not just Pennsylvania.
Right.
That's the thing. The oil industry is widespread across several states.
Crazy how many
Texas has
different
a lot of
news
fracking,
agencies are
Oklahoma
reporting
has a lot of
differently.
fracking.
NBC is
Oklahoma
reporting
obviously
44 to
has Trump
37
won,
right now.
obviously won that
Fox
handedly.
News is
But
reporting
you look at
91 to
states like
67 right
Texas,
now.
which is in play in this election cycle.
Google,
The fracking message, the
they're
oil
pretty much
message
reporting the
matters to
same
voters
thing as
there in that
OAN.
state. That message matters
85
to
to
voters in
55.
Pennsylvania, and it does matter to voters in Ohio. You don't typically think of Ohio, but their economy is reliant on the oil industry.
Yeah, I can't believe that the Lone Star State will flip blue, but I know that they've done some big numbers out of the Houston area and the Austin area, which both those
Texas
cities
just
and those
went
counties
red.
have grown over the last 4
Leaning
years
red.
and become a lot more liberal and a lot more younger college students at now voter age. So I know they've been talking about that, but I
Biden's still got a
can't
big
believe,
lead in
and especially what
Kansas
you were
and
touching on
Ohio.
there with the comments made by the Biden camp over the last couple of weeks about fracking, about oil, that the Lone Star State.
I've got OAN in the middle on the right-hand side.
You know, he's tried to backtrack off the fracking message, and he says, I'm not banning fracking. He has said he will ban it on federal land.
The right
But then
side, I
at the
got
debate,
Fox
he did
News,
say,
OAN,
I wanna
right side
completely
media.
phase out fossil fuels.
And left
But
side, I got
he didn't
NBC. I
have
had
that presented the
MSNBC,
plan
but
of how
they
he
shut off
would
their live
replace
stream
those
for
jobs
whatever.
in the oil industry
I got
with jobs in the
NBC,
renewable
CNN, and
energy
ABC
sector.
News.
If you're going to get
And
rid
in
of
the middle,
jobs,
I've been running live
tell people
streams.
how you're going to replace them. You can't just say, I'm going to get rid of your job, and oh, maybe there will be something there for you. Maybe you'll know how to do it. Maybe you won't. You need to come out with a plan if you want to
I
hold
might
on to
pull
those
the
voters
live
who you're
streams
telling,
off for now.
This is the only thing you've ever done your
Because it's
entire
not really
life. You've
showing
worked in the oil
anything.
industry your whole life, and now you might not have a job.
I might go down to
They
four
put out some preliminary numbers
things
saying
right
it would
now.
create 1 point whatever million jobs.
Matter of
They
fact,
did
I think
do
I
that
will.
along with their Green Deal I saw. But the problem is they don't talk about what you just said, the jobs they will kill. So hey,
I
if we do
will.
our Green Deal and we create all these new jobs
Put that
and we get
there.
rid of gasoline cars and we
that
change
there.
400 million buildings in our country to make them all green, we're going to create this
that
many
like
million
that.
jobs. But we're going to kill this many more million jobs.
Well,
It
and
doesn't
it's
even
the
out. They
training,
leave
too.
that.
How are you going to train people who have only ever worked
There
in
we go.
oil? What is the training they have to go through? Do they have to go to school? Do they need to learn a completely
It's a little bit
different skill
easier to
set?
see
Can
for
their
those of you that
skills
are
be
on
transferred
phones.
into those? There's all of these factors that are not being,
So
you know,
left
laid
is on the
out
left,
for
right
workers
is on the
in that
right.
industry.
And sometimes not taking a position is worse than taking a position. I mean, over the past couple of weeks leading up to this race, we were talking about how the Biden campaign wouldn't take a position on packing the courts, and they essentially allowed the Republican Party to
And then
create
see,
the what if
CNN is
narrative for them.
37 to
And
30.
same thing
We
goes
know
for
now,
fracking
though.
as
With
well.
Trump
But
leading.
Joe did say it right there towards
Hey,
the end.
Daywise, how you
Say
doing?
he would create a commission to
right.
explore the option.
Which means he's totally
Which
open
means
to
he's
it.
open to the idea.
And you've heard how many other Democrats
Well, we
point
know,
blank
like-
say,
right, like
well,
Kamala
Republicans have
supports
stacked the
it.
court with conservative judges, so why wouldn't we pack the court with more judges?
Right.
They have said it blatantly. They're going to do it if they get control of the Senate and the White House. Actually, they don't even
Right.
need the White House. If they get the Senate, they plan on pushing this
And
through.
it matters the most in the Senate.
Yes,
course,
and
that-
that's where it matters.
To be clear, too, I mean, packing the courts is different than stacking the courts. I mean,
Yes.
what Mitch McConnell and President Trump have done, that's within the constitutional limits of what they're allowed to do through the Senate's confirmation process, whereas packing the courts means that the legislative
the
branch is
Constitution.
now changing the judicial branch to fit their
Right.
political message of whatever it is at that time.
Separation
And that
of powers
opens a
is what we're
Pandora's
supposed
box.
to have.
If the Democrats do it, don't think, we all know how D.C. works with the two-party
think the
system.
Republicans will do it right
Then
back.
give it back in 4 years, watch what happens exactly. And then next thing you know, we're going to have 23
right.
members
Well, it just
of our
completely
Supreme Court.
eliminates
All right,
Supreme
we
Court.
got to call another one real
Important.
quick and put another 11 electoral college votes into the Trump spot, and that would be the Hoosier State, Indiana.
Indiana,
We knew
that was expected.
I
We
mean,
knew that.
if
That was
Pence
coming.
country
I mean,
doesn't
Pence
be
country is gonna
Trump
vote for
country,
Trump.
right? So again, Ohio right
But-
next door. I have a
Yep.
feeling we're going to call that one in Florida pretty soon for Trump. I'm throwing it
Well,
out there.
and as we're
We'll
waiting
see.
for some of those numbers, Dan, we're also keeping an eye on the Senate, like we mentioned. It's the second biggest story of the night is which party is going to walk away with control of the Senate. And I think we have some updated numbers for some of the races there. I believe McConnell's race just got called
Texas
in Kentucky.
just went
so
back
throw
blue,
those numbers
huge.
in. And again, that was a surefire win for
Biden's got a
Republicans
6-point
going
lead.
into this, and it means a lot, like we've talked about. The issue of the
We
court
got a
is
10-point lead in
huge
Kansas.
for Republicans.
Got a
and it's
12-point lead in
ultimately
Ohio.
Mitch McConnell's legacy that's going into it. I mean, he just was able to push through the third of President Trump's Supreme Court nominees. That is huge for him, especially in what he's able to do for Republicans.
Whoa.
And there's the map, like we were saying, 23 seats were in play for Republicans going
Trump's
into
leading Maine right now, 35 to 5.
And so it's really going to come down to just a few of these races. South Carolina's one of the other ones as well. We're keeping a close eye on. And Alabama too, Alex. Sorry not to cut you off, but the two races that were really, really tight here, Alabama being one of them, or not tight, I should say, a really easy pickup for Republicans going in. So right now it looks like the counties that are being counted favor Democrats. We can see Doug Jones, the incumbent, up. Tommy Tuberville is expected to unseat him going into this. He's been leading in the polls. And, you know, Doug Jones only won because of the fact that there was controversy when he first got into it, you know?
Well, and when we look at the Senate, too, as we look at Doug Jones, for example, that he might get replaced, think about what would happen if Republicans didn't have control of the upper chamber. We wouldn't be talking about President Trump being up for re-election because he might have been impeached. You know? We're not talking about the judicial appointments. We're not talking about the GOP tax bill. We're not talking about the Affordable Care Act repeal. I mean, that, for example, we were talking about Susan Collins before. She voted against that. She voted
Trump is actually leading the popular vote by
against Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh yeah, I guess it is.
Support of Trump. I mean, she is in a situation where she's all over the place. But if you're a Republican in the Senate, you are not winning your race if you don't have the backing of President Trump, a man who has roughly a 90% approval rating within the Republican Party.
Guys, can we bring up the national map again? Let's show them the electoral, because I know, yes, we got Senate races, we got gubernatorial, and even House races we do have to touch on, because who knows, if there is a red wave, you could even see, it's a far stretch, the House flip. I'm not thinking so, but let's just get back to the map right here and show you the numbers. Now, right now, our map's showing 85, 55, but we did call some new states there that aren't on the map yet, like Indiana. So here's my count right now. We've got 67 Trump, 91 Biden.
Hey, Agent, how you doing?
Go ahead and give him
Ohio agenda, I'm sorry.
and Florida, and call it 104 to 91 right now. That's where I see it. That may not be our models. That may not be the powers that be.
Florida's
Hey, MK.
Florida and Ohio, that would put him at 104 to 91 currently, but that's me stepping out of the bounds here and saying, looking at some of these projections, he's up 160,000 votes in Florida. Now, Ohio's strange. We've only got 45, 50% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, but Biden has a pretty big lead. Now, Illinois, we already called. He took that one. We knew. With Chicago, it was going to go that way.
Jussie Smollett, hardest hit right now. I thought this was MAGA country.
Busting out the Smollett. I thought Dave Chappelle said it was Juicy Smollett.
Juicy Smollett.
Whatever they're going by these days. I don't know. I haven't seen a movie with him for a little bit.
Let me just say, a bunch of the big pollsters who were totally wrong in 2016 said President Trump was not winning Florida. President Trump is winning Florida tonight.
By about 170,000 votes.
And he's not just winning Florida barely. I mean, it's a pretty good beat.
Yeah, this isn't 20,000. This is 120,000.
And like we talked about earlier, it's about him getting those bigger margins compared to 2016. And if he can pull it off again, I mean, we heard a lot of pollsters say that after 2016, they didn't know what happened and they went back and they adjusted their models. If that ends up being the case tonight as well, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with some of the other races where he's considered the underdog.
Well, it is very much, there is still very much a shy Trump voter across the U.S. I mean, Democrats have demonized Trump voters so much to say you are evil. How can you vote for him as your president?
There we go. Now, that's showing 78%. Again, I've got some models up on our laptops that are showing 88% of the precincts are in, so even 10 more percent. He's still holding that lead of like 250, 260,000 votes. With 88% in, there's no way this is going any other way. I think we can call Florida for Trump.
I just want to
hear that? They want to call Florida for Trump.
Can we do that in the back?
Everybody remembers exactly what happened with the New York Times needle last year.
This is OAN. This is probably the #1 news network, most reliable news network.
Throughout the night, we saw it go up to 100%.
They are right-leaning, but
9%, that infamous little needle. But then it's since gone up to 25%.
Much better than Fox,
so
I would say.
Currently, I mean, even the New York Times is admitting that the models that we're looking at seem to be a little bit off, and President Trump is outperforming what they were expecting.
Now, let me put this in context because, again, even though I haven't lived there for 20-some years. My home state, I love it. It's always
The
home.
phone is going
The
crazy.
precinct up at the top is not the correct reporting. There is a much higher. It's about 52, I think, or 50% reporting in Ohio. So, yes, Joe Biden does have a lead there of a couple or few 100,000 votes, but again, it's only half the vote in. And as Alex and Greta, you guys said earlier, Ohio goes to the polls. They don't mail in ballots. Even though they had a huge record number this year as well, they go to the polls. So Ohio, way too early to call, but I still think that number is going to flip. Florida, I think we can give it to him. I mean, we're at 80-some%.
Give it to him.
And he's up by
Give it to me, baby.
He's up by 232,000 votes with 88% reporting. I would say Florida and those 29 electoral votes go to President Trump, which is, again, going to get him neck and neck with Joe Biden. If Ohio then does go his way, add those other extra 18, and you'll be at 104 to 91 here in just a few minutes, I think.
And that's important to look at, but we're also keeping an eye on North Carolina as well. I mean,
North Carolina just went blue.
Not only that, but it looks like President Trump has taken a little bit more of a lead in key swing counties as well. And that was a state where a lot of people were saying if it wasn't going to be Georgia, it could be North Carolina where Democrats were able to flip it. But it looks like right now the Trump campaign does have a good hold on what they're looking at in Florida as well as North Carolina as well. So I think at this point for the Biden campaign, they're looking at those northern Midwest states, and also they might be looking past Florida, North Carolina at this point and saying, hopefully we can make something happen in Texas or Arizona because that seems to be a little bit better of the turnout numbers.
Well, you mentioned the New York Times needle, and they only have it for a couple states based on how they are counting their votes this time. I think it's 3 individual states.
Not officially, it's lenient blue right now.
The New York Times
It's
needle
only
ahead of
40%
tonight with
reporting, but
66%
Biden's got a
chance for
12-point
Biden winning.
lead.
And right now it's 56% that Trump will win.
Yeah.
So we're seeing these polls that looking like they might have been off again in 2016, or like they were in 2016.
Georgia, he's got 56%. He's got
They
a
weren't just off in
12-point
2016.
lead.
They were also off in 2018. Not as bad as 2016, but 2018.
Here's where I think the polls are even more off than 16, and I think you guys might even agree with this, and we've all probably touched about it on our talk shows here on OAN, is when Trump first ran, and we didn't know much about how he would be a president, how he would govern this nation, right? People were outspoken about being a Trump supporter. Those polls
I think,
know, way off.
yeah, CNN.
This time, because you have seen the aggression
I'll have CNN
from the
up.
extreme left, and even some of the
I'll
moderate
have,
left towards Trump
if
supporters.
MSNBC
And this, as we
goes
were
live
talking
again,
about,
I'll
it
pull
can get
them up.
nasty, this Donald Trump syndrome, right? I think more folks, if they are polled over the past few months,
Who's
year,
YT?
whatever,
TYT.
are a bit more reserved
Then
and don't
shy
want
Trump
to
voter.
say, I am a Trump supporter, I'm voting for Trump. They may even lie to a pollster and say, I'm going for Biden, or I just don't want to answer and hang up, because of what they've seen happen in states across this country where if you were supporting this president, you are attacked. Whether it
Young
be
Turks, that's who it
physically
is.
to your face, whether
I was
it be
trying to
bullying
remember who
socially
the-
online, whether they boycott your small business,
who that was over
try
on
and
the
ruin you because you wore a
left
freaking
side.
MAGA hat. And so I think more folks this time that support the president, I think his base has grown, but I think you have those moderates out there who did support him, but in the polls, they're not going to say it.
Well,
so
it's
I think the
policy.
polls are more skewed this time than 4 years ago.
There's one pollster.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
There's one pollster who has President Trump winning. It's Trafalgar Group, and I was listening to an interview with him, and he said when he calls people and he's asking them, you know, polling questions, the first thing they say is, "Are you actually a pollster? Or are you someone trying to find out who I'm voting for so you can demonize me?" So people are scared. They're scared even to say to pollsters that I'm voting for President Trump because they don't trust them.
But they're not scared when they step in that booth. And real quick, guys, just got to point this out. I know you wanted to bring up North Carolina, but Arkansas, they just closed up at 8:30, and they're giving that one to Trump. We knew that. It's only, what, 6 electoral? Okay, so 6 more. I just wanted to throw that out there. Anytime Trump's got more, let's keep
I think we got an
pumping that
updated
number up.
electoral map for our viewers so they can see those total numbers.
And Dan, to your point, while we're also looking at this electoral college map as well,
There we
conservatives,
go.
even before Trump, were less likely to participate in polls because they don't like giving up their private information. I mean, that was an issue that really pollsters were dealing with.
Left is
before
left, right is
2016
right.
As well. So
Top
it's
is
no
more
surprise
kinda
necessarily that it's still
not so much
issue. But
mainstream.
when we look at the
Bottom
map
is
right
the
now,
mainstream.
you can see that right now what the Trump campaign is doing is winning the states that it needs to win. I mean, it can't have any upsets. It can't, for example, see South Carolina go or something like that. So this is the map that I know the Trump campaign was looking to have at this point as well. And Dan, you mentioned before, we're still waiting for Ohio and Florida, which looks like it could be going to the Trump campaign, but very, very competitive races right now in Texas and Georgia. Pennsylvania, of course, is one that we're working on as well.
Ohio is the one that's really, really close because, and the reason I say that is some would go, well, wait a minute, Biden's up about, what, 300,000 votes in Ohio, but we've only got about 52% of the precincts reporting. In Florida, the latest number I have, and I don't know if our system is up to date, but they've got about about 80-some% reporting. And if you look at like Palm Beach County and what's happening there, Trump taking a commanding lead in Polk County and other ones down there. Right now, they've got him up 245,000 votes in Florida, with 88, some of the models showing 88% of precincts reporting. He's got Florida, guys. I think we put that 29 in his box.
Yeah, and of course, we're waiting for the official call on that, because Florida, for example, is very infamous at first.
Got a 14-point lead in Georgia now.
No hanging chads anymore, Alex. That was 20 years ago, all right? No hanging chads tonight.
There's something. There's something.
They're going to make another documentary called 536. Because remember, it was 537 votes that it came down to 20 years ago. Let's talk gubernatorial races.
Yeah, and I know that we have some numbers coming in as far as governor's races right now. We know that President Trump earlier tonight, for example, the states of Indiana called it, North Carolina. You can see Roy Cooper right there leading Dan Forest. This is something that many people did suspect would happen, but many people thought that perhaps having President Trump at the top of the ticket could help propel Dan Forest into a lead. This is one of the more competitive races that we're looking at tonight, but Roy Cooper is for sure the favorite in this race. But this is once again one of those races where Republicans were hoping that President Trump at the top of the ticket could help some of those down the ticket as well, whether it's a Senate race, whether it's a gubernatorial race, whether it's here's a Delaware race, for example. This is a state that we know that John Carney is going to win this race, but it's a matter of maybe Republicans can pick up a House seat down there. And also, I think it's worth noting, too, as we look at Chris Sununu in New Hampshire taking a lead, he's expected to win this seat as well. But we were talking before about what happens in a tie scenario. Say, for example, Nebraska
supposed to have a
go in
delivery
two different
today.
directions.
Two
Since
deliveries.
Nebraska
One just showed
and
up.
Maine can split their electoral votes. What would happen then is the House that makes it today, as we're looking at Jim Justice, who of course won his race, is that the House that is elected today would decide who's the president. And it's not a straight up and down vote, whereas whoever controls the House controls the president.
Where is my other
it goes
one?
by the delegates of those states as well. So if that were to be the case, President Trump would actually win, and then the Senate would pick the vice president. That's how crazy of a situation we're talking about right now. An unprecedented situation, which we haven't seen for over 150 years. And Eric Holcomb, of course, this is a big one, too, in Indiana. Jen, you and I were talking about this before. There are some swing districts in the state of Indiana that Republicans are hoping they can take advantage of. Eric Holcomb right there, they're hoping that he can, of course, control Indiana. But it wasn't too long ago, for example, where Indiana had a Democratic senator in Joe Donnelly. I mean, the state, yes, it is red, but I'm sorry, Republican, but
Delivery Thursday, even though
Joe Donnelly
said it was supposed to be here today.
Was like really a Republican.
Exactly. But it's the same thing a little bit in Ohio as well with Sherrod Brown. Yes, he's a Democrat, but it's a different type of Democrat. It's a different type of Republican.
It's that populist message that President
Joe
Trump
Manchin in West Virginia
won with. It's about putting the voter, the person over the party, and that's why President Trump has been so successful in a lot of these states like Ohio, like Pennsylvania. Obviously, we're still waiting for that. But it's that message of populism that I feel like gets overlooked oftentimes when it comes to these sort of races.
You're exactly right. And it's not just the United States. When we look around the entire world, we can look what's happened in the Brexit decision was really the first indicator of what was taking place. But there are other countries all across Europe that's happening. It's happening in Brazil as well.
16-point lead in Georgia.
Mexico's president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, he is a populist type figure. He's just that from the left. So when we talk about it in the right as well.
Yeah, I had one of my cleaning kits come in today. Most of the stuff I've ordered now should be here within the next week.
Right, and it often gets
cleaning kits,
which
sites,
I find interesting as well, because
magazines.
the president has made it his agenda to push America first, right? The American worker, American businesses, making sure that we're doing okay before other countries are doing okay. And for some reason, that's sort of
they demonize it as
to fill all those magazines.
That it's America only, and he's not saying America only, but he's saying America first, and say we take care of ourselves first. And on the jobs front, it is stop exporting jobs to China, bring jobs back to the U.S., and he has done that successfully throughout his first term. Joe Biden, if you want to talk about where they differ on policy, well, they differ really widely on tax policy and corporate tax policy in particular. Joe Biden has already said he will raise the top corporate tax rate to 28%. The only people, at home may say, okay, let the corporations pay more taxes. Let hurt them, don't hurt us. But ultimately, it does hurt the American people, because a corporation is going to say, all right, if I'm paying a 28% tax there, I'll leave. I'll go back to China. It's cheaper.
Exactly. And so they're going to ship the jobs overseas.
Companies that have come back to the U.S. may leave and go back to China because, hey, the taxes are too high. President Trump brought a lot of jobs back by lowering the corporate tax rate.
Guys, how about this? We're, 97 minutes in since the first poll started closing. We've called a lot of states. Florida still in the balance, but I've already put my 2 cents in. Ohio, way too close to call. So why don't we all take a little bit break here and get some news from our friend Patrick. Patrick?
All right, guys. Dan, thank you so much. We'll get right back to our 2020 election coverage in just a few moments.
It's Dan,
but first, some
Patrick.
headlines tonight. ISIS claims responsibility for Monday's attack in Vienna, Austria, that left at least 4
I thought
people
ISIS
dead
was
and over
destroyed.
a dozen others injured. The terrorist group claimed responsibility in a video chat earlier today. Now, the attack took place Monday night as people gathered in the bars and the restaurants hours before new COVID lockdown orders were scheduled to take effect. The alleged perpetrator was shot and killed by police after opening fire around Vienna's main synagogue area. Shortly after the shooting, ISIS's news agency posted a video of the alleged attacker pledging allegiance to the organization.
In the name of God, I pledge allegiance to the Caliph of Muslims. To listen and adhere to in the easy times and the difficult. God is great. Islamic State will remain. God willing, please be upon you.
Authorities are still searching for other possible attackers, and a suspect has been arrested. Meanwhile, President Trump is sending prayers to the innocent people affected by the terrorist attack in Austria. In a tweet shared on Monday night, the president shared his condolences with the people there in Vienna, asserting the U.S. stands against radical Islamic terrorists. Additionally, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo stated the U.S. strongly condemned the terrorist attack there, reaffirming the Trump administration's commitment to supporting first responders. A federal court blocks President Trump's restrictions on immigration. A federal judge in Illinois ruled on Monday the Department of Homeland Security's expanded regulations was an overreach of executive power. Now, this comes after the Trump administration attempted to deny green cards to immigrants, and they're reliant on food stamps and other government assistance. The president's administration hoped the new rule would ensure those coming to the country were self-sufficient. Meanwhile, the president is expected to appeal that judge's ruling. Authorities in Maryland are offering a $5,000 reward for any information that could help catch a local package bomber. Now, Carroll County Sheriff James DeWeese spoke with reporters yesterday on Monday, saying that a package exploded October 30th at a home in Manchester. This is just south of the Pennsylvania state line. The package was addressed to an unidentified 28-year-old man who is currently in stable condition at a nearby hospital with injuries to his legs and his abdomen. Now, he said he does not know why he was targeted. Authorities believe the package was hand-delivered either by the suspect or a third party.
We know through investigation that the package was not delivered by the U.S. mail or any other courier service like UPS or FedEx.
Nike is laying off more people.
Authorities say there's nothing at this time suggesting the public at large is in danger. However, they're telling the people there to be cautious when opening packages that are not expected or properly labeled. The bail for Kyle Rittenhouse is set at $2 million. A Wisconsin court commissioner set the bond on Monday during Rittenhouse's first virtual court appearance in the state. This just days
I don't know how
after
they
an
haven't
Illinois
raised that
judge
yet.
extradited the teenager to Wisconsin, where he's now being held by the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office. Rittenhouse has been charged with first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree reckless homicide in connection with the fatal shooting of the 2 people during the protest. Now, weather experts say Hurricane Ada has made a, quote, catastrophic landfall in Nicaragua. The National Hurricane Center says the eye of the storm moved ashore with devastating 140-mile-per-hour winds and rains earlier today that have already destroyed homes and caused rivers to overflow, as you see here. Now, authorities in Nicaragua, as well as neighboring Honduras, which is also feeling the effects of Hurricane Ada, have evacuated the people there.
This was sudden, and we weren't expecting it. The water levels of the river started to rise. Even though it barely rained here, it rained over there on top of the mountain. So even though it doesn't rain here, it rains up there. So the river overflows, and when you least expect it, it swells up.
A girl was killed in a mudslide caused by the storm in Honduras, while no fatalities have been reported in Nicaragua. Weather experts predict Ada could pass over Cuba and then approach South Florida as a tropical storm by the weekend. Gotcha.
Biden's got a pretty big lead in
Patrick, thank
North
you for that news
Carolina.
break. Gives us a little
6
break
points
here on the main set. Let's bring it back over here. Jen, Alex, Greta, let's get back after it. No new states to call yet. Again, they have not been willing to put Florida in the Trump column. I don't know why. I still think it's going that way. There's enough precincts in. Ohio, though, is still the one that is just way, way too close to call. Looks like Trump is holding his over 200,000 vote lead in Florida. So I don't understand why that one won't go that way. No. Do we have some new Ohio?
I don't know
numbers,
about
guys?
Ohio.
Okay.
I mean, it's
We have some data from
53%.
Ohio
He's
that
got
we can go over. That's the state
12-point lead. Biden does.
And it actually goes to my point, no matter what we're saying, because we're seeing already that there's a trend where Latino voters are not showing up for Joe Biden. Excuse me. And
it's a lot to keep. It's okay.
It's a major problem though, for their campaign. For example, in Ohio, the state that you were just talking about, Hillary Clinton had a plus 41% advantage when it comes to Latino voters. Right now, we're seeing 24. And that is something that we're also seeing in the state of Texas. That's something we're seeing in Florida, Georgia. And as you move westward, when you get to those Texas and
Biden's winning
Arizona
Texas
states
right
as well,
now.
Joe Biden is underperforming with the demographic that he was hoping would carry him to success in those states. So
yeah, they thought that the Trump policy on immigration would then put them automatically in the Biden category. Yes. But they're finding out that that's not what a lot of Latino families, you know, a lot of them are Catholics, okay? Right. So you've got, whether it be the abortion issue, a lot of them, just like when you were talking, Greta, about Florida, whether they're from Venezuela or Cuba, a lot of them migrated here, immigrated here from another country where they were way worse off, and they are happy to be Americans. They're proud to be here. And so a lot of them look to that traditional American values. And so when Democrats do this every 2, 4, 6 years, depending on the race, they think the Latin vote will automatically go to the liberal side.
It's interesting that you see the CNN numbers,
even with George W. Bush,
42 to 30,
that Latinos come
they're not
out
even
for
counting everything
Republicans because of a
right
lot
now.
of the
They got
family
Trump in the lead.
values, the abortion issue. A lot of issues really, really resonate with them on the right.
Well, and Latino voters are typically Catholics, and if you want to talk about an issue that matters to Catholic voters, abortion matters a lot to Catholic voters, and it can be the one issue that Catholic voters are voting on when they go to the polls. Here's some surveys out of Ohio, which is the most important issue facing the country today. You can see them saying that they trust President Trump to handle the economy and jobs. As you would expect, they trust Biden to handle health care. No results for immigration, no results for abortion. But then on the law enforcement issue, they trust President Trump. Climate change, as you would expect, they would say they would trust Joe Biden. The pandemic, Biden to Trump, Biden 71%, President Trump 28%. And then the racism issue, Biden wins that as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too.
And here's another survey out of Ohio. You can see this is about the veteran vote. And President Trump is very pro-military. He's given the military a raise every single year of his administration so far. Veterans that have served themselves, 61% of them say that they support President Trump. If they have a veteran
the president
in the household,
actually gives
themselves
military the raise. It's
married
Congress.
to a veteran. 60% of them say that they trust President Trump. They like President Trump. And then if they don't have a veteran in the house, or they're not a veteran themselves, they're going for Biden.
Well, and if you look at the numbers that came out not long ago, and President Trump's always touting them as he should, the VA. I'm a vet. Luckily, never had to use it. Didn't have any injuries. But there's so many of our wounded warriors out there that have to use the Veterans Affairs and Association for their medical needs. Right? They got a 91% approval rating. That's like the first time highest number. Even in the Obama administration, it was much lower after he threw the, and I forget the number, folks, $700 and some million. They threw at the VA while President Obama was in charge, but it didn't fix the problem.
The Fox has Missouri
in a crack in the dam and it's going to fix it.
Trump already, but
what
Biden's
Trump did is
winning.
He gave them the choice. That was a big thing for vets. They could go out and choose who they wanted to, get that voucher, and say, you know what, I need a doc now. I'm going to go to this doctor. I'm not waiting on the VA. Here's my voucher. Done. They cleaned up the VA hospitals, which a lot of them, like the one in Los Angeles and elsewhere, were run down. And they fired a bunch of people's butt. If you remember, Trump walked in and said, okay, we've got all these guys, almost like a union, who've been in the VA, whether they're from the custodian to the administrators, who have been doing all kinds of ridiculous things, wasting money, and he just fired them and cleaned house. And so a 91% approval rating for folks who are using the VA, that is huge for this president, and that's probably why you're seeing a lot more veterans go the Trump way. It's not always that veterans are Republicans or conservatives. I mean, I served, and half of my buddies were this way, half my buddies were that way when it comes to which way they would vote. But to see that the vets are approving of what this president has done with the VA, which has been broken for decades, that says a lot about this president.
Right, and think about where this is going to come into play. I mean, this is going to come into play in a state like
Alabama's
North Carolina
1%
that has a
reporting.
heavy military presence there. We have bases
Biden's
there.
got 54-44.
Arizona. Thank you.
You know, exactly. Arizona,
And they
Texas.
gave it to Trump.
I mean, this is going to boost President Trump, and like we've mentioned, he needs those
This
states.
really
as
makes
we're
you
starting
think.
to see the trends, like you mentioned, Florida. It looks like he has that in the bag.
How do they know?
Texas is not as purple as some people continue
Is it just
to
based
talk
on
about.
polls?
I'm not sure why they're saying that, but I think
Houston, Austin.
Or is there
well,
stuff we don't
as a
know?
whole, and here's the thing though, as I want to get to this.
Is it all fake? Is
the
everything a
reason why
hoax?
That's becoming such a talking point, not necessarily.
And the president's
presidential
already
election, because
predetermined,
let's
like
not forget, president has not
who was
won
it, the
Texas, the Democrat
Pennsylvania
president has not
Attorney
won
General
Texas in
said?
quite a while, but when it comes to the House races, that's where we saw in 2018 that blue wave. We saw some Democrats come in and flip some Republican seats, and that's again considered a battleground as far as like the control of Congress goes. But as for President Trump, you know, it's going to be a different story when it comes to that.
And
race.
I think there's something to be said about foreign policy when we're talking about the veteran issue as well, because we really didn't get the conversation at the third debate like we were supposed to, but you could argue that is President Trump's strength when you look at what he's done. I mean, bringing troops home from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, those are overwhelmingly popular
Peace
decisions.
deals in the Middle East.
Peace deals in the Middle East.
4 of them.
Even North Korea. I remember when he took office, we were having missile tests once every week or something like that.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about love letters, which sure, you may not like them, but I'll take that over nuclear missile tests.
You keep your enemies closer than your friends. That's what the president gets. He takes these big bullies in other nations like Russia, like North Korea, and yeah, you make them your buddy. Why? Because they're our enemy. You keep them closer than your friends so we can keep an eye on what they're doing. And you're so right. If you guys all remember back, it was we are going to war within weeks once the president took over North Korea.
President Trump has said that when him and Obama met, Obama told him in the transition, North Korea is your biggest threat. This is the biggest concern. You need to be concerned about it. Not so much a threat
it's
anymore.
a shame that the lamestream media the last 4 years has not covered all these accomplishments, from peace in the Middle East to dampening the tensions with North Korea and everything that he has done, because, well, they don't like him.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the map here and see where we're at number-wise. And I think we might have added a few more states since then. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi now. We hadn't said that one yet, and Alabama. So the typical red states that have been red for decades upon decades, if ever. I don't think they've even changed to blue. Those we would go for President Trump.
Yeah, they got the same numbers I have.
It's
85 to 61.
Accurate count there, guys? 61 to 85?
Yeah.
The
For
Associated
that
Press count,
showing,
yes, that is correct as of right now, but there is also the Dan Ball addendum that I think includes Florida and Ohio.
Can I get a little box in the corner?
Yeah.
I didn't say Ohio for sure. I'm being hopeful on that one. Florida, there's enough precincts reporting that we can call Florida soon, but I know the Associated Press hasn't. But Florida's going for Trump for sure, and that's going to be a big one. That boosts him up 29 electoral college.
Yeah. Well, how much pressure was on the media too leading up to tonight saying, don't call anything early?
The social media. Hello, everybody. How many did you guys get notes from viewers where they took a screen grab and said, look, Twitter,
well,
somebody's
Fox is
trying to
calling
scare us
everything
about the
early.
election because they want to do this.
CNN's the one that's calling them the least. That's shocking to me.
Calm down and be ready, because you may not know the winner of races for days.
Well, and I know something that's important to our viewers too is the idea of censorship. Tonight, Twitter is banning you if you call a race too early.
Oh, hold on, let me do
that.
Careful. Tweet about Ohio.
If you were
I've been trying to get banned for weeks and calling Jack some names, and it didn't happen. So let's go ahead and call Florida.
I want to go back to some of the Senate races. I know we're getting some results for Michigan and Kansas. So these are two other interesting ones. Michigan in particular, Republicans are doing really, really well. We can see John James. He's a strong ally of President Trump. So going into this,
veteran.
Yeah, he's a veteran. He's an Iraq War veteran. Going into this, Gary Peters, the incumbent, was expected to run away with it here. I mean, he was leading in every poll initially.
Right.
And John James there, let's go back to 2018. He ran for the first time. He lost that race, but he stuck around. And as we're seeing, he's sort of getting that Trump bump in Michigan. Right now, of course, Gary Peters might be losing that, and that would be a huge gain for Republicans, who, as we mentioned, they're trying to defend their majority right now. And one more seat also that we're keeping an eye on, Kansas. That's an open Senate seat going into tonight. Right now, it looks like the Democrat is up. I don't know if we have the board for that, but and there it is. So you can see Barbara Bollier 52% right now. But again, it's still very early on in this race.
And I apologize. Roger Marshall is the candidate against Barbara. That's just the wrong pick there. That's our friend John from Michigan. Yeah. But I remember him and I chatted back in 18, actually, when he ran his first race. I was running in California for the 36th convention.
Let's see if I can get banned from Twitter.
He did. Yeah, he had a lot better turnout than I did, but great guy. And I think I saw that one coming, where I think it's going to be a blowout for him.
And
that's Rich,
one race
the guy, the Young
Democrats
Turks
are trying
guy.
to hold that seat in a state that President Trump won. I mean, that's a big seat for Republicans. If they can flip Gary Peters' seat and then, of course, not only add that, but then add that to Doug Jones as well as Alabama. That means that Democrats now need to flip 5 seats in order to even get it tied. But, I mean, depending on who the vice president is, too, it might not be enough.
I wonder if John James's turnout right there for him will be indicative of how Michigan will go.
I mean, and it very well could. We look right up and down the ballot to see how voters are feeling about this. And going into the race, President Trump was polling below Joe Biden, neck and neck in some polls. John James is actually polling above President Trump in Michigan, so that might be sort of telling as to how voters are looking. Typically, voters don't split the ticket, so if they're voting for John James, we could see a bump for President Trump and vice versa.
James bump, if you will.
A James bump.
The Trump bump.
All right, guys, let's take another break here from the main studio, because we've got our team across the country, of course, as I said, down in Florida, in D.C. Jen Pellegrino has a special guest joining us now, and I recognize that guy. Besides asking him if I can get a pillow, I heard he might be running for office soon. Maybe? Fill us in,
That's
Jen.
right. The one and only Mike Lindell. You broke some news, and we were there up in Rochester, Minnesota the other day. You were talking with the sea of Trump supporters out there, and you said, if Minnesota goes red, I'm running for governor.
And that still holds, and it's going red tonight. And the president's going to get over 320 electoral votes. You heard it here first.
So the polls in Minnesota close in less than 10 minutes now. Tell us how you think it's going to play out.
I think they're going to win. We're going to win Minnesota. I know there was a poll that came out. There were all the fake depression polls before 3 weeks ago leading up to the election. But on Friday, I believe it was, when I was in Iowa, the poll came out where Iowa was up by 7. And then in that same poll, Minnesota was up by 2. Everything in Minnesota points to a win. We reached out over 5 million people on the ground by knocking on doors and calling. I did rallies myself. The president came there how many times? And up in northern Minnesota, even the Democratic mayors, 9 of them are flipping. And everyone up there, he saved our Iron Range in the south, all the farmers.
Yeah, Minnesota and Michigan. Trump's leading Michigan right now, too.
We have the worst decisions ever made by a governor and a mayor, which manifests into all these riots we're experiencing across our country. And we have Elon Omar, which everybody, he hates the U.S. and hates Israel. We all know that in Minnesota. We want change. We want
a lot of these don't need a change though, because they're not looking good.
And we were just talking a moment ago, Mike. You were mentioning how you were down in Georgia for the president's rally down there. You came up to D.C. after that. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen being at these rallies out in the campaign trail.
Well, let me tell you, I watched Iowa. My plane took off, and I watched people. I spoke there, and I had to leave to get to the Georgia rally before the president got to Iowa. People were walking through muddy fields 2 miles. I've never seen anything like it. Just a sea of people walking across these fields. Got down to Georgia, and there's 55,000 people. They walked even further, and it was you could go 50 yards. You couldn't even get through the crowd. And
I don't know how people like Omar get elected.
Everyone knows the urgency of this.
That's why I think there's like a brain-eating amoeba. It's like
everybody has
infected the whole country.
Texting me, Mike, what do you think? Because everyone's got just this nervous hope. It's got nervous hope. I don't know how they're explaining it, but I mean, you've never had an election where if
that woman doing the interview looks like she's zoning out. She's just sitting there nodding.
With socialism and how terrible, because you have Biden being the Trojan horse, and we all know that. It's just one layer. You open up and go, what? This is horrible, But I'm very confident, and I'm optimistic. I believe the president will get over 320 electoral votes. I think the people, you've never seen, anything like this in history for people that, that getting out just to vote from both sides of an election, to everybody get out and vote. And I think what you're going to see after the president wins, a great uniting of this country.
So much crazy stuff in this country right now. It's hard to believe.
And it's going to be everything our president did. Maybe he won't get attacked in this second term by being attacked by the fake news and everyone, And if they don't do that, and we all work together for the greater good, and it's going to be amazing because success will unify us.
We're going to be keeping an eye very closely on the results as they pour in. We're going to send it back to you.
Make sure you guys hit up SEAL Team 711 also. He's streaming right now.
Thank you so much. And Jen, we really appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in the next hour. Guys, we're going to pay the bills and take a break. But before that, some final thoughts as we close out this hour and begin our next hour of coverage. And by the way, just a quick note, that in about, 2-3 minutes, we are going to have another 14 states. The polls will be closing. But this, our producers just got in our ears and said, whoa, whoa, hold on a minute. And even some viewers. It looked like the AP and us and a lot of other news organizations were calling Virginia for Vice President Joe Biden. But now, look at these numbers. Yeah. So we might have to pull Virginia out of that win column.
You guys hear that?
Set for a little bit.
They
Alex,
might pull that.
Some bad news for me before we go to
might
break.
pull Virginia back.
Yeah, we're looking at what's happening in Ohio right
58-39 right now for Donald Trump.
Expected, so I'll give you a little bit of a leash for now. But that is what we were expecting.
There
was going to be a call tonight when it comes to Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan,
14-point lead.
It is going to be a close race either way. So we're seeing that margin really tight right now in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, he's down about 280,000 votes in Ohio, but it's only 55% reporting.
He was drinking urine? What the heck?
Reporting, and he's up 250. So again, I'll say.
Oh yeah, that one girl too on Twitch.
Ohio. Okay, Alex.
Sorry, that one girl.
We'll have to wait and see. Final thoughts for you, ladies, before we head to break and pay the bill.
I want some numbers from Pennsylvania.
We're not getting those till the end of the night.
But we're going to keep an eye on Texas. We have some updated numbers for Arizona coming up, so we'll keep an eye on that.
All right, you're watching One American News' special 2020 election coverage. We're back in 2. Don't go away.
Trump wins Tennessee. Wouldn't that be something if Virginia flipped also? Another 13 points for Trump.
Shave on the go, you need to settle for an electric. But what if you really want both? Nick Bolton here with the newest addition to our tactical line.
90% reported in Florida. Trump's got $350,000 lead. Yeah, they can call Florida now.
Or on the go.
Got a 14-point lead still in Georgia.
Sideburns and beards. And it works wet or dry for a great shave in even the harshest conditions.
North Carolina's not looking good.
Shaver is completely
He's down by 200,000 there with 75% reporting.
In fact, you could even use a tax shaver underwater and still get a great shave.
So technically, Trump could lose a couple points if he loses North Carolina but takes Virginia.
So it slips easily into any pocket.
He would lose two electoral points there.
That can easily take on even the coarsest hair. To prove it, I'm going to do something I never do. Shave. As you can see, it easily handled even my stubborn stubble. Now that's what I call military tough. So let's review. Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave. Features
if you guys like
trimmer,
Twitch, you guys want to go give that one girl a follow?
And has 3
he might show you some feet.
Heads. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
She does a really good job adjusting her camera.
Tax Shaver for the special TV price of just $29.99 with free shipping. It's the only shaver that features genuine Bell & Howell precision and quality and is backed by our 10-year warranty. But wait, call or click
that one there is the
second tax shaver.
SEAL Team 711.
That's right. You can get 2 Bell
What's the
Howell
board he's got
tax
behind him?
shavers for
I
this
just pulled him
special
up.
TV price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-915-4564 or go to taxshaver.com. That's 1-800-915-4564, or you can order online at taxshaver.com.
Yeah, I'm not a Twitch fan anymore. Not after they, whoa, they just plugged a bunch more in for Trump. And they plugged more in for Biden too.
Coverage. I'm Dan Ball. Let's get right to it now in this second hour of coverage. You have been seeing the states coming in a little bit slower than we saw 4 years ago, as expected, of course, with a lot of the ballots being counted in some states ahead of
0% counted in or reported in New York, but they give New York to Biden. What the heck?
Ballots. We have got team coverage from the south to the east to the west, and here joining me in studio, Alex.
0% reported in New Mexico, but they gave it to Biden.
First. Get kind of a breakdown of
I'm really confused with these numbers.
Electoral College. Alex?
Yeah, so Dan, we were just talking about the state of Ohio. I'm going to step away so you can see exactly what's happening right here. We can see that the typical states that you expect President Trump and Joe Biden to win taking place so far, but now the focus is on that state of Ohio. We're also looking at the state of Pennsylvania as well. That's one big one that we're waiting for results on. We should be getting some, at least preliminary results.
They don't have Nebraska up there. He's got Nebraska too. That's like
could sway that
2
direction
more points,
either
3
way.
or
that is the race
5
that we're
more
keeping
points.
an eye on right now, the Ohio presidency race. Right now, you see Joe Biden with a 54-45 lead over President Trump. But as we were saying, just look at that vote margin right there. It is very close, 300,000 votes. And we're still waiting on typical counties that would be favorable to President Trump. So that's something we're keeping an eye on as well. And then, of course, Pennsylvania. That's one that we're waiting for results on later tonight as well. We are hoping that we should get a general idea of how that state
Biden's
looks.
got a huge lead right
as I
now
was
in
just
Pennsylvania.
saying, there's also a chance that we may have to wait until Wednesday morning in order to get those mail-in and early ballots. But I know that Greta Wall is also taking a look at some of these competitive states. Greta, is this looking right?
Well, Alex, we've got a couple more key battleground states that are closing in this hour. We've got 4 big states that are closing in this hour. We're looking at Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Texas. These are big states with big numbers for President Trump or possibly for Vice President Joe Biden as they look to hold on to those electoral college votes.
I'm gonna laugh if they have
Texas
to pull
is a
back
huge
Virginia
state,
and give it
and
to
you've got Michigan and
give it to
again
Trump.
Wisconsin and Arizona. Arizona is one that Joe Biden has been focusing on throughout this campaign as he looks to possibly flip what is a longtime red state into a blue state. So those are the states that we'll be looking at this hour as we look at the results that will be coming in. And of course, Pennsylvania, keeping our eyes on Pennsylvania. As Alex had mentioned, though, they can kind of slow the counting of the mail-in ballots. They're not supposed to start counting them until tomorrow morning, and that can possibly delay results tonight. And I know Jen Franco is focusing on the Senate and the House, and we've got, you know, of course, those results coming in from those states. Jen.
That's right, Greta. Thank you. So we're keeping an eye on some of the states that are closing. Like we've mentioned, Colorado, Arizona are coming up in the next hour or two. Now, Colorado is a state that Republicans are trying to fend off a challenge from Democrats. Cory Gardner's a vulnerable Republican senator. Now, if Democrats end up flipping that seat, then Republicans are going to have to go elsewhere to hold on to that majority. Arizona, one of the big races that we're keeping a very close eye on. We have incumbent Senator Martha McSally, a Republican, trying to hold on to her seat and finish out the term of the late Senator John McCain. Of course, she's facing a pretty tough challenge there as well. Arizona tends to be a little bit more moderate, especially considering where the presidential race is heading to. So here's a look at the map and the outlook. Just to give you a broad overview, 23 seats are what Republicans are defending that they're in play right now tonight. Democrats 12. So right now, this is what we're keeping a very close eye on. But I do want to send it back to Dan now for more on what we're expecting in the presidential race, Dan.
Yeah, where you were there, I was just tracking some stuff, Jen, in Colorado, and it's not looking too good for the incumbent there in Colorado. We're going to keep tracking that Senate seat and see what happens. That could be a loss for Republicans in Colorado. While we kind of get our bearing here at the main studio to figure out exactly
Fox News is giving Virginia to Biden.
Because again, folks, I want to point this
Associated
out.
Press
Virginia
is giving it to
now
Biden.
is in play,
But CNN hasn't called it for him yet.
in the night. So again, those 13 electoral votes in Virginia are still at play. Ohio is way too close. Yama broken record. Florida is going to be Trump. So while we try to gather our thoughts there on the electoral map, let's throw it over to Chanel Rion. She is live at the White House for us tonight. Chanel.
Hey guys, hi Dan. So I have respite for you guys. I know that we're talking about states, we're talking about numbers, but I want to divert our attention real quick and remember that all of these states consist of people, individuals, and demographics. And here with me right now is Jake Turks. He is the White House correspondent for AMI Magazine, and AMI Magazine published very recently a fascinating poll in which it talks about a very forgotten demographic, because remember, the Trump administration and the Trump campaign have long spoken about the forgotten man. So, Jake, thank you so much. Talk to us about this poll. What was so interesting about what came out of this poll? Who is the forgotten man in your book?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Chanel. It is such an honor to be on the president's favorite network on election night. So I appreciate the opportunity. We recently published a national poll of Orthodox Jews around the country.
I doubt Alyssa Milano does. She's probably at home freaking out.
In the current election. What's fascinating about that is that, first of all, polls from the previous election had shown that only 54% had voted for Trump.
So in 2016, 54%.
54%. So that marks a 29% surge.
And this is a large poll that you guys conducted.
Correct. So we had 1,000 respondents from across the country. The benchmark that we were aiming for was to try to get at least 15 states should have a fair amount of representation, and we ended up getting 22 states. So we felt that
Trump's
that was
already got a 1
and
million.
also, you got to understand that there are a lot of states that don't
lead.
have very big Orthodox Jewish
1 million person lead
so
in the
that was very
overall.
representative of the country. 1,000 respondents, was about 3 weeks, and 83% said they're voting for the president. And then
83%,
correct. And we spoke to a pollster who had done some internal polling within the community, and they said that the numbers match up. There were other polls that have been done on state-by-state levels. Like, for example, Florida had a poll. The results matched very closely to the results that we got from Florida, just to give one example. And what we found out is that while people were, well, especially during the primaries, Trump was not everybody's favorite pick. 2016, he got a very slight majority. Now it's up to 83%. And this is a Orthodox Jews had historically voted overwhelmingly Democrat, but over the past couple of election cycles, we've seen a very strong
What's my guess?
towards the GOP.
You know, it's really hard to say right now. This early, as much stuff is this stuff is flip flopping. I will say that they're more informed. They know more than me as far as the counties go and like which way the individual counties swing. So like, let's take Oregon for instance. I could say Oregon and like 3/4 of the state could be voting, and Trump could have like 80% lead in Oregon. But then they could report like Multnomah County or Lane County, one or two of the 5 different blue counties in Oregon, and it would flip it just like that. And so I know that much
there's a lot of confidence that
with it
Trump
going that way.
Very close
so some of
numbers,
these where it's showing that Trump or Biden have the lead.
Will be going in his direction.
There could be counties that are still coming that we already know are going to go one way or the other.
Could be so many other communities around the
and
country
that could possibly be why they know
similar
they can call somebody
shifts,
so early,
but that are not necessarily being reported or that is just going under the radar. And even though this is a community of just a few thousand voters in New York,
Trump is pulling back in Texas. He's only down by 40,000,
and most likely not even a story that we're ever going to find out.
So yeah, this
Jake Turks,
the prize
so
for me
much.
right now
is it's a conversation
North Carolina
that is often not talked about in terms of
and Virginia.
Demographics that are forgotten. So
Virginia's still got 60% reporting to be done.
Pleasure to be here.
Back to you guys.
All right, some nice insight there, Chanel, from your guest. Appreciate it. Let's bring it back here to the main studio. Alex, Jen, and Greta, let's talk about some more states that are getting close to call and some that are just too close to call. First one up, guys, I know we want to touch on Michigan, obviously, Ohio. Georgia now, a little bit different than we were just chatting an hour ago, is favoring President Trump. But again, small percentage coming out in Georgia, where Ohio, and Alex, I hope you were wrong, it looks like 52 to 55% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, and Biden still carrying a pretty big lead there in the Buckeye State. But let's do Georgia first, because that was one of the big battleground states, which, Greta, I believe you had said we haven't seen that state flip since, was it the 80s or the 70s? It's been a long time. Yeah, and right now, he's up.
And when it comes to both of these states, Georgia and Michigan, we were talking about how important it is,
Look
for
at that
example,
huge lead in
Democrats
Michigan.
to get black
Of course, that's only
turnout in order
16%
to
reporting.
beat President
So
Trump. But what we're seeing now is complicating those numbers because President Trump is overperforming with a lot of black voters. So really, it's hard to even look at what happened in 2016 and get a clear picture of what's happening right now. But as we look at what's happening in Georgia and Michigan as well, I know it's very early, but these are at least promising signs for the Trump.
Right, and even going into it, I know we heard from Trump campaign officials, and they were projecting President Trump to perform double the amount within the black vote. So I believe he got anywhere from 8 to 10 last in 2016, and now he's supposed to double that and sort of hit that 14 to 15% mark. We'll see if it goes there, but this is a big one for Democrats.
You're wooing Texas. I hear you over there.
The BLM movement has hurt Trump.
What, 38 electoral votes in Texas? 38 electoral votes are for play here in Texas, and I mean this is a big.
And even
state.
for
it's a new purple
the blacks
state,
that,
and Democrats have
well,
really been
not
saying
even blacks,
Texas
those
is where
that
they're
don't
looking.
follow the
You see
BLM
Joe
anymore
Biden
because
leading
of
here against
what
President
they've
Trump.
seen.
There's a lot of votes,
I think
but
it's
there's
still
a
done
lot of
damage
voters
to
in
Trump.
Texas. A total of 8.9 million were cast in Texas in 2016. More than 9.7 million had already
Kind of like
been
it was
cast
rigged for
ahead of
Hillary
today in early
against
voting.
what's his name in the primaries.
After record in this election cycle, but as you can see, there are only 37% of precincts reporting, and you're going to get your earliest results from the biggest counties. Travis County, where Austin is located, Harris County, where Dallas is located.
The rural ones haven't reported, and so what you're saying.
Like I said, Attorney General PA came out and said that it's already been determined that Biden's going to win.
I mean, look at those numbers.
I mean, it's
only
really
24,000 votes.
And what I was saying before about Georgia and Michigan, where it really comes down to black voters and how they're going to vote, when it comes to Texas, It's about those Latino voters. And as of right now, we're seeing in a lot of Latino-heavy communities, they're not turning out in the same way that many people thought they would. So Texas is going to be a really close one to look for regarding the Latino vote, as Georgia, Michigan is going to be looking at the black vote. But then here we are looking at Ohio right now, and this has tightened a little bit since the last time we checked on it, Dan. But even right then, I think that sometimes you look at the percentage and it's a little bit scary, but when you look at 200,000 votes, I mean, that is really close, especially when you recognize the fact that there's only 21% of precincts reported.
Day waste.
Thank
you very much for that.
Data, because I looked online, and I know they've got about 52%, and those numbers, there we go, it's updating a little bit.
Fix this so it's not
faster.
cut off.
But Biden is still holding on to almost a 200,000 vote lead, but again, with just over half of the vote in, and as Alex said in the last hour, we know that Buckeyes like to actually go to the polls. So that will be very telling to see as those votes get counted.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
A lot of these initial numbers, like we knew would be coming, folks, and you had heard, a lot of the folks that did the mail-in were scared, maybe, possibly, of the COVID virus, and they wanted to not go to the polls. Conservatives are going to go to the polls.
And that's going to be the trend, like you said, Dan, throughout the night in a lot of these key battlegrounds that we're watching. The early voting, the early in-person voting, and the mail-in voting, that's where Democrats are going to dominate. But Republicans are counting on the in-person voter to show up and shrink that margin, and we are starting to see that in some of these battlegrounds.
And I think that as we look at the electoral map there, too, there's something weird going on in Virginia right now. And I don't know necessarily
who called Florida already? AP hasn't even called Florida yet.
Even when we look at the amount of vote that is in and the amount of mail-in voting, it's still a competitive race.
And Fox isn't even tracking AP
President Trump has in
AP.
that state right now. I mean, that is a state that people were saying was solid blue coming into this night. And as we're looking at the numbers right now, something strange is happening in the state of Virginia. I'm just going to leave it at that for right now until we have more information. But our viewers, we're keeping an eye on it.
Something
so you're
strange.
saying Virginia might be the surprise, huh?
In Virginia.
Once again, I don't even know what is happening in the state of Virginia.
It's 2020.
Yeah.
That's
We don't know what's going to happen
I think we have some new Senate numbers coming in as well, and I do want to go back to some of the races we've been following. So we are keeping a very close eye on Michigan. Colorado first, actually, guys. So here we see John Hickenlooper. He's a Democrat challenging the incumbent Cory Gardner, the Republican there. Looks like he is running away with it at this point. Not a big surprise going into this race. Gardner was trailing in the polls, and Colorado is reliably a blue state in the presidential election. So having Joe Biden at the top of the ticket is really helping John Hickenlooper, who also didn't really need the help. He's a governor there. He's a two-term governor, so he has that name ID. He has the money. All the odds were in his favor, essentially. Michigan, on the other hand, this is where things are getting interesting. We have incumbent Democrat Gary Peters facing a pretty serious challenge from Iraq War veteran John James. He's a strong ally of the president. He's a big backer of the MAGA agenda, and we can see 59% to Peters 40%. Now, this will be huge if Republicans can pick this up, because, again, let's just remind our viewers, it's going to come down to about 4 to 5 seats to see which party ends up controlling the Senate. If Michigan helps Republicans, that just means that they would only really need to fend off a fight in 3 or 4 other states from the Democrats who are trying to flip it.
Well, it looks like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say this would be huge for Republicans, because if these results that we're looking at right now come to fruition, it would be a complete wash when it comes to Hickenlooper in Colorado.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yep, very good point, Alex.
Super important for Republicans because they are assumed to be picking up a seat in Alabama as well. But, I mean, coming into this night, Democrats were hoping that perhaps it would go to a runoff in Georgia at some point in order to dictate control. But, Jen, this is a race you've been watching.
This is another race that's been very tight. John Cornyn, he's going for another term here. He's the incumbent, of course, the Republican. Facing a pretty tough challenge from Mary Hager there, but as you can see, he's still leading 51 to 47%, and that's with about 30 or so % of the precincts reporting. Now, Kansas, here we go, here's Kansas, and we still have that wrong picture, unfortunately, so excuse us for that, but that is not Roger Marshall. But again, that Kansas seat, it's looking pretty good right now as far as being competitive, but again, we haven't gotten the results from the rural parts of Kansas. No, this was an open Senate seat, so that's what we're going to be waiting for, like a lot of the other states, like you mentioned.
I'm glad you bring that up, actually, because as I was just saying, Virginia is very weird. I started to look in the numbers a little bit, and it looks like President Trump is extremely overperforming, not only in Virginia, but some other races as well, among suburban women. I mean, coming into tonight, that was the big thing.
Wait a minute. I thought the Biden camp said there's no way they'd vote for him.
Well, it looks like those...
President Trump's begging his, please like me, suburban women. Maybe
One thing that I will say as well, and we don't have the data yet, but we know from
Trump has a 300% lead, or 300,000 vote lead in
the pollsters
Florida now.
said they had corrected their models heading into 2020. Is it coming to fruition?
That's one that likely is. So I believe that one, babe.
We're already starting to see some errors pop up, and if President Trump can expand
at 91%.
Georgia,
Georgia, he's got 14% lead, 14-point lead.
Suburban areas, that's going to be
That's only 37% reported.
It seems like even Minnesota, where Republicans don't really have a chance
big one in Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Michigan, he's got a 17-point lead, but it's only 17%.
I mean, when you look at the makeup of Virginia, they are typically involved in government, working around the D.C. area. How ironic would it be if President Trump ended up winning a state that is deemed to be the swamp?
And so ironic with Virginia, going back to 2018, here's a look at the Senate seats as well, guys, while we're keeping track. So you can see Republicans, Democrats, 23 seats is what Republicans were defending, 12 for the Democrats. But going back to what we were saying, in 2018, that wave that swept through Virginia, that gave Democrats a lot of confidence.
Fox News was reporting that the Dems are going to keep the House.
Legislature level, they did well in the House. And if President Trump can do what he's doing right now, continue to do that throughout the night, I mean, this might be one of the bigger upsets that nobody was expecting there in that state.
Greta, and I see you over there really tentatively looking at your computer. I'm thinking we might have some House races. We haven't even touched on those barely because...
actually, I was just reading
Were you just
about
doing
the House.
that? I figured she was doing that. We've been all about, obviously, the presidential race and keeping a very close eye on if the Senate were to get flipped.
Yeah.
It's a lot of seats you need. Give me the number. How many would we need to flip it red? I mean, it's 20-some. It's a lot of seats.
It's at least 20. It's probably it's more than 20.
Jen would know more than me.
Yeah, it's not probably going to happen, but
no,
if we see any crazy movement with any of the...
that Democrats are going to maintain control of the House and possibly, pretty possibly expand their majority actually.
Well, they're supposed to. They are projected to expand between 10 to 15 seats, and again, that's going to happen in some of these swingy districts. You know, like in Florida, like in Michigan. But again, Republicans are hopeful in what they're doing. Their strategy.
Biden's holding an 8-point lead in Kansas right now.
At those 30 counties that President Trump won back in 2016,
14 or 24-point lead in Missouri.
Those districts that have. Or take some of those districts, I should say, that have Democrat incumbents, but President Trump won handedly in 2016, and that's the Republican strategy, hoping to at least prevent Democrats from flipping a lot of those seats. But again, they are expected to expand that majority.
And what we were just talking about in Virginia, when it comes to suburban women,
nobody will look at Texas again.
That also dictates the House races as well. I mean,
the
suburban women were the demographic
Biden wins
that
Texas,
flipped the House back in 2018.
Texas is going to lose all of its.
And we know what they did with it. I mean, look at the investigations that took place since then. The impeachment saga,
all of its cool
course, was
points
already from back then. So if Republicans are more competitive among college-educated and especially suburban women, that could really dig into the gains that Democrats are hoping to make this time around. And we know how powerful it could be to have the House, the same way of how powerful it is to hold on to the Senate for Republicans.
Totally.
Yeah, and there's some numbers from the House guys. You can expand on this.
Well, and just going into it again, Dan, like we were saying, going into the House, the Democrats had the House majority going into this handedly, and they would need about 20, or Republicans, I should say, would need about 20 seats or so to flip that. It's looking unlikely, but again, they could make some inroads in some of these swingy areas where President Trump was successful in 2016 and appears to be doing okay right now. So that's what we're keeping an eye on as well.
And now I will say this too. I remember back in the 2018 midterms is that Fox News did call the House very, very early, but what ended up happening is that they were a little bit off on some of the predictions, and I know that this year, for example, we're already seeing some polling numbers be off. So, yes, we know that they are looking at their models, the exit polls and stuff like this, but as we were saying coming from today, those exit models are not necessarily a good indicator because today we are expecting a majority
I'll put some little tiny pictures up there
in person. And that is when you, of course, take your exit poll numbers. You don't do the same thing when you cast a mail-in ballot. So, yes, I know that Democrats are expected to hold the House tonight, but it's going to be a determination of how much they do so.
Yeah. Well, and again, even with exit polling, how truthful are people? There are a lot of proud Trump supporters out there. But again, I think there's a lot of those folks out there that know he's the best one to lead our country forward, but maybe actually don't like the president. And so if they get exit polled as they walk out, they may go, I'm not telling you, or Biden, or whatever.
People in Portland.
Because again, out of fear to say, I'm a Trump supporter. So to your point, Alex, exit polls can be way off, just like the pre-polls before this election.
Right.
Jen, you want to touch some more on some of those Senate or House races?
Yeah, so I mean, we're still continuing to get some of those numbers, but I mean, we saw Texas, Michigan. We're still waiting on Iowa, Pennsylvania, of course. Well, Pennsylvania doesn't have any Senate seats in play this cycle, but what we are seeing is there's a game happening right now where we're seeing who's going to be picking up and dropping, because of course when it comes to the majority in the Senate, as we've talked about, no matter who wins as president, it's going to determine how effective that president is at pushing through their agenda. So like we saw right now in this cycle, in this Congress, it was divided Congress. So they had a hard time, even right now, the times we live in coronavirus stimulus, they had a hard time passing anything. They were putting it off pretty much until this election gets called. And so that's definitely one of the top issues for voters. Not the only one, though, but Greta can talk a little bit more about what some of the other issues are.
I've been tracking what these top issues are in these battleground states. And as we've talked about, of course, the economy kind of rules everywhere. The economy rules coronavirus. It's more important than coronavirus, but they're linked together because coronavirus has impacted the economy so much. And this is a survey by AP of voters who have already cast their ballot, including voters who cast their ballot by mail and early. And as you can see, 82% of voters in Arizona say they trust President Trump on the economy. 63% trust Biden on health care. 84% say they trust President Trump on immigration. And you want to talk about a state where immigration is important. Arizona is that state. It's a border state, and they sit right along the the border with Mexico. Yeah. We do also have some more results from Michigan. 82% saying they trust President Trump on the economy. 68% saying they trust Biden on health care. And you get further down into the abortion issue, and this matters in that state. They trust President Trump overwhelmingly on abortion, and then law enforcement as well. And then Texas, this is that key battleground state that's a new battleground state, and another state where immigration does really matter to these voters, another border state. The economy and jobs, of course, President Trump again winning there, health care, Biden, but then you can see that immigration issue. 78% of voters in Texas trust President Trump on immigration compared to 22% for Biden. And that is a very important issue to the Lone Star State, another state that sits there on the border and is heavily impacted by illegal immigration from Mexico.
All right, guys, let's check in with our friends Richard Bullock and John Hines.
It's going to be a long night.
Because it looks like we may have
You don't like spending long nights with me, Kelly?
Here, guys, that it looks like the Democrats will maintain control and possibly, 4 to 5 seats? So they're going to expand their power in the House of Representatives. John, Richard, fill us in.
Hey, Dan, good to hear from you. Yes. You know, you guys earlier touched on Virginia, and there's been some confusion about who has won that state. But what's really interesting is take a look for a minute at Virginia 2. That is in the Virginia Tidewater.
I'll get you going,
That's
all right.
Virginia Beach and the environs around there. It includes Oceana, which is, of course, an Air Force base, Naval Air Force base, I guess. Scott Taylor, the Republican, is leading. This would be a pickup. By the way, this is one of the Trump 31. He won in 2016. We lost it, or rather the Republicans lost it in 2018. It's one of the reasons the Democrats picked up the House in 2018 is because of the loss of Virginia 2. In the Tidewater area of Virginia, Scott Taylor he is running to get re-elected to his old seat. Elaine Lurie is the Democrat there. He is ahead, 81% of the vote. He has 59.3% to 37.7. Pop up to Virginia 7. That is the area just north of Richmond. It includes some urban areas of Washington, D.C., Spotsylvania County, Culpeper, that area. This is a seat that was flipped by the Democrats in 2018. Once again, it was one of those Trump 31. President Trump won it handily in 2016. It is historically a Republican seat, by the way, and our friend Dave Bratt had that. He lost it to Abigail Spanberger. And she went, of course, to the House saying she was going to be independent. She, of course, voted with the Democrats. Now, with 97.4% of the vote reporting, Nick Freitas, the Republican, has 60.8% of the vote. Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent Democrat there, has 39.2% of the vote.
That's a very big upset for Northern Virginia, but I also would mind to mention that Nancy Pelosi is a very polarizing figure. She is an unpopular figure. People talk about the president being in the high 40s. Well, Nancy Pelosi polls around the mid-20s in terms of popularity. And then, of course, there's the stimulus and Nancy Pelosi failing to go and cooperate with the administration pertaining to that. And I think that there's a backlash against a lot of House Democrats and incumbents. I think the House will still remain Democratic, but if, in fact, there is a move in which moderate Democrats are prevailing and Republicans begin to eat into that majority, I think it's possible that this could be some sort of a bulwark against the so-called squad, you know, Ilhan Omar and AOC, etc. Because the House
just
itself
in, Trump wins
is,
West
I
Virginia.
think, under Nancy Pelosi's leadership, extremely unpopular, and
Trump
I think
wins
that
Tennessee.
weight is going to be carried by the Democrats in the House, even though
Oklahoma.
they will prevail. And the question then is, does this give additional
What about Florida?
influence to
Georgia,
moderate Democrats
Texas.
in the House? We'll have to go and see. I might also mention about Michigan. Michigan is trending toward the president in very substantial ways, just outside of Detroit. Which should be
Huge lead right now, Michigan.
For the Democrats. The president is leading in almost all of the counties surrounding Detroit. I think also there was something that the president talked about, energy and the Democrats. Well, 159,000 jobs are dependent upon energy in Michigan. And I think that Michigan can turn to the president. I think that he will prevail there. And I also think that we do have problems in Georgia. Apparently in Fulton County, some of those mail-in ballots are not being counted. We may not hear until the morning. But I will say that in general, Georgia is looking very good for the president at this point. I don't understand why anyone has really called Florida for the president at this point. I mean, it just seems to be very patently clear that this is going to be a big win for the president. And finally, I want to echo what they were saying in San Diego, and that is the issue of Virginia. I think that Virginia may be a mistake for the major media, including Fox News, I might add. And I think that that is something that could be the very big surprise for the night. So I see the president on a pathway to re-election. If you add Georgia, if you add Michigan, if you add Florida, I think it's going to be a very, very difficult question for Joe Biden to prevail tonight.
So Virginia seems to be a surprise, potentially also Virginia 10, which is, that's a Democrat-leaning seat nominally. The Republican is ahead, and the voting percentage now in is fairly high. Also a couple seats down in South Florida where the Republican is hanging in there, including against Donna Shalala, excuse me. She's behind with 91% of the precincts reporting. She's behind with 48% of the vote. That's a surprise down in South Florida.
So
Shalala being so far behind in that seat.
And John,
behind the enemy lines, the streamer that was out last night.
Community in South Florida apparently are
his YouTube account was at like 200.
Done in the Middle East.
He was streaming on Twitch, but his YouTube account was like at 200, 200 something.
I think that is a
he is now at 1.23 thousand, so 1,200. So he's gained over 1,000 subs overnight after getting banned from Twitch.
Is not quite there yet, so I'm sure you're paying attention to that one.
Back to you.
Looks like he's streaming from home
thank you. We
tonight.
are paying attention to those. John and Richard, we'll check back in with you here in just a few minutes. I want to get the team's take, though, on a couple states, Maine, Florida, and North Carolina. They are in flux, all except for Florida.
Yeah, he had a big boost, so
but let's start with
he has that
I know we want to check on the
opportunity,
up there.
Yeah, so here
goes
are
back
the
out.
numbers for the main
He can
presidential
stream
race.
from
You
his,
can see President Trump
should be able to
actually
stream
is in
from
the
his
lead,
YouTube
53
now.
to 44, which is kind of surprising.
YouTube's
a good
banning
sign
him
for President
too?
Trump, considering the fact that Hillary Clinton won
For
the
what?
state back in 2016. So this might actually be boding a little bit well for Susan Collins, if we want to throw up that number. Alex, did you want to jump in and say something?
And when it comes to Maine as well, they can split their delegates. There are different districts right there, so it's very possible, for example, that President Trump could walk away with one electoral vote from Maine, whereas Joe Biden takes the remainder. Something of that nature. The same thing is happening in Nebraska as well. So those are two states. We talked about that dreaded tie situation.
Right.
So Hopefully that doesn't end up happening.
Didn't that happen in 16? Didn't Maine go 3-1?
I believe it did.
Yes.
Split in 16.
Trump did win one. Nebraska, overall tonight, that has been called for him for all.
Yeah, Nebraska's been called for him. Oklahoma, Arkansas, I believe Kansas, Mississippi, Louisiana. I don't know if we showed that one.
My day will come too where I get banned.
That we haven't even talked about. Yes, they've gone red. So let's move on with some other Senate races.
And here's that Maine Senate race that we've been keeping an eye on as well. Susan Collins going into this was considered a vulnerable Republican, so she's doing pretty well for herself right now, 59% to Sarah Gideon. She's the Speaker of the House there in Maine, 35%. So this was interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, Susan Collins
is a fake Republican.
did not vote to confirm Justice Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. That really turned off a lot of Republican voters. But as we know, she prides herself in being a moderate, so she's
and that's Maine voters.
Line. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
she played that card.
She chose that line. Well. Something else that's interesting, though, we talked about this earlier. So Maine has this funky voting system. Ranked choice voting, and essentially what that does is each candidate gets to 50% of the vote. Otherwise, they get the second choice gets bumped up in there. There's a third-party candidate that was potentially going to spoil it for Collins. Doesn't look like it's happening like that right now. But here's Florida president, another very, very tight race that we've been talking about throughout the evening tonight. We can see President Trump 51%, Joe Biden 48%.
Look at the votes, though. Almost 380,000 votes at 94%. I'm not sure why the AP or nobody else is putting Florida in the Trump bracket.
Huge.
Yeah,
right.
That is over. He has got Florida. Those 29 should be going to President Trump any second. I mean, you've got 94% of the precincts reporting.
It must be a testament to the idea of how many votes they are getting. Because, for example, I know Florida is very well known for counting their votes early when it comes to mail-in voting, when it comes to the people still waiting in lines as well. In fact, that is what I'm willing to bet, that maybe perhaps there were long lines in Florida and they're not totally getting all of the results just yet, maybe giving more people more time to get there.
And better remind us the Panhandle closed later, too. So they had to count those later.
There was the same situation in North Carolina.
Well, and if you're in line before the polls close, you're allowed to
Texas just went back red again.
And cast your vote, even if the polls haven't been closed yet.
That is way too close in Texas.
We talk about North Carolina. I want to talk about this race. Madison Cawthorn is now.
Like they're talking about Florida right now. They should be talking about Texas with how close it is.
He just turned 25, right?
He just turned 25, yes. And what's interesting about this race, so he's picking up that seat over from Mark Meadows, who, as we know, is now Chief of Staff for President Trump. Yep. So what's interesting about this district, though, is it was reliably red for a long, long time, and then it got redistricted. And a lot of people were going to worried about the fact that now, after the redistricting happened, it included a big Democrat stronghold. But as we can see, Madison Cawthorn still running away with 54% of the vote to 43.
Yeah.
He's the winner.
And I believe Mo Davis was a decorated Army vet.
He was.
And they thought that would pull a lot of those votes there. Madison pulled it out.
Yeah. He did.
And that is one of those states, too. We were talking about redistricting. I mean, we see what that is doing now for Madison Cawthorn. And we know that, for example, the Democratic governor did win his re-election there as well. So, I mean, when we talk about competitive House races, we have to look
call
at these
Georgia
other
and Florida
as well,
for
because Madison
Trump
Cawthorn,
to bump that number up.
Maybe doesn't win that race just a couple of years ago.
No, and it's interesting because North Carolina, as we know, it's still very much in flux as far as the presidential race goes. So it's a positive sign, if anything, for President Trump as we start to get the results from a lot of these.
Vote lead against Biden.
Yes, thank you, Greta. So, and I don't know if we have any updated numbers for that, but that's another Senate race we've been following very, very closely.
Yeah, real quick, guys. They're in my ear saying we got to show Florida again because the numbers just keep getting updated. We're at 94%. Are we putting that in the Trump column yet, guys? Or are we keeping it just dangling out there so Alex can make fun of me?
Yeah.
So every second I keep going, he's got Florida. Yeah. Put it in the column. Put it in Trump column.
We're at 94.95, so 95%. We'll just get to 100.
I was going to say, with 5% more, though, with that kind of lead, you're talking about 300,000 votes.
Yeah. I'm trying to save you your infamous CNN Wolf Blitzer moment where you have to all of a sudden
backtrack and be
like, by the way, we are going to have to call back Florida. Right
Yeah, like I said, Texas, they're going to lose their credibility.
Thank you,
If
Virginia, yes, we put it in the blue early like everybody
if they
else.
go blue,
I think in the country,
nobody's going to like Texas anymore.
Called Virginia at the beginning of the night, but it is in.
Everybody's going to make fun of Texas.
And North Carolina is still too close to call.
Fairfax County in Virginia has not reported their votes yet, and it is heavily Democrat.
Yes,
but if we can get updated numbers to look at it, it's not that President Trump is just barely leading Joe Biden in Virginia. I mean, he's up.
It's a big
lead. Lot, and it's very
I don't know what's
weird
with
to
the
look
microphone.
at. And
It really
it's
picks
even
up that
not just
crinkling.
in rural parts of Virginia, but in northern parts of Virginia and in urban parts of Virginia, President Trump is leading. And as we've talked about the proximity to D.C., Virginia will typically go blue. I mean, it's a safe blue state, and that's why everyone called it so early for Joe Biden. But as we look at more results coming in hour by hour, President Trump is holding a lead there in that state, and it's really surprising.
It is interesting, and you have to wonder what is really prompting at least a closer race. And I don't know, maybe it is not too long ago when Washington, D.C. and
Well, am I dressed like Tifa?
we're seeing riots taking place in their neighborhoods.
I don't think
Because we did hear
Tifa would be
that
wearing
there was
a
an exodus from the Washington,
Army
D.C.
Strong
area
shirt. No.
out into Virginia.
Definitely don't
the only
think Tifa would be
presumable
wearing
state They
that.
would be moving to if they worked there, but maybe that is coming to fruition. I know a lot of people have been talking about
Well,
that
you
for a
dress
little
like
bit, but
Tifa.
when you look at the numbers right there with
90%.
90% reporting, I mean, it's within just a couple 100,000 votes right there, but nonetheless, this is not supposed to be a state that President Trump
I
is
think
even
Virginia's
competitive.
going red.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just 50,000
should go
votes;
red.
it's 300,000 votes. That matters.
That matters.
Yeah, just grabbing some quick numbers, guys. Virginia, out of 56 elections that state's been involved in for president, get this: Democrat 29 times, Republican only 16.
Right.
So that's very telling. How about that?
As I said,
almost double.
240E.
Something is weird.
We all been talking about Pennsylvania is going to be the big one of the night.
What are you doing? Watch it on your flip phone?
Nobody's talking Pennsylvania yet because it is so back and forth. But now we've got to add Virginia in and Ohio.
I know.
Yeah.
Hate to say
CNN's
that, but
going
now we've
crazy
got
with all the
3 states that
graphics.
are in flux. Looks like Michigan could go Trump's way. Still don't know about Wisconsin, Minnesota. Too close to call. New Mexico just called a little bit ago for Biden. We kind of knew that, I think. Nevada,
North Carolina's
up
kind
for
of all over the
grabs.
place.
Yeah, we know which way Utah will go, and then Arizona.
They've already
at the end of
called
the
it.
night. That is going to be a big one. And I got to say, I wonder if that Senate race is playing into that, because typically Arizona has always been a conservative state.
Get my
John McCain country was for years, right? The Senate seats, the House seats, almost every
I'm getting
seat
those.
there,
I'm
their local
snagging up those
races,
votes.
Their governor, everything had been red. That just started to shift over the last 6 years. Again, I feel this is a lot of influx from Californians. And to your point earlier, Greta, you said that most of the Californians exiting to the tune of, what, 15,000 a week, I've heard?
Streamer cash,
are
what's
going
that?
to Texas, Arizona, Nevada. Most of them, yes, are Republicans, but not all. There are a lot of Democrats fleeing to those states, and that's what's turning those 3 traditional states of always being red into purple states.
Totally.
And I think when it comes to the Arizona Senate race as well, I mean, Mark Kelly is a good candidate. He's a good Democratic candidate, and he's really ran as a moderate. Even Kyrsten Sinema, I know that she has a higher approval rating than people think in that state because she has taken more moderate positions. But when you look at Mark Kelly as well and who he's going up against, Martha McSally.
This is not only a political channel, it's an educational channel too, Joe.
She has been a star.
Trying to teach you.
A star for the Republican Party.
She has it. Well, and a couple things to that just before we move on. So here we have Martha McSally, who she lost her race against Kyrsten Sinema in 2018. If we
Don't look at it
recall,
as me
she was put
funneling
into the
Florida.
Senate seat that she has
Look
right
at
now to
me
finish out
funneling
John
Kelly's
McCain's,
underside.
the rest of his Senate seat through 2023. What's happening with her is, like we've talked about, Arizona tends to be more of a moderate state, and she's sort of stuck in this awkward position where she hasn't really cozied up to the MAGA agenda. She distanced herself from President Trump pretty recently, actually, and she hasn't really been performing well in the polls. So it sort of puts her in a very vulnerable spot. And like Alex mentioned, Mark Kelly is doing really, really well in Arizona, and he's seen as more of a moderate Democrat, even though Republicans have been trying to paint him as more of a leftist. That's just not the case. So it's a formidable fight happening in Arizona.
Right.
Whether Martha McSally can hold on to this seat, it's going to be a tight race there.
I will disagree with you on one point. I think in the last couple of weeks, the only thing that hurts Kelly in that race is you had some videos come out from some undercover investigative journalists, and you had some old interviews pop up on Kelly on gun control. And Arizonans like their guns. And so if that is a key factor for some of those voters in the rural areas, and even in some of the bigger areas like around Phoenix, that could hurt him, I think. But you're right. McSally's just never become that star of the party. She's not outspoken. She didn't jump onto the Trump train because I got to feel that some of those Republicans and moderates moving out of California, they are not, a lot of them, not the true diehard Trumpers, right? They are more of those purple, or like some diehard Republicans, I'd call them rhinos, okay? And they're going to states like Arizona, and you're seeing that tonight with the outcome.
And when it comes to Mark Kelly, too, and the issue of gun control, I mean, he's married to former Representative Gabrielle Gifford, so you know that that's an issue that he is taking a very anti-Second Amendment stance just because she's a gun rights advocate.
She was shot. We obviously,
yes.
you don't want to demean that fact. Obviously, the man has skin in the game because something happened to his wife. That's horrific. So you're going to stand up for it. But in the same respects, you've got people out there that were parents and whatnot involved in other mass shootings who've come out on the side of Trump and not for gun control. So it really goes back to kind of your core beliefs and what you believe in. But I think Arizona is going to be another one to watch. It's not a big number. It's 11, right? Electoral votes. But yeah, tonight as we're watching these numbers count up, and it looks like we're getting ready to give another one to Trump, they're neck and neck. So you're right. Every electoral vote.
Well, and when you talk about these states that are turning purple, and you want to talk about the issues that matter to those voters in those states, in Arizona and Texas, every poll I have read, it is still the economy, and the economy is the top issue for those voters. And then the coronavirus directly impacts that. And Governor Doug Ducey in Texas, or in Arizona rather, has Arizona pretty much totally open and letting Arizonans work and letting that economy work. We do have a survey on Arizona voters and how they feel about the economy and who can handle the economy better. As you can see here, Arizona voters on the economy, 89% say President Trump. 89% of voters who say they feel the economy is excellent support President Trump. 77% of those who feel the economy is good support President Trump. And then if you get to the negative side, which you would expect, if they're saying the economy is not so good, they support Biden. And then if they believe the economy is poor, they also support Biden. So those voters who feel the economy is good and probably in Arizona are liking their governor and what he has done for them in opening it up, they're supporting President Trump pretty handedly. And I think we also do have the same type of survey for voters in Texas, at another state where it is open, totally open, and letting those workers go to work and letting that economy work. Same thing you can see here. Voters who say the economy is in excellent condition, 86% of them support President Trump. The economy is in good condition, 79% support President Trump. And then it flips, of course, opposite if they believe the economy is not doing good or is doing poorly. And that is what you would expect looking at the electorate in these states. You know, GOP voters overwhelmingly do believe President Trump has done a really good job on the economy. He has a great approval rating, over 90% approval rating within the Republican Party, and specifically on the economy, a really, really high approval rating in what he's done in his first term, you know, pre-coronavirus and pre this kind of pandemic-induced recession.
And looking at those numbers that we were just talking about, too, you have to assume that voters in Texas heard those comments by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when it comes to fracking and fossil fuels as well. I mean, it's not just Pennsylvania, it's not just Ohio, it's those other races as well, which are super important.
Well, in some of those other races, I do want to circle back to some of the Senate races we've been tracking. So we've been getting some updated numbers, and we can just cycle through some of these, the boards that have the updated numbers. We've been keeping track of Michigan, Colorado, Maine. Here's Georgia's Senate race. We can see Senator David Perdue.
Gave him some more. Hold on, let me move out.
57% against
129 to 100.
who has a 41%. John Ossoff now again going into the race.
What did they give him? That was
very
more
tight
points.
Race. There was
even Missouri.
some chatter about
they
this
gave him
potentially
Kansas.
going into a runoff election, but right now it looks like Perdue might be headed for that second term. Of course, we only have about 33% of precincts reporting. But again, with President Trump at the top of the ticket, this is huge for both of them. And it just means it's another seat for the Senate Republicans to hold on to. We know that right now, the Democrats are trying to flip control of the upper chamber. And here's the other big race that's happening in Georgia right now. Now, this is the very interesting one. Senator Kelly Loeffler, 29%. Doug Collins, the other Republican splitting that vote with her, 24%. The Democrat in the race, 28%. Now, the way that this race, this special election is going, if neither of these candidates hits that 50% threshold, this is going to go to a January runoff, which right
wake up
now
in the middle
looks
of the
like
night.
that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I would say it is. That vote is so split.
They won't call Florida, but they called everything else
out of it. You got to think you'd be taking 500,000 votes there from Collins and throwing them over to Loeffler, and she'd be way ahead and have that 50%. So obviously the party needed to do a little bit more chatting there in Georgia. But back to that one you showed a minute ago with Ossoff.
They didn't call South Carolina either.
I found it telling that thanks to our friends over at Project Veritas, investigative journalist, which John Ossoff says he is or was, right? They exposed some of his folks within his campaign, saying directly, oh, he's a big time liberal way to the left, but he's playing a lot more moderate to convince Georgia voters to vote for him. And I wonder if that played into who they voted for down there in that race.
And we'll be finding out. Another thing, we're also keeping an eye. I want to go back to the North Carolina Senate race as well, Dan, because that's another big one. Right now we can see it is neck and neck. It is right down the middle. Cal Cunningham, 48%. Incumbent Republican Tom Tillis 48%. And
Trump
again,
cut the lead.
67% of precincts reporting.
It's less than 20,000 votes difference between Biden and Trump.
Very tight race, and I have a feeling it's going to be this way until the end, until it gets called, because Cal Cunningham was up in the polls. Tom Tillis was trailing by a little, but not by enough to make this not as competitive as it is. And we see President Trump doing fairly well for himself at the top of the ticket there. And again, right now, the way that things stand, there are 23 seats that Republicans are defending. Democrats are only defending 12. So this really puts a lot of pressure on Republicans. This is a seat that they have to keep.
Well, we know so it looks like Republicans are going to lose that one in Colorado, but they gained the one in Michigan thanks to John James. Now they might lose that one there in North Carolina. Okay.
Yes,
so
but they might be gaining the one in Alabama as well.
Gain the one there. What we can see tonight is we might be able to call the presidential, but not call a bunch of these Senate ones and not know who's going to control the Senate for the next couple of days or even weeks.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I do also, if we can, go back to Florida. We haven't called Florida yet.
Why
but
not?
President Trump is winning handedly.
Get on board with me.
Here's the thing. President Trump he held on to all of his, support from 2016 and then added support. He's added a ton of minority support in the state of Florida, specifically in the Hispanic community, and that's because of his message on socialism.
Kansas finally switched back to Trump.
Heavily Cuban and Venezuelan
districts
of the parts of the state, and said, hey, Joe Biden wants to implement socialism in this country. And a voter from Cuba, a voter from Venezuela who has left socialism, left communism, is not going to vote for
Minnesota,
a candidate who they think
big time Joe Biden right now.
Threaten the American way of life and take it to what they fled in their home country. And that message does really work with those voters. And then he did a great job holding on to voters that he could not afford to lose in the state.
And as you were saying that too, and I was looking at that Senate map, it kind of hit me that up to this point, it's been kind of exciting as far as some of these races. It's competitive in Florida, it's more competitive in Georgia, these Senate races. But as of right now, I don't think there's been an upset. I think everybody is performing exactly how they kind of expected it to be. But
Ohio just went back red, so that's good. Michigan's still holding red.
Gardner was expected to lose that race if you're looking at the polls. But as of right now,
Wisconsin's still red slightly.
It's a testament to the Trump campaign because they're doing everything they need to do in order to have a pathway to victory. But as of right now, I don't think there's been any upsets. So that puts a greater emphasis on the states that we are still.
And if you look at those Senate seats that Jen's been covering all night, and we're going to get to some of the battleground states here in just a sec, guys, you see that even if the Republicans have lost one or two here, they're picking up one of their. So it may just end with a total wash, and they still have their 4-seat majority.
Well, and President Trump, if we go back to Florida, sorry guys, I mentioned this earlier, but every time Florida has flipped red since 1968, Pennsylvania and Michigan.
It'd be awesome if North Carolina went back red.
Much a telling thing for this election.
And if Virginia flipped red, that would be awesome.
The Trump campaign is looking at Florida as a must-win.
And if we pull Michigan too,
as a must-win.
And Ohio.
They said, oh, we could afford to lose Michigan.
Utah should be red.
That's even better. If they win Michigan, win Florida, they could possibly actually afford to lose Pennsylvania.
And lose Ohio.
And if they win
I'm predicting
Virginia,
Utah to be red.
Out of nowhere, nobody thought that Virginia was in play for President Trump. That's huge
they're pretty
for the Trump campaign and holding on to this.
It just goes back to what his daughter Ivanka said now the last month or two.
I see eyeballs reflecting from the IR lights.
Washington didn't change Donald Trump. Donald Trump changed Washington. So wouldn't it be very telling, because you never know with the Trump presidency, if he loses Ohio, a state that literally every president, I think since we read the beginning, if you don't pull Ohio, you don't win the nation. But wouldn't it be kind of ironic if President Trump doesn't pull Ohio, but ends up pulling Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Florida, which we're calling soon, and wins it all, but doesn't take Ohio, like every other president has.
It's 2020, so at this point, I think
he was fussing a little bit. Looks like she just grabbed the doll.
It seems like throughout this entire process,
might fall back asleep.
Has been the Trump campaign needs to overcome the odds, and right now, we're looking at the betting markets. We're looking at the futures.
My other daughter grabbing the package from out front, slamming the door and everything.
Is now up to 64%.
You know how kids are.
No, 60-40 Trump. It was 60-40 Biden when we went in, and now we're at 60-40 Trump.
And that's exactly my point, is that going into tonight, it was about overcoming the odds. Whether you look at the futures, whether you're looking at the betting markets, whether you're looking at some of these states, that seems to be the case so far.
Yeah, let's look at some of those states. Now we want to get some boards up for the key battleground states that we've all been debating amongst ourselves, because we think we know what's going on. Yeah, right. We're in the same boat you are at home, folks. We're getting the data, we're bringing it to you, and the data keeps changing.
93%.
However, let's look at Virginia. Now, what just happened? And guys, we got to pull that winner thing above Joey's name down.
Well, nobody has called it back yet because we don't have results.
I know. Nobody's called it back.
Right. Nobody else has.
Why can't we? We're OAN.
You know what? And you know
we're
what, guys?
different than everybody else.
Not to cut
well,
you
and
off,
it's the Fairfax County vote that everyone's looking at, saying, hey, they haven't reported yet, and they
Fairfax
really
always
they
goes
go way
Democrat. Right.
So, and it's a lot of votes in Fairfax County.
And we have our first upset in the Senate race. Hickenlooper has won the Colorado Senate race. It's being called by AP, so that means Republican incumbent Cory Gardner has lost his seat, so we have the first loss for Republican. Down one.
But John James is going to take Michigan.
John James is looking like he's on track to win, and Doug Jones is still projected to lose that seat. So right now, first upset with the Senate Republicans, but still have plenty of races to go.
Associated Press is 131 to 92.
They just walk back calling Virginia. So.
Whoa, well, the CNN now.
So,
if
I don't know if you can see that.
Ask me my projections for tonight. I would never
Otis
that Virginia was in place.
got some
we
cloths, microfiber cloths.
And now we're all of a sudden talking about Virginia. This is how politics go in, let's be
Hops
real,
lube.
Trump country. Because you
The
can throw
light
out
reflection
playbook,
kinda
the old
messes
days.
it up.
This party always gets this state, this party gets that state. It is over. But again, to what Greta said, Fairfax, that has got to be like 90-some% registered Democrats in Fairfax over Republicans.
And
so,
then,
here's
but
some
will
numbers,
it turn it? That's
some early numbers from
Silicon
Pennsylvania.
cloth.
We haven't gotten much from Pennsylvania because, as
That's
we
what
talked
was in
about,
this package.
they have a ton of early votes that aren't going to be counted until
millions.
tomorrow.
Right.
But as you can see here, I mean, these are small numbers, you know, but Biden leading, President Trump 51. Oh, there's some more numbers, so that when, you know, his lead's going down. But we're only at, what, 19.5%?
Yeah, keep it on Pennsylvania, guys. I got a question for you. You may have seen it, Greta, Alex, or Jen. We recall that the state Supreme Court allowed them to change the rules, and I've been griping about this for weeks, that several states, key states like Pennsylvania, their state Supreme Courts are allowing now those mail-in ballots to come in 3 days late, as long as they were postmarked for today. However, then it went to the Supreme Court. We didn't have Amy Coney Barrett in yet.
Well,
it was a tie with Chief Justice Roberts going with the more liberal judges. So it was a 4-4, which means in our legal judicial system, it kicks back to the state Supreme Court, right? Which they said, yeah, we're allowing it. So they're going to allow those to be counted for 3 days after, correct? Or am I wrong?
It's actually,
correct.
Okay.
It's actually interesting when you look at Pennsylvania, too, because very early on, Democrats were overwhelmingly winning the mail-in absentee ballot contest. Over the past couple of days, Republicans have eaten into that lead very much so. And I'm
Look at some of these numbers here.
Could that 3 extra days be an advantage for Republicans if they're the ones that are getting their absentee mail-in ballots in late?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be kind of having an adverse effect for Democrats if they want that to be the case, or Republicans.
I'm not going to call Maine yet, like they have.
The day before, Republicans were eating into that lead, so it's not like the momentum was going the other way. But of course, there are allegations of fraud, things that could take place after that.
Well, and we saw some this morning already. There was folks I was seeing online.
Massachusetts, I'll call.
Because you're allowed to have those poll checkers come in and monitor from both sides.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Rhode Island, I'll call.
Nefarious is going on, right? And I saw some videos.
I won't call Rhode Island yet.
Real,
they called Rhode Island, but
where there were poll checkers trying to walk into some key.
Trump has the lead right now
in Pennsylvania, and weren't allowed in. And it's on the video, like, yeah, you're not coming in. And the guy's literally got, I have a letter from the county supervisor, I'm allowed in. These videos I viewed on Twitter and Facebook.
Grand win, South Carolina.
So,
good.
Anyway, we'll get to that later in the days to come if this is all disputed.
Quickly back to Virginia.
Yes.
If, say, President Trump loses Pennsylvania, that's 20 electoral votes, but Virginia's got 13, right? 13?
Yep, 13.
So,
all right, so
you know, that's a big flip for him.
I am not going to mark
the total number there.
any of
So
these yet if they're not right.
Up there. We just touched on Pennsylvania. What else, guys? I know we've got to go back to Florida because it's getting so close to call. Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Can we show a few more of those latest ones? So on to Florida. 97 now.
400,000 votes.
It just got bigger because the Panhandle numbers came in. Let's be real. Panhandle folks are conservative. Come on now. So
why aren't they?
Up almost 400,000 votes with 97%. I don't know if it's the liberal biased media not wanting to call this over at the AP and the rest of them, but I can't imagine why Fox, CNN, MSNBC, AP, nobody is calling Florida for the president.
And Dan, okay, so one thing that, and it's going to get called soon, I'm sure of it, but one thing, going back to Florida, one thing that really stands out to mind that I was just thinking of right now, here we have North Carolina.
Wow.
It's a very tight race there. The difference in these campaigns and this sort of ground game is astonishing. I mean, we saw President Trump on the ground in Florida in the days, weeks leading up to Election Day. Joe Biden making a few stops, but not nearly as many.
For him, not him himself, right?
Surrogates, yes. And on top of that, I mean, here we have the Trump campaign boasting about the fact that they've had their canvassing operation on the ground there in Florida for the past year, knocking on doors. And there were some concerns that even the coronavirus was going to stop some of those efforts. By no means did they slow down. I mean, they took the right precautions and they kept it going. And that's huge in a state like Florida.
And there are questions as to whether or not the Democratic ticket overplayed the coronavirus concerns. And
you know, Maryland is, Trump is winning Maryland right now.
I know people know it's very important, but the American people aren't single-issue voters, especially an idea that happens once every 100 years.
DC loves Biden.
A lot of voters even view the coronavirus as not so much about who can handle this pandemic, but who can build us out of this crisis.
Go back to what Greta said. It's the economy, stupid.
Florida, well, and
all about the economy.
You want to talk about Florida, the voters in Florida,
she loves talking about Florida. I think she likes Florida. She's always talking about Florida.
We got a big one.
Carolina.
Yeah, we got to cut in. This is a big one for our buddy
South
Lindsey.
Carolina is getting called, so Senator Lindsey Graham looks like he's onto that 5th term there. Yeah, so this is a good sign for Republicans. That race was considered
Especially
pretty
when
close.
they outspend you 2-1.
Oh, I mean, $200 million. Let's go back.
PA
to that
just
bill
went
again.
red.
I just want to point
Barely.
this out. This is a big loss for the Democrats. It is the biggest
1,200 votes.
loss. The most expensive
Lindsey
loss,
spent
I
not
should
even
say.
100.
Ohio's red again.
150 million.
I mean, this reeks of Beto O'Rourke all over again. Essentially,
totally.
So
money,
I had to throw that
not
one
well
in.
spent.
We want to check in with Pennsylvania. Since we began our coverage hours ago, we said Pennsylvania would be the key that it comes down to, which now looks like it's going to be Virginia maybe. But our Jack Posobiec is in Pennsylvania to give us an update on what is going on there. Jack.
Hey guys, so I've been out here in the state of Pennsylvania since very early this morning, updating One American News with exclusive on-the-ground coverage. Not only have we talked about what's going on out in the counties, where in Bucks County specifically, just outside of the city of Philadelphia, President Trump is looking to see a very strong turnout. We're hearing huge lines. I actually had one GOP operative tell me.
So if we went by current
County,
leads,
2-hour lines all day long, and it felt like a Trump.
oh, we just lost PA again. It's just bouncing back and forth.
And that here in the city of Philadelphia,
that's going to be so close.
Being said,
telling you, that's going to be it right there. That's what's going to call it.
Up until about 9 a.m. They evaporated.
Unless he ends up pulling off Wisconsin, Michigan too.
Due to those mail-in ballots, but also it is because there was a very low turnout here in the city.
But right now, I have
The
Trump at
Republicans that I've been
288.
talking to here in the headquarters for the Philadelphia Trump victory campaign, they're telling me that Biden is
Illinois
tracking
close too,
at or
yeah.
possibly a little bit behind where Hillary Clinton was here in the city of Philadelphia. Now that is going to be very hard for him to overcome, because we've been hearing lots of reports of strong turnout for President Trump in sort of the center part of Pennsylvania. Of course, we've all been talking about the Amish, but then also the West, where he held that massive rally that Jen Pellegrino covered, all the way out in Western PA, Butler, where 60,000 deplorables came out for him. So now the big
You got Chris out there
news
chomping some
that
pizza.
I can say that I can confirm here is, and I know you guys were just sort of alluding to this question of those ballots,
Or in
will
her
they be
shiny
counted
face.
if they're still outstanding after today's 8 p.m. deadline. The Republican Party and members of it here in the state of Pennsylvania do plan to refile that challenge with the U.S. Supreme Court regarding when those ballots can be counted and if they will be counted following this. Here in the city of Philadelphia, there are 90,000 votes, that mail-in ballots that were not turned in. That's 90,000 outstanding votes, according to City Commissioner Al Schmidt. In Montgomery County, just outside here, we're looking at 30,000 outstanding mail-in votes. Now, of course, we know that the mail-in ballots in the state of Pennsylvania were about 2-1 Democrats, so it stands to reason that those mail-in ballots will be a substantially large margin for Joe Biden. If they're struck down, you're talking about a lot of votes that Joe Biden won't be getting.
I just want to clarify with Jack and with the team here as those
Trump's
bells
only
go
down
off in the
9,000 in
back.
North Carolina now.
Near one of the halls there downtown in Philly. So we'll take it from here, Jack, while the bells are ringing behind you. The bells are tolling, it sounds like, for President Trump. You heard what he said, guys. So this is going to go back to the U.S. Supreme Court on allowing those ballots to come in, as we were just discussing 3
This could be
days later.
huge. These
But
could all be
now,
turning back towards
now
him.
You have Amy Coney Barrett sitting on the Supreme Court, so you won't have a 4-4 tie. You could
We're going to
have
start
5-4
seeing polls close on the
either
West
way,
Coast.
but these ballots
Here in
are
Oregon, they
visible
close in
or
about an
not.
hour.
Republicans rushed that through. They saw this coming. There were already legal challenges leading up to Election Day, so this is why they did what they did.
So, Greta, we were right. It's still Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania because we won't know until it goes to the Supreme Court and they decide.
How long do we know? What is it? A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks until we find out the election winner?
Well, Jack just said if they file that immediately tomorrow,
okay.
How long will the Supreme Court take to hear it? 2 days, 5 days, a week?
This is interesting. It's
who is most likely to win?
Obviously, we haven't called some of these races.
It's really hard to say. Everything's going back and forth, Landon.
They're confident that he's not only won Florida and Georgia, but North Carolina and Ohio. Of course,
they probably won't officially end.
But they're getting pretty tight.
I would say it won't officially end for another month.
He's taking the lead.
Yeah, but so it's interesting. You just
because
said
of lawsuits and recount challenges and everything.
They're not calling.
Hey, everybody, by the way, Landon's my son.
Yeah, let's throw those up. Let's get the Texas, North Carolina, and Virginia as well.
Well, let's look at the popular vote overall. Well, we did have that a second ago. But interesting, of course, the popular vote is something that people talk about all the time when it comes to U.S. elections. This is North Carolina, like Jen just mentioned.
Everybody say hi to Landon.
Tightening that race. Here's the popular vote. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016. President Trump, obviously, he's the president. He won the Electoral College. People are saying they want to get rid of the Electoral College. Here you can see President Trump is winning the popular vote as well.
Yes, he is.
But don't forget, Washington,
he's going to lose a lot, though, when he gets to the West Coast.
All those come in.
It's coming.
Then it goes the
later.
other way.
We've got about 58 minutes till we get some California votes. Obviously, it's going to Biden.
Well, and it's interesting, again, because when we talk about the popular vote, like you mentioned, it's still early on enough.
Hey, Sammy, how you doing?
A lot of this campaign was
you staying home tonight, or you going out tonight?
For Biden's side, attacking President Trump's character. And that's something that's continued throughout the race. And it's interesting because then we compare these campaigns, President Trump very much so focusing on the people, not attacking his opponent so much on that, but more so policy and record. And that's something that's going to be a very big issue as we head on to the West. Arizona, Nevada, we, of course, haven't talked about those races.
AOC is going to win re-election.
Well, and if we were talking about the battleground states that each candidate is focusing on, Joe Biden spent a lot of time focusing on
you can
Texas
stay here and hang out with me.
He saw that as an opportunity to possibly flip a very long-term red state into a blue state. And early results showed Democrats leading there, Joe Biden leading there. But as I've seen, President Trump has taken the lead in Texas. Texas has 38 electoral college votes. And if we're talking about the road to 270, 38 is a big chunk of that road to 270. We do have some updated numbers for that race there. You can see 51% of precincts reporting President Trump beating Joe Biden 50% to 48%. I mean, it's not a huge margin. He's only up by about 200,000 votes. But
even though I don't think he's going to win California, I think we might be surprised by the numbers in California.
Right. And again, like almost all the states, and the message we've been saying, all those mail-in ballots typically came in early and were predicted to be left. Now they're going to start counting the votes from today.
And I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but to hypothetically say President Trump wins tonight, you know what the conversation is once again going to be? Is that the Democratic ticket did not campaign in Wisconsin and Michigan enough and spent too much time in Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. I mean, if that ends up being what happens, the Democratic Party is going to make the same exact mistake than they did with Hillary Clinton back in 2016.
We talk a lot between the three of us.
31% reported in Michigan right now, and Donald Trump has a 13-point lead.
Last week, when we got Trump's final
He's built up a 3-point lead in Ohio with 75% reporting.
He held 4 rallies on Saturday. He held 5 rallies on Sunday. He held 5
almost a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania, but that's only 25%.
8 of those rallies, total rallies, were in the state of Michigan. He held his final
again 400%
in
Florida
lead, Michigan last night.
Or not 400%. 400,000
and going and talking to those voters. Joe Biden has held maybe one.
He's building on his lead in Texas.
President Trump's 4-5 events per day, and 3 of them were in his home state.
Looks like they've called a few more for him.
That's not a competitive state. Go to Michigan, go to Wisconsin, go to the
66% in Arizona, and Biden's winning by 10 points.
Hillary Clinton failed so miserably in talking to those voters in person.
And that comes back to something that I was saying before, is that the Democratic ticket may have overplayed the strength of the coronavirus issue a little bit, because every single time
I had him win in Arizona,
event, they wanted the audience to
hopefully
know,
he can pull back on that.
We're holding this
That's a huge deficit
because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And yes, that message certainly got across, but did that come to the detriment, as Jen was saying, about knocking on doors in Florida, knocking on doors in Michigan, Pennsylvania?
But if he picks up some of these others, that'll make up for Arizona.
The left is great at saying Republicans always fearmonger, right? Over the last few decades, I've been around doing this for the last 20-some years. They always say, Republicans fearmonger. They fearmonger about the economy going down. We fearmonger
Republicans
about war with a
fearmonger?
foreign nation.
I'm pretty sure
This
Democrats
round,
do
you
that.
Democrats
If you've seen all the
fearmongered
tweets
the
that
coronavirus, and you thought
Ron
that
Wyden
would
and
put you
Jeff
in the
Merkley have
win
been putting
column.
out.
And right now, as we're seeing these votes coming in from battleground states and states they thought they would hold on to, Virginia, crazy, it didn't work.
Sammy,
Because
did you get your
Americans
vote in?
Don't like being told, stay home, put that mask on, your business is going bye-bye, but we'll take care of you. That's not the American way. Now, in some states, that plays
I'm
just
hoping you
fine.
didn't vote for Merkley.
Californians, well, let's be real.
Well, and think about how long we've been in this situation. I mean, we're at what, month 8? 8 months of this. There is such a thing as COVID fatigue.
It's COVID fatigue all day long.
It's COVID fatigue.
And the Democrats played
whether
this
you like
again
it or not,
as fear-mongering.
Right, and regardless of policy, at the end of the day, of course people care about their health and they want to take the right precautions, but like Greta's been talking about, it's always the economy. If you're not out there and you're not working, you're falling behind on your rent and your mortgage and your kids aren't going to school, that's going to start to take a toll, and that's something that the president and Republicans have done such a good job at highlighting, is that
Like 13th and
the
Stark?
solution can't be worse than the problem, right? And so that's what's happening with these
Looks
lockdowns.
like they're getting ready to march in
Especially in a
Portland.
state like Florida, Ron DeSantis opened them up and said, hey, your kids, you have the choice. You can send your kids to school or they have the virtual option. But parents there are working, their kids are in school. And, you know, they had a surge at the beginning of the cases when they started reopening, but they've gotten that under control. I mean, he doesn't even have a statewide mask mandate in place. And
I don't know where Stark
would
Street
say
is.
Florida is the most open state in our entire country.
There it is.
And they're going to be pretty key tonight in this electorate.
That these voters have seen through, pardon me, folks, the BS of the narrative spewed by the lamestream media and certain Democratic leaders over the last 8 months, that this is like the most deadliest thing we've ever seen. Stay indoors. You know, we're looking out for you. We're going to take care of you. And at the end of the day, 8 months into it, they watch a 74-year-old man get
I hear you with
from it in
Michael
days.
Cross.
They see reports.
And the guy's got no
contradicting left and
law
right. We have
experience
the
at
one
all,
from
and he
Fauci,
wants to run
from
for Attorney
CDC,
General.
from the WHO. They're
I
all
just don't
gone
feel
now. We don't
comfortable
even listen to
with
the WHO
that.
anymore, showing that this 230,
Definitely don't
250,
want
whatever the
the
numbers
woman
they
that's
keep
currently
putting
in
up
there,
on
but
CNN to fearmonger and scare Americans didn't work, because those aren't real numbers. Remember what I've said, guys. Died with, died from. We have been told now about 130,000 of that 250,000 death count. Those folks were in stage 4 cancer. They were in something else where they were going to die. COVID did not kill them. They died with it, not from it. And so Americans were tired of, one, losing money. It's always about the economy, like Greta said. They were tired of being told what to do. They were looking at this and seeing through the BS and going, you know what? This isn't as dangerous and deadly as it is. And I'm not trying to play it lightly, guys. Not playing it lightly. People have died. It is a deadly virus. But I think they have now seen through this smoke screen that was put on them for the last 8 months, okay? And they're showing it at the polls tonight.
Well, and we do have some updated numbers from Pennsylvania, as of course we are keeping our eyes close on Pennsylvania tonight. 27% precincts reporting President Trump's taking the lead from Joe Biden.
Where are they going from there?
899,800, I mean, what, they're apart by 60,000 votes there? That's not a lot, but everything matters here. And we want to talk about Pennsylvania's economy.
They're quite a ways away from anything. I don't know where they're going today.
Exactly.
Hundreds of
when they start
thousands
marching.
of jobs. And President Trump, you know, we can talk about how Joe Biden fumbled his message on fracking, but also we need to talk about the success of President Trump in the energy sector. President Trump and his administration have made America, the U.S., an energy exporter. We are not importing energy
for the first time.
Right.
In
they
decades.
have focused on these states where that matters so much to their economy to say, hey, we're going to make you the leader in natural gas around the world for the first time ever in the history of the United States. And we do actually also have some updated numbers from Florida. We're at 97% of precincts reporting.
Oh my gosh.
President Trump, I mean,
it's now almost 400,000 lead, okay? You know what, though? It's almost 400,000 vote lead. Come on.
There is still something to learn from this, though, even though it's called in Dan's book already. But Greta, you were saying at the very beginning of the night that as Florida increases, Pennsylvania will also increase for the Trump campaign.
Right, and they were saying that, President Trump needed to win Florida by 1.2 points to push Pennsylvania and Michigan further. Well, he's winning by 3 points here, so that's more than that 1.2 he needed. So if he wins handedly in Florida, then that just helps him more in Pennsylvania
and guys,
and
we
Michigan.
just had Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah close at 10 o'clock. We missed that 10 minutes ago because we've just been having so much fun talking about Florida and COVID and everything else. So let's talk a little bit
Yeah,
about
Iowa's running blue right now.
You know,
Montana's running blue right now. Montana's been turning
Nevada,
blue.
though, still up for grabs too. So Iowa,
So the
Nevada.
key in Iowa, as
Arizona's
you see those
not
early numbers
good.
there, you see Joe Biden leading, but I mean these are such small amounts of the vote. You see Montana here, such small numbers of the vote. But I want to get back to Iowa really quickly and the Des Moines Register poll. The Des Moines Register poll came out. Was it Sunday or Sunday, right?
Sunday, I believe.
Yeah. And they have Trump 48% to 41%, up 7 points.
Wow.
Joe Biden was leading by 4 points in Iowa, I think, 2 weeks ago. If President Trump is winning by 7 points in the Des Moines Register poll, that's really good for President Trump. The Des Moines Register poll is seen in Iowa as the gold standard poll, the best poll, honestly, in the entire, it's seen as the gold standard poll in the entire United States as being the best at predicting the actual winner of a state.
And Iowa and Nevada, 6 each, so another 12 could go to Trump here shortly. Again, smaller population in those states, so we'll know a lot faster. Too.
Well, and going back to Iowa, we're also keeping a close eye on a Senate race there. Joni Ernst, I don't know if we have any numbers for her, but going into this race, she was considered one of those vulnerable Republicans trying to hold on to one of those seats in order for the Republicans to hold on to the majority. I don't know if we have numbers yet. But if Trump is trailing, then she might be trailing. If he is up, then she is up. So that's one of the races we're keeping a close eye on as well. Montana, we have Republican Senator Steve Daines facing a tight race there as well. Don't know if we have any numbers for that. But Montana's typically reliably red state, so that's something that Republicans like to be holding on to.
Let's talk about Michigan president. As
I want to get to those
when
top
we're talking about
states
Florida, we talk about where it kind of pushes other states, and it pushes Pennsylvania, and it pushes Michigan. Where
Look at this.
26% of precincts reporting President Trump is handedly beating Joe Biden at this point. I mean, handedly beating President Trump. And then we also do want to look at Wisconsin. That's another key state. That's another Wisconsin here, another key state. President Trump flipped.
If Minnesota starts looking like this, guys, we're going home early tonight.
What is the war room?
I mean, look at this. This is.
I don't know. What is the war room?
45% of precincts reporting. So if you look at the popular vote numbers, 623,574, that doesn't seem like a lot if you're thinking about a state like Florida or a state like Texas. But in a state like Wisconsin, they have a much smaller population.
Right.
And this
You're
is
talking about with
45% of precincts reporting. That's a lot.
Brennan or whatever his name
Trump
is.
The Trump campaign had said they thought they would take Michigan, take Wisconsin again.
But they
did
could
last
afford
time.
to lose it.
But now here's the key.
Or Bannon.
Okay, it's only 10, just like Wisconsin. But what could happen in Minnesota? And I don't know if we have those numbers. It's a little too early with Minnesota, but if we can get to those guys eventually, let's show Minnesota, because I want to see what happens right along the top of our nation right there, because, man, that's going to be telling.
From an electoral perspective, too, we've been talking about how Pennsylvania is so important. If President Trump wins Wisconsin or Michigan,
he can
lose Pennsylvania.
He's okay.
Pennsylvania.
But you heard what Jack said. It's still going to come, if it does, if it's not just a big sweep tonight, if it comes down to Pennsylvania, okay, because there is a lot there, it's 20 of them. But again, now we have 9 Supreme Court justices back again, and if they rush that case to get it up there, you know what the left will say for the next 4 years then, illegitimate president, blah, 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 he had to use the Supreme Court to
justice.
steal it. Well, maybe your state Supreme Court, filled with liberal judges in Pennsylvania, shouldn't have rammed in a new law changing your voting regulations and rules right before an election. How about that?
I mean, even when we're looking at Wisconsin, I know that we have a lot of viewers from there too, but there is one county in particular, Waukesha County, and it is known to be a good indicator of
Wisconsin.
that state, but also the rest of the swing counties in the entire country. And President Trump is overperforming in that county right now as compared to 2016.
He was in Wisconsin yesterday too.
I mean, it's unbelievable to see that it's competitive right now at this point, because that's not necessarily what many in the media were telling us in the lead up today. The presumption was that maybe President Trump could win Florida, maybe he could win Pennsylvania, because it's assumed that he's going to lose Wisconsin and Michigan. But as we're looking at this map, and we still don't know what's going on with Virginia right now as well, too. I mean, we're looking at a potential...
I wish we could make that purple. Can we shade that?
North Carolina turned red.
Is there somebody back there with a marker?
Trump's taking the lead on that one.
Shade that Virginia in purple. If he starts picking up Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Virginia flips, and we're gonna call Florida. I mean, come on, it's over. We're going home. And I didn't think I'd be saying this tonight. I really thought because of...
I thought it would be really close.
Yeah.
Either way, really close. Not either candidate getting a kind of a
I've noticed
win,
that too.
If President Trump wins,
it says 91%, but they've
Wisconsin,
actually increased
Ohio,
the vote count.
Florida, I mean, it's kind
because
of
it was at 91% and said
if he starts flipping these battleground states,
there was like 200,000 vote difference.
Hopefully we hold
now
on
there's
to
like
the
400,000. Still says
Senate, and the president
91%.
can step in now and say there is no doubt that the country wanted to move towards American principles and values and Trump's messaging of what he's going to do with the economy, with the military, with immigration, with healthcare, everything. And we are wholeheartedly saying no. Hell no to socialism. And that is the agenda, for me, that was on the ballot this time. I don't care where Joe Biden stands and in the debates when he's like, hey, you're talking to me, I'm the head of the party right now because I'm the guy. You weren't the guy, Joe. He was never the guy of those 27 candidates. That's not what this new extreme left-wing party of the Democratic Party wanted. They wanted Elizabeth Warren. They wanted a Bernie Sanders. They wanted a socialist-type candidate, and they got the 78-year-old guy who just flips and flops in the wind just to stay in power for the last 47 years. And you look at what's happening in these states, I think that's what average Americans are saying. They're like, you know what? I don't have to love President Trump. I just know I hate the way the Democratic Party is going.
Any moves?
So I'm going over here to the right.
Yes. So Texas is leaning red again.
You guys ready for one? Sure.
Missouri's back leaning red. Wisconsin leaning red. Michigan, he's got a huge lead. Ohio is back leaning red. PA is leaning red.
Some key states we're going to watch when we come back from the break will be Michigan.
News agencies are
Minnesota,
considering
Virginia
flipping
flip.
VA.
Florida is in Trump category.
PA, he's got PA by 6 points right now. Trump does, 30% reporting. They gave Virginia to Biden, but Trump leads Virginia by 7 points right now. We're at 55% reporting. North Carolina, Biden has had the lead in that for quite a bit of the count, and Donald Trump just came back and he's taking the lead. Trump's leading by 30,000 right now, and 90% reporting, so it's really close in North Carolina. He's got a huge lead in Georgia, huge, I mean, he's pretty much has Florida. So we could really see a huge red wave come through. And they're marching in Portland.
The power's not done.
The results, I think it's boiling down to those Rust Belt states right now, and I know it's still very, very early days. Trump leading in all four: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. If he holds on to all four, I think this is that would be Trump's night. He will win this election. Sadanand?
Yep, they're marching in Portland.
Yeah, but I think I have a sort of
Southeast Portland.
It's a little bit early in the Rust Belt
I think they're going to be going
states.
through the neighborhoods. It looks like.
Trump are really the Sun Belt states.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any law enforcement precincts near there.
For some reason, I don't know why it isn't being declared yet, but he's basically won Florida. It looks like he's going to win both North Carolina and Georgia. Now, if he wins all three of these states, then the map changes. He doesn't really sort of, it looks like he's going to win Ohio too. So right now, in fact, I would say, yes, it's early days. This weird mix of mail-in voting and on day of voting, and which state counts which votes first and which parts of the state get counted. All that is still up in the air. But right now it's looking very, very solid for Trump. He's looking good in Texas. He's looking good in Ohio. He's looking surprisingly good in Virginia. Yeah. Biden might still be able to catch up. So I would say that at this point,
yes, it's like looking out the ocean, and you see that that big wave just kind of building up, and you can tell it's going to be a big wave coming in.
And possibly in the Rust Belt as well. Although in the Rust Belt,
hey Wendy,
it is still very, very early days. Only 20%.
That's what it feels like to me.
I'm going to take a break
it feels like when you're looking out the water, and you just see the big roll coming in. Ready to form into a wave.
Nationally, even in the battleground
ready
states,
to
had said that Trump was
form into that crashing wave.
Any poll of any consequence, of any credibility, which said that he was leading in any or by any substantial measure in any of the competitive states, but he seems to be taking them certainly on election night. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about that.
Oh, I've got them.
Helping you cut through the clutter. Brass tacks.
The biggest names in the business.
behind the trees here, guys.
Oh no, hell no, y'all done up and done it.
Here we go. Thanks for the update, Juan. Thanks for the update.
We're out to have our mental breakdowns as Trump continues to sweep the nation. Agenda, you shouldn't talk down about the actual participants of the Special Olympics like that. That's mean to them. Then don't say another name.
Welcome back. I'm Dan Ball. You're watching One America News' special coverage of election 2020.
There's your little Portland fix.
Here in our main
I'll give you guys a little bit more in a bit.
Our Caitlin Sinclair is live down in Florida with Governor DeSantis. Hey, Caitlin.
Hey there,
Oh, Trump's
Dan.
already closed
I
those
promised you
gaps.
guys a special
He's
guest,
leading right now.
and Here we are with Governor Ron DeSantis. So, Governor, it seems that you have a better prediction outcome than the pundits do. You have a better radar than the pundits because you accurately predicted the state and the Latino vote. What do we have to say right now?
Well, this is a huge victory for the president. He won in 2016 by about 120,000 votes.
We're going to have so many more memes.
400,000
Liberal
votes.
snowflake
That's a
breakdown
3+
memes.
percentage point victory. A lot of these polls had him losing anywhere from 5 to 7 points.
Nothing in Vancouver. They're marching in Portland right now.
The networks haven't called this is just
Southeast
bewildering.
Portland,
They
off
called
Stark
Virginia
and
as soon as the
Southeast
polls
Stark
closed.
and
Trump's
13th, I think.
overperforming there. They've had to retract it, except for Fox. Fox is keeping it, and yet Fox and some of these others won't call Florida. They're literally, if Biden won every vote outstanding, he could not win Florida. This is over. Book it, and let's move on.
So how early did you call this, Governor?
Well, I knew basically going into the election, as we started to see Republicans turn out, we knew, I mean, we had a 230 ballot vote advantage once the thing was done. I'm sorry about that. And so we knew that that was good. And I knew that independents would break for him today, and that's what happened. So we knew that he was going to win. The question was the margin. But what's ended up happening is we flipped 2 congressional seats held by Democrat incumbents, Republicans down in Miami-Dade County. Right. And we've also maintained control of the Florida Senate and the Florida legislature and even gained seats there. So across the board, this was huge Republican muscle in the state of Florida. And I think it bodes well for the president. But you know, look, they should call Florida. They should call Ohio. They should call North Carolina. These are all done deals, Florida more than any.
Right, right. Now, Governor, you bring up Miami-Dade County. What I notice as a viewer here is back in 2016, Hillary Clinton won this by 334,000
Yeah, they're not in Vancouver yet, Tiffany.
At 8 p.m.
But
President Trump
they're
had
out
already
moving early
surpassed that
tonight, so
over 100,000, and
they
you
might
actually
they might get pushed out of
predicted
Portland and move to
that.
Vancouver.
First
So
of all, I
be
mean,
ready.
you were psychic. How did you know all of this? But did anything surprise you about that?
Well, the two things we really tried to do was
Chinese
one,
yuan? I thought
register more
Korea had the
Republicans,
yuan.
and we did 200,000 more statewide than in 16. So our gap with Democrats is the closest it's ever been.
Was it
And then the
yuan and
second
yuan? I
big
don't
thing
know.
was improve in Miami-Dade County because he lost by 30 points last time. If you can lose by just 20, that's 50, 60, 70,000 votes. He lost by about 10 or 12, which is a phenomenal improvement. He flipped over 100,000 votes just in Miami-Dade County alone. And I'll tell you, if you were at that rally in Miami-Dade on, I guess, Sunday night, Monday morning, because it was about 1 in the morning, it was electric. Everyone was excited. And 75% of the people there
you see that difference between the Biden and the Trump rallies.
Miami-Dade County going away.
Like
and I
the
think
Biden
that's why
rallies,
he had such a
it
good
just seems like
performance
people
there.
are there
Now,
just
I
to be
believe
there.
that Miami-Dade County is about
The
70%
Trump rallies,
that lets,
there's so much
Hispanic
energy
vote, and we have been
at the
driving home
rallies.
that message all day. You, of course,
When
also
we went to the
echoed
one
that
a
sentiment
few weeks
that
ago
these
down in
Latino
Nevada,
voters,
it
these
was
Hispanic
amazing.
voters, they want a president who is more focused on things like the
They had the most
economy
energy
and
than any
less
event I've ever
of
been
a
to.
shutdown,
It was like
the state of Florida,
a
which,
music
of course,
concert.
you know a lot about. Do you think that this was a reason that we saw a lot of these voters coming out to support President Trump?
Well, I think Biden's support of lockdown, saying it's going to be a dark winter, that he was shut down the country, worked against him in Florida. I mean, we have working class parents, Hispanic and not Hispanic, who are sending their
CNN's
kids to
finally
school.
showing
They don't want the school
Biden with
shut
the
down.
lead.
They don't want their job shut down. So it was a fundamental miscalculation for him to do that. And I would also say in Miami-Dade, there was improvement in some African-American precincts, too. And I think the president's getting a better percentage of African-Americans. So what he's doing is he's building really a multi-ethnic, multi-racial coalition built around America First principles. You know, these are people, regardless of race, that they love America. They want America to do well. They don't want this warmed-over leftism, pseudo-Marxism that you see with Kamala Harris and these people. They just don't want that. So we have an opportunity with how far left the Democrats have gone to continue to expand the tent. The president did that great tonight, and I think that's why he's going to win re-election nationally today.
Yeah, well, we hope you're right, and it looks like you are. Dan, you heard it here. The governor has already called the state of Florida, and like he just brought up, if the rally here in Miami a few days ago was any indication, we should have taken it there. This is a red wave that we're already seeing. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much, and Governor DeSantis, thanks for just putting it out there, since I've been saying it for the last 2 hours, that Florida is going for President Trump. I'm glad that the governor agrees with me, even though OAN and the Associated Press is not calling those 29 electoral votes for him. Can we put Florida up there and show what it is? Because we got to be at, what, 98% now?
Yeah.
Because most all the panhandle is in. I think, 90, 99, 97. So it's there. There we go. It's almost 98%. He is so far ahead. It's done.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
Can
weird
we not even
feeling.
bring it up till the end of the night now?
When the governor of
He's got
Florida
it.
gives me a harsh rebuke of how you've been calling his states. It's a little bit of a strange moment, but you're
Hey,
exactly
babe, no
right.
problem.
When we look at what's up there right now, 51 to 48, 97% of the state reporting.
So as we
that
get
difference
closer
right
to
there,
the
they
point
called
of
in the
calling it
past with less.
for
So
Trump,
I think that tonight media
then we'll
networks are
transition
taking
more
it very
over
carefully. I see that
to the
some other
liberal
networks are
media,
saying, just breathe, everyone. Take it slow. There are
and
still
to
a lot of states to
the
be
different
called tonight, but
streams.
there's no doubt that this
I
is a
probably won't
huge
keep it with just Portland. I'll
victory,
probably
as
put
it
up a
looks
few
like
different
for
streams,
President
different
Trump.
All right, how about North
locations.
Carolina, guys? Look at this.
This is a huge one too, and this was one that when we
That
were
way you guys,
starting at the top,
we can see all the breakdowns all over the place.
Close as far as the electoral college goes, but Jen was talking about this too. As you go down the ballot as well, this also helps the Senate race. This also helps competitive House races as well.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, going into this, Republicans were trying to defend a seat there in North Carolina with Tom Tillis facing a pretty serious challenge from Cal Cunningham, and it looks like right now, Tom Tillis, if we can get those numbers up on the board there, looks like he's leading in his race right now. He was last time I checked. So if Republicans can hold on to that seat, that's one less seat than Democrats are targeting them to try to flip.
Well, hello,
this,
Turkey.
majority.
Welcome.
I do want to get to Alabama.
Hope your borders are okay. Last I heard, China had a few troops lined up along your borders.
We hit Florida. We're calling that one. North Carolina, too close to call, but the Prez is way up. Here we go. I want Greta and Alex and you two gentlemen to all sound off on my home state.
You were on Twitter,
it's been
huh?
going crazy since this night started. Biden was up by thousands and thousands towards the beginning of the evening, but now Look.
Washington and Oregon don't have their numbers in yet. Are you talking about how many electoral votes they get? Washington has 12 and Oregon has 7.
President
Or
Trump
gets
is not
7.
just leading by 20,000 votes, 30,000 votes. If you look at the popular vote count down there underneath the percentage, he's leading by 300,000 votes. 52% to Joe Biden's 46%, and that's with 71% of precincts reporting. So, you know, you talk about what votes are getting counted first. It's those mail-in votes. Only 2.2 million mail-in early votes.
Yes, it should be.
Ohio.
They called it right
It's
away.
About half of the electorate in 2016, so getting more
They
results
keep talking
here
about
throughout
taking
the
it
night. And
back.
then Michigan. I mean, President Trump and any GOP analyst would have told you before this election that President Trump could afford to lose Michigan, but he's pretty handedly winning here so far. And then also here, look at Wisconsin, 51% to 48% with 51% of precincts. We're over 50% of precincts reporting here in Wisconsin.
I'm telling you guys, no matter what happens to Pennsylvania or Virginia, sorry to interrupt you, Greta, if he takes Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the importance of Pennsylvania. That doesn't necessarily matter if President Trump ends up taking Wisconsin or Michigan or both.
And Ohio and Virginia.
Exactly. I mean, phenomenal point. And even Arizona, a lot of people are saying that
Hey,
even
Carrie Lee,
if
how are you?
President Trump were to take Florida and Pennsylvania,
MAGA
but Joe
2020.
Biden were to still take
That wave,
Michigan
that
and Wisconsin,
big red
then it could
wave
come
is
down to
building.
Arizona might be moved. So know a lot to go on still this night, but I mean, right now, good early numbers for the Trump campaign.
We just did something on that main map, guys. You want to throw it back up? Our producer was just telling us this a minute ago. We have unchecked Virginia. So thank you
There you go.
for that. We appreciate
You see
it.
that?
We have taken Virginia out of that column for now because it is just too close to call for Joseph Biden. And wow, wouldn't that be something?
Well, they need to take those points off for Biden.
Trump. So
Then he adjusts the electoral
points.
points.
I hope you got the kids to bed because we are going to be here for a few more hours tonight as we try to dissect everything that is going down in not only battleground states that both sides and the media have been discussing for weeks, if not months, but now we're talking about states that we just assumed, which you know what your parents taught you about assuming. You should never do that, right? It'll make a you-know-what out of all of us. We've got states now that are looking to go Trump. This could be that red wave we were all, well, a lot of us were hoping for.
And sorry, but
I will put words into your mouth, so.
No, but I am going to step on your category a little bit too, but I mean, not too long ago, we were talking about maybe it's a little bit too early to say that Democrats have control of the House or dictate how many seats they are set to pick up, because I know that some networks did call that, but networks have been uncalling a lot of things tonight already. And so I think when we talk about the House control, I was saying that then. I think it's a little too preemptive to do that because we were seeing some of the exit polls when it comes to suburban women, how they're voting, when it comes to minority voters as well. I don't think that we can compare the numbers that we're looking at right now to the numbers that we saw back in 2016 because we already basically overcame the amount of total votes before this race even started.
Well, to how there's a huge mix in America, in the U.S. on what everybody thinks. I mean, America is really split to left and right now.
Rallies, all the conservative
Yeah,
in a state
very
that has been
patriotic
red
people
since
that want a
Reagan,
strong
right?
patriotic
And
country,
I will be-
want us to be
I actually may be
self-sufficient. You
surprised.
got
I
the
think
other
you're gonna
side
see
that
some flips. It may not be
wants
enough
to
because there's a
baby
couple
everybody
dozen
and wants the
seats.
government to do
So I
everything
don't
for
think
everybody and
the
wants everybody
Republicans will take the House
to be
back.
equal,
But
to
I do
have
believe
like
you're gonna see some seats
nobody
that may
should
flip
be able
in
to
some
earn more than
blue
others. They should all
states to
share
red
everything.
for the House,
So
and
it
people
doesn't
are gonna
matter
go,
how hard you
their
work
minds
for
are blown.
something.
And that's already a trend that we're starting to see because of the top of the ticket.
The harder you
President
work,
Trump doing
you
how
don't get
he's
any
doing in
more out of
states
it.
like Iowa,
The less you work,
obviously California
you
is
get
still
the
a ways
same
away,
amount.
but Florida even, he at the top of the ticket.
And that's why we
able to
like
help
Trump.
Some of those down ballot candidates, those congressional candidates, pick up some of those seats, even though, you know, President Trump won in a lot of these districts. So we have Democrats, you know, that just won in 2018 because Republicans just didn't happen to have the turnout there in that race, in that election cycle. With the president at the top of the ticket, that's really helping Republicans have that advantage, that edge that they need in these districts that ultimately went for president 4 years ago. And now, you know, this is something that's going to help them in the long run.
Well, I remember saying this back during the 2018 midterms too, is that
super chat troll. That's funny.
President Trump did a rally in Southern California, and I know a lot of people are like, California, he has no chance of winning that state or anything like that. Orange County turned over, what was it, I think 8 seats to the Democrats back in the 2016 election. There are competitive House races in California for Republicans, and I think that if he would have done a fundraiser or something, it could have lifted some of those candidates over those, I believe it was 8 seats that they ended up turning in California. So, I mean, we have to remember that in California, there is the largest conservative population outside of, I believe, Texas. There is a huge conservative population here, and that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be represented at all, and I think we're seeing that in some of the House races.
Yeah, you're going to see, what is that young gentleman's name up in the L.A. area, Collins, again.
Then we're going to slaughter the Republicans politically. But they got to get out of the way. Both Jake Tapper
We're going to
and
slaughter the
Nancy
Republicans, but they got to
Pelosi
get out of the way.
And all those, and every editor at the New York Times has to get out of our way. Let us hit the Republicans in the face instead of playing patty cakes with them. How many elections are we going to get to a razor's edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald
We want to
Trump?
slaughter the Republicans, but we need you to get out of our way.
I'm going to go to Ida. But one last thing on this, guys.
That's funny.
Forget him being a racist. Forget him being a fascist. The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron. And you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election?
I don't have their
the
YouTube
Democrats
chat.
and the mainstream media suck at this. They absolutely, positively suck, and they brainwash smart people into compliance. Well, that's not what we do at the Young Turks. If you're into compliance, don't watch us. If you're into, let's go fight these guys and win, then you're with us. Let's go fight them all and win. Ida, what in the world happened in Florida? What in the world happened with Latino voters? And they told us, hey, don't pick Bernie Sanders, otherwise they'll call him a socialist.
Look at these faces in CNN.
Those states, certainly Arizona, he could be competitive yet again. What are his plans, though, for later this night? Does he have a victory speech or a concession speech written down? Is he going to plan to address his supporters? Is there a cutoff time? Is they going to say, okay, by midnight or by 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., if the picture is clear, I'm going to come out and call it one way or the other?
We haven't been given a cutoff time, but it would be difficult to believe that any candidate would ignore supporters that have gathered out here for him. We were expecting him, or are expecting him, to come out at some point. He was saying earlier today that he is a superstitious man and really didn't want to comment on what he was expecting.
Minority district. This is one of those districts drawn so that the majority there will be African Americans. So the story here is, guys, is that apparently the president's message for African Americans, we've heard this all night, Richard.
They need to take those 13 V8 points away from Biden.
The president. And that district right there, Virginia 4, tells that story. Don't you think, Richard?
Absolutely. There were a number of different polls showing that more than 20% of black men were expected to support the president. This is unbelievable since he only got 8% in 2016. I want to move a little bit to Northern Virginia, which is the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and it's very blue. And in Fairfax County, the president is losing only by 7 percentage points at this point, which is really stunning because that is a reliably blue Democratic county, and he is just Biden is just
the opposition party.
It out, and I think that I think Biden's in trouble.
One of the parties in Turkey.
In Virginia, I think that Virginia is probably going.
I have to admit, I'm not super familiar with Turkey.
It's over now. Also, look at Fairfax. There are other votes in Fairfax. All of them have gone the Democratic way, except for the Donald Trump numbers, which is really quite interesting. So it's not the question that there's some sort of mail-in ballots that we're still waiting for. The actual genuine numbers, which have been counted throughout the state, the actual numbers are showing that Trump is really very competitive in the state and is leading currently, even though all the other news organizations have a check next to it saying it's a Biden state. So I think that we may be in for a very interesting surprise tonight.
Just parenthetically, guys, I would mention a little bad news as far as the House is concerned. Republicans lost North Carolina 6. That is Mark Walker's old district. Many of us know him. He's a friend of One American News, and that district is going to the Democrat there. That was redistricted by the governor and the legislature, though, and that's one of the reasons that Congressman Walker has decided to pursue, apparently, as far as we know, the Senate contest, the open Senate seat in 2022. So that looks like some interesting developments, though, there, Dan.
20 minutes till the polls close here in Oregon.
All right. right, gentlemen, thank you for breaking down what's happening there in Virginia. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on it. Let's bring it back here to our team at our main studio, Alex, Jen, and Greta. Virginia, Virginia, Virginia. I guess I'm...
Virginia, Virginia, Virginia.
Pennsylvania's still going to be key, but now, all of a sudden, Virginia is in play. North Carolina, still way too close to call. He's jumping ahead in Michigan. He's jumping ahead in Wisconsin. I mean, there's the Virginia numbers again. Look at this. This is not a small lead.
Virginia 4 is amazing.
I mean, this is not small at all.
170,000 lead
to 1.207 with 97% of precincts reporting. Let that sink in, folks. Look at that. That's
we
not
consider
what
the
should
Democratic
be
Party the second party, the Republican Party the first party.
Yeah. I didn't think we were going to think. I had no clue we'd be saying this in the middle of the evening.
I know that we're still waiting on Fairfax County and perhaps other votes to come in from that precinct, but you have to start doing the math in your head. And when you're at that point, when it comes to Virginia, of is there enough votes for Biden to come back? That's a bad position for the Biden campaign to be in right now. That's supposed to be a state that they are walking away with. They weren't even worrying about it. I would be interested to see if they've ever campaigned in that state at all, because that was not just a lean Democrat state, that was a solid, safe Democratic safe. So I don't, as I said, something weird is happening in Virginia, but it's coming to a pleasure for the Trump campaign, I think, right now.
So some of the things that we have, that we look at, Taha, is like the two main parties in the U.S. are Republican and Democrat.
Out of the picture, and he could afford to lose Pennsylvania. And everything going into this.
The Republican side wants a smaller government. They want less government involvement with the citizens. They want the citizens to be able to run the country and have as little involvement as possible. That way, any taxes and everything will go towards the citizens. And so they believe in lower taxes, smaller government, and more opportunities for people to be successful in the country. Whereas the Democrats, they want a bigger government. They want the government to manage everything. Businesses, private businesses, people, they want the government to have control over everybody. And then what happens is they will come out and campaign, and the Democrats, as we call liberals, will say the Republicans want to control you and do all this. They want to take all your money, and they'll basically come out and say what they're doing or what they do.
Perhaps it was the in-person Republicans who really
the Republican side tends to be the patriotic side, the more earn what you get, or you get what you earn, whatever type. Whereas the Democrats are, oh, poor you don't have this here, let us go get it for you. And you can sit on your butt while somebody else gets it for you.
They are really
but that's basically kind of the two sides of U.S. politics.
Large lead, Greta, like you were pointing out, whether it be 120 or up to 300,000, and they've got 79 to 97%, and they are still fearful to call these. And I have a feeling that's them just playing politics with reality. They don't want to call it for the president. They already warned from big social media, we've all seen it, to these major networks.
Oh, I'm not worried.
You may not know on election night. It may take weeks.
I'm glad you support Trump.
I think they're even playing into that because they don't want to give him a win too early. Not that it's going to affect anything. Polls are closed across the country except for the West Coast now. So, come on. Oh, and by the way, they just called...
Taha, you'd be welcome here regardless of who you supported.
Look at that gap. That's 60% reporting. He's up by plenty. Florida, did we put the check there yet, guys? No? Okay. Sorry. Just every 20 minutes I got to ask. You heard the governor, okay? DeSantis says, I know my state, it's done. He called it. So.
Well, and Dan, and some of the key Senate races that we've been following, these battlegrounds, not only a battleground for the presidential race, but of course for these.
Biden's not Chinese, but he flew his son over to China and helped him make a big deal with China. Made a lot of money out of China.
States like Florida, like Michigan, where there's a Senate race that's very contentious there as well, and some of the other states. That bodes very, very well for Republicans.
Jen, I'm going to jump in real quick because the powers that be here at OAN have given me the authority. We can now officially call Florida for President Donald J. Trump, and those 29 electoral numbers will go to him. Thank you. I won't bring it up again tonight.
I feel like I should congratulate you at this point.
I only had to fight for the last 2 hours. I'm like, please, for the love, let me call it.
Jeez,
all right, now here is one that I'm not going to jump out there on a ledge and say he's got North Carolina, because that's only 60.
Trump has over a 2 million popular vote now.
And what, 40,000 vote difference? So North Carolina too close. Now, he's jumping out to a commanding lead in the home state, Alex. Look at the Buckeye State, 2.7 million to 2.3. I'd say he's got the Buckeye State. Here's the kicker, though. Look at Michigan, guys. Your thoughts?
I mean, he's running away with it.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
I think we're going to go home early. Wisconsin, look at that one. I mean, again, and now we're almost all of these Midwest and Southern states, we're well over half of the precincts. We're into 60,
We might go with
70,
about 303 to 228 on this election.
So as we call these, we are safe as heck. Unlike that early call, and I'll fall on the sword, but we all did it. We all called Virginia too early tonight. The rest of these now have, again, 61, 67, 79, 97% reporting. There's no possible way.
Yeah, China is, honestly, I think China is a major threat right now. Nobody's talking about China.
I know she's been standing by him and watching
But
freezing in front of the White House. Christina,
I know China, and that's what I know recently with Turkey. I know Turkey's had some more recent skirmishes with China on the border there. And I saw reports that China has moved 60,000 troops onto the Turkish border. President Xi was going around to his military bases and telling his troops to be ready to go to war. So I have a feeling China probably won't respond very well to the outcome of the election. A big part of it is because that's what's popular about Trump also, is he's changing all these trade agreements that we have. So we had all these trade agreements that were not good for the U.S. We were outsourcing, sending all of our manufacturing, all of our jobs to China, Mexico, Canada, and everything else. We were sending everything out, so we were losing all kinds of jobs. Well, Trump went through and renegotiated all these deals, so China's not making as much money off of us as they were, and we're getting our fair share. Same thing with Mexico and Canada now. We're making our fair share based on the trade agreements instead of just basically giving everything away. China doesn't like that. It hurts their economy, so obviously they're going to probably look at retaliating some way or another.
Big riots a few months ago, and there really isn't anybody out there. There's some in front of the park. Like I said, probably a couple thousand people.
Not doing good, huh?
There's nobody else. I was a little bit nervous about trying to get back into the White House grounds, thinking that there might be a group, gathered out front, and I might not be able to get back in, but there wasn't a single person out there. So thankfully, all the riots and violence that was anticipated really hasn't materialized. It remains to be seen whether it comes out later in the evening, but I really don't think so, and the folks that I were interviewing out there, they didn't think it was going to turn violent either. So thankfully, that is unexpected, but for the best.
All righty, our Christina Bob live in front of the White House there. We will check back in with you.
I have Angry Orchard, as usual.
Peaceful and calm.
That should be no surprise.
House, America's house. Christina, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Back here in the studio now with Jim and Alex. Alex is my nemesis tonight. We are fighting about Ohio all night long. We got to talk more about these Senate races. I heard somebody just conceded a second ago, so we got some Senate races to talk about before we go back to the presidential.
Sure, the Georgia board. So I'm getting a quote as well. So Representative Doug Collins conceded to Kelly Loeffler in that Georgia special election.
Oh, you're talking about coronavirus? So a lot of people are
still going to be going
trying to ride Trump's case about the coronavirus, but I don't think
looks like it's going to be
it would have really mattered how Trump handled it.
in January. So
I think we would have still had the numbers that we have today, because the consequences of it are the response from the states, not the response from the president. And states have been locked down for months now, and it's still spreading.
Making sure that they make sure that voters stay enthusiastic through January.
It's been fairly consistent, so apparently the lockdowns and everything haven't really made that much of a difference.
This is from Representative Doug Collins. I just called Kelly Loeffler, congratulated her on making the runoff. She has my support and endorsement. I look forward to all Republicans coming together. Raphael Warnock would be a great disaster for Georgia and America. So there you have it. And here are the numbers for that, so we can see Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent there in Georgia, 28%. Doug Collins conceding at 23%. and the Democrat with 29.
You know, that's just disappointing. I wish they just could have talked Collins into backing down. It seemed like Loeffler had the momentum. If you looked on social media, if you heard from the president, and I know
So if Loeffler loses,
endorse either one. He said he loved both of them because the
then
president
that
he
means
loves everybody.
that means Doug Collins cost her the
Appeared to be
position.
Weeks out, and the days leading up that Kelly was going to take this one, and I just wish that Doug would have conceded and not just got out of the race weeks ago, and she could have taken this, because now if it does come
Hawaiian
down to where
pizza.
we've only got 1 or 2 seat majority in the Senate, now we have to have this special runoff, like you said, Jen, in January, and we may not know what happens with control of the Senate until then, if it comes down to it.
Exactly. In another race, okay, I do want to go back to that. We haven't called this one yet, but here we are. Tommy Tuberville winning that Alabama seat, 63%. He just unseated Doug Jones. So this is an upset for Democrats. They were really hoping to hold on to this seat. It was not going to happen. And this, again, is huge. It's just another testament to the power of what the Trump endorsement can do for a Republican
73% report in Arizona, and Biden has an 8-point lead.
Beat President Trump's old AG, Jeff Sessions. And so here's a live look at his speech there. He's celebrating. Let's take a listen in there. You know what?
No,
And I think
looks like he already gave the speech there, Jen, and now they're throwing out footballs and just having fun. He won.
Celebrating.
It's time to party down there. Okay, so that bodes well now for Republicans. So we pick up
Less than 10 minutes, and Oregon polls close.
And then even if Loeffler ends up losing in January, we would still be at net right in the middle.
And I think that win that Georgia seat does get to the January, because it's typically where Democrats don't turn out.
No counts coming in yet locally.
During elections that are out of presidential races. So I know a lot of Democrats were hoping that maybe they could make something happen in this race, because it becomes less and less likely the further they get away from this race of flipping that seat. So I think that even though a lot of Republicans would like to see a Loeffler-Collins victory tonight, I think that it's delaying the inevitable to some degree.
Well, totally. And if you add up the Republican vote tonight, if it wasn't split between the two of them, I mean, either of them would be winning by a major margin to the Democrats, 29%. So that bodes well for the special election in January.
Trump's taking a pretty good sized lead in Texas. He's got a good lead in North Carolina.
Take over as Attorney General or some other cabinet position.
Ohio, he's got a huge lead in Ohio. Huge lead in Pennsylvania. So 42% reporting now in Pennsylvania. Trump is leading 55 to 42.
Well, to the detriment of 2 people. Trump was no fan of Jeff Sessions there at the end. No. So that was probably part of his demise. Let's be real.
I mean, 100%. He never endorsed him. And it was actually, it was a little awkward to watch.
I was expecting Trump to take Ohio.
And not get that Trump endorsement.
I wasn't expecting him to take Michigan. I wasn't expecting him to take Wisconsin.
Barr's got a backbone.
I wasn't expecting him to take Virginia.
And not only did President Trump not endorse,
Yeah, I actually wasn't expecting him to take that.
badly about it.
But it's possible he might lose Montana, but Montana's starting to come back his way. Arizona, he's got a huge deficit there.
Support President Trump. That's by Jeff Sessions, by the way.
Okay, good job.
And meanwhile, President Trump is saying,
It's over.
for this man, Tommy Tuberville, strong in crime, things like
Taha votes for Trump. It's over.
Yeah.
All right, so
Taha's calling it.
Let's just kind of put a bow on that one for this hour, because we're getting close.
Taha's not from Turkey. He's a Russian bot.
Almost close out all polls. There'll be a few little ones like Hawaii and Alaska there at the end, but we are coming up on about 6-7 minutes here until California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington.
Montana's a lot like a lot of the most of the country, where the majority of the state is red, but the more populated cities are purple and blue.
It was, what, 7 or 8 back in the Orange County Central area in Southern California that went blue. Those were vulnerable places that were, I believe, living in California for years, those were Republican strongholds. Right. But now with the COVID lockdown, I'll put it back onto COVID. Oh, and they're cutting me off because we want to go see our friend Lindsey Graham. Here we go, acceptance speech. Speaking of another Senate seat we held on to, here's Senator Lindsey Graham, South Carolina.
Thank you, South Carolina. We did it. And I don't mean me, I mean we.
Sounds like he was sweating bullets.
Come on up, guys. We'll talk with these folks here in a second. To borrow a phrase from Churchill, never has one candidate owed so much to so many as I do. I owe so much to so many not just in South Carolina, throughout the country. So thank you. This victory is an answer to a lot of prayers. Everybody that prayed for me also voted for me, and then some. So to those who've been following this race from afar, I hope you got the message. If you don't get this message, it's hopeless. Here's the message I got. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put our national security interests ahead of everything else because
They stopped counting in PA? What the heck?
else matters. Isn't that right, Joe? To the men
They're not even 50% reporting.
I will continue to have your back because you've got all of ours. It is my goal and my desire to make sure that we have the best prepared military to deter war, but if we get in it, we're going to win it. To the people in Austria, Vienna, my heart breaks for you. To the rest of America who may be watching briefly here, radical Islam is not dead and buried. They have been hit hard, but this is not over. I will never, ever take my eye off the ball. No more 9/11s. The other purpose I have is to make sure that every conservative in South Carolina understands this. I will do everything I can to stop the radical agenda coming from Nancy Pelosi's house.
Well, that's unacceptable. It's an election. You don't stop counting until the counting's done.
Bury it in the Senate because it's bad for America.
Like the gambler.
To the people of South Carolina,
Yeah, I like Graham. He speaks his mind. He spoke out against Trump in the beginning.
We're not going to forget you. We're not going to forget the Port of Charleston. We're not going to forget about the blocking and tackling of politics. I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground where I can. Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end?
He did, didn't he?
I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He is going to win. To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics.
Yep. About ready to close here on the West Coast.
Got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jamie, thank you. He was very gracious. He created a incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. He raised more money than anybody in the history of the United States Senate. I think had a lot to do with that. But
the Senate and the House. So the Senate, you have each state has 2 senators, and that is like the senior level of Congress. And the House is the House of Representatives. So each state has different numbers of representatives based on the population, and so they will bring bills to the Senate, and if they pass something in the House, then it goes to the Senate for approval before it goes to the president. So, for instance, with the impeachment, Nancy Pelosi brought the impeachment, whatever. They did the impeachment, went through the House, goes to the Senate. The Senate is like the court, whatever, that said, nope, we're saying he's innocent, and it squashed from there.
And the lieutenant governor, and we just were a great team. But I'm going to start with my family behind me. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much, sweetheart.
And so right now the Democrats hold the majority in the House, and so they can get stuff through the House easily, but the Republicans hold the majority in the Senate.
You have my heart to my end. Berna May and Nell can't be with us, thinking about y'all. To the ball.
And I think the House has.
This journey started, and
I think you can only be elected twice to the House. So that's why a lot of people in Congress will run for the House first, do their 2 terms in the House, and they'll switch to the Senate.
We knocked on doors, and damn if we didn't win. And everything has just been an incredible ride since. Without what you did for me then in my first congressional race and my first Senate race, there would be no Lindsey Graham. So thank you all very much. She passed the baton to Scott Farmer, who is the best campaign manager in the United States.
Is it unlimited term in the House? I thought it was the House you had the limited term, and the Senate you had the unlimited.
He's a terrific campaign manager. He's a better father. He's a better husband. He's a better friend. I have the best campaign in the history of South Carolina. And it is wide and it is deep, and if you take us on, you better get up early and you better stay late. And $130 million is not enough. So to Scotty Howell, who did the ads, well done, my friend. So we had a really, our seasoned team just delivered it in every way possible.
Okay, so I guess it's the...
And Toby, thank you. Y'all were incredible. I know a lot more about the digital world than I used to.
I'm going to learn more about that. I'll have to do some research on that.
In every aspect of it. So it was just a wide and deep, and I just can't thank you all enough. Team Graham is just a joy to be part of. All I can say is that the results speak for themselves. Tara, thank you for raising $108 million and counting. LindseyGraham.com. 2026 will be here before you know it.
So they already gave Washington, Oregon, and California to Biden.
Out of the park for all of us. To the victory team, it's the best run victory operation in the history of the state. To the state house and state senate candidates who sent out videos for me.
Statewide turnout for Oregon was 78%.
In South Carolina tonight. To my congressional colleagues and patriots, we have the best Republican House district of House representation of any place in the United States. I can't thank you enough, and let's start with the dean. Joe Wilson, you're a great man. Thank you so much for being my friend. Congratulations to you. Nobody works harder, and he loves the military, and if you want a keychain, tonight is the night. William Timmons, thank you for all you did in the Greenville-Spartanburg area. You're terrific. You have a bright future. To Jeff Duncan, you won the cyber war all by yourself. I think Jeff enjoyed my campaign more than
Red.
To Tom Rice, you're just a joy to work with. Thank you all so much. We just have so much to be grateful for in this state. We have great representation. And Nancy Mace is going to win before this night's over with.
All right, folks, you've been listening to Senator Lindsey Graham's winning speech right there. He's taken his seat, held on to it. A lot of talk the last couple of weeks that he may not hold on to that one after all that cash was spent. But we can say now Lindsey Graham will hold that seat. We were talking before we took that speech, and we were saying that right now it was kind of at a net where Republicans were still holding on to their 4 seats.
Yeah, Utah would be red.
Some breaking news. Looks like they just lost 1.
Yeah, they did. So over in Arizona, it looks like Martha McSally just got unseated. So it's so Mark Kelly won that race. Going into it, like we talked about, Dan, it was a very, very tight race. And Mark Kelly was leading in the polls, actually. Here are the final numbers, actually. So Mark Kelly, 55%.
Idaho just turned around, or Montana just turned around. Idaho just went to Trump.
This was one of those races where it was a really tough, tight race going into it. Martha McSally was put into that seat in 2018 after she lost her initial race to fill out the rest of the term for Senator John McCain. So going into this, sort of still considered the underdog. But again, this puts the Republicans still at a net. They're still up by 1 right now. It's 50-49. That Georgia special election is going into a runoff in January. So if this stays the way it is right now, we still have a few more seats to keep an eye out. But right now, Republicans still holding on very narrowly to their majority in the upper chamber.
Yeah, and the president's going to need that. I'm going to keep holding on to hope here, looking at what's happening in Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, and think that the president's going to pull this out tonight. And wouldn't it be a shame if the Republicans lose the Senate? But right now, they're only down 1. The other races that you've been tracking, Jen, I don't know if they were as hotly contested as the ones that we've already seen and called, like in Colorado, in Michigan, now in Arizona, Lindsay's seat, Mitch McConnell. So we know which way all those have gone. Still a couple more that you're tracking. But again, I don't think any of those were really undecided. It looks like we kind of know which way they're going. So it looks like until we find out what happens with that Georgia seat and that special runoff, they could be down 1, maybe down 2.
Right, and just what we're hearing from our producers, they officially called Florida, but we know President Trump won that by about 2 percentage points, but several hundred thousand
up there.
But I do want to point something else. Going back to the House, so Democrats are projected to hold on to their majority there. However, this I thought was
See you, Taha. Thanks for hanging out.
Paints a larger picture about that Trump bump, that Trump effect we're seeing in Florida, where it was.
Hey, Rednecks, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I mean, we saw Republicans flip a seat there, the 26th congressional district. And now, just to put it into perspective, this is Miami-Dade County, where Trump went into this county as the underdog, and he overperformed there, as we saw with the win. That's trickling down, and it's helping Republicans flip some of these seats in the swing state of Florida. And, you know, we have Carlos Jimenez again taking on and seating the Democrat representing the 26th district. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of that happening in Florida. And the closer we get to the western states, California,
They just closed, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned that about 5-6 minutes ago. Here, 11 o'clock East Coast, 8 o'clock West Coast. We had California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington closed. The last 2 then will be Hawaii and Alaska a little bit later. But right now it looks like, obviously, Utah, I believe we called that one, went to the president. Nevada, still up for grabs, like I said it would be. I really believe that one could go either way. Nobody can figure out what's going to be happening in the Silver State. Montana, we showed that one earlier, guys. I think the numbers were up for Biden, but the percentage was very low. That one typically should go
Montana
to the president.
flipped.
And then
It's red now.
Idaho, they've called for the president as well. And you had said Florida went for him. OAN had
306, 225. I think that's what we're going to end up with.
Florida. So I'm just hoping that we could all get a first over everybody else.
Well,
and call Florida, which we kind of did.
You did. Yeah. And I have to say, building on Jen's point as well, I mean, when we look back to 2018, there was that blue wave, if you will. And of course, Florida was actually a big part of that. But one thing that I think is worth noting is that there was no President Trump on the top of that ticket. And Democrats very much so did have a reason to come out.
It looks like Jeff Merkley's staying in. He led.
House races,
he won at 63% to 32% in Oregon.
Republicans had controlled the White House, the Senate, and the lower chamber. They came back in that so-called blue wave to take that. But now Republicans do have President Trump at the top of that ticket. And when we're looking at these numbers,
Biden won Oregon 63 to 33. Go figure.
Turnout in that state among Republicans than there was back in 2018. So once again, it's an entirely new ballgame. A lot of people can say, I remember what happened in 2016. Everyone at home, this is a new ballgame. We've already had more votes than 2016.
Alex Skarlatos, he's the National Guard member in Oregon that was on the Paris train.
Right, and going to your point of
they stopped the mass attack. He lost to DeFazio, who's been there for a long time.
But as we know, of course, President Trump dominates with white voters. He's also doing really, really well in
so Oregon's staying pretty blue,
Latino voters, especially
unfortunately.
In states like Florida. When we get to a state like Texas, for example, on the West Coast, he's definitely outperforming there. And that's important, especially in these races where it's going to come down to a 2 or 3 point margin when it comes to him being victorious and sort of going off that same playbook that he did on his path to victory in 2016.
They've received most of the mail-in votes.
Doing that so far, but outpacing that. Totally.
They'd already received like 78% for the state, 78% of the votes.
It looks like President Trump is overperforming in. We were going down the list: Michigan, Virginia, Pennsylvania. They all have something in common, and it's that they've had what people would call overly strict lockdown orders by their governors. I mean, everybody knows about Ralph Northam in Virginia and his horrible Halloween costumes, and I'll leave it at that. But When we look at what's happening in Michigan as well, I mean, that's a state that had very harsh lockdown orders, and now we're looking at Texas as well. Those are big numbers.
Got to throw those in real fast because that is the big prize of the night, of course, with 36 electoral votes. So we got to show you Texas because we haven't even talked about it yet.
38.
Just called, I'm sorry, is it not 36? What is it?
It's up to 38.
Oh, 38 now. That's right. It went up 2 over the last.
Oh, look at
that. So 38 electoral votes on the line here in the Lone Star State. And we already obviously put the 29 from Florida over in the Trump ticket. What I'm seeing now, right now, is about a 50-some point spread, right? Depending on which states have gone which way. If some places have called them, some haven't. We're about 50 points divided between.
The Fox finally gave Florida to
Biden's around 200, Trump's around 145, 150. But again, Texas is 38 of those, right? That's going to be the big shift. And then we have to see what happens with Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Pennsylvania. That's what it's going to, those 5 is what it's coming down to. I truly don't believe that Texas, even though everybody keeps saying it's so purple now, it's so purple, it's not going to flip tonight. Not going to happen.
I don't think so either. I
was waiting for the feedback. Call me wrong, Alex. Come on.
I've never called you wrong.
Well, at the beginning of the night, you thought Ohio. At the beginning of the night with Ohio, you were like,
all right. No, you're exactly right, though. But I think when we look at Texas as well, too, that is one state that it does seem like it's inching closer and closer more to the left. But, I mean, the numbers
it's like Travis Stovall might have won Gresham.
With Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke. And even the Senate race, too, when you look at that, we're seeing similar numbers. Maybe it isn't going as far to the left as many people would claim. I mean, there's still a lot to go on tonight, but it seems like perhaps that momentum is stalled at this current percentage point. So I think maybe that's something to keep an eye on, too.
Yeah, Jen, real quick, you had mentioned something about Senator Corwin's race. We know that he won that one in Texas.
So Portland won.
Down there? Are they
Ted Wheeler won. He had 47%. Sarah Alneron had 40%. And write-ins had 12%.
Going back to 2018, one of the main reasons why Texas is starting to, that narrative building around Texas that it could potentially be purple.
Out of 300,000 votes.
Definitely not in 2020. But the way that Democrats have been performing there and their voter registration number, it's up.
Chloe Euliday is out. Mingus Maps
They were able to make some
beat Chloe Euliday or Eudaly. So
promising to Democrats, they invested a lot.
So one of
at the end of the day, Biden himself has not visited Texas. He sent Kamala Harris there. And
no Sarah Alneron, Eudaly, the one who followed everything that Joanne Hardesty said. She's out. So now Joanne Hardesty is pretty much on her own now.
And that's really going to help these.
So hopefully she'll be out next.
So there was this wave of retirements with the Texas congressmen in 2018. A lot of them decided to retire, and that sort of, you know, Democrats took that as a positive sign. We have an in Texas, but I have a feeling that they're misinterpreting that for what it means. Are they making inroads? Sure. Does that mean that they're going to be super successful in Texas tonight? Probably not.
Greta, earlier in the show, you were chatting, and we all were, about the importance of Georgia, and it kind of went back, forth. I know that they've got some new numbers on Georgia now because it is still one of those places just too close to call. I don't know if you want to expand a little bit on Georgia. If we've got those, there we go, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's a big lead now all of a sudden, right?
Right.
That wasn't the case just a half hour ago or so.
Right, and that's with 66% of precincts reporting. And you look at the percentage, it's a big lead, 54% to 44%. But it's also a big lead when you look at the popular vote. He's leading by over 300,000 votes, and that's, you know, the kind of margins that we were looking at in Florida for the, you know, last 40% of precincts being reported. So we could probably expect Georgia to kind of follow with that. So President Trump, I would say, is safely leading here in Georgia. We're not going to call anything at this point, but 66% of precincts reporting. You have a 54% to 44% lead for President Trump here in the Peach State. People were looking at this state as turning more and more blue, especially in 2020 and after Stacey Abrams' possible, her, you know, better than expected run for governor. Brian Kemp, though, did end up winning. And if we're talking about coronavirus, just like Florida, Georgia is another state that has been open kind of the longest at this point. Florida and Georgia were really together when they reopened. Those two states, you know, they border each other and they travel between the two of those states. And voters in that state have seen an open economy for a lot longer than
Idaho's not blue.
Guys, real quick.
Oh, wait.
Check back in with our
Biden's leading. But they already gave it to Trump.
He is in Pennsylvania, the state that we all
We'll see.
been chatting about all night long. And I've got to find out from him, Jack, I don't know if you can hear me. We just saw something online that was a little disturbing, and maybe you can confirm this. We're hearing that there's districts maybe around Philly or somewhere that have decided to stop counting for the night in Pennsylvania. They're going to pick it up in the morning. What are you hearing on the ground?
Yeah, Dan, there was actually a statement given by the Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney to that effect that I think was a little bit of misinformation on his part. The Philly city officials have confirmed that they will be counting throughout the night. They're set to provide another update, they estimate, on those ballots between, and keep in mind this is talking about the mail-in ballots, that those will be coming in between midnight and 1 a.m. with a next batch to come in around 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, this is only talking about the 40,000 mail-in ballots in the city of Philadelphia. Only about 76,000 of those have come in so far. We also saw a report that only about 10,000 they're able to process in about an hour. So 10,000 an hour, pretty slow. So it seems like they are taking their time to go through these. But of course, obviously, as Pennsylvania inches closer and closer, certainly as we've been reporting here at One America News all year long.
So once they start making these calls more,
the keystone
we should be able to have a better idea of Trump taking it.
The entire election is coming down to.
We've been saying it, on OAN for weeks, if not months. You are correct, Jack. But as we look at what's happening now in Michigan with the president jumping out to a huge lead, also in Wisconsin, we haven't heard about Minnesota yet, Georgia's big lead, and Ohio's big lead. He may not need Pennsylvania, even though all of us talking heads have said it was going to come down to the Keystone State. But it's looking like right now he may not even need it.
He doesn't.
Well, I certainly think that would be wonderful to know, because it would be nice to get some certainty before it's too late
looks of
tonight.
it.
I have heard from inside the White House that they are bullish on Pennsylvania. They're certainly bullish on Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, and others, they said earlier, and Arizona as well. I know the president's advisors are expecting to do well in Arizona, and yet they are still holding out hope, really, for those Rust Belt states that you just mentioned, though we are, of course, as the results come in, all remains to be seen.
Jack, I want you to reiterate something that you brought up in the last hour for our viewers that are just joining One America News' special coverage here, and that was what the GOP plans to do now with some of those mail-in ballots that that state Supreme Court said they would allow to come in 3 days after, which went against their old state voting rules. They changed the rules mid-game.
He's got a 10-point lead in Georgia with 70% reporting.
Up to the United States Supreme Court now in the next few days.
I still don't know why they haven't. The AP hasn't officially called Florida. His lead has grown in North Carolina with 94%.
We have an 0-6 record. He's talking about the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, which is right now pretty strongly controlled by the Democrat Party. Those are all Democrat seats up there. And so when the GOP is going to really take it to the next level, they're talking about federal, which of course means Supreme Court in this instance. Prior to that, there was a 4-4 decision on this, so the lower ruling stood. That ruling actually came out after Amy Coney Barrett had been seated, but she didn't actually make a ruling in that case because she hadn't been quite read in, quite briefed on it. But Alito did leave a big opening for the PA-GOP, the Trump campaign, to come back and refile that once the
Biden had North Carolina for quite a bit of the count, and then it just flipped, and it's building more and more on Trump's favor.
Essentially, they're going to hold the state of Pennsylvania to their own deadline of saying that if those ballots were not returned by the original law, essentially you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. You have to go with one or the other. Elections do need to have deadlines. I mean, if you show up to the polls after 8 p.m., guess what? You're not going to vote because that's how that works. They're going to hold the state to that deadline, and that could mean a lot of votes for Joe Biden. We know 2-1 that those outstanding votes are likely to be for Joe Biden, Democrat to Republican, that it could mean a lot of votes lost for him.
And then we'll hear the whole nonsense from the left that, oh, the president had to use the courts and stole the election, blah, 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 blah. But everybody needs to remember and remain calm. You have states like Pennsylvania and other ones where Democrats, as you just said, Jack, went in the last days, weeks, months, and changed the rules of the game to try and benefit them. And as you said, if the Supreme Court does strike down these thousands of extra mail-in votes that could have been most likely for Biden, that could then flip Pennsylvania to President Trump. Let's hope we don't even have to get there. Let's hope that the win is big enough in the Keystone State that we don't go there. Our Jack Posobiec, thank you so much, man. Stay warm, stay with us. We still got a few hours to go. We may need you again, all right?
All right. Dun, da, 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 da.
Thanks, Jack. He's having fun out there
Yeah,
in Pennsylvania. He knew that was going to be the key one. I think he specifically asked for that state coverage because it's not just us. It's every political pundit, all the networks. They've all been saying Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. And one of the main reasons I've said it is because, and I know nobody likes to talk about this, because the mainstream media and the left have said for months and weeks, nope, voting secure, there's no voter fraud, nothing's going on. Let me tell you what, when you allow these ballots by the thousands to come in days after, you are opening yourself up for fraud. So why can't you meet the deadlines? This is like, I don't know how many times I have to say this. This is, you got a football team, they're down 14 points, they go in, it's their home field.
North Carolina is Trump now.
The refs in and they go, we're going to change some rules real quick, okay, refs? You work for us, this is where we live. And they go back out and the rules have changed and they win the game by 2 points. That's what Democrats have been trying to do for weeks. Change the rules of elections in key states like Pennsylvania so they can either, whether it be voter fraud or not, so they can stretch things out, run it through the courts, and if President Trump has to go to the highest court with Pennsylvania,
there are going to be some liberal tears.
With Bush Gore and say,
this is all Trump.
Use the Supreme Court, stole the election. Whatever. Let's hope it doesn't even come down to that. And judging by some of these states, as I see some more going red, we may not even talk about Pennsylvania. Because Virginia, guys, is still, I think, in play. Georgia looks like it's going for Trump. And then we still got to see what's going to happen with North Carolina.
Yeah, and I know, too, that we're going to be waiting on results, not just into tonight, but probably throughout the rest of the week as well. Some state officials from Pennsylvania, as we were talking about with Jack, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin, said that we probably won't get an answer tonight when it comes to those votes. And that's unfortunate, but you know what? I think it's clear that we could get an idea of where that momentum is, because I think that coming into tonight, if we did have a clear winner and it was just out there and that's that, I think that would mean that there was a Joe Biden landslide. I think that was the only way where every network was going to be calling a clear winner. I mean, look at Florida. I mean, they still won't call that for President Trump, and we see how much he's winning.
Well, Biden has an 8% lead, 8-point lead with 73% reported.
Mail-in votes and early voting. That's a bad sign for the Biden.
But it's funny that they won't call Florida.
I'm going to say I think this nation, and an incumbent president usually always has the momentum. So I'm going to say that I think people thought it was going to be a massive red wave. We're seeing states possibly go red that we didn't think so. We're seeing battleground states where Democrats and the lamestream media were already calling for Biden yesterday, which are now going for Trump in the tune of 130, 200, 300,000 more votes with 60 to 90%.
Oh yeah, Fox did call Florida, didn't they?
That people expected to see a red wave. We may not be seeing it as great as we thought, but I don't know that it was what people were thinking it would be a landslide, because again, it always comes down to the economy. Greta, I will agree with you all night on that. And so this COVID nonsense that the Democrats played up to for 8 freaking months and screwing our economy, screwing certain states, Michigan, California, you name it, where they have shut them down. California is what, the 5th largest economy in the world? And you've got a dictator governor who's kept that state locked down. They still can't go to church in that state, gyms, all kinds of stuff. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, moderate, independent, libertarian. You see that kind of nonsense go on, and then you go, you know what? I want a president that's going to get us through this and get the economy going so I can have my job back, so I can pay for my kids' clothes to go to school, so I can buy food. I mean, come on, Greta. Economy, economy, economy.
Well, I do actually want to, go back to Arizona and Texas. Those were 2 states when we were going into this race where people were saying that Biden could flip those states. And here's President Trump's job approval in that state. So you can see the job approval for the president in that state. 100% of Republicans who surveyed said, or those who said they approve strongly, 100% of them were Republicans. Those who approve somewhat, 8% were Democrats, 84% were Republicans. Disapprove somewhat, so we didn't get any results there, but disapprove strongly, 97% of those people who said that were Democrats, while 2% of those who said they disapproved strongly of President Trump's job performance were Republicans. I think we also have some similar results for Texas for the same type of survey. Again, you can see here those who said they approve strongly, 96% were Republicans. Those who approve somewhat, 86% Republicans, and then those who disapprove strongly, 96 of those respondents being Democrats. And that's what you expect to see. President Trump has a over 90% approval rating within the Republican Party. And then these are longtime Republican states, even as people look at them as possible purple states. These are longtime Republican strongholds. If we can possibly maybe get, here's actually something from Ohio. a survey of Ohio voters there. The question is, would you say President Trump cares about people like you? So that's people who live there in the Rust Belt, manufacturing workers, things like that. We know they were key to President Trump's win in 2016. Voters who said yes, 95% of them were Republicans, while voters who said no, 89% of them were Democrats. And then the next question here for Ohio, how tough has President Trump been in his approach to China? Too tough, 89% say, or 89% of those who say he's been too tough were Democrats. It's kind of split a little bit closer on those who say he hasn't been tough enough.
I feel like they're afraid to like
being Democrats, 35% being Republicans.
call him for a Trump.
Respondents were Republicans. China,
They don't want
China issue
people to
does
think Trump's
impact
going to win
Ohio,
already.
It does impact other states like Iowa, as those are states where you see farming and agriculture. And we do want to go back to Arizona.
Yeah, well, guys, we got to talk about this real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm seeing some other news organizations. I don't know if the AP has called it. They're putting Arizona blue already. It does have a high number of percentage vote count already, precincts reporting. I don't know what our numbers show on Arizona, but they are giving Arizona's electoral votes to Biden and several other news. I don't want to call that yet. I don't know why they're doing it. It looks like he's got a couple 100,000 lead in Arizona. Again, this goes back to those rhinos and moderates and independents that lived in California that moved over to Arizona. And it looks like maybe they got out there and got to them and convinced Arizona voters. And we need to look this up. When's the last time Arizona went blue?
I believe it was 1996 under Bill Clinton. That was the last time Arizona went blue. So it's been a long time. But
I do.
200,000? I find that hard to believe. But again, is that, guys, in the back, is that 41%?
Like this microphone, it's set up real good to where somebody can come in and talk to me and it won't come through. But I can. It's got dog ears. I can crinkle that and it'll hear every little bit of it.
Fox News is the one calling it right now, but they've already had to walk back Virginia tonight, judging by the results that they saw. I don't know if this is necessarily ready to be called just yet. I mean, we're looking at 41% of the vote, an overwhelming amount of votes still coming in from Maricopa County, and that's actually a place where President Trump looks like he was.
It's 73% of the vote. Their numbers are wrong for Arizona. It's 73% of the vote.
Pretty conservative, though.
And it's a 8-point lead for Biden.
Well, that's like the Phoenix area, if I'm not mistaken, right? And but I think that it is kind of a swing district in that sense because you remember people like Joe Arpaio, I believe.
Sheriff Joe.
Yeah, but at the same time,
of Maricopa.
I think it's about the margins more so that people are looking at. But I mean, right there, we see 9 points. But if this were to be the case for everybody watching at home, that puts so much greater of an emphasis on places like Michigan and Wisconsin because the whole game plan coming into tonight for the Biden campaign was we can lose Florida, maybe we can even lose Georgia, but we then would have to win Pennsylvania and sweep the rest of the Midwest going out to Arizona and then winning that. That is the Biden game plan. And so if that ends up coming to fruition, that's good news for the Biden team.
Yep. Totally.
Yeah. I'm just tracking these numbers here. A lot of them are calling some of this way too early with the percentage coming in.
I need a whoopee cushion.
See there while you guys were chatting, I know we threw up Michigan. It looks like the president jumped quite a bit ahead there. Georgia. We haven't seen anything from Minnesota yet. And we haven't touched on Wisconsin in a bit. We know he was up in Wisconsin there for a while. I don't know if we have any of those boards available, guys, whether it be Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Ohio. There we go. Michigan again. He's jumped up to a pretty commanding lead there. Now, that's comfortable. Again, though, that's only half, not even half the precincts.
Yeah.
So that still could change.
So Virginia, that could go back to Biden.
It bodes well that the Senate seat went to Republican.
Because he's down a 3-point lead, 60% reporting.
He had a pretty commanding lead on that one. I don't know. Do we want to head back to any of the Senate or House races or stay on these?
Just to contextualize what we're looking at, for example, what we were just looking at with Michigan was only about 10% less of precincts reporting with a much larger lead for President Trump than Joe Biden, yet they're not calling that one. So it goes to show you how close it still is in the state of Arizona. But
well, and with Ohio, we're looking at these numbers. President Trump is up. He's at 53%. Joe Biden at 44%.
I'm calling it. Fox called it.
From the data that we've had come in so far, President Trump has won Mahoning County, Ohio, has not been won by a Republican since 1972. So this just sort of goes to show you the inroads that President Trump is making in the Rust Belt and some of these very swingy districts, very swingy counties here. So that bodes well for President Trump. And if you can continue on that path, that might be reflected very similarly in Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Of course, we're still waiting for those.
Well, and the precincts reporting in the Buckeye State now are almost at 95%. I don't think you're going to swing 400 and almost 50,000 votes back for Biden. So I'm thinking
I think
that
I see Biden getting what, 36, 40 more votes tops.
Like Florida, that he now has Ohio. Even though we haven't called it,
well,
I'm going to put Ohio in the Trump category.
And let's talk really quickly about Wisconsin. You can see with 73% of precincts reporting, President Trump is up 52% to 47%. And an interesting fact I just saw on Twitter is that President Trump is really outperforming Joe Biden in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We saw a lot of unrest in Kenosha, and the message of law and order could really travel there.
I think based on Fox News numbers right there, they're 223 and 148.
So if he,
I could see Biden getting Nevada, keeping Virginia, Minnesota, and Iowa. That's what, 22.
In particular was hit really hard by rioting during that first debate, during the first presidential
22
debate
more
that
points.
was ongoing and happening. And so the Trump campaign's message of law and order, we're going to bring safety back to your cities, that rings home for voters in a city like Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah, and that's an issue that we've been talking about throughout the entire night. I mean, even when we talk about Pennsylvania, the unrest that was in Philadelphia.
That map there is Fox News. That's what they're updating.
Could have been playing an issue with that. I mean, we could go all across the country and look at the idea of perhaps this race is coming down to that law and order.
That's what Fox News has called.
It wasn't too long ago where that was what everybody was talking about, that perhaps it would be.
And I think based out of everything that's left on Fox News that's yellow and gray, I think all that, the only thing that Biden's going to get left out of that is Nevada,
looks like right now people in the
Iowa, and Minnesota.
From Trump's perspective than the latter.
Well, and you bring up Virginia, and we do want to, if Arizona is blue and flips blue, everyone was looking at Arizona as this key state for Biden to flip. But if President Trump were to flip Virginia, then that completely negates Arizona being flipped. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Virginia has 13. So if President Trump were to flip what everyone saw as a safe blue vote for Joe Biden with those 13 electoral votes.
I don't know if he's going to, though, because Biden's closing in on that number.
Arizona doesn't matter as much for Joe Biden because he's losing 13 electoral votes that they have counted as safe.
No, not Iowa. I don't know why I said Iowa.
That puts more attention on Pennsylvania, which is what we've been talking about. That's
so Minnesota, Nevada.
Whether that's going to be the path to victory
will probably be the last of what he gets.
Biden, of course, that's to be seen. But looks like he's going to need that now if he wants another 4 years. It's looking more and more like he's going to need Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and I think that too, I mean, once again, a greater emphasis on Michigan and Wisconsin. I know it's a broken record at this point, but I mean, it's a truism. I mean, at this point, the path to victory for either one of these campaigns likely goes through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, whoever better performs there, because up until this point, I believe the Trump campaign has won 4 of the 5 swing states that they were looking at that they thought were absolutely necessary, or at least are on pace to.
But even still with Pennsylvania, they're talking about Pennsylvania. If they get everything counted except for what they say, 60,000 mail-in votes, Trump has a 500,000 vote lead.
You guys were just talking about poll numbers, whether it be exit polls or the polling that was leading up to this election. So let's get a little bit more data, shall we, and find out what we're looking at some of those states. Our Richard Pollock live in our D.C. bureau, and he's going to be joined by John McLaughlin. He's a Trump
Hey, Dan,
pollster.
thank you very much. We are honored to have John McLaughlin, who is President Trump's personal pollster. He's been with us on One American News on a weekly basis. John, how does it feel tonight?
Thank you, Cara. I appreciate it.
Right now, because I think a lot of the Biden campaign and a lot of the liberal media were trying to say we couldn't win. They were talking about a Biden landslide, and
So they must be at somebody's house in Portland.
They said we were going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. So it feels pretty good because we've always said, you know.
I don't know if they went back to
tonight's the night that you forget the polls.
the new commissioner's house, or I don't know whose house that is.
Had a massive historic turnout today. Winning Florida. I just got off the phone with my contacts in North Carolina. Won Madison Cawthorn in North Carolina 11, won that seat decisively, not even close. We're holding the House. We're holding the Senate, the state Senate in North Carolina, and the president will win North Carolina.
I'm
So,
sure they do. They
Senate
usually have
Republicans
people,
should
somebody
win
that's
too.
watching whatever's going on.
With those, you
So I'm
know,
sure
the
it's been
networks,
spread
the
out
other
already.
networks should be calling. It took a while for even Fox News to call Florida when the president was up by 4 points and 99%
Texas,
of the vote was in.
77% reporting, and Trump has a 500,000 vote lead.
Pennsylvania or Georgia, or North Carolina.
He's got a 6-point lead, 5-point
lead.
lead.
Slow down our momentum because it might affect Western states like Nevada, where the president could win Nevada. So things are looking good.
Very good. So what?
Yeah,
about,
Biden's got Minnesota.
You think the president?
Trump's got Texas.
Yes,
Trump will take Montana.
And as they keep counting votes, you know what's a good sign?
So Trump's going to take Montana. Biden's probably going to take Nevada. Trump will take Texas. Trump will take Iowa. Biden will take Minnesota. I think Trump will take Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
That's what's going on in Philadelphia, where they threw our inspectors out of there. There's going to be lawsuits all over. So they stopped counting in Philadelphia. It means they got to find some more votes. And, you know, it's they probably got the ink still wet on the mail-in ballots. So, you know, it's, you know, or they got to find some more dead people that can vote. So the Democrats have a history of doing that. So, but that's good because it, you know, bodes well for us in Pennsylvania, bodes well for us in Georgia. So the Georgia vote comes in slow. We will win Georgia. The President Trump will win Georgia.
You know, I'm taking a look at Michigan. I'm taking a look at Ohio. Also the possibility of a Pennsylvania win. It looks like the coalition of working class workers is really coming together the same way that it came in 2016.
What's happening is basically the heartland of the country has said, you know, we don't want to hear from Washington or the political elites. You know, maybe Lady Gaga's little ad that she had drinking a beer and camo didn't go over well with some parts of people in Ohio and Pennsylvania. So they should be calling Ohio for the president. They should be calling Iowa for the president a little bit. So we'll see if the networks do that. But as they count votes, you're going to see the president keep adding to his totals. So, and that's the Heartland Coalition. We had a Sun Belt coalition combined with the heartland of the country, the Rust Belt, and those working class voters, those people who don't want a $4 trillion tax hike, who don't want Joe Biden selling corruption to the Chinese, who basically want to keep their millions of jobs in the oil industry and fracking industry.
Tennessee's 93% reporting.
The Democrat elites today.
61% to 37% going
One of the
to
things I'm
Trump.
interested in is about Virginia. All the networks called Virginia very early. It looks like perhaps it might be a Trump state. What do you think?
Well, it's encouraging because I was checking some of the county votes, and
yeah, I just
got a big vote in
I feel like they're really hesitant at calling states for Trump, but they're readily calling states for Biden.
Support among African Americans, just like
Genesee County.
Florida, he was doing very well with the Hispanic vote. So, so what you've got is hope in Virginia, but a lot of times you see that Fairfax County, Arlington, they report late. And they have a lot of voters up there. So so we're going to watch and still count votes in Virginia.
All right. Finally, let's talk about the African-American vote. Have they come home to President Trump?
Well, we only got 8% of the African-American vote 4 years ago, and we're doing very well. It appears to be good, solid double digits, particularly with African-American men in key states. And that's what's got the Democrats nervous about Pennsylvania and Michigan. I mean, they got Joe Biden out of the basement today. You had a silver alert as he drove up I-95 from Delaware to Philadelphia, and he found a polling place where nobody was there. And basically, he wasn't dragging out the African-American vote. And they flew Kamala Harris to Detroit because their polling places were empty, too. In the meantime, you had lines in, Macomb County. You had lines in Oakland, Michigan. And guess what? And we are getting double-digit support. And you have a Republican who's an African-American who could be the next U.S. Senator from Michigan, John James, who's a real hero, first-class candidate. So so the Democrats are running scared today. So it seems that their predictions of a Biden didn't come about. So we're counting the votes. The votes are coming in for the president.
Thank you very much for enlightening us, as you have every week here on One America News. Congratulations. It appears as if you've been one of the architects for the president's unbelievable comeback victory.
Well, we still got work to do until all the votes are counted, and the votes that shouldn't be counted, because we'll count the votes that played by the rules, and we'll make sure, we'll do our best to make sure that we can complete the job for the president.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Dan?
All righty, Richard, thank you so much, and a big thanks there to John for filling us in on kind of what we're looking at with some of these results tonight. It appears, listening to a guy right there working for the Trump campaign, that things are, as you've said all night, Alex, turning out a little bit better in some of the states than predicted, especially those key battleground states.
Joe Biden has taken the lead in the popular vote.
Virginia, a huge surprise. Arizona, as we said, some outlets and organizations are calling Arizona. We think it's way too early to call that one. If it does go blue, I would consider that a big surprise. They did add that to the battleground states, but typically we never used to talk about Arizona. It's always Michigan, which I think we want to bring up the latest numbers there. Michigan, Wisconsin. I never thought Ohio would be. That's obviously in the bag now for Trump. We're good there. But Georgia, still in play as well. And we'll have to see what happens in Pennsylvania with these votes coming in days later, which most likely, as Jack said, will go to the Supreme Court.
He's over there sleeping.
You have to ask yourself, too, if President Trump, for example, was able to overcome a 5-point deficit in the polls in a state like Florida, who's to say that he can't do the same thing with a lesser margin in a state like Arizona?
Dude sleeps during his stream and still has 1,100 viewers.
That's why I'm a little bit hesitant for Arizona to be called right now, because I know what some of these networks are doing. They're going based off their models, off of their exit polls, things of that nature, but you can't go off of those same models or what we've done historically, because they're wrong numbers, they're different numbers. I mean, we went into this election day with some states breaking the total record of votes that they had the entire last election.
Well,
so it's not
in the history of the state.
Right.
Even some of them, go back to Reagan numbers, but a lot of these numbers in these states that we've seen because of the mail-in ballots.
Oh, wow. Biden won California by 70%. I didn't think it was going to.
Look what's happening.
Yeah.
This is one that President Trump thought he would take no problem, along with Michigan. We still have not seen really anything coming from Minnesota. Yeah. And that's going to be the one, I think, that he's going to need if Arizona does, in fact, not go his way and Virginia does stay blue. Because Pennsylvania is going to be up for grabs. He's going to need Minnesota, maybe.
Well, another scenario you can't forget about. So if President Trump ends up winning Florida and North Carolina and Ohio, like we've been following, and Biden does end up winning Arizona, there's a chance of a tie here, which, I mean, I don't know if anyone's prepared for that, but we might have to be.
No, in fact, everything up to this point has been going to that route a little bit right now, because the map that we're looking at right now is the lead up to exactly what you're talking about, a 269 to 269 type of change. But that is kind of an issue that we might have to address at some point as we move on to the Senate.
I think we have another acceptance speech here, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to walk on you there real quick, but I think we've got another one. Yep, there we go.
Really, I'm going to go back home tonight and I'm going to watch the election results, and I am praying that President Donald Trump gets reelected. Is there anybody here, I've asked this of crowds of almost 30,000 in Hickory just a few days ago, is there anybody here, if you could think of one promise that Donald Trump made that he hasn't kept, raise your hand. Not one. He said he would cut taxes. He said he would cut regulations. He said he would hold.
So what was
accountable.
what was that county?
Pay their fair share. He said, "I'm done with Iran."
Genesee County.
He said that people that kill Americans, like the leader of
In
ISIS,
Pennsylvania, is that what you're saying?
I'm going to take them out.
Where's Genesee County?
Is any one of those promises still left unkept? No. President
Oh,
Trump
in Michigan.
and I have probably different styles. But there is no daylight whatsoever between his commitment to the American people and realizing the American dream in me. And tonight,
Genesee County is 49% with Trump holding a 13-point lead.
He cares about African Americans. He cares about women. That's why they were employed at historic numbers just back in February. And that's why.
So as of right now, Trump's holding Genesee County by 13 points.
In a very short period of time. But tonight, let's pray for this nation. Let's pray that we can heal. Let's pray that we can have a peaceful transition of power. Let's make sure that we're magnanimous in victory. Because that's
Magnanimous.
And then let's make sure that we go back and every single day be obsessed
State Patrol's down there with the marchers.
That every American has the
Keeping an eye on them.
opportunity that so many of us have had to realize our American dream. Thank you all. God bless you. And thank you all for the great work that you've done.
Yep, I see that. They need to call Texas.
Now, Senator Tillis bragging up President Trump a lot, not just his own campaign, but bragging on the president. As I think you said earlier, Jen, he probably owes this win big time to President Trump coming in and helping out.
He was, I mean, he's one of the president's biggest allies, especially with the whole impeachment scenario that happened. Senator Tillis was one of the Republicans that stood by President Trump that entire time. And, you know, going into this race, Tillis was considered to be neck and neck with his Democratic challenger. Now we're seeing him walk away with a very easy win there. It's looking pretty good for President Trump in North Carolina as well. It's, of course, a little too early to call. But if the cards are right and we're seeing this win for Tillis at the bottom of the ticket underneath President Trump, he should be on his way to victory there as well. Reminder, President Trump won North Carolina by about 4 points in 2016. Going in today, he was
CNN didn't even call Virginia.
behind Biden, but as the votes get tallied in there, you know, we're seeing him close that margin. And it's not too far off.
And it's one thing, too, to talk about, for example, how President Trump
Or Arizona
performing in the polls because there's talk of the shy Trump voter, things of that sort. I don't know what you account to, for example, polls being wrong about Cal Cunningham supposed to be defeating Tom Tillis. I mean, that's not a shy Tom Tillis vote or anything like that. Perhaps polling just needs to be kind of reconfigured a little bit because conservatives are just more naturally less willing to talk to pollsters.
Totally.
I mean, I think that's what we're looking at right now. It's something that is...
Well,
go ahead.
Sorry, and you know, we want to talk about Arizona and how Fox has called Arizona and saying they called it really early. Something I'm seeing right now, you know, on Twitter is that, you know, they called that with 73% of precincts reporting, but that was all the ballots that have been counted so far there in Arizona are early vote by mail ballots. Those are obviously going to lean more Democrat. Yeah. They haven't fully started giving results for election day votes in person from today, and that will lean
but that's 73% of the votes, though.
Republicans like to vote in person on election day.
And Greta, to that, what's the vote count on that? We've got 27% more to come in. What's the gap there in Arizona? Is it
200,000?
200? Have we seen the gap? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
200,000.
Let's throw this out there because yay, I can finally say this.
There
Ohio?
you go. Say it.
Ohio.
There you go.
We are now calling for President Donald J. Trump. Good job, Buckeyes. Way to go.
Yeah.
Can I get an OH?
Well, and let's talk about what it means, though, for the surrounding states like we've been talking about. We're keeping an eye on still on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Ohio's in that vicinity, so the fact that the president's doing this well in a state like Ohio, which is oftentimes considered one of the key determining states in a race, how many presidents have been
No president has won without winning Ohio.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. So this is big for President Trump. He's on the right track with.
And you know, sorry to interrupt you, but one issue that I thought went very just not talked about this.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'll continue doing it.
States, Pennsylvania, Ohio is the opioid epidemic. I mean, President Trump really made.
I'm not happy. I had a package that was supposed to be delivered.
At one point in 2017, more people were dying every year from
by 9 p.m.
than died in the entirety of the Vietnam War. And so to see that what the Trump campaign has done on that front, which is objectively good, and to see the states that are really suffering from that, such as Ohio and Pennsylvania, I think it could have been a stronger campaign issue, but perhaps the people in those states do recognize that that is something that he has done.
Guys, real quick, I'm seeing online, I don't know if we can get the board up, though, but it looks like the gap in Virginia is getting even wider in favor of President Trump.
Wow.
Wow. We did not think we'd be talking about Virginia tonight,
I don't
did
even
we?
have notes on
No, I got nothing. I had notes for Pennsylvania because I really thought that would be...
That's 140,000. It's not that big.
Trump now
being 60%.
We're calling Ohio for him. It's a big enough lead there. It's almost 300,000 votes or more. But again, Michigan's still pretty close, but that lead's getting bigger. Wisconsin and Minnesota still too close.
Yeah.
So could we be headed towards a tie? Possibly. But man, I tell you, if we start calling Michigan, Virginia, and Wisconsin, it's over.
Yeah, and speaking of Wisconsin, I know we want to look at that right there. I mean, we see that margin kind of staying pretty steady right now. Every time you think that Joe Biden is getting a little bit closer, you see President Trump uptick a little bit, and you see at the top of your screen right now, 80.2% of the precincts reporting. I mean, if the Biden campaign is going to make a push in Wisconsin, they got to do it soon, because from the results that we're seeing coming in, it's not a lot of the votes that are remaining in the urban areas. I mean, we're starting to talk about what Greta was saying earlier, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
These are the rural areas that are going to go to the right are the ones that are always late counted.
Yeah, and we were talking about that county before, Waukesha County in Wisconsin as well. I mean, that is something that's very early on. A lot of people were saying that the Trump team is overperforming there, and it looks like that is the case when we're looking at the final result.
Well, he took it in 2016, and I think that you hit it, all three of you did, Alex and Greta, when you guys talked about crime and the big outbreak of crime we had over the summer with all the riots, and then Kenosha being a focal point. The president took it 4 years ago. They saw what was happening with Antifa and BLM folks, and you got to think those rural folks, those suburban moms said, you know what, not in my hometown, and they went out and voted Trump.
Yeah, well, and another big issue, aside from law and order, of course, coronavirus was in a sense on the ballot, but what we are seeing is, you know, going into this, of course, the virus had impacted which way Democrats and Republicans were going to vote. Of course, we saw Democrats heading to the polls early, mailing in their ballots, but Republicans were heavily relying on voters to get out to the polls on Election Day, and so far we're seeing that turnout sort of close in on those margins. You know, if Democrats are here, Republicans are definitely catching up, and that's certainly being reflected in some of the Senate races that we've been watching tonight. So I do want to go back to some of those. We're getting results from Iowa, where the incumbent Republican Senator Joni Ernst is leading her race right now. We see her 50% to Teresa Greenfield, the Democratic challenger, 47%.
Delivery coming today, delivery coming Friday,
over 70% of precincts
and a
reporting.
delivery
So
coming.
this is good news for Republicans and their journey to try to hold on to the Senate majority there. We also want to go to Maine, where there was another vulnerable Republican, Susan Collins there, a moderate. Once again, we talked about this earlier. Some of the key issues that were potentially hurting her don't appear to be hurting her right now. She has 52% to Sarah Gideon's 42%. Yeah, I mean, this is huge. Going into this race in particular,
They can't call Virginia. It's only 150,000 vote difference with only 64% reporting.
Susan Collins is not a newcomer to this. She knows how to play the game, and you know, it's reflecting in her results tonight.
And as you were just saying about Joni Ernst in Iowa, I'm seeing that local news is calling that race.
Fox News crashed.
Joni Ernst. Usually I'd be a little skeptical to say anything about the networks, but when it comes to local news outlets on stuff like this, they're usually spot on, and they don't like to put their own constituents in the wrong, if you know what I mean. So when we look at what's happening with Joni Ernst, it's a good sign for her and her campaign tonight, too.
Can I quick throw social media under the bus, because I love doing that? Mr. Zuckerberg, and I said Zuckerberg on purpose, and Mr. Jack, you know what, Dorsey. So they've already got all the little warnings out there for the places that we have called and other organizations that, yes, lean a little right, like OAN. Guess what? They're saying, well, officials haven't called those yet, so you should be hesitant when you're posting those. So they're already putting warnings.
I noticed that.
So if you're doing it, folks out there in your social media, you're like, yay.
Fox says, we've been wrong all night. We give up.
That's going to continue. They are warning people you shouldn't be calling those. Trump's got Ohio. Trump's got Florida. Looks like Trump might get Michigan. Let's just keep going there. One that we haven't touched on yet is Nevada.
Yeah.
Now, again, is it going to come down to 6 votes to break it up? It could very well. You guys were talking about a tie a minute ago. The Silver State is one of those ones, I said it an hour or so ago, that could go either way. Now,
hey, look at that lead.
There's barely any reporting. And that's probably because that governor's kept that state locked down so long. So don't take this either too lightly or too seriously with this massive difference right now, because this is a small number. But again, if it does come down to a close tie, Nevada could be a deciding factor tonight, which we weren't even thinking about early on.
And you know what? But I think the people of Nevada were, Dan, and here's why. So going back
So
to the
I'm seeing Arizona with
states, in particular,
over 2 million votes.
They're shut down to a degree that it's
Joe Biden winning it.
impacting a lot of the nightlife, the restaurant life. That is what Nevada thrives on. It's casino country.
Their
right?
Democratic governor, Sisolak, I actually know Steve, okay, when he was a county commissioner there. He's ruined the state. He's ruined it.
And they have a 12% unemployment rate in Nevada right now. I mean, if you're someone trying to make a living in Nevada right now, it's awful. And
I don't know why they don't have updated numbers
to
yet.
potentially continue these lockdowns. I mean, we're seeing those results reflected. People want the freedom.
I think that Fox and the other ones calling Arizona, even with 27% left of the vote to be counted, was way premature. I think Nevada could then flip too. Again, it's not the red wave we were expecting, but we're going to have some surprises tonight.
No, and I know that the Trump campaign and the RNC are actually pretty frustrated about.
Oh, Biden's going to take Arizona.
For example, we saw what they did with Florida, and they waited until it was almost 99% reporting.
We were the first ones saying Florida.
Yeah, and
thumbs up.
And you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg, as you were just saying, flagged that tweet, and
we did. Yeah.
Maybe someone should be fact-checking somewhere else.
Montana? There's a lot of Montana that hasn't been counted yet.
Arizona, I mean, it's still within the margin of error of what we're talking about.
Most of Missoula has been counted though, and they are a blue state or a blue area.
Clear from the very start of the night that if the models and the polls are looking like it's a Biden victory, call it no matter what. If it looks like the
Park County, which is near Bozeman, that's 73% of that's been counted, and that's Biden, but a lot of the rest of the state is red.
Take a deep breath, let's take it slow, and then you have these networks calling it so early.
Well, and
kind of ironic.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Arizona, as I mentioned before, is they're
Nevada,
literally all based on vote by mail, early ballots. No results from today's votes have been released yet.
Yeah.
They haven't released any results from the in-person
Yeah,
voting
nothing
today
from
on
Nevada.
Election day. We do actually have some breaking news. Texas has been called for President Trump. That's 38 big electoral votes for the president.
Finally.
Democrats went into this race thinking, oh, we could possibly flip this.
Now,
and we could take those.
Yeah, Eureka County, right in the middle of Nevada, is the only one that's.
They're in the Lone Star
But most
State.
of Nevada's going to be red.
It's not just
You're going to see
52% to 47%. More than 5.
Clark County down at Vegas, and I think Washoe County
so he's heavily windy,
up near Reno.
the popular vote
I think those are the two
which gives him 38
blue
electoral
counties.
votes.
Yeah, that was
really helps him on that path to 270.
It was wishful thinking on the Democrats' part, and again, it
I
was
think it might be close in Montana, but I think Trump will still win Montana.
Purple states, what if? There's no way in heck that the Lone Star State, when you're talking about getting rid of fracking and oil and everything else, that state's going to go blue in my lifetime. Period. All right, we got a special guest, and I want to hear from this guy big time. Our Jen Pellegrino is live with Nigel Farage. You guys all remember him, right? Leader of Brexit and everything over there in Britain. Let's hear from him tonight because I absolutely love Nigel's humor and take on things. Jen?
That's right. Well, we all love Nigel. Nigel Farage, thanks so much for being here with us.
See, not all the numbers are up to date. So Biden does have Virginia.
I mean, looking at it, I mean,
Biden
now the favorite,
has 1.8 to 1.6. Biden's going to take it with a 7-point lead. I don't know why.
Whatever happens here, once again, the pollsters, mainstream media got the whole narrative.
I don't know why everything else is not
wrong
up.
in 16, wrong again in 20. Isn't that amazing?
Isn't it? What do you think
What else are we looking at?
win means
Pennsylvania?
for the U.S. economy? The stock markets are rallying today. What do you see?
Well, the stock market will rally with a Trump win, although big tech,
They're reporting.
who of course make up so much of that market, may find in the next few months they're under some
That's
pressure.
pretty accurate for the reporting.
Trump kept talking
15
about
point. He's
Section 230
Trump just keeps taking away more and more of the
Act, which
numbers.
allows these guys to do what they want. Look, short term for the stock market, it's great. For the economy, this president, he understands deregulation. He understands tax incentives. Biden will take you back to taxation, and I suspect, with the influence of the left, a form of socialism that America's never ever seen before. So, economically,
So
big
Trump-
theorem, everybody else, if he wins, will
Trump
win.
needs to win Georgia, North Carolina. I mean, if Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Iowa, he'll take it. And then he'll likely take Montana also.
Looking ahead this evening, what do you expect?
Well, look, I mean,
And then he's going to take Arkansas or Alaska, and
Pennsylvania,
Biden will take
Wisconsin,
Hawaii.
and Michigan. And Trump needs to win two.
So we're
of those
looking at
to
probably
win.
a Trump win, 292 or 294 electoral votes
I do.
to
Although,
Biden's
that's
244.
the problem that all three of them are saying we may not know till Friday, which is so unfair on voters, so unfair on America, so unfair. You know, I mean, how can it be that local state officials are not capable of counting results on the same night? Is beyond me.
Nigel, you've been downstairs talking with a number of supporters down here at the Trump
So,
Hotel in D.C.
I'll pull
What
this
are you
up.
hearing from people downstairs in terms of how they?
So this is probably what we are looking at for
Of course they are. You know, remember this.
the election
Most
results.
people voted for Biden, did so because they were either left or centre. or didn't like Donald Trump very much.
So we
There was
got
no passion, no conviction.
Minnesota going blue, but
Trump
pulling these off, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and everything. So that's my current prediction now.
Even if Trump did it out of passion, out of conviction. I mean, I've been all over America. You know, I went to Tulsa. I was at the first rally of this campaign. I've been all over America. I am the most outspoken British supporter of Donald Trump. I've never wavered in my view that he was right for America, right as the leader of the free world. So people downstairs are anxious because they care, because there's passion. You know, at that rally at Scranton yesterday, there was optimism, there was hope, there was happiness, there was love. You know, before the rally, I mean, I was holding arms, dancing with people. I mean, I've never seen this in politics before.
It's like a family.
It's
big family.
It's a movement. It's a movement.
Yeah, PA is looking really red right now.
Being an old, stuffy party.
Trump's got a 500,000 vote lead in PA right now.
Other than themselves, and it's now this exciting political movement with real momentum. I hope and pray.
I mean, they're only reported halfway through, or counted half of them. But
if he loses, even if he did lose, it's not over.
No, you're absolutely right. The president has certainly captured the attention of people that perhaps never were interested in politics before.
Oh, yes, and crossing the racial divide. You know, doing well with Latino voters, doing very well. Certainly, the black vote is improving for the Republican Party. His problem has been COVID. You know, I was with him on March the 29th, that leap day we had this year. I mean, for all the world, he was going to win 40 states. COVID comes along, and where he's suffering a little bit tonight with older white voters who probably are quite comfortable financially, are scared of the virus.
Sorry, I'm blocking the numbers here. 227 204 right now is what they have it.
To benefit a few elderly people will destroy the futures of millions and millions of youngsters.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you say that, because if you take a look at what Democrats, say Governor Cuomo in New York, have how they've handled the virus, you would think that those older white voters would be more in favor of President Trump.
No, because they're fearful of the virus. And look, the Trump message is we must learn to live with this virus. A vaccine will come, we've got to live with it. I mean, Joe Biden wants a long, dark winter. Now, that to me is horrific. To young people, it's the most awful prospect. But there are some older people who are comfortably off, who say, do you know what? Even if the rest of the world suffers, we want to be safe.
But bottom line, we're going to have a good night tonight, or at least in the next couple of days here.
Oh, I think by Friday you'll know that Donald J. Trump is continuing as the 45th president of the USA.
And there you have it. We'll send it back to you with that, San Diego.
Thank you so much. Until Nigel, we really appreciate his insight and the movement that he started over across the pond. And thanks for being here to brag on President Trump and the conservative movement in our country. I really like that guy. I don't know what it is about him. I just,
He's funny.
Yeah, he's fun, it's his demeanor, and he had the guts. That's what I'll say about him, just like our president does. He had the guts to stand up in Parliament over there and say, this is not going well. Us being in the EU isn't working. And, he helped to lead the Brexit movement, which, at the beginning didn't look well, but now it seems to be calming down and working itself out well, and it's going to turn out better for Britain. Just like a President Trump. Yes, it was
Hey, Patriot, how you doing?
At the beginning. People may not like the tweets and some of the things he says and does, whatever, but now, after 4 years of results, they're seeing, and I think we're seeing it on this map right across the country. People
It's
are going,
9 o'clock and my package isn't here.
My president,
Grr.
I may love my president.
Leave it to
as long as I'm
UPS.
getting results from my president, and that's what Trump stands for.
Well, Nigel Farage, too, he had his finger on the pulse of the populist movement all around the world before many people here in the United States even felt
I
it.
think Arizona's been slowly turning blue.
That was something that swept the entire the world by storm, for that matter. Just a couple months later, then President Trump upsets Hillary Clinton. We see Jair Bolsonaro win in Brazil. I mean, he knew that there was a
I think
populist movement
once
taking place across the entire
Maricopa County turned blue, I think
capitalized on it the
that
same way
was
that
kind
President
of
Trump
like
did, and you and I
one of the
were
main
talking
turning
about
points.
Perhaps Joe Biden wasn't the best candidate.
That's the
to
big
capitalize
chunk
on
of
that position. Now, there's a lot to go tonight.
big chunk of Arizona.
Do look at Joe Biden as a continuation of neoliberal policies as compared to something that is more populistic, for example.
Well, and I think that a lot of folks globally, when the whole Brexit started, and as you said, it kind of just cascaded down from there into our country and elsewhere, people said, you know what, this whole globalist movement that a lot of nations have been moving towards, were not good for some of those individual big nations like us and Britain. And so they
Maricopa County pretty much accounts for the majority
if you
of
start coming back to nation building, which
Arizona's
President Trump
votes.
has stood for, putting America first, that actually benefits your people. And not to be cold-hearted about the rest of the globe, but at the end of the day, as the president said, we're not voting for a president of the world. We're voting for a president of the United States of America tonight. With that said, let's go to the White House and find out what our good friend Chanel Rion, she's got a special guest, fill us in on the mood there and what's happening at our house, the White House.
Hi, Dan. So speaking of an administration that focuses on being the president to the United States, I have a constitutional lawyer standing beside me. Many of our viewers might recognize her as Jenna Ellis. She works for the president, works and gives him sound legal advice, and she just got out of the White House party inside. This is the very exclusive party inside. Tell us what it's like inside.
She's cute.
Yeah, so the atmosphere
The reporter.
is just so incredibly positive. It's everything you would expect from a MAGA party, of all of the red hats, all of the
CNN is really holding back. They haven't called Florida. They haven't called Texas.
who are there really to support him for
I mean,
another 4
even
years.
for
The atmosphere
Biden
is so
stuff.
positive and enthusiastic, like
Because
President
there's
Trump has
some
been
of them
the
for
entire
Biden they
time
haven't
that
even
he's
called.
been rallying all across the country. We are all talking about how amazing it's been that he has
Besides
crisscrossed
Arizona.
this country to really show the American people that he's putting America first. And you know, I did an interview with a global network earlier, and it was really interesting because the guest right before me was saying that they actually hoped that Biden would be elected so that the American president would not put America first. And I thought it was so fascinating how even our global partners recognize that President Trump is so committed to putting America first, as he should be. I mean, as an attorney, for all of my clients, I need to put them and their interests first. That's what public trust is with our president. He is truly a citizen president who understands his constitutional role, duty, and obligation is to put the best interests of America, our citizens, and the constitutional mandate to
McCain was a
our fundamental rights that are God-given first. And so
He was a
we're really
Democrat
excited.
pretending to be a Republican.
Well, certainly a lot of excitement and some surprises tonight on the pleasant side. What were some of the bigger surprises in there for your group? Yeah, well, I think that we were very happy that Florida has been called. Of course, Texas has now been called. I mean, that was kind of within a little bit of the margin. Of course, we've been very confident that Texans would come out and support President Trump. And so, you know, we're still looking at Georgia. We're looking at a couple of others. But I think that when we look at the pathway to 270 now with what has been called now very close to midnight, we're seeing that the president is continuing to gain ground, gain traction, and hopefully the states like Pennsylvania that have had some real election integrity
Right, AOC won 68%.
potential for litigation won't even matter to the
I mean,
presidential race.
what district does she represent? How stupid are those people?
With Women for Trump.
Or is there just an idiot that's worse than her running against her?
Demographic of women who have supported President Trump in this particular race. Tell us what you're seeing now compared to 2016. Yeah, well, you know, in 2016, I think that a lot of women, especially faith-based women as well, you know, people who understand, women who understand that America is all about opportunity to make the best decisions for ourselves and our family, and that the Constitution actually protects the rights of each individual American to make parental decisions, for example. And so when we look at the Constitution, how it gives specific limited power, the key word being limited, to the federal government, to the state government, but the 10th Amendment also protects
No, they haven't.
that we the people also have inherent rights and powers, which include parental rights, choice of education, all of those things.
They
that
haven't
are
called
really
Ohio
important
either.
to women, like my sister-in-law, like my mom. You know, she homeschooled me all the way through. School choice was such a huge issue growing up in my family, and I think that for women, understanding, you know, raising our children, making the best decisions for our families, this president has really protected our constitutional rights to make the best decisions for our families, and that has resonated across the country. And I think in 2016, when you know, a lot of us voted just as a, well, you know, we hope that he'll preserve and protect those rights, we've seen now it's not just running on promises, it's running on promises kept, and that really resonates.
Now, switching gear real quick. What if there is not?
If they're on the move again in Portland
Tonight legally, what is your perspective on that?
Yeah, so of course that would come down
guys hear
to
that?
probably
Jen still has no ears.
states like Pennsylvania or North Carolina or some of those that have had some of those legal challenges. We have to remember the Constitution always provides the guidance. We are a nation of rules, not rulers. The Democrats do not rule America.
Belmont
the Constitution
and
in Article 2 says
Cesar
that state
Chavez.
legislatures select the electors.
Where's that at?
In Pennsylvania, for example, it hasn't been the state legislature. If they wanted to act over the last 9 months to change their election law in the midst of COVID-19, they could have done so. They have not spoken. So it is not up to the governor, it's not up to the Secretary of State, it's not up to the Attorney General, any other actor to change or manipulate election law outside what the Constitution designates. So President Trump has always been an advocate for the U.S. Constitution.
Belmont and Sunnyside. They're in Belmont district.
Jenna
Yeah, I don't think there's any police around there. So they're just harassing residents there.
All right. Thank you, Chanel. Great insight from Jenna there. I have a feeling she's going to be used here real soon if we can't figure out what's going to happen in some of these states tonight. But let's hope there is a clear enough path that we can call it. But I have a feeling Pennsylvania, along with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and some other states may have to go several days out while they're still counting, and then possibly, and unfortunately, have to go to the high court. But we'll see how that all plays out. Right now,
Uh-oh. Oh, Ann, what'd you do?
feeling she's going to be used here real soon if we can't figure out what's going to happen in some of these states tonight.
Somebody at OAN hit the wrong button.
There's a clear enough path that we can call it. But I have a feeling Pennsylvania, along with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and some other states, may have to go several days out while they're still counting, and then possibly, and unfortunately, have to go to the high court. But we'll see how that all plays out. Right now, before we head to break, I've got a count of about 204 to, it looks like, 216. Biden up just a little bit on the electoral votes over President Trump, and that is with putting Texas now in that win column, and Florida and Ohio for President Trump. So again, it is neck and neck, just a little over 200 electoral votes for both Biden and Trump. Again, I've got 204, 216. It changes. This is all fluid tonight, folks, so bear with us. We're going on, what, midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. We're going to pay some bills. Head to break here. You're watching One America News' special coverage of election 2020. We're back in 2. Don't go anywhere.
For a close shave, you need to get a razor and lather up.
Going to go this way. We don't know exactly where it's going to end up, but we knew that it was likely that Donald Trump was not only going to appear to be up on election night, but potentially up by quite a bit. About a week ago, we did a video on the damage report where we used sample numbers. I think that 538 was throwing around, and we showed the massive shift that could happen day of to a couple days later. It could be a swing of 15 or more points. And so we do have to bear that in mind. But we also know that Donald Trump at some point tonight is going to waddle out to the podium and declare victory, and they're going to try to stop as many of those votes from being counted as possible.
So we have some news from Georgia, where the New York Times Needle, for whatever it's worth, and I don't know how they got there, neither does Nate Silver, the Nate Cohn, Nate Silver debate, really, that's really the third debate that we never had.
I'm a Coner.
That Needle, which is probably stupid, and that we shouldn't have it. But it has moved from what at one point was over 90% Trump, and then it went 78%, 77%, and is now 63% Biden.
Yeah.
So Oregon, you
prediction
can now do
Biden is
shrooms.
now up by 0.4 of a point.
It's now legal
So with
for the
counties around
doctors to give you shrooms and heroin and other. You can have other serious drugs. So
well, then the frustration of
now it's going to get worse for.
Just that, or early frustration because you.
It's going to get worse for Portland and Oregon. We're going to see more druggies here because they won't be arrested for their drugs.
That was a football reference, John.
Which is going to increase our homeless population because they're going to spend their money on drugs instead of bills because they're going to have serious addictions. And then they will commit crimes because they won't have jobs to make money to buy these.
Was our first midterm election.
I would love to.
Donald Trump was elected. We're going to win in Florida and Georgia. We're going to win in South Carolina. And they won the House. It was a sweep, but it didn't happen until later in the night. It's not going to be that same kind of a monumental victory. But, you know, you'll remember Democrats being Democrats. The day after there were...
If it wasn't for the Twizzlers, I'd move. I'd move to Kelly's.
Of Representatives. It's a perfect example of how, if this does go into the Democrats' favor later on, it's a perfect example of how that is the most important thing. Winning the House, playing defense against Donald Trump, winning the White House, and then having a new agenda, even if you don't win the Senate.
Yeah, I want to agree with Adrian, though, that, look, if 6 months from now he won, and he won by 20 votes or 10 votes or whatever, electoral college votes, you know, he won, sure. But man, it really would have meant something after the last 4 years, after the 2016 campaign, after this year, to really have something massive. Turnout that we haven't seen in more than a half a century, and just all of America, aside from those owning red hats, coming out and saying no. Like, we reached.
My sister actually lives in South Carolina.
For each individual, what it was, if it was the kids in
buying a
cages,
house down there,
if it was whatever. But we're not going to have that even if Biden wins. And in terms of his ability to do further damage, you know, as the essentially unchecked most powerful person in the world, we'll have gotten rid of a lot of that. But not having his movement be rejected, you know, knowing that they're still lurking out there, that they didn't have a problem with the racism, they didn't even have a problem with him doing everything he could to kill them, that is not a... It's not a place I want to be at as a country. I was naive enough even at this point to wake up and think that that would be rejected. And maybe it will in the ultimate sense, but not in the overwhelming sense that would have sent a strong signal around the world that that's not who we are. It still sort of seems like that's kind of who we are, even if Biden wins.
Yep, it definitely does seem it's very much who we are. And unfortunately, I think we have to recognize.
Oh, actually, I can't move to Kelly's
because clearly nothing's changed, and there are people who are looking to preserve.
She lives in a blue county.
The classism, the criminality, and make sure that they are still entitled to have access to those things, to make sure that people are subjugated and beneath them, and to preserve that sense of supremacy.
Oregon actually turned.
And it's very
Oregon actually turned more blue.
Especially since these people are part
I thought Oregon was going to turn red, and it actually turned more blue.
Yet it means more to them to hold on to that than to reach out and grab an opportunity to do better and have opportunities for themselves, their family, to have better health care, better chances. But hey, that's what they prefer.
Obviously, of course, it's all in the northwest part of the state, but
to do that, you're going to have to have better messaging, better candidates, with bigger, bolder ideas.
pretty much like the west side of the state's blue and the right side's red.
Biden did it. He was the perfect candidate to do that in this time. But you know, the anecdotal stories irritate me more than anything in the election season. I saw a bunch of Biden signs in Westchester County, whatever. Don't care. Not interested. Doesn't matter. Now, I was talking to some young people, and
that's the best kind of story, by the way.
They didn't care. Like, they did not feel that either party had any interest in them. And I think it's fair to say that there are a lot of young people who felt this way. They had just turned 18, these kids. So I think that somehow, if that's going to happen, Adrian, if we're going to get people to recognize it, that message has to be spread in a different manner than Democrats are comfortable doing it, unless they get a person with magic potion, right? Unless they stumble on another Barack Obama, this guy who entered the room and lit it up and was magnetic, right? And gifted politically in so many ways. Short of that, they got to convey this message better and get people, if they want that young turnout, which will overwhelmingly be Democrat, to get behind them. And I think win or lose, that's the soul searching that is necessary and unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
Right. That won't happen. I mean, this, you know, if you could, when they dissect this election, they're going to look at Florida. They're going to look at socialism. They're going to see that Cubans, Colombians, and Venezuelans don't just vote Democrats because you think they're going to vote Democratic. They're going to look at some of these industrial states and realize why white union workers really are fine voting for this guy. And then they're going to examine the cult of personality, which we probably won't have again for quite a while with Donald Trump. These people that bought into it, like it, and want to own the libs. I mean, that's a real thing. We make fun of that whole thing, owning the libs, but it's real. And there are people that just like Donald Trump because of who he beats if he wins. And I think that's important too. But again, to me, it's these things don't matter right now. What matters is seeing him lose, and if he loses, then
he's not going to lose.
His race, but he's really gained some ground and closed that gap there. And what's also pretty surprising, but also not surprising, again, because at the same time, this might be telling a tale of how President Trump's going to be doing. Down ballot, there's a race, Michigan 3. Now, that was Justin Amash's old seat. That was open. He decided, of course, to ditch the party with his whole stance on impeachment. Of course, we know he was for impeachment. He wanted to get President Trump out there. So here's where we are with Michigan 3. You can see the Republican Peter Meyer there with 60% to the Democrats' 40% there. And now this is big because this is a trend that we're seeing in several other Michigan districts where Republicans are going to see some upsets to the Democrats there, and that's huge, especially as we continue to count the vote tally for President Trump. This might be an indicator of where people in this key swing state, how they feel.
That is CNN.
As we continue to count those votes on election night tonight.
Yeah, and Jen, you know, when you were talking about the Michigan Senate race as well that we're looking at right now, you can see that
Biden to
right
make
there.
a statement soon.
Was even saying that John James was leading Gary Peters, John James was leading President Trump in the polls, and I think
Did you see that?
A good example about the testament to the idea that there is a shot Trump voter. I mean,
this whole delay, and if I give you a sense of what really is happening on the streets here,
I can't understand her.
Has won D.C. He has won the state of Virginia and Maryland, which of course form the Washington D.C. metro area partly. Yeah. But on the street there is a little bit of chaos. I mean,
Trump actually has a similar type.
If they start talking about it, I'll switch back.
As John James does. So I think there is a parallel to be made there as well.
Definitely. When we talk about these Midwest states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, we talked earlier about Kenosha, Wisconsin, and how they're turning out for President Trump in this election like we've never seen before in a city like that. And all of that, I think, can go back to that message of law and order.
It's going to happen here. But we
saw violent unrest there in the city, riots and looting and burning of the city. And we do have some survey data from Wisconsin on how President Trump has made the country safer. Let's look at that. So the question is, has President Trump
Georgia's 82%, and
those who say
Trump still has an 8-point lead.
96% of Republicans say so. 94% of those who say that he has made the U.S. less safe are Democrats, and then at 50-50 there.
Going to get in the night. There is still tons of.
Gosh dang it! They tease with him walking up to the podiums.
Where they have seen that unrest, and President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence have gone to those areas and told them, we are the law and order candidate, we will bring you safety. Looking at Wisconsin as a state overall, President Trump is beating Joe Biden 52% to 47% with 86.6% of precincts reporting. I don't think we'll see this race there called tonight just because they do still have a lot of, mail-in ballots and stuff to count. But with 86% of precincts reporting, he's got a pretty good lead there. So I think President Trump, you could see him hold on to Wisconsin. You could see him hold on to Michigan, which were states that he could, afford to lose if he kept Pennsylvania. So maybe he can afford to lose Pennsylvania if he holds on to Michigan and Wisconsin tonight.
And that's what we've heard all week from the Trump campaign and the RNC is that there are multiple ways for President Trump to get to victory. Just because you see the door close on Arizona, that doesn't mean that the race is over or anything like that. It means that the pathway changes. And it seems like tonight there is a greater pathway through Michigan and Wisconsin than a lot of people were saying just this morning. So we also
I feel like CNN's stream tonight is like the graphics are done by somebody who just learned how to make graphics.
I think it goes along with the idea that
they learned all these
we wouldn't
tricks
be having this
of making
conversation if
graphics.
It wasn't close. And a lot of people were saying there was going to be a Biden
They have
blowout
so much
tonight.
stuff constantly
We don't have
flashing
that
across
Biden
their screen.
No,
They're like,
Michigan.
they
I was
overdo
checking
it
out
on
some
their
of the
graphics.
numbers because I forget if it was you, Jen, that pointed out it was only about 10 or 11,000 votes. Was that you, Alex, in Michigan last time in 2016? It was just under 11,000 votes, and that was a total of about 4.5 million voters. Those Michigan numbers we just showed, I believe, are around 49 to 52% of the precincts reporting, and those numbers were just about half, right? It was about 2.1, 2.2 million people have already been counted in Michigan, so we're still halfway to go in that state. It is way too early to call it, but if it goes similar to it did in 2016, and you have 4.5 million turnout, there we go, there's the numbers. So 52% in, and you're looking at almost 3 million. And if you back up 4 years, you had 4.5.
There's probably like subliminal messages in there. We're probably like being told to like go crazy.
If this stays along those lines, he should take Michigan. Now, let's go back to Pennsylvania, where we will not have thousands upon thousands of those mail-in ballots counted for the next several days, which again could then end up in the Supreme Court deciding whether they'll get thrown out or not. But let's go on the ones that are counted right now. Some of these are mail-in, obviously all of the walk-ins, so they're counting those. We've got 60%, and look at that lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And you know, this is becoming a little bit more important, as if it wasn't already more as important as it is. But we're also seeing now that the Associated Press is calling Minnesota for Joe Biden. So that's 10 points that goes to the Biden campaign. And that does put a greater emphasis once again on the state of Pennsylvania, because if, for example, Minnesota isn't there, then it does put that.
But Virginia's waiting until tomorrow to count ballots.
But back to that Rust Belt pathway, that being Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So I think that's where the focus is going to be for the remaining 24, 48 hours.
Getting late for the folks on the East Coast, 12:24 back there for them. I'm just seeing an alert that we are awaiting remarks from Vice President Joe Biden any moment. I wonder what that will be. Probably, obviously, not a concession speech, but to come out and say, hey, it's late, we don't know, so remain calm. Go home, be peaceful, let's go to bed, and we'll have to wait for several days to figure out if I'm the winner, is probably what we're going to hear from Joe Biden. I might be wrong, but we'll find out here in a few minutes.
And we did also hear from the Trump campaign
Looks
that
like they just gave,
what
was that, Minnesota
tonight in some capacity. Of
Biden?
course, it didn't come directly from him, but that was the
they
message
just
that
give
they were
Biden?
putting out, saying no matter what the results are, win, lose, or, for example, if we're waiting results, the president was expected to talk from the White House sometime tonight, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily still going to happen because we're still waiting on a lot of these results. But I think that this is starting to enter the realm that a lot of people were talking about would happen, that we're not going to get an election day type of surprise or an election day type of big announcement, but that just means that election day is probably 2 or 3 days this year.
But I think it's very telling that Joe Biden is the first one that wants to step out and address the American people. Is that because he's worried, or is that because he wants to calm nerves? What do you think?
His campaign looks at that Arizona call from Fox and says, oh, well, we can win because we flipped Arizona. But let's just hammer home for our viewers again that all of the results that we've gotten from Arizona so far are vote by mail, early voters. They have not released any numbers yet from today's voters, those walk-in those walk-in voters.
They got 75% of the votes counted in Arizona.
Was that 62% of the ones they counted so far? About
73% is where Fox called it.
So we got 27%.
And it's really only Fox calling it. Even MSNBC, the most left-leaning outlet out there, says, hey, that was a little early there, Fox. They're not calling it. MSNBC, won't they say it's irresponsible that Fox did that? So
I believe
think
CNN
it's quite
went
the
that
call.
way, though. CNN, I think, did call Arizona as well. So you have two major mainstream networks now saying those 11 electoral votes from Arizona are going to Mr. Biden.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that this night, no matter what the election outcome ends up being, it does kind of testify that we are a 50-50 country. I mean, a lot of people were saying Joe Biden might come out with 10 million popular votes. I know California still has to come and all that, but in fact,
so even the AP gave Minnesota to Biden, but they still haven't given Texas to Trump.
Hey, what's up, kids at Fox? Maybe you should listen to OAN a little bit more.
But Mark, our tweets,
but when
the ones that...
why don't you start, hey, Zuckerberg and Dorsey, why don't you start paying attention to the mainstream networks' tweets, not ours. But real quick, I gotta follow up, though, on what you said there, Alex, because don't forget, people think we're a divided nation when they see a vote count. But we have 328 million people in this country. Now, I know we're going to have a record number of voters this year, but are we still even seeing 50% of the population turn up for a presidential vote? No. So guess what? I still think this country clings to its conservative values. You just don't see it at the polls because not the entire nation is voting. If you could get all 328 million people to vote, I think you'd see a lot different result. Because typically your major liberals that come out and vote are on the coastal states, and we know that's a large population. But you also have a lot of rural folks in all the flyover states in the middle and the south and everywhere else, in the Bible Belt and the Sunshine Belt, that don't vote, which I wish they would. And so again, to say that we're evenly divided, I think that's incorrect because the whole nation doesn't vote.
Maybe politically active when it comes to
politically active, yes, we're divided probably down the middle.
Yeah.
We're calling, okay, we're getting Montana. Now here goes Fox again. Fox now just called Minnesota.
They just gave Montana.
And we're not going to call Minnesota because it's way too dang early. There's still 27% of the vote in Minnesota to come in, just like Arizona. And so once again, those good old boys over at the Foxy Network decided to call that state, which I think is way too premature, like they did with Arizona, and they're going to have to call Minnesota back.
And, you know, I don't want to harp on any other network. I get it. It's very hard industry and all that. But I will say this. There is a level of degree of responsibility when you do something like that because, I mean, we are looking at cities right now literally boarding up their businesses in anticipation of riots. I mean, to call something prematurely and to create any doubt in our electoral process, that feeds into that type of agony that's taking place on the streets right now. So I think that every network does need to be careful with what they're doing. And when you are finding yourself twice now in one night saying, actually, we're going to walk that back.
Yeah.
That does not instill faith in our democratic process.
Well, it doesn't instill faith in the media, but then we know there's a reason that people use the phrase fake news nowadays. And it's not just because the president started saying it, it's because American viewers started seeing these discrepancies in reporting over the last several years, whether it be on President Trump, COVID, you name it. They're like, wait a minute, I used to trust these people. And then I read a different report and it contradicts what CNN's saying or whatever. So, all right, let's get on their board up if we can. There's the Nebraska one. That one, done deal. That's almost 76% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump there, 55% to 43. We're going to give Nebraska to the president as well. Do we have that lower third, guys, we can bring up that shows the total count again? I know that we had some problems with our big overall map, and viewers are getting a little frustrated about that. So we will try to keep up that lower banner, folks, on the screen that shows the total count for the electoral votes, because that is what matters at the end of the night, is that magic number of 270, and putting Nebraska and Montana now in Trump category. We are not going to put Minnesota or Arizona over in the Biden camp. That still then puts them neck and neck right there in that low 200 range. I've still got Trump right about 210 now with that Nebraska one. Is that right, guys in the back? And then Biden maybe 226. Yeah, so 218 to 226. You're talking about 8 electoral votes. 8. That's where I've got them apart. 8 apart.
There is something worth noting, and I'm sorry, I'll let you go after that, but when it comes to Nebraska, too, that is one of those states that can split their congressional districts or their electoral votes. So, yes, President Trump is going to win the state. It's a matter of
Fox retracted Arizona, too.
Or if he's going to win, I think it's 3 of 5.
Currently,
I think
right now,
that's something like that. Yeah, so there is, and that plays into the tie factor that we're talking about. We don't want to even talk about the tie unless that's exactly where we're going. But I'm sorry, I interrupted the point that you were going to make.
No, so as we're watching these results, I am seeing there's several Republican upsets happening in the House, and this is big because, I mean, even though Democrats are still projected to keep their control of the House, you know, the House has the power to launch investigations, issue subpoenas, as we saw, of course, with President Trump. Impeachment. So here, this one's, for example, Florida District 26, Carlos Jimenez has unseated the Democratic Congresswoman there. Now, this was interesting. Part of that swingy Miami-Dade district that, as we know, helped President Trump get to victory. So we see that trickle-down effect here in Florida. I mean, this is also happening in Michigan. We saw a similar story. We saw a similar story here, Florida District 27, Maria Salazar unseating the Democrat there. Now, again, some of these flips that are happening, some of them are long-term Democrats, some of them are, you know, a rematch from 2018. So that's what's interesting is Republicans are doing some of the so-called blue wave from 2018. And it's the same story happening in other surrounding states over on the East Coast. Here in New Jersey, District 2, I mean, this is huge. We all remember Jeff Van Drew, of course. Wow. He initially started running in this district as a Democrat. Last year, parted ways because he was not for impeaching President Trump, switched to the Republican Party, and he has now just flipped District 2 in New Jersey to red. I mean, this is huge, and again, another testament to what it means.
CNN's just going through. Look, Trump's leading here, Trump's leading there, Trump's leading there.
By more than 90% approval rating.
I mean, it goes to show you.
It's all Trump's leading.
I mean, this district is fascinating in that very sense because Jeff Andrew, as you were saying, was previously elected as a Democrat, and now you see him with that R next to his name. But apparently,
is that
all it
their
took
signals
was
to
support from
start
President Trump
acting
in order
up?
to get him over that hump in a close race against another Democrat, which speaks to really how liberal I guess that district is. So I mean.
Well, yeah, and just going back quickly, because, you know, if there, by any chance, Biden does end up winning the White House, it's important for Republicans to hold on to these seats and flip them, because there are some allegations against the Biden family, as we've been reporting, his son Hunter, business dealings abroad, things like that. So if a Biden presidency were to kick off, I mean, it'd start with investigations, and it's up to House Republicans to launch that. So it's important for them in that sense as well. Of course, it's way too early to be calling that, but just something to keep in mind, because this is essentially what happened to President Trump with Democrats in power of the House.
It's an excellent point because, for example, even if Democrats do maintain control of the House, or they were to take a plethora of more seats, that dictates how liberal their agenda can be. I mean, if they don't need any Republican support, they no longer, for example, need to sway other House Republicans or Republicans in the Senate, because even as we're looking at the House or the Senate races tonight, it looks like the concept of court packing is no longer really on the table, even if Joe Biden were to win the presidency. So I think that even though one party may win the House or may win the Senate, that different margin is still very much so important, because, for example, Amy Coney Barrett could not be confirmed under the same Senate that Justice Brett Kavanaugh was confirmed under. It would require more senators to be Republicans in that position, and luckily they did get that.
Right, totally.
Guys, so we're still tracking some more results here. I don't know if we can brick the numbers up, but I'd like to see Georgia and North Carolina, because some of the tracking I was doing while you guys were chatting shows President Trump's lead now widening once again in Georgia and North Carolina with more precincts. Very interesting, right, Alex? But you still have 2 out of the other 3 major networks now officially calling Arizona with only 75%. So we're still not there in Arizona. I'm sorry, folks. Okay, here we go. North Carolina. Now look at that. All right. He's up just about 100,000, a little under 100,000, and we're at 99.9. I'm pretty sure we're getting close to calling North Carolina for
99.9
J. Trump, which would be, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is it 15 or is it 16 electoral numbers there? I think it's 15. Is that correct? Let me get my little math going here.
It is a thin margin right there, and so I'm assuming that they already
North
have
Carolina's
all
15.
their mail-in and absentee ballots and all of that stuff, because I mean, with 99.96% reporting and about, what is that, about 80,000 votes right there, I mean, it looks like they should have all of them in. So hopefully we'll get a decision from North Carolina tonight.
I see why some of them are doing Arizona, is because so far with 25% left, so we have 75% of the precincts counted in Arizona, Biden does have about a 200,000 vote lead. I don't know how the heck that happened in Arizona, but I also don't know what 25% looks like. How many more ballots are coming in? They're so confident. Again, 2 out of the 3 majors are calling
Trump took the
Arizona
lead in
for
Nevada.
Biden. Is it the fact that only 25% is then under that amount of vote? There's no way that Trump could take it. Again, we're going to be very hesitant on Arizona and wait. I just can't imagine that it did flip. But it looks like North Carolina for sure is going to go Trump. And did we get the one for Georgia back up or no? Sorry, Greta, go ahead if we're going to work on that Georgia.
Well, on the Arizona thing, we actually do have a statement from the Fox News Decision Desk director saying, I'm sorry, the president is not going to be able to take over and win enough votes. I'm sorry, we're not wrong. So they have not actually pulled back their call for Arizona. That was going around on Twitter, but they're standing behind it and saying they don't think that he can get the votes to get over that vote by mail results that we're seeing so far. And then on the Georgia president, I'm seeing a lot on Twitter, people are saying, and even the New York Times Needle is now leaning toward this going to Biden. Now, if you look at these numbers right here, President Trump is ahead and by a very large margin, about 400,000 votes, or 300,000 votes.
Yeah, 300,000.
The reason that people are leaning toward this maybe going toward Biden is pretty much all of the results are counted in Georgia now except for Atlanta. And Atlanta is a city in Georgia that does lean heavily Democrat. They have a Democrat mayor, and so people are looking at that caveat and saying, oh, that's all the results we have left. It's going to swing way far to Biden right here at the very end.
Well, they're
I'm not entirely sure.
There's only about 18% left of the vote count there. It said 82.6, I think. So we're at 18% left in the state of Georgia to be counted, with the president up about 311,000. So, key is, how many people are in that last big district of Atlanta that need to be counted? Is it more than 330,000? 140?
And that would be huge for the Biden campaign, actually, if they were to be able
pull
to take
Georgia.
Because,
I know.
I mean, I've seen that.
I know, right?
Speed
Speedboat.
to call Florida.
They keep seeing that. They're probably like,
way ahead of the curve. But when it comes to Georgia, that is one of the states that the Trump campaign has to win in order to go through many of these different ways to be competitive. I mean, they could still, for example, end up sweeping the Northwest, the Rust Belt, going through Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. But to lose Georgia would be very, very bad for the Trump campaign.
Now, he's up big in Michigan, though. I tell you, those numbers now just keep 413,000 votes is what I'm seeing online. 413,000 in Michigan. Now, again, I got to lay it out there. That's at about 60%. So, but you've got to imagine that in Michigan, just like the rest of the states we were talking about, those votes are already turned in early in the big populous areas. And Michigan has a lot of rural areas that haven't come in yet. So are those 42% that have been counted in Michigan, are those going to be for Trump or Biden? We'll have to see. All right, we're going to run through a bunch of the states just to give you an update if you just tuned in or you've been drifting off to Sleepy Pie when you're on the East Coast. I know we're going on, 20 minutes till 1 a.m. for you folks on the East Coast and Eastern Standard Time. So here we go. There's Michigan. We've just been talking about that one. Huge, huge lead there. But again, only about 55% of the precincts recording. So with that happening, there is still a potential that Michigan could be lost, but I think with all the groundwork that Trump did there and winning it last time, I think he's got that one. Wisconsin, same type of thing there. That's about a what do you guys got there, 120, 115,000 vote difference, but with 80, almost 89% of the precincts reporting.
And to what Greta was saying before, kind of the same way with Georgia, where it's a matter of where those votes are coming from. I mean, the difference between calling this state and waiting to see what we have is a difference of whether or not they're coming from the rural part of the state or if they're coming from Milwaukee or Madison or something like that. So,
or North Carolina. All right, there we go.
Same situation.
Are we, so North Carolina obviously looks like going to the president.
I don't know how AP can't call it with 100% of precincts.
Well, we can.
100% precincts reported.
Not a huge gap. It's not a full 100. It's about 80-some, 70.
They haven't given it to him yet?
That's a big enough gap that I think we can call that one. If they have said all of their precincts have reported, let's put North Carolina in that box for President Trump, and that will be another 15 then for him. So that should bump the count up then to, we're getting neck and neck here. It's about 230. I still don't want to hit Arizona. It's about 227 to 225.
Yeah.
It's about my count. If you pull Arizona out, we're 227, 225. The president only trailing by 2 electoral votes. Again, you throw Arizona in, okay, there's 11 more, so now he's got Biden's up 13.
And this one
That's the count I've got.
This one was a big one for the Trump campaign early on, too, because it set the tone, kind of reaffirming the idea that they are going to be competitive in this race.
I never worried about Ohio.
Yeah,
never worried, Alex. I never worried.
And it's important to note that if Joe Biden were to win this race, he'll be the only president ever to not win Ohio and win the presidency. But if we're looking at Ohio as the bellwether of who's going to take home the presidency, President Trump winning Ohio by a big margin here.
Come out and address his supporters.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do.
It looks like he's struggling mentally.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
That's fine.
But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota. And we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk in what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. Talk about the timing of this and what led up to it.
Well, Lester, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have Joe Biden, the first person to speak tonight, and his message was one of optimism, and he leaned into what he feels are going to be pickoff states. Arizona, he predicts he will ultimately carry, and he went on to say he believes they're on track to win the election. He might be... He's wrapping up now again, Lester. I wanted to give him a chance to finish what he was saying, but his message and his tone really underscoring, I think, the confidence that we've heard within the campaign throughout this day and throughout this evening. They ultimately feel as though their wall in the Midwest, their blue wall, will hold. And of course, if they can pick off Arizona, that would be a big prize for them. That would be an upset for President Trump. And so you heard that type of confidence reflected. What he also did was to prepare his supporters for the fact that there is going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the results until tomorrow, and of course, it could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front on the messaging. And remember, it does come against the backdrop of these reports, which the president did deny, but that he was thinking about potentially declaring victory tonight, no matter what the results showed. So this was potentially a way of preempting that, to strike a note of confidence, and to send that message to his supporters. They're still in this fight, Lester.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes is going to be a success in Arizona. He also mentioned Georgia.
Look, let me tell you what our models indicate we're waiting basically for a lot of Atlanta.
Still a lot of vote there.
A lot of vote in Atlanta.
COVID-19
that our
is
models
still
right
raging.
now,
More than ever,
we would have it
doctors
if
on
it
the
goes
front
the way
lines.
we think
But
it could
doctors
go.
face a pay cut
Maybe a
that
tenth
would
of a
make it
percentage
harder
point
for
will
us to
separate
get
them
the
when all the
care
votes are
we
counted.
need.
That's why we're not anywhere near calling it. We want to wait to see what this Atlanta number comes in. But Georgia's another one that we're going to sit here for a while.
Well, if you were wondering whether, now that we've heard from Vice President Joe Biden, we'll hear from President Trump. We've heard from him on Twitter, Hallie. He must have heard you saying that he hadn't been tweeting all night, but now he has tweeted. He says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed. Here we go.
So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is a president who we know is extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television. And for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters. Go ahead, Savannah.
I just am curious because it's interesting that he says they're trying to steal the election. Does that suggest he doesn't think they're winning?
So I think that what we're going to hear from President Trump is something similar to what I think some folks had been concerned about might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question. He has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? Full election results are not certified on election night ever, right? There has to be a process that goes through. We use this phrasing here on NBC News, all the networks do, that is very careful. We call them projected winners, right? Because that is what we are projecting. Nothing is sort of set in stone for usually, days after the election. Anyway, not in 2020, not just in 2016, but in any election.
It's possible
this is something that I think Chuck and our team can speak more to. But the president has been very clear that he is concerned about what happens if, in fact, as the case is that we are in right now, the vote count stretches past tonight. Now, it is not surprising that the vote count is stretching past tonight. In fact, we have been talking about it
almost all the rest
for
of Georgia
weeks.
has been counted.
Because of the coronavirus pandemic and because there is so much early vote that came in, so many ballots that were mailed in, that just takes a while to count. It takes longer to count, and there are rules in different states,
Fulton County is only 58%.
About when you can start processing and counting those ballots.
DeKalb County is only 31%.
I think a lot of folks expected us to be here at 12:50 in the morning, on election night or the morning of November 4th, I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that are not.
Arizona is in Michigan. They are reporting the election day in-person votes first. And then, of course, right next door you have Wisconsin. We're up to 90%. Nearly 90% precincts reporting here for Wisconsin. President Trump still maintaining that lead, 52% to 47%. But we likely are also not going to see Wisconsin called tonight as they do continue to count those mail-in ballots. And then North Carolina, we're at 100% of precincts reporting President Trump narrowly winning 50% to 49%. AP not officially calling this race yet, but again, we hear at One American News, we got to say, he probably is going to win this race. It is tight, and I did expect this to be tight. We have another tweet just now from President Trump. He says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed."
And he actually just deleted that tweet as well.
Wait,
so
whoa.
It should be
okay, never mind.
No, but the
he
fact...
deleted it or
Oh, no. He tweeted and spelled polls wrong, so then he retweeted. But this is the new one with the correction.
Gotcha.
Okay. So he fixed the polls spelling error and then retweeted it. So
he's at risk based on the percentage reported.
The election. We will never let them do it. Votes
or the percentage counted.
the polls are closed. That's the message right now from President Trump.
Holds on to it.
And you can guess that is kind of a hint there toward Pennsylvania and things like that. And he is saying that, yes, he will back up the the GOP in Pennsylvania. They say they plan to take this back to the Supreme Court if President Trump loses in Pennsylvania. And we could see those, if the Supreme Court rules in favor of that it was wrong for those votes to be counted after Election Day, if they're cast after Election Day, then we could see whoever is declared the winner there in Pennsylvania, it could get changed if those votes are then deemed invalid.
And it could come down to those 20 in Pennsylvania, which is what we started out saying at the beginning of the night, right? But
that's what I've been saying.
We looked at Virginia for
before
a second.
Tonight.
Whoa, Georgia, we're still
steal my.
Okay, so now that we put North Carolina in the win column for the president, and if I give Arizona to Biden, 237, 228, where we stand at almost 1 in the morning, East Coast time. Sound right? 237, 228. I don't know if we have that banner we can put back up since our big electoral map is broken. But that's where I'm at now. Again, this is so close that I'm going to go back to what the two of you said earlier. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but by golly, we could see a tie.
Yes.
And it all be held up over Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and once again, I want to be clear for our viewers who may not necessarily know what happens during a tie, because I've actually seen a lot of political journalists do that incorrectly. But as you're looking at the numbers of Pennsylvania, that would be necessary for the Trump campaign to win in order to get to that tie. But in the event of an electoral tie, that being 269 to 269, it would require votes in Maine being split, because they can split their electoral votes, as well as in Nebraska. But what would happen is that the House of Representatives that's elected today, they would vote, but it's not a straight up and down vote based on a simple majority. It's about the state delegates, however many you have. And because Republicans do control a majority of state legislatures, it would essentially mean that President Trump would be propelled to the White House, and then the Senate would vote on the vice president in that matter. So, I mean, there's a lot to get to before we even talk about that conversation, as I lose my pen because I'm freaking out. But no, it does kind of, it is a long shot still at this point, but it's very much so a possibility at the same time. So everybody at home, breathe a little bit, but it's still in the ballpark.
I know I'm watching Twitter from a lot of our viewers. We thank you so much, by the way, folks, for sticking with OAN for all these hours. And they are all, thanking us for our honest coverage and not calling some states too early, but also calling states that we felt were going.
Delaware elects counties or country's first transgender
they like that we're
state
keeping
senator.
them awake and keeping them going. So thank you guys. Keep tweeting. Keep letting us go. How about we take a small break from us here in the main studio? Let's find out what our guys, John and Richard, are doing in our Washington, D.C. bureau and what they are tracking. We haven't talked a lot, guys, about the House races. Jen's touched on them a little bit on how Republicans probably aren't going to take the House back, but it's not going to be a huge win for Democrats tonight. What are you guys seeing?
Well, Dan, this is what's really fascinating. You're right, Jen. You are absolutely right. The House is not going to change hands, but the Republicans are going to pick up probably a half a dozen seats. This was not supposed to happen. This is a repudiation of what a lot of the House, Nancy Pelosi, has been talking about. This going back and forth with COVID and the package and all that kind of stuff. But also, just let me talk about Pennsylvania, because we all want to know how Pennsylvania is going to break. And if you look at some of these House seats, you kind of look at the tea leaves, you can see what's going on. Pennsylvania 8. This is Scranton. This is Joe Biden's nominal home, according to him. And this is northeast Pennsylvania. This is a Trump 31 district. The president has carried this district. He carried it in 2016. He obviously didn't run in 2018. It's been held by a Democrat for at least a decade. His name is Matt Cartwright. In 2018, he had a blowout victory. The Republican is now ahead with about 85% of the precincts reporting. This is important because it's a fracking area in northeastern Pennsylvania. It's where the president needs to win if he's going to win Pennsylvania. And this means that he is performing well in that region of the state.
Trump-Harris?
His voters are coming out and voting for presumably the president if this congressional race is doing that well. Go over and look also, if you want to.
They wouldn't work. They don't like each other enough.
Pennsylvania 10. This is our friend Scott Perry, a member of the House Freedom Caucus. He has been targeted heavily by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the DCCC, as everybody calls it here, and he is a target. He should not be doing this well. He barely won in 2018 because he was also a target. It's like an R+2 district.
I mean, he shouldn't be doing this well.
72%
Why
of
not?
reporting. He's got 59% to 41% over his Democratic opponent. This is around Lancaster, the Harrisburg area of Pennsylvania. That is performing extremely well for him as a candidate in this cycle. He shouldn't be doing that well.
North Carolina, 95% counted.
In 2018.
Trump holds an 80,000
then take
vote
a look
lead.
at our good friend Connor Lamb in Pennsylvania 17. The Republican there is doing very well, leading. That is Western Pennsylvania, around the Pittsburgh area. That's another seat that everybody wanted to win. Another potential
Joe Biden's
flip
extended
is
his lead in
Pennsylvania 7.
Virginia.
This was held by a Democrat.
So yeah,
Republican
Virginia
was ahead
button,
there by
it's
71%
staying
of
blue.
precincts reporting. Republicans got 55% of the vote. Also, a question about Wisconsin, same thing. Wisconsin 3, this is a Democrat-held seat. It is a Trump 31 district. The Democrat has been winning that seat for, Ron Kind has been there for, 15 years. He's behind with 82, or he's just barely ahead, excuse me, but he's underperforming in that district, which means you've got more Trump voters exceeding
Delaware
expectations
or
in that part of
Virginia?
Wisconsin. That's a good sign for
What I see is it says
president.
Delaware elects
And,
country's
I
first
know that,
transgender
Richard
state
has been talking
senator.
with John McLaughlin, and I'm wondering if this comports with what you gathered from your conversation with the president's pollster earlier.
Trump isn't leading.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's really interesting is in West Virginia and Ohio, it was a
Biden's
complete
leading
blowout
Virginia
for the
52 to
president.
46.
After joining the western part of Pennsylvania, I think that really suggests that Pennsylvania is going to have an overwhelmingly
That's how much it can
margin
turn
for the
when
president.
they count some of the
and I
more
think that it's really the president to lose at this point.
conservative
I think that
or
despite all of the different types
leftist,
of mail-in ballots
liberal
and
areas.
the shenanigans that are probably going to be undertaken and the lawyers that are going to be deployed. Nevertheless, I think that from a regional point of view, Pennsylvania is, I prefer to be Donald Trump than Joe Biden at this point in terms of Pennsylvania. That the two adjoining states are just absolutely solid for the president. I think it's just going to follow up with them.
You can also take a look at New York 11. This is Staten Island, working class. This is a Trump 31. It's coming home. 95% of the precincts reporting Nicole Malliotakis, 57% to her opponent Max Rose, 42%. What this means, I mean, I know New York is going to be a blue state, so that's, whatever. But what it means is that the Trump voters are coming home to the president. And this is a pattern that we are all seeing in various states and congressional districts throughout the evening. I also think in Georgia, David Perdue would not be winning Georgia if the president weren't going to win Georgia. I don't think that will be possible in Georgia, so I think that Georgia probably looks pretty good too. So things seem to be going, a lot of surprises, things seem to be trending towards the president in a lot of these states that we still haven't seen a final tally of. So I think things are moving in the president's direction at this juncture of the evening. Dan?
John, thank you so much. You guys keep hanging in there. We're not done yet. Let's bring it back here. Jen, Greta, Alex, what do we got new now? Not much state-wise to really call. I still think we're kind of at an impasse because we're still waiting to find out which way Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Minnesota go. Yep. That's the key. And Arizona, I'll still hold on to hope with 25% still remaining to be counted. But everybody's now putting Arizona in the Biden column, except, you got something for me?
Well, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey did speak with Katie Pavlich, actually, and she said that he told her that there are still about 900,000 votes not counted in Maricopa County, and that when they look at how it breaks down, it's about 2-to-1 Trump. I was talking with Alex. Maricopa County does tend to lean a little bit more towards President Trump because of their proximity to the border and their proximity to the illegal immigration issue, and it does really impact them and their economy and everything about their city and their county in particular. So I still think it was too early and irresponsible to call Arizona. We're going to leave that uncalled here. But when you look at those numbers, yes, Biden is leading pretty handily so far.
Some thousand.
Right, but it is all mail-in votes
left,
and it's early votes. If there's 900,000 votes just left in Maricopa County, not overall, but left in Maricopa County, that's a really large margin that could go.
I
want to cycle
if they
through
have
this since we're heading out
78%
west and we're
counted,
seeing some of those results, just to cycle through some of these competitive.
how can there
House
be
races that we're seeing,
900,000 votes
in California,
remaining?
especially typically in a presidential election year, California
That doesn't
is
make sense.
a blue state, but there are some competitive Republican races. And so if we look at California District 22, Devin Nunes, a strong ally of President Trump. Right now, he's in a tight race there. He is projected to win, but right now where the results are, it's neck and neck. So we're still waiting on several of these precincts. I mean, we're about 90%. So it's definitely going to come down to be a very close race. We're also watching California 50. That was an open seat, of course.
There's 550,000.
Hunters. Well, actually, we're going to, before we get to
Which
California,
still is enough to make a difference.
So, Georgia Senate, as
The
you
outcome.
can see, the incumbent Senator David Perdue, he is winning his race there, 53% to John Ossoff's 45%. Now,
92% too, reporting.
yeah.
Jen, look
So,
at that.
and it looks like, based on what we're seeing now, with this number of precincts reporting, looks like Republicans are going to hang on to that seat. And we're also keeping an eye on Michigan. So this was another big one heading into this. This was an opportunity for Republicans to pick up a Senate seat. It looks like it's headed that way. John James, 54%. Incumbent Democrat Gary Peters, 44%. And to build off what John Hines said, Maine, similar situation there. Susan Collins, 50%. She was seen as vulnerable. Not looking so vulnerable now. Sarah Gideon, the Democrat, 43%. What I was saying, going back to what John Hines was saying, is although we don't have results for states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, you can look at some of these down ballot races.
Trump North Carolina now, and they take away Arizona, Trump will have the lead.
Pointing to, and right now, especially in a state like Michigan, looks like President Trump's doing
If
pretty
they
well
said there's
there.
900,000 votes still to be
Minnesota
counted,
Senate,
I don't
you
think
can
they're being
see,
honest.
Tina Smith, the Democrat.
Because I just calculated it up based on
you know, we are seeing that
the total
Republicans
number,
are putting up quite a
based
good
on
fight in some of the
78%
other
of the votes
down
being
ballot
counted.
races in Minnesota, we've seen some Democrats flip some
There's only like
Republican seats
500,000
again.
votes remaining.
Some of that anti-2018 blue wave happening in 2020 with Trump at the top of the ticket.
Well, and Jen,
I think I did that wrong, though,
through
but-
all those Senate races as well. I mean, throughout the night, I think you're exactly right. We have kind of overshadowed some of the GOP victories because of the focus on the presidential race, but Lindsey Graham destroyed
It's not
his calendar.
900,000.
Susan Collins, she was supposed to get blown out tonight, and Tom Tillis as well in North Carolina. Republicans in the Senate very much so overperformed what many people expected. I mean, we were talking about tonight that perhaps they might lose control of the Senate, but now it doesn't look like that's the case. And in fact, when you look at what's happening in Minnesota, you look at what is happening with Doug Jones. Yes, Cory Gardner did lose in Colorado. Republicans overall so far have had a very strong night when it comes to their Senate performances.
They have, and again, and that speaks volumes for a lot of these big races we're keeping an eye on for President Trump. It could signal where the race is going to go there. Of course, we're still waiting for results, but it's optimism for the Trump campaign.
And I thought it was interesting, too, as we were shuffling through that, seeing only 55% of the votes coming in Michigan as well. It's a little bit frustrating when you look at some of the states there on the West Coast that, for example, have no problem counting their votes, getting them all in. And meanwhile, here we are as well with the rest of the country tonight, waiting on some of these states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I understand they want to be thorough. I understand they have a lot more votes this year to count, but there is a little bit of a frustration that I think people can have about the counting process on a night like this.
Well, that they obviously did not put the infrastructure in place that's needed to count this in a timely manner. Here's the thing, they knew this was going to be a record-breaking voter turnout. Even just looking at the early voting numbers in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they could have said, you know what, hey, we need to triple the number of ballot counters that we have so we can make sure that we get these results out in a timely manner so we can tell the American people who their next president is going to be on Election Day. We are not going to know tonight who the winner of this election is because of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and they might have to throw Virginia in there as well, and Georgia, if they don't want to call them. I mean, even though enough of the precincts are in, I think, to call them. Wisconsin's up there now as well. Are they touching 80 or 90% of the precincts in Wisconsin, guys? I know that we're getting close on some of those. I don't know why. I'm not trying to come up with conspiracy theories here, but why they wouldn't want to call those or wait and count tomorrow. It's already 1 in the morning. You can't keep your people there and keep counting until 2 or 3.
Right.
Why are you going to shut down until 9 in the morning and then have the country hanging and waiting when we already know there are plans and plots out there to do unrest and violence across this country? Let's get it over with as soon as we can and get moved on.
Yeah, and you know, even when it comes to, for example, it would be one thing I could understand why news outlets would not want to do that. They want to get the ratings. They want everybody up and awake when they do that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about some actual constituencies, the governments not being able to count their votes. I mean, it does kind of speak to something, but we do want to go through some of the reactions that we're seeing tonight because I know that there's a lot of frustration out there. This is Ryan Savidra of the Daily Wire. He says, Arizona political insider texts, I don't know what Fox is doing. Arizona is still in play. And we just heard what Greta was saying from Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. That's exactly in line with what they're saying because at this point, the population in Maricopa County alone, the ballots that have not been counted yet, that could sway this decision going either way. It's not just necessarily a pro-Trump demographic or a pro-Biden demographic. And as we look at this one more time, I think that our viewers really need to know exactly what's being said. Katie Pavlich saying, just spoke to Arizona Governor Doug Ducey's office. There are at least 900,000 votes, a large number, outstanding that haven't been counted. About half are Maricopa. With every update, they say it's breaking significantly towards Trump 2-1. Doesn't mean a Trump win, but that's still a lot of uncounted. And she's exactly right. I mean, 900,000 votes. You look at how close some of these races are. Look at how close they are and still AP. Some of these organizations won't call them. But then we see some that are not that close, and here we are.
And the president's getting information a lot faster than we are. Here, speaking of the
There's
president,
670,000.
Statement tonight.
That's about how many votes are left.
And we keep seeing those alerts that he will be stepping up pretty soon at the White House, and we will hear from the president about, again, he's got information we
now
don't.
Florida's back in play?
We've got our tickers down there and stuff that's being fed through the computer
How is
systems
Florida
that we
back
bought
in
a few
play?
weeks ago, like every news organization, and they're supposed to be giving us the latest updates. But at the end of the day, the people in power probably get stuff a little bit faster than we, the news media, do. So I can't wait to see what the president is going to say when he speaks to the nation.
And we've talked about Twitter and how they're flagging tweets and, you know, paying attention to the election day misinformation as they're trying to prevent that. We just showed that tweet from President Trump. I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. He did send out another tweet after that, which we talked about
Tennessee.
earlier. And
What do you
Twitter
mean
has
Tennessee?
flagged that second tweet
Where'd
with
Tennessee
a warning
come from?
saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. If I click view, that tweet says, we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election.
Even if they found
We'll never let
300,000
them
votes
do
in
it.
Florida,
Votes
that still
cannot
wouldn't be
cast
enough.
After the polls are closed. I think what the trigger is for them to flag this tweet is him saying votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed, because in most states they're not letting you cast it, they're just counting it if they get it in late. So I think that's where Twitter will say that that's the reason that they flagged that tweet. But if we're talking about the control from big tech and the message that Americans can get on election night, just another example there that they are deciding what Americans can and can't see on this night from their president.
Yeah. That's what they do. All right, I think that we got the electoral college map maybe fixed now, because I know people have been blowing us up online. We've been reading your tweets. We're not ignoring you. We've been trying to fix the big 50-state map to let you know where it stands right now. But real quick, let's show you Pennsylvania again, because I started the night at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, and all of us said it, that it would come down to Pennsylvania. And so you saw the numbers there, the president's lead getting even larger and larger in Pennsylvania. But again, we do not have a bunch of those mail-in ballots, Greta, to the tune of, how many did you say earlier in Pennsylvania that we could still be seeing outstanding that they won't finish counting until the next day or so?
I believe it was 2 million.
Was it 2 million?
Yeah, 2 million
somewhere
is the
between
number
2
that I
and
saw.
3. Yeah. That's a lot, 2 to 3 million. All right, let's look at the latest count. And again,
They're missing
it's a
Florida.
smidge off of what I've got, but hey, I'm going with whatever the OAN bosses have. They've got 212
Not Florida,
to
but
223.
Hawaii. I don't know
If
why I
you
said
look,
Florida.
though, I thought we were calling North Carolina. I guess we have not done that, have we?
And I think that we're still waiting on the Associated Press to make the official call, because I also see Arizona there as well, and of course we're waiting on Georgia and Pennsylvania. But I think a lot of people can see the avenues that are taking shape right now. I mean, and we started the night with a lot of gray up there at the map, and now we're starting to fill in those spaces. And you see the 2 different avenues right there. You can see that you can go through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan up the top there. But then, Dan, you're exactly right. I mean, we see a lot of red, and there might be more red coming with the North Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia still waiting there at the bottom. But of course, when you get to the West Coast, all the way to the west, that's Nevada. That's one that could become more important as the night goes on. Right. But also Arizona has
Wouldn't that be
been called
crazy
to some
if it
degree.
did come down to a tie and the good old Silver State, which Nevada usually is not in play for I don't know how many decades, goes red tonight? But it was so interesting to see that. And again, if you put North Carolina in the Trump campaign, you give him Michigan, you give him Georgia, and then lose Minnesota, pick up Wisconsin, let Pennsylvania go, and Arizona still goes to him. I'm so glad you brought that up, Greta. It's a win. He's got it.
Well, no, he can win it even without winning Arizona. If he wins Wisconsin, he wins Michigan, he wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Alaska, that's
It's done.
274.
I thought we already called Alaska, guys. We didn't. Most all organizations are calling Alaska for Trump. We didn't do that one. I mean, it's only, what, 3? It's 3. But again, everyone counts tonight.
So he could win again if he wins. If we're looking at this, if he wins Wisconsin, if he wins Michigan, he can lose Pennsylvania, lose Virginia, take North Carolina, take Georgia.
Trump should be in the lead
Alaska,
right now.
which
It
we'll
should
say
be
is called.
226 or
He would win the
231.
election without,
And he can still
even
lose
with Arizona
Nevada and
flipped.
Arizona both.
Yes.
Right?
He would
Oh,
be
wow.
at 274. So he could lose Pennsylvania as long as he wins Michigan
Michigan, Wisconsin,
Michigan
Georgia.
and Wisconsin,
It's getting
Georgia,
late. We
and
know
North
what you meant.
Carolina. Yeah.
It's Michigan. They're all right next
They're all
door.
right there.
Yeah, by the end of the night, it's Michigan soda.
But I'll say this, if we were sitting here at 1 o'clock in the morning, if we were to tell someone, for example, at the beginning of the night that we'd be sitting here at 1 in the morning saying President Trump might not have to win Pennsylvania because he still has an avenue through Michigan and Wisconsin.
Not how we started.
No, that's not the conversation that anyone was talking about. I think it's clear that there is some momentum here. And I do want to read one quick fact before when it comes to the state of Arizona, because I'm still not sold that that is exactly called, because today, for example, 113,000 Election Day votes have been counted in the state of Arizona. 64% of them went for President Trump. So that means, yes, there were a lot of mail-in voting, but I have a feeling that they're using models to count the uncounted votes from today, saying, you know what, it's probably along a 55-45 margin. That's not what we're seeing today. We're seeing more of a 65 type of 35 margin.
And Governor Doug Ducey said there's 900,000 left. So if you have 800,000 more that are going 60% Trump.
You're scared? What are you scared of?
What Arizona, is it still at only 75%, guys in the back? We're still waiting on 25% of the count. So, and again, if it is 900,000, Greta, like you said, and then we're seeing that tweet where she just spoke with the governor, I doubt he's giving false information. If we're still looking at almost 1 million votes in Arizona, then how can any of these lamestream media networks in good conscience call Arizona for Biden?
Right.
Almost 1 million votes outstanding.
Something else I want to point out also is we know that in Arizona, especially states like Arizona and Florida, President Trump does well with older voters over the age of 65. The majority of the voting electorate in Arizona is over that age. And so if you go by what the mainstream media has been saying, right, Democrats, especially older voters, are voting by mail because of the pandemic. That would mean that there are plenty of ballots out there still floating around that could potentially be going for President Trump and going against what we've heard the conventional wisdom of a lot of these mail-in are for Democrats. We don't know that.
I don't blame him, Marjorie. He said yesterday
1 in 5
it was already decided that
65 years
Biden was
old.
going to win. He said
It
it was
accounts for
predetermined.
60% of the state's total votes back in 2016. Not to mention that it was a county that President Trump won. So once again, that means we're waiting on maybe 60% of the votes that have been breaking 2-1 in favor of President Trump. I just think it's too early to call Arizona altogether.
You have a lot of military in Arizona, a lot of veterans in Arizona as well. And I believe, Greta, you brought it up. We all remember Sheriff Joe Arpaio, thank you. I always messed that last name up. From Maricopa County. Yes, he lost his last election.
Hello,
years
Amir.
back, and he hasn't run.
There's
He's
another
retired,
turkey.
But he
That's
held
2
that city
turkeys.
sheriff for a long time, and I believe most folks.
Is it because it's November?
What is this now? We're showing some new numbers in Arizona. Okay, and then this is
Our second
old, by
turkey
the way,
visitor.
a smidge, guys, because I'm seeing almost 71% of the precincts reporting.
Actually, I think the other
And
one, he's
there,
from Turkey, but he lived
has
in
a margin
Europe.
of 162,000 votes. Do the math right? Yeah, 162. So he's got a 162 margin. The other numbers I saw by some of the other reporting agencies show about 122,000 with 75% reporting. So again, to everything you guys keep bringing us and showing us is we still have
I like
thousands,
turkey.
tens
Tastes
of
good.
thousands of votes.
Makes
to
me
count in
sleepy, though.
Arizona. I don't know how, like I said,
Country
earlier,
I know
good
very
conscience,
little
you can
about.
Call those 11 electoral votes for Biden.
But welcome
if
to
you
the
poll
stream.
those, you're then sitting at 227 to about 213. It's only a 14-point gap, and it comes down to, again, all the states we said it would, those battleground key states in the Midwest, and then Pennsylvania at the end.
And here's the thing, Arizona is not a swing state yet. I think people are getting a little bit too caught up in this hype. It's gone for the Republican president in every single election absent 1996 where it went for Bill Clinton. This isn't a swing state, it's a trending state, and I feel like people are treating it as a swing state, calling it the same way that they would.
You know, Amir, it's really difficult to call.
Us, and we're going to sit here and hold on it. And
We're
not
hoping
call it
for
because I would
Trump,
love to wake
obviously.
up and for all of those other
We believe
soup
Trump's gonna get
networks
it,
that
but
egg on their face.
Well, and I want to cycle through really quick just
anything
to
could
remind our voters
happen.
where we stand on
The way they're
Senate. We've
managing
been
the votes and
covering a lot of
everything.
these races. And just to sort of give you a snapshot, going into this, Republicans had a 53 majority to Democrats 47. We just saw Joni Ernst in Iowa win her race. She's keeping that seat, so that means that the Democrats' path to majority there continues to narrow. Susan Collins is leading in Maine. Tom Tillis is leading in North Carolina. and Purdue is up in Georgia as well. We're seeing Senator Kelly Loeffler going into that runoff, so that means that Democrats would have to flip at least 3 seats. Montana,
Is Trump pretty popular
right now,
in Turkey?
Bullock is up right now. Here's the map, as we can see. And so essentially it's going to come down to about 3 or 4 different races. And, you know, with Gary Peters losing to John James as it stands right now.
Yeah, Michigan.
I mean,
that's a pickup for us.
The path to the Democratic majority in the Senate is continuing to narrow as the night goes on. So that's some good news for the Republican Party here.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
He is a
I'm gonna
puppet.
say that you're looking at what's happening right now in the U.S. Senate, and Republicans
Not just for the Pentagon, but for the whole
no
world.
doubt hold on to the Senate. Will they hold a 4-seat majority? We may not know, obviously, for another
no
day
problem.
until some of that final counting, like you just said, comes in, Jen. But I'm going to say, and I don't think he's going on a limb here, Republicans will hold the Senate at least by 2 or 3 seats. May end up just like it was with a 4-seat majority, but I'll give them 1 or 2. But I believe right now we can maybe not make it official, but I would say Republicans got the Senate. No problem. And to what John and Richard were saying earlier, and Jen, I know you guys kind of agreed on some states, I don't think that Dems are going to see the pickup in the House they thought they were going to see because of, and you're seeing it in a lot of the lockdown states, people are upset with their Democratic leaderships, whether it be senators, congressmen, governors, mayors that have locked them down. And so I think the big explosion of blue wave in the House they thought they were going to see on the Dem side won't happen. Republicans will hold the Senate, and I'm still thinking President Trump's going to pull this one out. Looking at these states, these numbers with 75 to 80, 90% reporting in some of those
I think so
states
too.
already, and the Arizona thing, Georgia, even Virginia now. I see a clear path past 270 for him.
Well, and I think John James outperforming in Michigan is more telling for
That's just
President
part of
Trump,
Nebraska.
because
So
when we're looking at the presidential
Nebraska
race, we do
actually
still
has
have a lot of
multiple
votes to count, and they're going to continue counting those tomorrow. But when you look at the
districts.
Senate race, it's
And so
more
usually
indicative of where
it's got 3
Michigan
different
voters
districts.
are leaning and who they're
And
supporting.
usually one of
And they
them
are supporting
ends up
John
being
James
blue.
so far in the results that we are seeing.
And look
I
at
think
his
that's
district.
important. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Look
I
at
mean,
his district.
Sure.
People thought
So that's
that was
why
a
it's
Democratic
purple and
stronghold.
not like
So
actual
again,
blue
if that
blue.
has any bearing on the presidential race there, looks like James will get it, and then I would put Michigan in the Trump category again.
It would be huge. It'd be another history-making win for Republicans. He'd be the first black senator of Michigan. So that's.
And we talk about these new swing states or trending states like Arizona, and people were looking at. We haven't talked about Texas in a while because it has been declared for President Trump. But when we talk about those states where Democrats were looking and saying, "Hey, we can flip Texas, we can flip Arizona, we can flip Georgia." An interesting point that I've just seen is that President Trump was declared the winner in Texas's, I hope, Zapata County, I hope I'm saying it right, which is just north of the Rio Grande Valley there, right along the border. He won that district by 6, or that county by 6 points, 53% to 47%. This is really important. It's a huge swing because Clinton was a plus 33 in that county. Obama was a plus 43 in that county. So that is a huge absolute flip for President Trump in a county like that, which is the immigration issue matters so much to those counties that are right along the border in states like Texas, in states like Arizona, Maricopa County, right there on the border of Arizona and Mexico.
And you're right, it was Zapata, by the way.
Zapata.
You nailed it.
Yeah, okay.
Nicely done.
That's good. But I just think that matters a lot to talk about those specific counties if we're going to look at them, big swings like that. And it is the President Trump's campaign has worked really hard to flip the Latino vote in particular to vote for him. That we saw that happen and work in Florida tonight with the Cuban and Venezuelan
Oh, he's seeing double numbers George W. Bush saw
in Miami-Dade County.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, and a Latino voter will typically values-wise lean toward a Republican because they're Catholic. Legal immigrants are not fans of illegal immigration because they've done the work to get here and they did it the right way. So when you see that flip happening, it's working for President Trump to get the Latino voters on board with him instead of where they've usually.
Yeah, I know about the Kurds. They help the
guys,
military a
we'll
lot.
take a small break here from the main studio.
Fighting
Let's find out what's
terrorists.
going on at the White House because we are waiting, and the alerts keep
We don't
popping
trust
up.
our
The
own
president will be speaking
news
to the nation
either.
very shortly. Our Chanel Rion is on the lawn of the White House. Fill us in. How long are we waiting here for POTUS to give us the good news?
Hey, Dan, so actually it could be within the hour, but we are still on standby. There are many of us who have been standing out here on Pebble Beach shivering because the temperatures are dropping, but the excitement has not subsided, at least from the administration standpoint and the campaign standpoint. You have this consistent optimism that President Trump has far more paths to win than Joe Biden does. And you have Joe Biden now and his team now looking at the Rust Belt states with extreme trepidation, and his pathways to victory are becoming more narrow as the hours tick on. And so that has been the fuel by which the White House continues to have a lot of optimism. We have not had a lot of activity in terms of people meandering out of the White House party, which is where the activity is at tonight. We have about 400 guests inside the White House now in the reception room, kind of watching all of this come in. And everyone's riveted, but still optimistic. So we just saw that the president tweeted out that he will be delivering a speech. We've been hearing that all evening, that he is going to deliver a speech one way or the other, regardless of whether the results are clear. So we are simply on standby, as are everybody else who have special badges to get in. And we'll be there to be in the room and see what the general mood is as he delivers his speech, probably within the next hour, but we are still on standby.
Chanel, real quick, we asked this of Christina probably about 2 hours ago, because I did see online there was a lot of chatter that folks, the extreme folks on the left, whether it be Antifa, BLM, or just some wackos, plan on trying to shut down D.C. come tomorrow. What are you seeing there at the White House on the other side of that protective fence and wall that was put up earlier this week?
Well, the noise just starts going, you know, the volume level on the protest noise goes up as every state that goes red pops up on the screen. So as more of these leftists realize that their candidate, Joe Biden, his chances are not as strong as they thought, they are going to start mobilizing. We expect them to start mobilizing as the night goes on.
There's an Instagram one, but those don't seem to work.
To turn those leaning red states into solid red states. The report that Christina had put out earlier was entirely accurate. It was quiet out there. You couldn't hear very much in terms of noise or hubbub. But now you're starting to hear a few more signals and echoes of megaphones and chanting out there. Not sure from what direction. The sound works a little odd here in D.C., so, you know, they're bouncing off of buildings. But at this moment, you have some Antifa folks starting to gather outside the White House, and it's a little bit
the only
cold,
other one
so
I'm seeing isn't wanting to pop
cause
up.
some of them to slow down a little bit, but they are gathering.
Instagram.
We had some reports of arrests being made. A dumpster was, you know, a trash can was set on fire. Handful of moments like that so far.
I see another one pop up
That is so
loaded up there.
remarkable that news crews are running out there from the White House. So we are keeping an eye on it. It is ratcheting up slightly, but we're just watching it from afar at this point.
Okay, so mild skirmishes, we'll call it. Our Chanel Rion there live at the White House as we take a wide shot there on our screen as well. We are just awaiting President Trump's comments to the nation. As Chanel said, they could be coming within the next few minutes, up to an hour. I believe probably he's there with his advisors. They're watching these key battleground states that we keep talking about. And I just saw a bunch of tweets, so we got to get to it if we can bring the board up. We all have been
Trump's
saying,
been doing a lot for
Georgia,
peace in the Middle
Michigan,
East, a lot more than many of the
Wisconsin,
presidents we've
Minnesota,
had in the past.
and tons of people on Twitter going, have you said anything about Virginia in the last hour and 26 minutes? So Virginia, which was the first one of
Virginia's
the first one of the
blue.
night, that multiple major news outlets called for Biden. I think we were one of the first ones to retract it. We weren't even that confident about it and say, whoa, whoa, hold on, something's going crazy in Virginia.
Right.
And so if we can, guys, as I stretch, pull the numbers up for Virginia, because viewers want to know what the heck is going on in Virginia. And again, that's what, 13, right?
Yeah.
Electoral votes. So it's been up and down all night, but it was a dramatic swing from the beginning of the night where everyone was calling it for Biden when only there was 25% of the precincts reporting. Now I'm not sure what the numbers are up to till we bring them up, as far as are we at 70, 80, or 90% in Virginia, and Trump still holding on to the last numbers I saw.
No, he's not.
Lead in Virginia.
Biden has
But
the
that may have
lead
changed.
by
Greta,
6
you got
points,
new ones?
6.5
From
points.
AP Online, which is AP is where we're getting our numbers tonight. 82% of precincts reporting Joe
82.
Biden has retaken that lead, 52.5% to President Trump's 46%. He's Joe Biden up by about a little over 250,000 votes there. So it seems like he will keep that safe.
So it flipped back the other
safe
way now.
blue state, yeah. And that comes down to those results that we did get out of Fairfax County, those updated numbers. Here's that for our viewers.
You know, Dan, to your point, though, I mean, then compare what we're looking at right now to what's happening in Arizona. I mean, what happened in Virginia was kind of what a lot of people are expecting to happen in Arizona, a traditionally Democratic area, as you're looking at right now. They finally got some of the numbers in from the different areas that they were looking at. That's very much so the situation that could happen in Arizona tonight. I mean, it was very
Biden's got
premature,
almost
I think,
a
to call it
2
for that
million
state, the
vote
same way
populist
that
lead
perhaps
on
it was premature
Trump.
to call it Virginia, but this is the reason I think what many people were confident to do so is because they were expecting a lot of those Democratic stronghold counties to finally rush in their ballots, and that's exactly what we're waiting for in Arizona right now. But
well,
from
it
the
goes
other
back to what
perspective.
Greta said, is that Fairfax is that area where a lot of the D.C. elite and the deep state folks that work in the government, they live in Fairfax. A lot of them lean left, obviously, or are extremely left. And so those numbers
Nevada's
must have
back
just
blue
gotten dropped
again.
off, and now Biden shot back up in the lead. But Virginia isn't a state that really any of us were looking at for days, weeks before this election. It went blue, and so those numbers must have just gotten dropped off, and now Biden shot back up in the lead. But Virginia isn't a state that really any of us were looking at for days, weeks before this election. It went blue last time. We figured it would go blue. So not disappointed that Virginia, I would say we probably need to put back into the Biden category in our count. I don't know if the AP is officially doing that, but we probably can. But it's Arizona that is still up for grabs.
Right. Well, and I just wanted to jump in quickly. So I know we were talking about John James' Senate race over in Michigan, and right now I'm seeing that Michigan election officials are saying that they don't expect to have most of the vote in until noon tomorrow. So
North Carolina is not red because there's only 94% reporting, and Trump only has a 80,000 vote lead.
Telling as to how the president might be doing.
And there goes AON again. OAN. They need to fire their digital manager or whatever.
To get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin,
So that
same
means
story. Too early to call. And
it's
we're waiting
still
votes
close
in
to where
Milwaukee area, among others.
it could
Waiting
get
for
flipped
votes in
with only 80,000
Nevada.
votes.
Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now in the electoral tally in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 213, Biden with 210. One of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did Casey's calculation so we could show her work there. And as you can see, there is a right at the number. We had to make sure we call Hawaii. That assumes Hawaii votes Democratic, as we do here. But Nevada, Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately, I think we need to go back there. We got to see if Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to, you know what, I think he's right, because this has been sitting at 87% for the last 20 minutes. So I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay. The assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air. And
yes.
John Ralston has done the math. He will tell you that, you know, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, look, 7%. But Nevada is basically arguably a 2-county state. You know, I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do, and my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is, Clark County, where Vegas is. Basically, are the population centers. Democrats run up the score here. Republicans want to. They got to basically match the Democrats there, and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wins this is if his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates to Clark County in Las Vegas.
Okay. We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who knows the state inside and out, also spoke to former Vice President Biden tonight. What did he say to you? We've got...
I mean, a majority of the jobs out there, the gas and energy, the manufacturing jobs, those count on good trade deals, which we know President Trump's touted, especially for, you know, let's take Pennsylvania, for example. I mean, 700,000 union members in that state alone, and they don't want their jobs shipped overseas. And that's something that plays into what Biden's promising to do, some of the changes. So that's something that when some of these voters are facing that choice, do they want to keep their job in their home state of Pennsylvania? Of course they do.
Well, and when we talk about the state of Pennsylvania, we have talked about the issue of fracking and Joe Biden's kind of failure on the message of fracking. We haven't, though, talked a lot about trade and trade with China in particular. And the other big industry in Pennsylvania outside of oil and fracking is steel. And President Trump put really large tariffs on China, tariffs on and penalties for them for
That's
dumping
pretty much
steel
how it is,
in the
Amir.
U.S., and that's protecting jobs in Pennsylvania, in particular in their steel industry. Here's the latest numbers that we're getting out of Pennsylvania. 68% of precincts reporting President Trump ahead by 700,000 votes nearly. I mean, that's pretty big, but again, for our viewers, we won't be getting election officials in Pennsylvania say we're not getting any official call anyway tonight. We'll be
Again,
getting
2
it
to 3
tomorrow.
million votes still to come in is what we're hearing in that state. But that's the one that could end up going to the Supreme Court, like Jack told us earlier, like we've all been saying on our shows for weeks. Pennsylvania will go to the Supreme Court. And won't it be interesting if all we've been saying for 4 or 5 hours turns out once again to be Pennsylvania and a Supreme Court decision like we saw 20 years ago in Florida. I hope not for the sake of
I've
the
said
country.
Pennsylvania
and
is
for
going to
unity
be
and
the
healing
key
after this
state
election, that it comes down to that, because then you're going to have people out
several days ago.
Court had to decide it. But let's be real. You don't change the rules in the middle of the election. And that's what the Pennsylvania very liberal state Supreme Court did. They changed the rules mid-election to allow these ballots to come in, which open you up for cases of fraud. Because where are these millions of ballots as they're floating around for the next few days? You know, these ballots were sent out and they are not, I'm a vet, they are not absentee ballots. When you get an absentee ballot, like a military member overseas, okay, you get it, it's in the envelope, your name's on it, there's numbers that coincide on the actual ballot you rip off that go with the ballot envelope that it goes in. You have to sign, a witness signs, all kinds of stuff with an absentee. What the Dems did in a bunch of these states, they mailed out millions of ballots with none of those checks and balances. Now, those are going to keep coming
Good luck,
in for days and
Kyriakos.
counted. That is what President Trump is talking about.
Right.
He's saying you can't have these millions of ballots coming in that were just loosely thrown around this country and then count them 3, 4, 5 days after. The voting is over, it's done, and these ballots weren't distributed properly in the first place.
Well, and think about what this means, Dan. So if we're thinking about what sort of action Congress has and has not taken based upon lawmakers waiting to see who wins the White House, it's not just those ballots that are going to hang in limbo. It's action on a coronavirus stimulus bill. It's action on a bill to keep the government open. They keep passing those minibus bills that only keep the economy open for X amount of months. I mean, there's some big pieces of legislation looming, and the longer it takes for Congress, and not just the majority of Congress, but for lawmakers themselves to know which administration they're going to be operating under, that's how much longer the American people have to wait for an extension to the Paycheck Protection Program, which, as we know, has helped a lot of these small businesses stay afloat during the pandemic. Whether Americans are going to get some more direct cash payments into their bank accounts. So a lot's weighing on these ballots, like you said, that we're waiting to hear back from. So it's not just knowing who wins the White House, it's knowing what sort of path forward are we going to have with this pandemic and the economic recovery that's to follow.
Well, and when we talk about the economy in these states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, I was talking about trade with Pennsylvania, and for Pennsylvania, trade with China matters a lot because of their steel industry, but for all of these states, the USMCA matters a ton. When you talk about the auto industry in Michigan, the auto industry in Wisconsin, that was very heavily impacted by the USMCA. NAFTA killed that industry across the Rust Belt, and those auto factories had shut down. President Trump renegotiated NAFTA, got rid of NAFTA, which, just remember, Joe Biden supported. He has since, of course, come out and said it probably wasn't that great of a deal, but he voted in favor of it and he supported it. President Trump replaced that with the USMCA, which is an overwhelmingly bipartisan trade agreement. It is not just a Republican trade deal. It is supported by both Democrats and Republicans, and Mexico and Canada.
Welcome back, babe.
Beneficial for all three countries, but especially beneficial for the U.S. and the U.S. auto industry in particular. And if you're talking about where the economy sits in Michigan and Wisconsin, that's where it sits.
Well, and then you have a governor in that state that during the COVID put them on an extreme lockdown. Turned out she was a big hypocrite. Folks found pics and video of the husband of the governor there running all over the place when she was keeping her state on a just insane lockdown, almost probably as drastic as California's lockdown. Obviously, we're not going to see California flip or change anything, but Michigan, I think you are seeing numbers now, and I was just looking when you were chatting there, Greta, different
What am I
reports now,
thinking?
64% of the precincts in Michigan, and Trump still
I'm
holding
thinking
on
what they need to do is
312
get into more detail. So what you see kind of like on NBC
Now, again,
is
36%
they will
is still a
pull
lot
up,
more to come
let's say
in,
Pennsylvania,
but what were the numbers?
and they will look at the
you were,
different
John, when you were
counties,
telling me earlier,
and they
in
will
this evening,
look at,
what did
okay,
Trump pull Michigan
which
out
way
for?
is this
Worried about?
county
It wasn't
leading?
Massive.
Less than 11,000.
How much is remaining?
Less than 11,000.
What's this going to look like?
I think all three of you said that. Yeah, it was. It was about 10-7, 10-6. So now, depending on which
Yeah,
county
I've got the rooters
35% that needs to come
where
in.
I can see the counties.
312 is pretty substantial. In Michigan.
And we were talking about this before, but there is something to be said about the fact that, for example, Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, the state Supreme Court rejected what she was doing there, and it's happened to several governors around the country as well.
It's happening in California this week.
Exactly, and that shows you that the coronavirus pandemic
And the counties that are the furthest behind, like in Pennsylvania,
grab, perhaps of any president in modern history. And he
seem
rejected
to be
do so.
the
And
blue
I think that
counties.
goes to show you a little bit of willingness, because I don't know if many other presidents would have done
The
that.
higher number of
there are
counties
people quite literally saying that the president should
seem to be
declare
blue.
martial law, implement
So
lockdowns, mask mandates.
add
things
up all
of
the
that
missing
nature.
votes
It
and
could have given
everything,
president
and
so
the
much
ratio
authoritarian power
that could
he
cause
resisted.
Biden to
I
come
think there's
back.
something to be said about
Even
that.
though
It
he's
doesn't go down.
700,000
Because he
behind,
understands this as a republic.
it could
Everybody,
bring him
I
back.
think, forgets that. Okay, and in a republic, yes, the governors have to take charge of their states, and the president got that. He put it on them. Some perform properly, and you see how now, like you were saying, Greta, to Governor DeSantis's credit, he was smart in Florida. There were other states where Republican governors were smart. They opened up early, got back to work. They're thriving. The states that are still closed are not. Speaking of those gubernatorial races, I think we have some boards we want to run through here real quick. Take it away, Alex. Let's run through them.
Yeah, so once again, I said this at the beginning of the night. There weren't very many competitive governor's races, but that doesn't make them any less important for a couple reasons. As you see, Chris Sununu.
Yeah, county maps are going to be
taking
mostly
his victory
red.
over Dan
But
Phelps. That
the
was a
problem
race,
is,
once again, that he was
when you
expected
break
to
it down
win,
to the
but
states,
these are still very much so
the blue
important
areas
because,
are the most
of course, we know that the census
most
was just being
populous.
taken, and now that
So like the
information
major
is gonna be
cities are the
applied
most
to the
populous.
states
So
to
even
allow
though
them to draw
the
their
majority of the
redistricted
state might be
maps.
red,
I mean, if you pay any attention to
the
the
most
House, you know
populous
how
area
important
is
gerrymandering
blue,
congressional
and they'll have the
redistricting,
lowest
things
percentage
of that
counted.
sort.
So when they
for
count the
example,
rest of it,
Chris Sununu
that's
now
going to
will be
increase
the
the
one who
blue
either vetoes
a lot
or approves
based on those
maps
numbers.
as they're drawn by the state legislature. So he's just
And
one
it
of the
seems like
individuals that
they're
we're keeping an eye on tonight. But
trying to play
as
the
we
game
shuffle through the other
this year
governor's
of
races,
counting
these are the
all
players
what
that
they
are
know
gonna
is going to be
involved. As you see
red,
another Republican,
and
Bill
they're
Scott
not.
in
They're
Vermont.
lagging
He's likely
behind
gonna be the
on the
one that
more
does that in his home district.
populous
As you see that he's
counties,
gonna carry
or
that race,
yeah,
97%
populous
of
counties with the
precincts
higher
reporting.
blue counts.
It's going to be Phil Scott that is overseeing the state legislature, drawing those types of maps, and then you go to Delaware. John Carney, this is another race where, once again, it wasn't expected to be very competitive. There really only was one competitive race tonight in the governor's races. But once again, John Carney not only leading his state of West Virginia, but then Jim Justice in West Virginia as well. This was another state. President Trump carried it easily, but there is something to be said that there is a vulnerability for a lot of people there too, recognizing the fact that Mnuchin from West Virginia, a Democrat, still is in that state. So it shows you that they don't necessarily just have to be Republican. Same thing in Indiana. Eric Holcomb, he's winning that state. But as we've been talking about all night, there are other House races throughout Indiana that aren't only a bellwether for the rest of the country, but help dictate who controls the House going into each cycle. So this was the probably most competitive governor race, the Montana governor race, where we see that Greg Gianforte is going to be carrying that. It looks like 53 to 44%, still 64% of precincts that are reporting right now, but it looks like he is getting a margin right now as you see the numbers change right there.
It could be a civil war.
43. It looks like he is going to be carrying that state, and I think that's
We've already got protesters out there every day.
Seems to be a little bit
You've
more
already got
competitive
people
than
calling
think.
that
But then
if
we move
Trump
on to North
wins
Dakota
to
as
not
well.
accept it.
We know
So.
that Doug Burgum is going to be the
But
governor there.
we're ready, and we have more
also seen in
guns.
South Dakota, too, we see figures like Kristi Noem rising as GOP political figures all across the country. It's not just a matter of being a state executive. I mean, that is important, but we've seen Kristi Noem, for example, rise as one of the rising stars in all the Republican Party. Many people think that she could have presidential aspirations after this. And then Spencer Cox as well in Utah. This is an interesting state. Because President Trump, yes, he won this year, but he actually performed a little bit better than perhaps he did in 2016.
Yeah, that's why
Utah's Republican population
we could win by
is
the
a little
electoral
bit different
vote
than
and still
Republican
lose the
populations
popular
in
vote.
other states. It's a little bit more
Like Trump's down almost 2 million
now. It is
now.
ideologically driven, anything like that. So it is a good sign to see, for example, that Republicans are finding
overall,
a type of
for the
figure
electoral
in
vote,
not only
he's
President
doing
Trump,
good.
but Spencer Cox and the other races down the ballot as well. So I think that if you're a Republican, even if you're a Democrat, you kind of got what you were looking for the most part coming out of the gubernatorial races before. But nonetheless, I mean, what we're looking at right now is setting the framework for the conversations that we're going to be having for the next 10 years when it comes to the governors, the Senate, and the House.
Wisconsin's a little interesting, guys. We're going to hit some of those Senate races in just a sec here, but I wanted to point out that I saw Wisconsin now is up to about 88 or 89% of their precincts reporting, and the president is still holding about 100,000 vote lead with 88% reporting in Wisconsin. So very telling there. That again is 10 more. That would put him up right.
So there's a
neck
tweet
and
out
neck
there
with
saying
Biden.
Fairfax County
and then we're still
miscounted.
waiting on, as we've been saying all night.
They have to
Pennsylvania,
subtract 100,000 from
Nevada,
Biden's
okay,
numbers.
We'll see. North Carolina, which I think
Still
we
not
already
enough for
determined.
Trump, but-
Georgia, though, still too close to call. And Virginia, yes, I'm sorry. I forget all the people that have been tweeting names. I can't hit you all, but guess what? I'm sorry to say we're probably going to have to put Virginia back in the Biden column. As Greta told you about 20, 30 minutes ago, the numbers are just too far, and they're now reporting at about, what, 80 to 90-some%. So Virginia looks like it will go to Biden. Let's hit some of those Senate races.
Yeah, I want to remind our viewers. Let's remind our viewers where Republicans are. As we know, the races have been coming down pretty close here. So Arkansas, we see Tom Cotton walking away with an easy win there, 67%. That was to be expected, but nonetheless important as Democrats were looking to, of course, flip the upper chamber. And then as we scroll to some other states, we're going to see some races like in Colorado. I mean, this was one of the very few upsets for Republicans. We see the Democrat John Hickenlooper walking away with the win. But of course, this was also kind of expected going into the race, considering the fact that Hillary Clinton won Colorado back in 2016. So not a big surprise there. Republicans did make up for that elsewhere. Tennessee Senate, we can see here, Bill Hagerty, 62% against the Democrats, 35%. Again, no surprise there. Republican presidential candidates and Republicans down the ballot typically do well in Tennessee. Then we do want to keep cycling on through some other ones. New Mexico. Now, this one was close at one point. You can still see it's not too far off, but Biden was declared the winner in New Mexico, so he seems to have helped Ben Ray Lujan there, the Democrat. So they're walking away with a win there. Some other states, though, that have been interesting tonight. South Dakota, Mike Brown, 68%. I mean, this, again, solidifies just how deep red some of these states run, especially, it's interesting in certain states like South Dakota, where we know President Trump was expected to win. Texas, a similar one as well. John Cornyn, for a moment there was some whisperings of the fact that he might be in danger because a lot of people were pointing to the fact that Beto O'Rourke got so close to unseating Ted Cruz back in 2018. But as we saw, that did not happen. Millions of dollars gone to waste. John
It's
Cornyn
possible
walking
Nevada
away
could
here
be
with a
the
win,
very last state,
54%.
or the last
Georgia
state that
Senate
Biden
race.
wins.
This is one of two we've been keeping a very close eye on. Senator David Perdue, the incumbent, 51%. John Ossoff, the
That's what we
Democratic
need.
challenger, 47%.
We need Nevada to be the
That
last
is
state
with
for him.
93% of precincts reporting.
And
So
Trump
it's very
take the
close.
rest.
It's not called yet, but it looks like it's going to be in the bag for the Republicans. North Carolina, 100% of precincts reporting. Tom Tillis, 49%. Cal Cunningham, 47%. I mean, this race was neck and neck heading into Election Day, all-day Election Day, but it looks like it's going to be a win for Republicans here.
All right, guys, thanks for wrapping those up real quick. Let's show the overall map here. Right now on the Senate side, again, Republicans gonna hold on to the Senate, point blank, period, mark it down, I'll call it. Maybe they lose one overall tonight.
Yeah.
Jen, what do you think?
So,
That's what we're seeing. We're still waiting on a couple.
If
and of course, we
Biden
have that
takes
other Georgia
Nevada
one that Kelly
and
left
one
for
other
me, so,
state,
we won't know till January.
We won't know for a
Trump
while. But
wins.
yeah, I mean, what we're seeing right now, it's projected 52 to 46. So it looks like Republicans are going to walk away with their majority if it continues to
so
stay this way.
Trump needs to take at least
I do
3
really
out of
wanna
the 5
point out a
states
couple
over
interesting house
on the east
races, though,
side.
Dan, I know you've been keeping an eye on Minnesota, and Minnesota and Texas were a couple of states where we had some of these open house races where it was sort of a toss-up to see if Democrats or Republicans were going to come out victorious. I mean, Minnesota's 8th district, we have the representative there, Peter Stauber, becoming the first Republican to win re-election there in more than 70 years. So that just goes to show, even though Minnesota going into tonight was not necessarily considered competitive at the presidential level, it does go to show that the fact that President Trump was only 45,000 votes away from a victory in 2016, there's some lingering support here. And again, some of the riots that we've been seeing in Minnesota, a lot of several factors playing into this. Another race.
How'd Omar do, by the way, since we had that story from our friends at Project Veritas about the ballot harvesting? I'd like to know what type of lead she has.
She won.
Well, I figured
She
she'd
did win pretty handedly.
because that is a
Omar
left-leaning
won
district
big
and has been
time.
for decades.
AOC won big
It's
time.
Minneapolis, right? St. Paul area.
That's why I say there's something wrong with our country right now.
All right.
When those two
well,
can win
That's one of those races
the way they do.
perhaps if there is going to be an upset, it's going to happen in the primary. Kind of the same way that when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez upset Joe Crowley. That was the big race. Nobody was really like, well, let's see the Republican challenging her in Queens or whatever it is. But it is, to your point, I think that the president tried to make this race when it comes to Minnesota.
I don't know, Kelly, because it
about
sounds
Ilhan
like
Omar.
they're
And
not
when
going
it came to Michigan about Rashida Tlaib, I mean,
give
so
all the
often
numbers.
Joe Biden
So
and the squad, and I think that's what President Trump
it sounds
was
like we're
really
going to have to
trying
wait till
hammer this
tomorrow
home about, is saying
to
Joe
see
Biden is a
the
vehicle
final
for
results
left.
from all
and
the
we're seeing
states.
polling results saying that was successful in the state of Florida especially. So perhaps it was a successful tactic, but I guess we still have to see exactly what happens in Michigan.
I don't know what time. Are they going to do that like
very, very clearly
8 in the
because,
morning?
let's be real, Joe Biden, if you look at his
Which would be 5
political
a.m.
career
here? I
over
don't
the
know.
47 years, he's a flip-flopper. He goes with the wind. He goes whatever gets him elected.
It's kind of stupid. It's almost
left-wing
like,
this new
here,
part of the
go to
party,
bed.
AOCs and the rest of them are attaching
Tomorrow you'll
themselves
find out
to the
sometime.
Antifas and the BLM movements and all that. No, Joe Biden's not that guy. He's their puppet. And let's be real and not forget, if for some reason, folks, by the end of this week, we are declaring a Biden presidency, hope not, guess what will happen? Why would Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats several weeks ago say they're starting the 25th Amendment Commission to look at removing a president that's unfit, and then she giggles and chuckles? You all remember that at the press conference? Well, maybe not for this president, but for future presidents, we're doing this. Aha. Why would you do that for future presidents? Because you were preparing that if your puppet wins tonight, which it doesn't look like he's going to tonight or the rest of this week, I still think it's going to be a Trump presidency for 4 years, they're going to remove him, and you're going to have a President Kamala Harris. They've got 2 ways to remove him. He's mentally unfit. We've all seen it for the last year on the campaign trail. Even the left-leaning mainstream media called him out on that last year and earlier this year until he became the actual nominee. But they were calling him out for it. And 2, yes, the scandal kind of died down the last couple of days, but that laptop is real. It's been authenticated, and he is compromised by China. So
He
all
said
the
he's
Dems
gonna
have to do,
speak
if
tonight.
for some reason he takes this presidency later this week, is enact the 25th and say he's unfit for these 2 reasons. They have their hearings, they boot him out, and here you go, President Harris.
And building on that, Harris is the DNC pick. She couldn't even make it to Iowa when it was based on actual voters.
They pulled 5%, the biggest numbers of the whole time, right?
Right, but I do know we want to get to some reactions that we're seeing across social media. We do want to hear from our viewers as well as other news outlets. This is something from ABC News latest.
Yeah, and this just goes to show how jacked up the mail-in votes voting, like pushing the mail-in vote in this year. It just shows how jacked up it is.
ABC News. So perhaps that's one of the reasons that we're not getting an update from Georgia. But when it comes to Arizona, this is from Jan Brewer, the former Arizona Secretary of State. It's way too early to declare a winner in Arizona.
Thank you.
As former Secretary of State, I know that hundreds of thousands of ballots still need to be counted, especially early ballots dropped off today at the polls. we must count every vote, as she's saying right there. And now we're also seeing, too, that there's slow hauling in Arizona. 147,000 Election Day votes were counted today. That's an updated count. 147,000, almost 148,000. 65.3% of those going for President Trump. So the election ballots from today are breaking towards President Trump, and numbers far greater that we were seeing in 2016 or really any other race for that matter when it comes to Republicans.
Let me tell you, they're going to have egg on their face with Arizona. Every single one of the media outlets who's called Arizona for the Biden camp is wrong. The Virginia thing was a mistake on all of our parts, jumping off the bandwagon at the beginning of the night tonight at what, 7:15, 7:20, everybody wanted to go for Virginia. Oh, did we get the map fixed? Is this total legit here?
This is the official AP count.
So yeah, Alaska's
Georgia.
Alaska will go to Trump.
Arizona as well. North Carolina and Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, as I kind of do a counterclockwork thing there. But yes, you can see the count right there, 224,000 to 213,000. That's really important. I mean, that is a much closer race than anybody thought was going to be taking at this point right now. And you do see Nebraska splitting some of those electoral votes. So the map that we're looking at right now, I mean, this is very much so in play. If you're part of the Trump campaign, you are very happy with what you're looking at right now coming out of this night.
Associated Press hasn't called North Carolina yet. I got to think that's going to go for him. Again, that'll add 15, so that would pump him up
and they're not
to
calling
228.
Arizona.
And they didn't call Arizona, which I think is the right call, just like we have not called it. So let's say he takes Arizona, which again, with 800,000 to 900,000 outstanding ballots, easily could go for him. There's 11 plus, what did we say? North Carolina's 15. There's 26. So now you're putting him up at then 239 to 224. Add 3 from Alaska, put him up into 242, right? Now we're getting way, way closer. We only need Michigan and Wisconsin,
and going
can still
to
lose
those.
Pennsylvania, correct?
Yeah, or take Michigan and Pennsylvania, or take Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It can
There's the path.
split a bunch
Couple
of different ways.
Right, and just to point out just where the margin stands as far as the Rust Belt states go and President Trump standing. Of course, we're still waiting for results, and like we've been saying all night, we're probably not going to see them tonight, unfortunately. Possibly tomorrow, possibly in the next 2 days. But just to compare some numbers for our viewers, in 2016, the Wisconsin margin for President Trump was a little over 22,000 votes. This year, it's already nearing 105,000. Michigan, 2016, a little over 10,000. This year, nearly 290,000. And that's just with 61% of precincts reporting in Michigan. And then in Pennsylvania, the margin for President Trump was 44,000 at this point. 2020, we're nearly at 697,000, 66% of precincts reporting. It is going to be a tight race in the Rust Belt.
Greta, I want to throw it over to Greta quick, but I just want to do an ask of our production crew just because our Twitter and everything's blowing up. Earlier, guys, we were able to take the lower ticker, bring it down, and keep up the count, the electoral count. If there's any way that we could keep up that count, if that's possible, let's keep that up because our viewers are begging for that current count so they can see where the electoral college split is.
They need to get rid of that.
So we talk about these states.
Whoever's managing the graphics, because they've been asking for that all night.
Wisconsin, Michigan. We do have some surveys from voters there in that state on how they plan to vote in this election when they were going to the polls. Of course, all those votes have been counted, and this poll was taken before to find out how they intended to vote. So let's look at Wisconsin first as we look at that. So how voters intended to vote on Election Day. You can see those who said they were voting on Election Day, 68% of those respondents were Republicans. And we do expect that from the GOP. They like to vote in person. They like to vote on Election Day. Early in person, it was pretty much 50-50. 49% Democrats were part of that and 49% Republicans. And then you see the mail-in voting there in Wisconsin. Those who said they were voting by mail, 73% Democrats, 24% Republicans. And so we are looking at the results that we're getting from Wisconsin tonight so far. Those are those Election Day votes that were cast on Election Day, and you would guess those would go toward the GOP, which is why you're seeing President Trump leading so handily there. Same thing in Pennsylvania. You're getting kind of the same sort of breakdown. Election Day voters, 65% of them were GOP voters. Early in-person voters, 54% said they would be, 54% were Democrats who were doing early in-person, 42% Republicans, and then kind of the same breakdown for the mail-in voters in early voting in Pennsylvania. More than 70%, or nearly 70% of them in Pennsylvania being Democrats.
Biden's taking the lead in Nevada.
Vote early by mail. Yes. And so that matters a lot when we're looking at the results that we're getting tonight, because the results that we're getting tonight from Michigan, from Wisconsin, from Pennsylvania are Election Day votes. And so those are just organically going to lean more toward the GOP because Republicans vote in person on Election Day. And as we get more vote by mail results and early results as they're counted over the next couple days, it'll be interesting to see how far that might swing more toward the Democrats and if that Election Day turnout for Republicans is enough to offset that vote by mail from Democrats.
And I'm also seeing that there are several counties in Pennsylvania that are pausing their counting for the night and are going to restart tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. But Greta, exactly what you're talking about, I think that no matter
7 a.m.
really
for
what
me.
happens tonight, we are seeing a step of a larger realignment when it comes to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
I mean, what we're talking about today, the Republican Party that is anti-war, that is working class, that is okay with putting on tariffs as long as it looks out for the average American, that is reaching out to Black and Latino voters. This is a new Republican Party than we were talking about even 8 years ago, let alone the one that our parents have talked about, for example. I mean, we're looking at a realignment where Latino voters are starting to come to Republicans. There's an effort by the Republican Party to reach out to Black voters. And you mentioned what it would be to get James from Michigan into the Republican Senate. There's only one Black senator, Senator Tim Scott right now. I mean, the Republican Party does need to diversify. And
everybody has voted. Now they're just
doing it
counting the
under President
votes.
Trump.
Yeah, totally.
Well, they're making inroads,
So,
and you know,
yes and no.
regardless of who wins,
They haven't
whether it
determined
be
who the
Biden or President
actual
Trump,
presidential
the
winner
changes
is.
that President
Still
Trump's
counting
brought,
votes,
this
but
America First, this person and
the
worker
voting is
over
done.
party. That's going to stay. That is here to stay.
But
That's something that
they're not
whether
going
the
to
establishment
count all the votes
Republicans and Democrats
tonight.
like it or not,
Some of them are
that's the mark of
stopping
this
for the night on their
administration.
count.
That's gonna
They're going to continue
for years
tomorrow.
to come,
So
which is huge. It's
some of
ultimately
these
changed a
numbers
huge
we
faction
won't
of the
know until
Republican Party,
tomorrow.
like you said.
And
So
Greta made a point
we're not
before
going to know
saying,
who won tonight.
The media narrative was in 2016, Democrats didn't show up, and look what they did. They handed the election to President Trump. Here we are in 2020, and we're having the best turnout of American politics in over 100 years. I don't think it was about turnout in 2016. I think that Dan made a point before that perhaps if you get more voters out, it's not necessarily just an advantage for Democrats. I think that a lot of Republicans are coming out this time around and saying, you know what, I see what's on the line. It's no longer just necessarily about getting rid of President Trump. We're seeing a lot of people coming out and saying, we need to make sure it is President Trump because we know what the alternative is.
Yeah,
Well, and some of the
the
trends
alternative
were-
is the changing direction of our country.
Right.
That's what they see. I think people saw that in, I don't care if you're talking about the heartland, the Rust Belt, the flyover states, those states that are typically conservative states, right? Where Democrats thought, we've got an in there because they've been hurt with COVID. They've been hurt with their economy. Trump screwed all that up according to them. And so they thought they could dig into some of those states and flip them. But again, I'm going to go back to what we were discussing earlier with the count of how many people are voting versus how many citizens we have in the country. You're right, Alex, we are seeing record number of voting in almost every state across the board, right? But it's not necessarily meaning that it's going to go left or it's going to go right. I think if you could poll the entire country, you would find a big, big different picture than what the left and the mainstream media portrays this country as. We're getting much more progressive in this country. We don't cling to these ideals of American greatness anymore, and we're not clinging to our
CNN
guns and
has
our
issues.
Bible. No, guess what? There's a lot of folks in this country, lamestream media,
They keep
and the
playing, like,
left-wing Democrat Party
their own
that still
ads.
believe in
Kind of
American
annoying.
ideals. It doesn't mean we believe in old school America because, let's be real, we do have a jaded, jagged past. But this country has come so far in so long. By the way, looks like the president getting ready to speak, so we had to show that. Don't like that they're showing that other network there in that room that keeps screwing up counts, but that's okay. We know they're, they used to be his favorite, not so much anymore.
Now, something
Especially
tells me
since
he's
they're-
going to have a word or two to say about the
He might
decisions
even
at
bring it
Fox
up
News
tonight. Yeah, he might even bring that up tonight, I think, when he talks about Arizona, because he obviously will probably go state by state and say, hey, we've got really good numbers in Wisconsin, we've got really good numbers in Michigan, and I'm sure he's going to say, and it looks like we're going to win Arizona.
Well, and Dan and I just saw that the Associated Press, as we've been getting our results from, Steve Daines just won, the Republican incumbent senator just won the race in Montana there. So again, that was one of those seats that was considered a little vulnerable heading into election night, first-term senator. And the Democrats put up a pretty strong challenger there. They pumped in tons of money. But it looks like Steve Daines is walking away with another term. So this is good news for Senate Republicans. Again, looks like they're going to walk away with their majority when at the beginning of tonight, it the odds of Democrats flipping those 4 seats they needed looked pretty good, not so much anymore.
Yeah, and Jen, Steve Daines, by the way, I mean, there was a very strong challenger. It was Steve Bullock. And correct me if I'm wrong, the former governor of the state of Montana.
Two-term governor.
Did he even run for president?
And he did run for president, yes.
It seems like years ago, but I mean, he did have a big platform. And I know that Senator Chuck Schumer really made an emphasis to try to put up good candidates against some of these other Republicans. And it looks like there is a crowd getting a little bit rowdy right there, but I don't think it's President Trump. Maybe it's
the YMCA.
It could be the YMCA.
Guys, are you seeing the information that the National Guard has been brought in to help with counting in Wisconsin? I'm just seeing this. Is that? Yeah, 2 minutes ago, posted on Twitter.
I got the National Guard counting ballots.
2 Wisconsin counties, with the help of at least 20 National Guard members in each location, will have to transcribe votes from at least 13,500 misprinted absentee ballots to clean ballots, possibly delaying the results. The state Supreme Court refused to issue a ruling on the ballots at issue, which cannot be fed through their electronic machines. So instead, they're going to have them transcribe them over to regular ballots. That's a little crazy, guys. That just dropped just a few minutes ago.
That is
and this is what President Trump talked about. The minute you start allowing all of these mail-in ballots to occur, especially in the battleground states where you can open yourself up for fraud if multiple hands are touching them, and being a vet, I would never throw any of my brave men and women out there in uniform under the bus, but depending on which way you lean, left or right, and you're in charge of going through 4,000 ballots and transcribing them over to another sheet, who's over their shoulder making sure that if it said Biden, they don't go Trump? I don't want that to happen either, or vice versa. And okay, every vote should count legally.
When it goes back to what Greta was saying, we just don't have the infrastructure, and we've known this for years. Both parties harp on it, yet, you know, some of these big changes that need to be made, they're not necessarily being made. Yeah. And then, you know, the post office gets blamed, or you know, local officials get blamed, when in reality, it's a wide problem. It's a wide-ranging problem that we've seen in a number of states and a number of key races for how many years now?
Yeah. Well, I think we had enough infrastructure. The problem was that you had these states where Democratic leaders pushed the mail-out ballots. I'm going to say it again, and that is what's stressing out the system, is these mail-in ballots. If we would have done and not scared the country about voting in person, because I'm sorry, if masks work and social distancing works, and every state and every polling location in this country that I heard of did the 6 feet, did the masks, they were sanitizing pens and everything, then why in the heck couldn't we all go into the polling booth today and vote? Why did we have weeks of buildup of these mail-in ballots, which now can lend themselves
all Trump has to do is win
corruption, which
4 out of the 5 there on the east side: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
There we go, guys. And he gives a brief speech about where we're at. Again,
it doesn't matter which 4, just any 4 of the 5.
A Trump presidency, I firmly believe that. But again, you have the possibility of voter fraud and corruption now, with hundreds of thousands of ballots not getting counted for days. Where are they sitting? Are they under lock and key? Where at? Who's in charge of those keys? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not putting it past people to change this outcome.
When we talk about the states that are still outstanding and how they're still counting those ballots, and although in North Carolina we've seen that 100% of precincts are reporting, Tom Tillis is still leading and President Trump is still leading, but they're leading by these slim margins. Tom Tillis is only ahead by about 96,700 votes. And
Why do you think Oregon's been green for so long, or blue for so long?
Absentee ballots that have not been
Ever
counted
since they got the mail-in ballots going.
Those results so far. So election officials in those states, and you know, polling officials, when they're trying to, like an AP, trying to call these races, they look at 117 as more than 96,000. So it's not necessarily safe to call that race for something that's that close, because that 100,000 that's left, that 117,000, could be the turning point for races like Tom Tillis in North Carolina and President Trump in North Carolina, as both of those races do remain close there.
And as we wait on the president, I'll just make one more call for it if we can, guys. I know that we can't always pop up the big map, but if we can bring that lower third up just above the ticker counter, it shows the Biden-Trump count for the electoral
Nobody's
numbers.
listening to you, dude. You've asked like 20 times for that.
Not have that up there for them. We're verbalizing it to you as much as we can, but again, I know you want to physically see the numbers there for the electoral vote. Again, they're neck and neck. Some networks have them 238, 214, 237, 228. I think we're about there reporting with the Associated Press. We're somewhere around 213 to 228. or 238. So again, there's only about depending on which station you're watching, who you're believing, it's 11 to maybe 20-point difference right now.
Yeah.
And we'll try and get that up there for you and leave that up there so folks can see that number. That's the big thing that they want to know. And again, we are waiting on POTUS to take to the podium there and give us a few words about his thoughts. Again, he's probably getting a lot more information than we're getting from folks on the ground at those polling locations in those key battleground states. I'm sure he's in direct contact with the folks in Arizona to find out what the heck's going on there, and maybe he'll give us some insight into what he knows when he takes to the stage.
And really, to simplify it for all of our viewers, too, I mean, at this point, the Trump campaign has to win the states that they knew that they were going to win, or at least expected to win, that being Georgia and North Carolina. And then from that point, I believe it's the best of three. I mean, when you get to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, whichever campaign can win 2 of those 3 states is going to come out the winner.
It's over.
Yeah.
Yep. Which we might not know, as we keep saying. And we prefaced that by at the beginning of the night, when we sat down here at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern with you, we said we may not know. So, you know, grab the popcorn, a comfy chair, and be ready. Now we're going on 2 a.m., yeah, a little after 2 East Coast time. I'm sure a lot of folks getting tired. You just heard our voices and you woke up in your chair or your couch. Hate to say it, stick around, listen to the president, and then maybe you're going to go to bed. And you're going to have to wait till tomorrow. That's just the way it is.
And there's the tally that we've been, President Trump 213, Joe Biden 224 as it stands. So
thank you. That's going to make a lot of viewers happy. They have been blowing up Twitter and stuff saying, please just leave it so I can see the count. They want to know the count. And again, this is from the Associated Press. There are other networks out there that have Biden up, I think, 14 more, 13 or 14 more, and the president down a couple or up a couple more. Either way, it's coming down to those last 4 or 5 battleground states.
You guys are missing.
We've been talking about for a while, and we're probably going to see Pennsylvania in the courts.
Why?
I still want to see if we can get an Arizona call before 3, 4 in the morning. Are you all up for staying for that?
Hey,
Joe Biden's calling it on the night.
Greta's like, no, I'm going to sleep. I got a show in the morning. I'm not sticking around for Arizona. Going to be interesting to see what they do there, though. You keep seeing all these reports from the governor's office of Arizona that you guys were bringing up just a few minutes ago, saying that there was anywhere between 800 to 900.
It's like a sports game where they take it to the game 7.
25% of that vote count. I don't know how you give that to Vice President Biden when he's only leading by
What's happening with Antifa?
And there's almost 900,000 outstanding.
They're marching in Washington,
earlier,
D.C.
when
I
the
think that's
previous
marching. I don't know
votes
what they're
were 2 to
doing.
1 for Trump.
Spazzing in Washington,
he's got a strong
D.C.
chance of winning Arizona.
Well, and when all of those votes that are
So
currently
cops are
outstanding,
confronting them in
as
L.A.
Alex mentioned earlier,
And they were marching in Portland. I'm not sure if they're still marching now. I'm sure they are in
Last count, we were
Portland.
at basically 150,000 had been counted.
They were just going around
and
harassing
65%
residents
of them
in
were voting
Belmont
for President
neighborhood.
Trump out of that 150,000. So I just think it's so early to call Arizona, even if those vote-by-mail ballots are showing a win for Biden. There's so many in-person votes from today that really are enough to make the difference there in the Grand Canyon state.
Yeah, and for example, right now I'm trying to find updated numbers on Georgia. It looks like with 99% of the votes counted, it's something like 51 to 48%. I mean,
wow.
So it's
getting 3% still enough, I think, to call it if you're at 99%.
Right.
But it's the issue, sorry, Alex, the issue still the Atlanta area really doesn't have all of their results in, and that's going to lean heavily Democrat.
True. And that is a big number. That's what, 16 or 18? What is Georgia now?
16.
Georgia's 16? Yeah. So that's a big number.
I just want to give a little bit of a flashback when we started this night, by the way, and the New York Times Needle had something like 10%. The 538 average gave President Trump something like 10%. Then the futures market, then the betting market, and then the dumb needles, whatever they're called at this point. They went all the way up to, at one point, giving President Trump a 75% chance of winning the race. And now it looks like they've actually settled back in the middle again. It seems like it's been a volatile night when it comes to the percentage of who wins, things of that nature. But it looks like even right now, this calm before the storm that we're sharing with a lot of our viewers right now, this moment of uncertainty, is being felt throughout the entire country right now as people are waiting on these essentially 3-4 states to decide who will be our next president.
When you talk about futures, you know, I'm looking at them right now. The Dow did just turn negative in futures, down about just 1/4%, because not because Wall Street is looking at this thinking this is going to go one way or another, because Wall Street is looking at this and saying, well, dang, we're probably not going to know until maybe the end of the day tomorrow, maybe the end of the day on Thursday. And so they're uncertain, just like the rest of America is uncertain on what the future of our politics look like here in America.
I think that both sides, you know, you saw it online, big blue wave, big red wave. Of course, if you are out there pumping up your candidate and your side, you're thinking that everyone's thinking like you. And so folks expected to see this massive red wave. Or
Burn down America.
Journalists who've seen this happen a time or two knew it was going to be close. I don't know that
looks
we
like
knew
what
it was
the
gonna
banner
be
says
this
in Washington,
close.
D.C.
And we obviously had some surprises, like waiting on Arizona. I thought that would go a lot quicker.
Burn down American
Virginia, which
plantations.
there for a second we got excited about, but now it looks like, yep, got to give that one back to Biden. We all knew Pennsylvania would be where it is. Michigan, Wisconsin, we think Trump will take. It's looking that way now. Minnesota, still up for grabs. We haven't heard anything from the Silver State, what's going on in Nevada. Alaska should be Trump. Hawaii should be Biden. But again,
Biden's winning
those
Nevada,
last 2 or 3 states we keep
67%
discussing
reporting.
are going to decide
Biden's got a
the next
3-point lead.
president of the United States. And really,
50
truly,
or
folks, if it comes down to it
30,000
and you
point
think
lead.
about it, if you pull
Or
your
30,000 vote
bias
lead.
aside, that's kind of what I think we all really deep down thought, right? The country has been divided over issues, but I'm going to go back to Alex and I's little back and forth on the majority of the vote versus how many actually vote versus our population. Let's really, truly think about that. 328, million people, and we're only going to see a popular vote. We haven't thrown that up in a while, by the way. I know that Biden was leading the popular vote by, what was it, a mill, 2.5 mills? Hillary got 3.5.
3-ish, yeah.
Yeah, 3.2 overall when it was done. Again, once California, Oregon, and Washington are counted, then Joe will shoot up on the popular vote. But this is a republic, so it doesn't matter what the popular vote is.
I think we do have some updated numbers for our viewers from those states that we are still
They are
watching:
counted.
Georgia,
Those
Pennsylvania,
got a
Michigan,
1.7
Georgia. As we
million
look
lead.
at those, and we haven't called them yet, and for our viewers who may be looking at, Georgia, where over 90% of precincts are reporting, here we can see really tiny there, but you can see the numbers. You can see 51% President Trump, 48% Joe Biden. But if you look at that a little closer, you're only having a difference. President Trump has 2.366 million votes.
Wow.
Joe Biden 2.248. So that's close. Even with 99.4% of precincts reporting, like we were talking about just a second ago, when you have parts of Georgia like the Atlanta area that aren't included in this yet, that matters when you're looking. Don't look at the percentages, but when you look at the popular vote there, the vote totals, that matters when somewhere like Atlanta, those totals aren't in yet, and that's why people aren't calling the state of Georgia. Here's Michigan, 66% of precincts reporting so far, 53% President Trump to 45% Joe Biden. I mean, that's big, but just another caveat for our viewers here. The votes that are being reported in Michigan tonight are election day votes, and as we saw from those surveys that we were talking about earlier, 90, 80, over 80% of voters that were voting on election day said they were Republicans. And so that, of course, does matter for President Trump, and that's why you're seeing such a big lead early. And then also Wisconsin, 95% of precincts.
Wow, that
reporting.
jumped up.
It did, 51%
All right, Kelly.
to 47%, but again, a lot of their mail-in votes.
You might know
and
before I
absentee
do
votes
tomorrow
have not
who
even
won.
started to be counted yet in states like Michigan and Wisconsin. So that could make a really big difference. It might not make the difference to flip it, but I think it will tighten it.
Yeah, I
even
think
if President Trump holds on to the lead, Joe Biden will tighten that.
Jonathan,
there.
I don't think there's
Pennsylvania,
900 votes to
72% of
count.
Precincts reporting. You can see they're apart by 700,000 votes, and that
based
is
on the
a big
numbers,
margin, even
and
when
then
it comes to
reporting as
counting the
78% being
additional
reported,
absentee. You have
there's only about
2
500, 600,000 votes remaining.
There were
Well, you're looking that up.
2.4 million early votes cast in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So, that can make a difference. And we
we've still
have
got a
gotten
ways
some
to
of
go.
those results so far in Pennsylvania, but we haven't gotten nearly all of them.
like
so
we
let's let you know,
mentioned,
folks,
too-
you're not going to know Pennsylvania tonight. If you live there and you're excited and you're staying up late, we're not going to know Pennsylvania.
They're not even counting.
Point blank, period.
Yeah.
But what we do know from some of the races, some of the Senate House races, we do know that the president outperformed the margins that he was victorious with back in 2016. So that makes this race very competitive still. And we, like Greta's been mentioning, we still have plenty of ballots to go. So, I mean, it's going to be a few hours from now.
Yeah. I think though,
Days,
with
yeah.
Georgia and North Carolina being at their, North Carolina 100% reporting, and Georgia at 99.4, again, how many votes could still be coming out of the Atlanta area when they're saying we only have a half of a point to report? I think that you're going to hear the president come out. He's going to be confident that he's got Georgia. He's got North Carolina, which it's right there. I don't know why the AP won't call it. I think he's going to say, I've got Michigan, I've got Wisconsin, and I've got Arizona. And so it doesn't matter which way Minnesota and Pennsylvania go. He's got it. I think that's what he's going to
Well, he
allude to.
takes
He
Wisconsin,
probably will be
Michigan,
cautious to
North
claim
Carolina,
victory
Georgia. It doesn't
because you
matter
never
at
know
that
what could
point
happen
either.
in this crazy
What happens
2020
with
election.
Arizona, Nevada,
But
or
to me,
Pennsylvania?
that's the states he's going to say he's
And
got.
he's
And I've got
only
it.
four
We're
of
gonna
the
wait
east,
till
those
tomorrow when
east
some of these
states,
states
eastern
are still
states.
counting.
He takes
He's
4
probably
of
gonna
those.
put
The
it
other
out
3
there
don't matter.
That they are lending themselves to interference and fraud in some of these states who are allowing ballots to come in late and counting them for days after, and those will be fought in the courts.
You can
as
even
they
take
should
the
be.
4 least
Nothing wrong with
numbered
that.
states
But again,
out of Wisconsin,
North
Michigan,
Carolina, it's
Pennsylvania,
Georgia,
North Carolina, and
Michigan,
Georgia.
Wisconsin, it's Arizona. Those
He
5
will
states that
win.
he's got, and then what happens in Pennsylvania and Minnesota, so be it, and Nevada.
Jen, looking at the Senate, it's staying the same at this point, right? Because they split the Doug Jones seat, so the Cory Gardner is a wash, right?
Yes, and with Montana being now in favor of Republicans, the Republicans, excuse me, they're ultimately going to walk away with their majority. Democrats got pretty close there, but it's looking like that's not going to happen. Even though the Georgia races, one of them is going into a runoff, that's likely to stay Republican as well. So for now, at least, they're looking like they're safe.
So is that going to stay with a 4
But I think
majority,
it's
or
the
are we
same
going to plus
majority.
1?
So they were +3.
They were plus
53,
3,
47.
yes.
But it looks like right now they are going to be 52-47, waiting on that runoff
Waiting on the
election.
runoff.
But there is also the prospect that John James.
Biden's leading Arizona.
It's a plus 1, then we're going to gain.
He's
And then
got
we can- okay.
So the Senate may
6-point
gain.
lead in Arizona with
And when
78%
when
reported.
we talk about the special election, I mean, we're only going to run
160,000.
Doug Collins, I would say, was a little bit greedy tonight,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He wanted to run,
So
split the vote.
with the
But if
missing
you look at
numbers,
how
that's
that vote
enough
split
for
between him
it
and
to
Kelly
flip
Loeffler,
back.
It would have been a runaway election for Kelly Loeffler.
Right.
The Democrat had less than 30% of the vote.
Right.
So I think it's a
It just
safe-
delays that victory,
Just delays
basically,
it,
for
yeah.
Republicans.
Yeah.
And that delay, by the way, will still get that Senate member, whoever it is, in time for a second term of whoever, if President Trump were to win, for example.
Yeah,
but
Kelly,
it would
you
be
can do
just
that, it's
short
fine.
of After the
I'm
first
sure
legislative
people will
session,
be
if I'm not mistaken, for the Senate.
blowing on my phone and everything.
I mean, it's not like there's too much necessarily
So, yeah,
at stake. And
you
I
can let
think
me know
that
if you want.
If you're a Republican, you're pretty happy with what
Who
you're
knows?
getting out of
Maybe I
it.
won't be able to sleep and I'll be up watching
I just wanted
anyways.
to touch back on that, because we've talked about it, but I wanted to make sure that our viewers knew Democrats didn't really even gain anything and could be losing at least one seat.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, I mean, if you're a Republican tonight and you're seeing that, for example, you might be chipping away at the House majority and at the same time perhaps building on your Senate majority, it's not a bad 2020 right off the bat, and there's still a prospect that you could win the White House. And so I think that kind of goes to show you that sometimes this big media spectacle that we've been talking about, because I've seen it on both sides. I've seen some on the right say, President Trump is winning California this year. President Trump's not winning California this year. But for example, I've seen some of those on the left also say, this is going to be another blue wave. This is a rejection of President Trump and the right.
It was not whatsoever.
It's not at all. It goes to show you that, to your points, like perhaps this country is a center-right country, to say the very least. And I mean, right now we have the greatest participation of the American people in recent political history, and it's suggesting that it is a center-right country. So
I think we still are, and let's hope to God for our kids' sakes and our grandkids' sakes that it stays that way for a long time, because socialism, even communism, has tried to creep into this country. It did it back in the late 20s and 30s. It did it in the 50s into the early 60s, and it's creeping back in now. And I think Americans will continue to reject a socialist agenda.
Well, and I think it is important, and Alex has touched on this, but for viewers who, maybe you're just tuning in, but the populist message across the world. President Trump is a populist candidate. Joe Biden is not. Joe Biden is an establishment neoliberal candidate who does not speak to populist voters. Even on the left side, there's really far left populist Bernie supporters who say, I got to support President Trump because he is the candidate that agrees with them on trade issues and things like that. And a lot of those voters
So
are
Trump's
really
lead is,
one-issue voters on
or
things
Biden's
like
lead
trade.
in
And
Nevada
Joe
is
Biden
down to
not the
29,000.
candidate for populist voters.
And
on
there's
trade.
2 counties that haven't
build on that
reported
a
yet.
little bit. I don't think there's any
That will
denying
likely
at this
be
table that
red.
the future of the Democratic Party is the progressive wing of the
I'm
party.
not sure how
I
big
I
these
think we all
counties
know that.
are.
The same way that I would say, I don't think anybody at this table would deny the fact that the Republican Party is moving in the Trumpian direction as compared to a Mitt Romney or something like that. And both of those things speak to a total discontent
So Nevada
of the
could
way
flip.
that things currently are. A total rejection of the status quo. And I think that there is a big part of this country that feels disenfranchised in our political system. And that's why they're racing to someone who has never been in politics before, or someone
I haven't seen
who is
any
calling for
changes
an
with
absolute
North
reformation of
Carolina
the
for a
system.
while.
There
They might
is
be done
something to
counting for the
addressed
night.
there, and I'm scared that perhaps a Joe Biden wouldn't do that.
Right. Well, and let's talk about that, the future of the Republican Party. Because if President Trump doesn't win re-election, we're looking at, 2024, a whole new wing of Republicans running. And even if he does win re-election, we're looking at a whole different group of Republicans running in 2024 after he finishes his second term. A lot of the speculation about who will be running in 2024 is a lot of old school Republicans, people wanting to kind of get back to the old way of the Republican Party. And then you have a whole group of people who have accepted the Trump era of the Republican Party.
A lot of
and
blue
have
areas
embraced
in
his
Michigan
message
have
and
not
his
been counted
policies.
yet.
And just,
Or a very
let's
low
look
count, I
forward
mean.
4 years from now.
Detroit County, the Wayne County that Detroit's in.
It felt like 2016 is yesterday.
That's only
So,
37%
Letters
reported.
trickle in, and the president's family there, so it looks like he's getting ready to speak. But
it'll be interesting, though, in the primary in 2024 to see, do Republicans
Antrim
continue
County,
with
36%.
President Trump's policies and his type of presidency, or do they reject it and go back?
I think if they're smart, they do. I just had this discussion with one of our producers the other day about how you look at what Trump has done to reform the Republican Party and bring them more into this decade, right? Because let's be real, 2020, the Republican Party is not the older party of your grandparents, my grandparents, that's for sure, or my parents. And it looks like the president and First Lady have just entered the room. So let's let the president speak and find out what he's got to say.
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
We love you. We love you.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it.
Yeah.
I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a thing that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. We didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
You're welcome.
we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. but certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely, and we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona, but there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
600,000. Almost 700,000.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Make it great again. No, Kelly, I'm still here.
And you just heard from President Trump there at the White House making comments on kind of what we thought he would allude to. He firmly believes he is the winner in several of those key battleground states, which I would agree with him on because a lot of the votes were either trending his way or the precincts are almost done.
Yeah, I don't agree with the voting or the counting stopping.
We're not counting anymore tonight, like Wisconsin
It's
and
stupid.
Pennsylvania.
It's a presidential election. You don't stop counting and go home for the night. You bring in the next set of people to count or something.
He believes he'll be the winner in Arizona. He thinks he's the winner in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Why is it all of a sudden they have to stop counting? They didn't have to do that before. Oh yeah, that's right, because now they actually have to count them instead of
Well, for our viewers, let's look at these numbers that we're showing. You heard President
in-person
Trump
digital stuff, whatever.
But it's close. Georgia, he's got a bigger margin of a lead here, 99% of precincts reporting, but like we've been telling our viewers tonight,
they're stalling so they can give them time to get more ballots in.
Heavily Democrat areas of Georgia, which is why election officials are cautious to call the state of Georgia for President Trump. Michigan, our latest numbers coming in here, 68% of precincts reporting 53% President Trump, 45% Joe Biden. It's a much larger lead there than a lot of people expected, even to see on Election Day, with Election Day voters that do lean toward Republicans. Let's look at the next state that we have tonight, Wisconsin. Also another pretty heavy lead for President Trump, 51% to 47%, 95% of precincts reporting. But again, what we have left in what's annoying for me is that these states are not all counting it the same. They're not all counting Election Day first and then mail-in. Some are doing mail-in first, then Election Day, like Arizona is doing mail-in first, then Election Day. So we're getting this back and forth on what matters. Pennsylvania, the latest numbers, you heard President Trump call this out. He says, we're leading by 600,000 votes.
It is.
I mean, that's big.
Yeah,
so 73% of precincts reporting, 56% to 42%. Most of the counties in Pennsylvania have said, we're done for the night. We'll start counting again tomorrow. I'm sorry, and they should have a shift going all night.
Yeah.
This matters.
Yeah.
We're having an overnight shift.
Yeah.
But whatever.
We're here. Well, President Trump, he did say in that speech, and I just want to hammer that point home because it's a pretty big point in my opinion. He said, President Trump says he'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court to stop all vote counting across the country, saying as far as I'm concerned, we already won. So, I mean, that's a big statement from the president saying starting tomorrow, we're going to be going to the Supreme Court to see if these votes are counted or not. I mean, that's quite a statement to say, as, for example, we're looking at Arizona, a state that has 83% of the precincts reporting, but...
And that gap is closed now, guys. We have been talking about a 220 to 230 gap. Now, look at that now. When we were saying 220 to 230, it was 75% of the vote in. That's only gone up 8% of the precincts reporting to 83% now, and it is, look at that margin now. It is not 220 or 230. That's a lot less. That's 100 and change. And to what I think either Jen or Greta had said like an hour or so ago, and you read the tweet from that lady who had spoken to the governor of Arizona and said there was 800,000 to 900,000 votes more to count. And now you see that gap narrowing. Of course, it is too early to call Arizona, but if you go off what the president said and you look at the current numbers as we get ready to sign off here, and you look at where he's at in Michigan, where he's at in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina is definitely a win. Georgia, the gap got even bigger than the North Carolina one, and the Arizona, even if it does or doesn't flip to him, those 5 to 6 states would give him well past the 270.
Yeah. Well, and if you're a Republican, Dan, going into, I mean, aside from the fact that President Trump, as we're wrapping up here, President Trump's up in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, we did see some Republican superstars kind of come into the scene and flip a lot of these, you know, Democratic safe districts across the country in states that they were not projected to flip. So that's pretty big for the Republican Party. I mean, the other big story that we've been following is the fact that they did not lose control of the Senate. And starting tonight, I mean, they were pretty vulnerable, some of these Republican senators, and it looks like they're keeping their majority. They didn't really lose anything. Of course, we're still waiting for a runoff to happen in January, but nonetheless, it's been a pretty good night for Republicans.
And I was going to say, Alex? Jennifer, building on that point too, I mean,
because they leave
the
election management up to the states.
The Trump campaign did not even believe that. They've been sending out lawyers to Philadelphia, for example, parts of Michigan as well over this past week.
They knew it was going to come down like this.
Exactly what we're looking at right now, too. So if you are part of the Trump campaign, I don't think you're just thinking, wow, we did really well tonight. I think you're saying this was part of the game plan. We are now in a position where we have to win the states we're expected to win and then only take 2 of 3 toss-ups. That's best case scenario if they're coming into today with a 10% chance.
And I want to point out, too, because the president said something that I'm sure in the morning, and it'll already start tonight, all of the pundits and the crazy left-wingers and whatnot are going to come out and scream. He was talking about voter suppression and stopping the vote and not counting. Every vote should count. No, it's not what he said. It's not always clear when the president says something because he just off the cuff, you know, he wings it. The bottom line is he's talking about the vote count. If your votes aren't in by the end of when your state says the votes must be in, they don't get counted. Now, if the ballots are turned in, those mail-in ones, whatever, are in the possession of those local election boards, then yes, they will be counted. It's not like those ballots are going to be thrown out and not counted. It means if they were turned in well after the election polls and things stopped. And that's what he was discussing, and that's what potentially we are seeing in Pennsylvania, where if you're telling people the polls are closed, and then for 3-4 hours, you let tens of thousands of more mail-in ballots get dropped off.
They asked for that ticker along the bottom that shows the current number, the current electoral count, and they've already turned around and removed it again.
But we have had weeks, months, to get your mail-in ballots turned in because of COVID if you were one of the folks worried about that, right? You have no excuse on November 4th, 5th, or 6th to go, can I please drop mine off? Can you still count this? No. You've had weeks. Most states set this up. How long ago? Plenty of time. Yeah, just had to point that out.
No, it's a good point.
Guys, I guess we're going to wrap things up, it looks like. We've been on this now for 4 hours and 38 minutes. We do not, is that about right? 4 or 5? No, how many? 7. 7, sorry. See? Wow.
That's what I was like, man, it's how long we've been up here.
You don't even know how long. I guess the 7 hours felt like 4 with you guys. You made it so easy.
Aww. Thank you.
See, we're going to end on a nice note. So 7 hours and 38 minutes later. Wow, it's been a long night. We can say with all facts and certainty, like Jen pointed out, the Senate going to stay.
I think there was a lot of states this election that had pot on the ballot.
Presidency, I will, as an independent opinion type guy,
I think a lot of them
out there, by late tomorrow, maybe it'll take 2 or 3 days, we will have a President Trump. I don't see these other states specifically Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, flipping back to Biden whatsoever. And I think we will see a win by President Trump.
Well, I think I'll bring up sorry, I want to pull up these numbers so that
Pull
I
it
can
up.
make sure.
What do you got?
But I think if we go by, since 1968, every time Florida has gone red, Pennsylvania has gone red, and Michigan has gone red. Every single time since 1968.
And you got to pull Ohio.
And you got to pull Ohio. And the numbers in Florida, we're looking at 51% President Trump, 47.8% Biden. He won by quite a bit, so we can see what's happening.
Got to thank the team: Chanel, John, Richard, Jen, Caitlin, Christina, Jen, Greta, Alex. Thank you guys, all the production crew in the back, the Herrings, the bosses here at OAN. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. Get some rest. We will pick it up tomorrow morning and give you the latest on the 2020 election. Until then, have a safe and wonderful, blessed evening.
He put together the right map. He put it together.
Steve, the media is melting down. They're saying Trump went out there and he said, "As far as I'm concerned, we have won." They're saying,
So he did say that.
Yeah, no.
Maggie here.
I got it.
Maggie.
But as far as I'm concerned, he's won.
Absolutely.
Hey,
they're sitting there going, he said he's doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do.
Programming note. Here's the deal for everybody in the live chat right now. All 85,466 of you. We're going to be live back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you for walking across the cameras, Alexandra.
Worms done too.
And by the way, this is the publicist walking
So
across the
basically,
camera.
most of the news agencies
No more
are
closing remarks. This is it.
calling it a
10 a.m.
night.
tomorrow Eastern time. Although
And
it is 7:30
because a lot of
in morning in
the
England, so I think
states
I'm
have
gonna stay live.
stopped
If you wanna
counting
hang
for the
out,
night, and they're going to
quick
continue tomorrow.
But hold on, hang on. I need
So-
everyone to subscribe to the channel.
Some
Hit the
people
notification
believe
button. It's all
that
free, so that you get when we go live.
That's going to
10
lead
a.m. tomorrow morning,
to
you're back with us.
more ballots magically appearing for Joe Biden.
This thing's going to get to be a classic.
And so when they count the remaining ballots tomorrow morning, that they believe that
real quickly, Pennsylvania.
there's going to be extra ballots that were added overnight towards Joe Biden. I don't know. Could be. You never know.
9 a.m. involving Montgomery County.
But yeah, basically that's what's happening.
What are they suing over?
It's about cured ballots. So there's a lot of funny business happening already in Southeast Pennsylvania. It looks like there was coordination between all the 5 counties of Democrats who own all of the county courthouses about information that they gave the Republican Party in time. Yes. And whether or not they were able to go to people and say, your ballot's not correct. Can you fix this?
I don't think
And
we're
not
necessarily that stupid, Kelly. I think it's just
so
that
that's probably at least 10 to 20,000 votes maybe that'll be affected.
there's so much coordination that can be done behind
because
closed
the
doors.
Pennsylvania Supreme Court is
What
so
about shutting down the counting in Philadelphia? How big a deal is this?
I mean, I think I told this before. I'm not surprised.
They do it all the time.
Yeah,
This is the way they roll.
Exactly, it's the way they roll. They roll a little bit that way in Scranton too. I know you'd be surprised at that, but I do think the overall thing is that the president has done
Unbelievable.
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 He doubled down in many places like Erie.
So yeah,
and
it's
and maybe he lost.
like I said, it's almost like you're watching
But he's going to go in tomorrow morning, 700.
a sporting event, like the NBA Finals or
Comes out of Pennsylvania with the victory.
the World Series, something that has multiple games, and
It is huge to win Erie as a Republican.
the other team wins.
Okay, he's
And so you have to take it to Game 7 or something like that. So now you have to wait till tomorrow to watch the final game.
Joe Biden just for Scranton and for Pennsylvania.
the Democrats did, yeah.
Okay, and it was a brilliant move.
Yeah.
Babe,
But
if you have Netflix, I know a lot of people got rid of Netflix, but I've been watching a show called Man with a Plan. It's got Joey from Friends in it. It's like
Before we go,
a family sitcom show, whatever.
so hard with
But
things being held
I recommend
back.
that.
When we
It's funny.
left Rich at one
If you
time,
like those kind of shows.
18 Points, we come back, and I mean, did we get a little Frank Rizzo about? I mean, how did that happen?
Yeah.
How do you lose Lackawanna? Is that okay?
Yeah.
We got the
Is what good, that show?
I'm holding my breath here. Let's just say this. I'm looking at WNEP, which is our local ABC affiliate, and it still says, 59% being counted, and Trump is winning, and
Yeah, so I've been watching that show the last few nights. It's called Man with a Plan. Joey from Friends.
Donald Trump lost by 10,000
But it's like, it just depends if you like those kind of shows. It reminds me of the TGI Friday type shows from years ago.
Yeah, totally. I just, you know, it's the way that's the way they roll around here.
So Jack,
Cute little family sitcom.
Summary thoughts before we wrap up for the night.
I think that we should all rest up. We got a couple of hard days, maybe weeks ahead of us. There is going to be an argument here in the courts, but
I'm showing my age.
We're going to win this.
But when I used to watch like Full House and those shows,
Calm, cool, collected.
or what about
Into a fight.
All in the Family and
We want to be going in there
Growing Pains and
focus. And I think I am fully confident.
The Wonder Years.
And we're going to continue.
Nice to meet you too, Amir. It was nice having you here.
I just want to repeat the best line of what
Hope you enjoyed the show.
Came out. He said, "Frankly, we did win this election." And I just want to thank my co-hosts and Steve Bannon and everyone in War Room for having me. And I also want to thank our president who fought so hard, who's been fighting the fake news, taking the slings and arrows from all of these haters out there, and who fought so hard this election. I've never seen anyone do this with barely any sleep for the past couple weeks. And I think it's going to be a historic win and another historic 4 years. So I'm gonna put this. I gotta
Well, see,
put
like
that,
we have
right?
so much technology right now.
Let's make America
How difficult
great
is it
again.
to make a self-contained computer that's not connected to any network or anything?
Freezing.
Where you it's programmed to take the vote. It's inspected just like every other voting machine. And it's not transmitted. It's not connected to no network, so no networks can connect to it. And when it's done, the little hard drive, thumb drive, or whatever is disconnected from it. It's plugged into a counter,
That's a level of detail.
disconnected, and that's it.
So
You don't have to connect anything to the network, the web, or anything.
Arizona's closing. It's going to close more. We'll see how it goes. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, guys.
Okay, Raheem, how do we get 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? War and Pandemic.
So 10 a.m., 7 a.m.
On Newsmax
Just
TV.
7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. Sounds like that's when they're going to continue the counts. Chances are I probably won't be awake that time, but
tonight and
just so you guys are aware, if you're interested in looking the stuff up, videos on YouTube or something, or tracking it, that's about what sounds like. That's about what time they're going to continue on it.
Take down CCP. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10, or this morning at 10.
A few hours.
You won't be awake at 10 a.m. Sheesh.
Washington, D.C. A choice between Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, and former Vice
President. That is the case. There were three justices who said that in Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, but it's never been a holding of the Supreme Court. But it has caught fire among judges in the lower courts, and there are three or at least four, or at least three members of the current Supreme Court who think so too. So that could turn out to be a big issue. And I'll just say one other thing about potential legal challenges or a potential way this could play out. If it's really close, this could be the year when we really talk about faithless electors. The presidential electors that we're actually choosing today, the people who will really elect the president when the Electoral College meets in December.
Bannon,
if it is
probably.
really close, within a vote or two, then the pressure on those presidential electors to flip and...
He looks like a bum, but he's probably rich.
...other than who won the popular vote in their state will be extremely high. Faithless electors have never made a difference in an American presidential election in the past, but if this one is really close, this could be another first.
I mean, not that we really needed another wrinkle.
Yes, his net worth is $48 million.
Yes, yes. In the past term, the Supreme Court upheld the right of the states to insist that
I would say he's rich.
For the person who won the popular vote.
I mean, if you consider $48 million rich.
Only 14 of the 50 states actually have that legal requirement. In those 14 states, if a faithless elector goes rogue, the state can throw him out on the street and get somebody else in to vote.
So CNN has a lot closer than everybody else. CNN's got 220 to 213.
If a faithless elector goes off on their own tooth, there's nothing the state can do about it except fine them.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're going to take a break. Stay with us as we await these down-to-the-wire calls. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Is NBC not aware that a lot of the counts they're not continuing until tomorrow?
Chaotic than ever.
Let's see. Any updates in Arizona?
And help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work? I'm so ready.
Last updated at
She's Joe Biden's choice
11:39, so 20 minutes ago.
Join me, Joy Reid,
10 minutes ago.
her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nevada, we got any updates there?
Washington feels more chaotic than.
And he even said that he's prepared to go to the Supreme Court. He mentioned that.
Yes.
In other words,
Nevada, Biden's only up
which he may be planning to take
27,000.
at the moment. If the counting were to stop, then he would be the winner in the states where he is leading. The probability of his being defeated would come down drastically because the votes which are yet to be counted would then not be allowed to be counted. That is precisely what he wants. He wants
So
a freeze.
there's a good chunk in Nevada that still needs to be counted, but it's really close. So, I mean, there's a county that still needs to be counted, but I doubt that county has 27,000. So it's looking like Trump or Biden's going to take Nevada. Just barely, though. See if there's any new numbers in Michigan. Let's start with Wisconsin.
So things are in a flux.
Wisconsin, we're still at 81%. Trump's got a 200,000 lead.
To the White House, how are we likely to see him dealing with the economic situation, especially in America?
Milwaukee's got a good chunk still.
People having lost their jobs, and after the pandemic, again, the economic situation is going to be even more tricky for him to handle. How do
So I think it's safe to call Wisconsin for Trump.
so much criticism for the
Everything else is mostly counted, except for Milwaukee County.
Well, I think that
So it doesn't look like.
were to be re-elected, he would probably have
I don't know. That just closed it in a little bit.
Democratic majority in
But
the House to
I still think Trump's going to pull Milwaukee
he could then probably work with the new House leadership
or Wisconsin.
or the old House leadership re-elected to come up with more of a stimulus.
Michigan.
The stimulus, of course, has been delayed for the last 2 months.
So only 69% counted in Michigan, but Trump's still holding a
They will work
300,000 lead. Detroit still has a lot of votes to count. Wayne County's they've only counted 37%.
The likelier outcome is a Biden victory. Biden is still likelier to win. He is still, he still has a very good chance of winning once the votes are counted. And in fact, the votes are currently being counted.
Yes, they are.
Over the course of the next 12 hours.
Yeah, he just needs to win 4 of them. Like,
something closer to an outcome.
if he doesn't,
It was always known that those two states.
he's going to pull Wisconsin. So he just needs to he just needs to win one of those other 3.
Until today.
As long as he wins 4 of those 5, he has it.
So now Biden, of course, has said that he's going to raise taxes. So I think this month is going to be a month of uncertainty in markets. Most likely, if Biden wins,
All right, what else we got? We got
after a few more
Pennsylvania, which they stopped counting.
and I would expect
So
we're going to see
yeah, Pennsylvania, he's got
in markets, given that we have
a 700,000 lead,
but
74% counted.
economy, once the
But
election is behind us,
Philadelphia County is just halfway counted.
clarity on policy, people can then look forward to the next 4 years rather than just to the next month.
Absolutely.
Over the last 2 months, of course, there's been a lot of political toing and froing.
Allegheny, Pittsburgh County, that's just barely over. It's almost 70% counted. Those are both heavy Biden.
shops and so on. Basically, the institutions are sound.
Absolutely, and as is being pointed out repeatedly, it's
North
not
Carolina,
over, considering that some of the crucial
95%.
states continue counting.
Got 80,000 lead.
A large number of people opted for mail-in ballots this time because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Pennsylvania, specifically, one of the crucial swing states, is going to
could close it.
mail-in ballots till the 6th of November. They're going to,
But I don't think he's gonna close that lead. It's gonna be tight. But I don't think he's gonna close that.
and at the moment it appears that both the sides are
Finally, we have Georgia. 91%.
Trump has declared
Got 120,000 lead.
over there over his challenger Joe Biden. Joe Biden has said, keep the faith, hang in there, let the votes be counted. Taking a very quick break
Yep.
now, news and
I think he's gonna pull
getting you
Georgia
the
also.
latest from America. Stay with us.
So I'm thinking this is Trump's. I'm thinking tomorrow we will learn that he.
Even though there has been
We're gonna find out tomorrow that he took Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia.
Against the virus.
When they speak.
We get the vaccine as citizens of India, December and first quarter of 2021.
Yep, that's what I said. 4 out of those 5.
Look at the kind of coverage a Temur gets today. I don't get that much of coverage.
CNN News 18.
Because he'll get all, Alaska also. Alaska hasn't been called for him, but he'll take Alaska.
Names in the business.
Sushant, you had all the potential to become something more than Shahrukh.
Oh, you know Biden's going to contest it. He's acting like he's not going to, but he's going to contest it. All the close ones, he's going to contest North Carolina.
Who gets a vaccine first?
He's going to contest Georgia.
A vaccine that can control the virus and actually manage this epidemic in a safe way.
With Michigan, he'll probably contest Michigan.
Have clearly
So
said
yeah,
that they would be changing a lot of
these last ones that he won, he's going to end up contesting.
He's not interested in damaging the party in any way. Rather, we want to strengthen it, revive it.
May see some vote. I know we all want to go to bed, but we still may see some vote and see some movement before the sun rises.
You didn't call Maine either.
We haven't called Maine, and
So,
that's going to be. I mean, as you can see,
I am
here,
going to
we do have an
call it
idea
a night
of
for the
where
stream.
Maine's
I don't see any more states being called tonight. Because the remaining states, it seems like they've either slowed down or stopped the count. I mean, we might get official call for Nevada and Arizona, but those aren't going to make a difference. I mean, combined they could make a difference, but I don't think they're not going to make enough of a difference. Like I said, it's going to be those last 4 of the 5. So, you guys have a great night. I don't know that one girl if she's still restreaming, but we've got SEAL Team 711. If you want to go over to his stream, he's still got some coverage going on. Looks like they're out by the Justice Center right now, burning stuff. Let me see if I can pull one of their streams up. Who do we got out there? So yeah, you could see there's a group out there in front of the Justice Center. You guys have a good night. If you want to continue watching the coverage of the election and or the protesters here, like I said, SEAL Team 711. I put his link in there. You can swing over to his stream. If you go over there, give him a sub, please.
There's more people here than I thought there
Give him a
were.
thumbs up on that stream.
Everyone came
I'd really
together.
appreciate it. But I want to thank you guys for a wonderful evening. I want to thank you for hanging out with me. You guys are a lot of fun, and we need to do this again sometime.
Boop, boop.
fingers crossed. Let's hope we wake up to another 4 years of Trump. And yeah, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Everybody be safe and have a wonderful, beautiful
The
night.
flag's like embedded into
Oh,
the ground.
don't forget to hit that sub button.
You can see the outline of the flag.
Yeah, that's wild.